I was reborn in the 80s and became a top academic genius at Harbin Institute of Technology. The future military-industrial black technology system was still dormant within his body. Watching the country painfully cut defense spending for the sake of the economy, how could I just stand by? At the nation's top academic institution, I publicly denounced the capitulationist public intellectuals on the spot. My declaration, "Artillery measures our territory," set the entire crowd ablaze. My graduation thesis accurately predicted the future model of high-tech warfare, immediately alarming the highest authorities. When the leader asked me about the future of the military industry, I waved my hand decisively: expand foreign trade, make big money, and feed back the economy. My goal is to bring weapons and strategies far ahead of their time to Africa and play a grand game. Yet, when I truly began navigating the undercurrents of the international arms market, I realized countless eyes have long been fixed upon me, this rising star in the military-industrial sector. Chapter 1, This scheme harms heaven's harmony but not the republic. I don't care about the rise of great nations, I only care about the dignity of ordinary people. Blue Planet, Zhonghua, China, Capital University. Watching the silver-tongued expert on stage and the many students below voicing their agreement, Zhang Jiaxi immediately flew into a rage. I never expected that while waiting for my graduation and the activation of the technological system on me, a casual trip to the capital with my friend Ai Qianjin would lead to such an encounter. In the morning, the two heard that there would be a live-streamed lecture at Capital University, one of the nation's top institutions. Out of curiosity, they decided to attend, eager to hear what kind of practical and worldly wisdom such a prestigious place would offer. I never expected, absolutely never expected, to hear such words. What an absolute farce. If a great nation rises, where is the dignity of its common people? Zhang Jiaxi immediately stood up and raised his voice to question loudly. The students listening to the lecture turned around one after another when they heard someone questioning the expert, their gazes landing on Zhang Jiaxi, who stood tall and straight. Whose general is this, so fiercely brave? You should know that the figure on stage is a celebrated author, scholar, and professor renowned both domestically and internationally, having won multiple prestigious international awards. What kind of knowledge do they have compared to yours? How could a mere student like you dare to question it? The expert on stage was taken aback when someone questioned him. Noticing that the students, who had previously been drawn into his line of thinking, were now looking on with amused expressions, his face darkened with displeasure. Humph, ignorant fools. Student, let me ask you, do you know the proportion of our country's annual defense expenditure in the fiscal budget? 9.58%. Is it necessary for a country to allocate 10% of its funds to defense during peacetime? Do you realize how much benefit could be gained if this money were invested in social welfare and civil infrastructure? Look at the advanced social welfare systems in Western countries: free healthcare, high salaries, low commodity prices. If our nation redirected these funds to improve people's living standards, how much could our citizens' happiness index rise? An expert is truly an expert. Just a few words were enough to make most people in the room nod in agreement. And the common folks watching this live broadcast on TV couldn't help but nod in agreement. Each of them works diligently every day, yet they are not wealthy. If a family member were to contract a serious illness, it would undoubtedly cause this gradually improving family to collapse overnight. How wonderful it would be if Sunmmary could be like developed countries. This was the thought that simultaneously crossed countless viewers' minds. In that instant, they felt this expert truly lived up to their title, genuinely considering things from the people's perspective. Perhaps the military expenditure of Sunmmary could indeed be reduced a little. Just as they were having such thoughts, the live broadcast showed that upright young man retorting with unwavering conviction. I'm sorry, but your words make it impossible for me to address you as teacher. This short-sighted humanoid creature, I admit that due to our country's late start in development, there remains a gap in the standard of living between our citizens and those of developed nations. But since the founding of our nation, in just under 40 short years, no other country can match the achievements we've attained in developing from utter poverty to where we are today. As for the so-called free healthcare in Western developed countries you mentioned, whether it truly operates as you described, I won't engage in further debate with you. Take their path of development, for example. Anyone who has studied history knows that within the last 300 to 400 years, the rise of every one of these developed nations was achieved through the brutal exploitation of vast colonial territories. These processes are nothing but a bloody history intertwined with colonial expansion and resource plunder. Without such primitive accumulation, could they have developed into the advanced nations they are today? Could they have achieved their current accomplishments relying solely on so-called democracy, freedom, equality, or even constitutional monarchy systems? Now you suggest we learn from them. Well, I'm still young and have an immature idea. Kindly enlighten me, you anthropoid creature. Vigorously develop national defense capabilities while constructing dams on the Yarlung-Tsangpa River to cut off water sources for South Asian countries. Also build dams on the Nujiang and Lansong rivers to sever water supplies to Indo-Chinese nations. By doing so, not only could we reclaim hundreds of millions of fertile acres within our borders, but also firmly control the lifelines of these countries. As long as our military strength is powerful enough, even if they invite the big pretty for support, without a water supply, how long can they hold out? 1 month or 3 months. By then, all of South Asia and the Indochina Peninsula will become our colonies, our vassals, and our nation will rapidly rise to become the world's strongest once again. Is this strikingly similar to the path of rise taken by Western developed countries? This plan, I call it a crime for the present age, but a merit for future generations, harming heaven's harmony but not the republic. What do you think? All the students present, including the audience watching on TV, were shocked by Zhang Jiaxi's words. But upon reflection, most people suddenly felt their blood begin to rush, their minds flooded with bizarre and peculiar thoughts. The enemy trespasses our borders, though far we shall punish them. The monkeys dare invade our borders, though far we shall punish them. The homeland of the immortal poet has fallen, it's time to reunify. One thought after another emerged, ultimately converging into a single phrase. Justifiable cause. Facing the students below the stage who were stirred with fervor, the expert delivering the speech on stage instantly broke into a cold sweat. What kind of madman is this? Even if that little mustache resurrected right before your eyes, he wouldn't be fit to carry your shoes. With trembling lips, the expert began to refute, but in his haste, his voice turned sharp and caustic. Student, this is fascist thinking. We are in an era of peace now. Your words are completely inciting diplomatic tensions and painting dark clouds of international war. I believe you harbor sinister intentions. Zhang Jiaxi gave the man a disdainful glance and continued speaking. Peace? The peace you speak of, where just the year before last we were still fighting the counterattack against the Vietnamese monkeys, resulting in 27,000 casualties among our soldiers, and even now, a large number of border defense troops are still holding their ground in the mountainous areas, resisting the counterattacks and harassment from the Vietnamese monkeys. Is that the peace you mean? Or, like the prolonged invasions Afghanistan has faced, or the wars between Thailand and Vietnam? We feel at peace now, not because peace truly exists, but because someone is carrying the burden for us. Since the 1980s, the proportion of China's military expenditure to GDP has sharply declined, dropping from 5% to 7% in the 1970s to around just 2% today. And what about other countries in the world? Take the most economically prosperous nation, the United States. As an example, their military expenditure as a percentage of GDP has never dropped below 5%. Last year, our country's military expenditure was 19.2 billion, while manhwa tobacco alone generated 12.06 billion in tax revenue. Our military spending was only slightly more than the taxes from the tobacco company. If we don't do everything possible to increase our defense capabilities without affecting economic development under such circumstances, let alone following the Western path of rise, we'll even struggle to counter aggression. The originally somewhat noisy conference hall fell into deathly silence, with everyone frowning tightly. In fact, most people wouldn't pay attention to national fiscal allocation matters, but they never expected that manhwa's defense spending would be shockingly low to this extent. How could this be acceptable? According to Zhang Jiaxi's statement, manhwa's defense expenditure allocation per capita is just over 100. What can a little over 100 even accomplish? Isn't it better to spend money on national defense rather than saving it for war reparations? The citizens watching the live broadcast grew increasingly anxious listening to Zhang Jiaxi's words, unable to resist lighting up cigarettes. After a couple of puffs, Zhang Jiaxi's earlier words suddenly flashed through their minds. Damn, I'm not smoking enough. Taking several deep puffs in rapid succession, then immediately lighting the next one. Chapter 2, AI Qinjin's speech. The expert on stage was practically going insane. Over these years, following closely behind the great powers, promoting pacifist ideologies and universal values had not only earned him overflowing wealth but also amassed him a vast number of devoted followers. He had hoped that this lecture at Capital University would inspire even more students. Moreover, these highly educated students, if influenced by his way of thinking, would undoubtedly bring more advantages to his future endeavors. Unexpectedly, he encountered someone like this. To be honest, he was frightened. He deeply understood his own wretchedness in the depths of his heart. Upon witnessing Zhang Jiaxi's overwhelming presence and unyielding will, he felt like a sewer rat exposed to the blazing sun. Instinctively feeling boundless terror, he feared that the baseness in his heart would be known to the world, and even more, he dreaded facing someone like Zhang Jiaxi, who would stand before him and argue with unshakable conviction. He knew he was no match for the other, because it was the other person who truly stood in the sunlight, who stood on the side of justice. But he feared failure even more. For someone like him, if his reputation was ruined, it meant losing a vast number of followers, and that would directly lead to him losing his value. This is the path he relies on for survival. He couldn't lose. To avoid defeat, he had no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. Security. Security. Drag this troublemaker out of the lecture hall. How could someone like you emerge from the highest institution of learning in our China? If one day you were to become a leading figure of this nation, who knows how much war you would bring to this world and how much suffering to this country? Several security guards approached, preparing to drag Zhang Jiaxi away. As security guards with average education, they actually found Zhang Jiaxi's words more convincing. Though it seemed a bit harsh, it was just as Zhang Jiaxi had said. This scheme harms natural harmony but not the republic. Their flower clan is not unreasonable. In their view, as long as these countries admit their mistakes, return the territory that has belonged to Zhonghua since ancient times, and accept Zhonghua's governance, Zhonghua will treat everyone equally and lead them all to a better life. But duty called, so the men had no choice but to approach Zhang Jiaxi politely and say, "Classmate, come with us to the security office. Have a cup of hot tea and tell us more about your plan that harms the heavens but spares the republic." Exactly. Let our security department brothers see what real strategy looks like. Stop obsessing over swiping my damn lighter every day. Zhang Jiaxi smiled and agreed with them, then turned to AI Qianjin beside him and said, "Brother AI, shall we go together?" AI Qianjin stood up and looked Zhang Jiaxi up and down. They had known each other for years, yet this was the first time he realized Zhang Jiaxi was this kind of person. He had always been a radical supporter of the adamant military power stance. But I never expected that compared to Zhang Jiaxi, I was still far too conservative. Standing up, I was just about to leave with Zhang Jiaxi. AI Qianjin's mind was suddenly illuminated by a flash of inspiration. He turned around, looked at the expert, and spoke with the same unyielding tone. "This humanoid creature, I'm a relatively conservative person, not as radical as my friend, but I believe there's one universal truth that holds true everywhere. Cannons are used to measure the size of a nation's territory. Dignity lies solely at the tip of the sword, and truth only within the range of cannons." Just two simple sentences, yet they struck everyone with deafening clarity. The TV station staff behind the lecture hall were breaking out in a cold sweat. Their leader had been pulled away by the school's administration, but the current scene was just too much like a live broadcast disaster. An expert's speech was being questioned by students, leaving them speechless in rebuttal. This was way too explosive. He really didn't know whether he should cut off the live stream. "Boss, please come back soon, I can't handle this alone." Zhang Jiaxi gave AI Qianjin a surprised look. In his previous life, AI Qianjin had just earned his master's degree from the philosophy department of Nankai University in '86. So this means the current AI Qianjin hasn't even started those speech-related works from his previous life yet, and his work focus hasn't shifted in that direction either. Had she accidentally unlocked his hidden potential ahead of time? What great news! This era is in dire need of people like AI Qianjin. Under the escort of security personnel, the two left, leaving some students in the lecture hall exchanging puzzled glances. They looked at the contorted face of the expert on the podium, then at the two calm figures walking away, and after a few seconds of thought, they made their decision. They patted their classmates beside them. "Hey mate, make some room, I need to catch up with those two." The nearby student froze momentarily, then quickly stepped out. "Let's go together. Now that I think about it, listening to this humanoid creature talk is just a waste of time. I'm following too." Several classmates left one after another, creating ripples across the quiet auditorium like multiple stones tossed into still water. It truly was a case of one stone stirring up 1,000 waves. One after another, students followed and walked out. Within minutes, not a single student remained in the entire lecture hall. Only a few TV crew members were left, packing up their equipment. The live stream ended, yet their leader still hadn't returned. But with everyone gone, what was there left to broadcast? As for the experts on stage, no one wants to pay any attention to him right now. The expert on stage looked at the empty lecture hall, his chest heaving with rage. After taking a few deep breaths, the slightly dizzy expert steadied himself by holding onto the podium. Severe punishment. It must be severely punished. With a venomous glance at the direction where everyone had left, the expert immediately exited the lecture hall and headed straight for the office of the capital university's president. That afternoon, Zhang Jiaxi and AI Qianjin parted ways at the station. One was heading back to Nankai, the other to Harbin Institute of Technology. "Jiaxi, your words today have given me a sudden clarity of mind. Our country's national defense education is sorely lacking, and this will be the main focus of my future work. Brother AI, it's my honor to inspire you. As a military engineer, let's join hands. I'll equip our troops with stronger weapons, and you'll arm the nation with firmer ideals. Together, we can contribute our share to the rise of the Chinese homeland." "Good, it's settled then. Sealed with a word." The two hugged each other briefly before heading to their respective platforms. The next day, as soon as Zhang Jiaxi returned to school, he was informed that the dean wanted to see him. "Professor Wang, you wanted to see me?" Knocking on the door, he entered the office of the Dean of Academic Affairs, Wang Zhang. Wang Zheng pointed to the sofa nearby, signaling Zhang Jiaxi to sit there first while he finished handling the work in his hands. Zhang Jiaxi was no stranger to Wang Zheng's office. As the top student at Harbin Institute of Technology, over his 7 years at the university, he had stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Zhang Jiaxi had been to Wang Zheng's office more than once or twice. With practiced ease, Zhang Jiaxi took out the treasured tea leaves kept by the school director, brewed himself a cup, then picked up the office newspaper and began reading. Explosion at a club in West Berlin leaves 3 dead and over 200 injured. U.S. officials claim Gaddafi may be behind the attack. Seeing this title, Zhang Jiaxi suddenly perked up. Is it finally coming? Operation Golden Canyon. Leading with electronic warfare aircraft, the US Navy and Air Force first suppressed and jammed the enemy's air defense systems, then deployed a large number of fighters to carry out precise strikes. In just 23 minutes, they successfully destroyed key predetermined targets, swiftly achieving the military operations objectives. An operation marked by outstanding features of joint strategic decision-making, campaign command, and tactical execution, recognized as pioneering the modern surgical strike warfare model. With this U.S. military operation as a reference, I believe my graduation thesis will soon gain the attention of higher-ups, and the Manhwa nation's defense development can also reach new heights. Chapter 3: The Warring States Strategy in Africa. Zayoshi, I heard from Capital University that you caused trouble at their campus? Disrupted a lecture by an internationally renowned writer and scholar? What renowned writer or scholar? To me, he's just a surrenderist, a traitor, a spineless coward feeding off the crumbs from the big, beautiful dog. Ahem, ahem. Wang Zhang, who was drinking water, choked on Zhang Jiaxi's words until Zhang Jiaxi ran behind him and patted his back a few times before he recovered. You brat, save that kind of talk for yourself. With the nation's current development policies, people like that are bound to appear. The other side demanded a formal response, and Capital University has reached an agreement with our leadership. Just treat it like hot air, a mere formality. But I had to call you over to talk. There's something I need to discuss with you. My thesis? Exactly. It was April 8. Zhang Jiaxi had submitted his master's thesis a fortnight earlier, over 2 months ahead of schedule. At the time, it caused quite a stir among the university's review panel. But after everyone carefully studied Zhang Jiaxi's thesis, the panel suddenly fell into a deep silence. Because what Zhang Jiaxi had written was too vast and too brutal. The impact of electronic information technology on modern warfare, strategic concepts, tactical patterns, operational methods, command structures, and organizational reforms of combat units. In this thesis, Zhang Jiaxi extensively detailed the capabilities of the great beautiful new weapons, particularly in electronic information warfare. Drawing inspiration from the Soviet Union's steel torrent tactics, Zhang Jiaxi simulated how traditional warfare concepts, dating back to World War II, would prove vulnerable in high-tech warfare. Electronic warfare, air combat, air-sea integration, precision strikes, rapid maneuverability. To the judges, Zhang Jiaxi's simulation seemed less like a real battlefield and more like an artistic presentation. Every element of this simulated confrontation was perfectly executed, with all forces maximizing their potential. Even though the Red side, modeled after the Soviet Union, possessed greater numerical superiority, broader operational depth, and stronger logistical support, it proved useless. Facing the technologically dominant Blue side, the Red side appeared like a newborn infant, completely defenseless and utterly helpless. The judges replicated Zhang Jiaxi's simulation method, yet every single outcome proved one thing. Zhang Jiaxi was right. As Zhang Jiaxi concluded in his thesis, elegant, like a flawless surgical procedure. But if this war were to break out, their country would likely be the infant lying on the operating table. If one sentence could capture their state before and after reading this paper. Before the simulation, full of confidence. During the simulation, brows furrowed. After the simulation, drenched in sweat. Reporting to headquarters. Zhang Jiaxi's paper was swiftly escalated without his knowledge. The military region, the Ministry of National Defense, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and even the national leadership all became aware of this paper. Some military personnel were furious upon reading it. He believed Zhang Jiaxi's work undermined decades of national defense development and negated the unwavering resolve of our soldiers to defend our homeland. Their iron will could withstand any enemy's tactics. Yet even after calming down, the soldier's eyes remained reddened with emotion. He knew Zhang Jiaxi was right. If such a war were to erupt, the situation they would face would be even more grueling than the Korean War, and the casualties would be even more devastating than those of the War of Resistance. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield for his country and people was his duty. Yet he did not wish for his brothers in arms to endure such a war. It would claim countless lives, perhaps even span generations. They weren't afraid of death, but they couldn't die like this. Countless staff officers at the General Staff Headquarters pored over sand tables in Zhang Jiaxi's thesis, desperately seeking a strategy, not one that guaranteed victory, but at least one that avoided total defeat, one that allowed them to fight back. But sadly, they found none. They even contemplated nuclear weapons. Yet once nuclear weapons were deployed, the situation for the Flower family would only worsen. Perhaps the student, Zhang Jiaxi, might offer constructive suggestions. The remark jolted them awake. A call was placed directly from the Ministry of National Defense to the President's office at Harbin Institute of Technology. However, the President was away on business, so the directive was handled by Wang Zhang, who was most familiar with Zhang Jiaxi. Regarding this matter, Zhang Jiaxi had actually prepared long ago. What is HIT? It is the cradle where the nation nurtures countless talents for national defense. How could they possibly overlook or disregard Zhang Jiaxi's thesis? The very silence only underscored the higher-ups' profound attention to the matter. Jiaxi, I'll be blunt, you can graduate normally, but your thesis won't be published, and you won't appear on the list of outstanding graduates. As for which unit you'll be assigned to, it will likely depend entirely on your response to the following question. Economic development is an unalterable and imperative policy for our nation, but national defense is equally vital. Many of us initially believed that the current state of national defense development was temporarily sufficient. For the sake of the nation's economic takeoff, our military industry and national defense sectors should endure some hardship, grit our teeth, and persevere through this period. But your thesis has made us realize that what we're doing now is nowhere near enough. Given your insights, you must understand that economic development is the current priority. So where do you see the future path for national defense and military industries? Zhang Jiaoxi had long prepared his response to this question and answered decisively. Let the military-industrial complex generate profits to reinvest in the economy. Wang Zhang froze at Zhang Jiaoxi's words, his expression abruptly darkening. Jiaoxi, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we take the path of militarism? Was your speech at Capital University yesterday not a joke? Jiaoxi, militarism only brings disaster to a nation. As the top student of this class, you should understand this principle clearly. Seeing Wang Zhang about to launch into a tirade, Zhang Jiaoxi quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Professor Wang, it's a misunderstanding. What I meant was vigorously developing military-industrial foreign trade using profits from exports to fund national defense and even drive the national economy. Hearing this, Wang Zhang finally calmed down, though his brows remained tightly furrowed. Last year, the global arms trade totaled just under 40 billion big beautiful coins, which converts to roughly 116 billion in flower nation currency. But the US and Russia alone accounted for nearly 70% of that market share. Even with vigorous development, how much market share could China possibly seize? According to rough estimates by university professors, China would need to increase its current military budget by at least fivefold and sustain that level for 10 to 20 years just to catch up to the blue side's capabilities described in Zhang Jiaoxi's thesis. This is simply impossible to achieve solely through arms trade markets. As if sensing Wang Zhang's confusion, Zhang Jiaoxi continued his explanation. The regions with the greatest demand for arms in this world are the Middle East and African nations. The Middle East is currently the epicenter of the rivalry between the United States and Russia. Although Russia's days are numbered, it remains a force China cannot afford to provoke. Therefore, Zhang Jiaoxi's target is Africa. Africa is a remarkable place with a unique matching mechanism. If any Asian nation, especially those near China, were to establish a presence in Africa, it could develop into a regional power spanning the continent within a few years. Thus, Zhang Jiaoxi proposes infiltrating private enterprises with loyal operatives, then deploying them to Africa under the guise of business trips. Their mission, to engage influential elites receptive to socialist ideology and committed to national and ethnic responsibility. Assist them in seizing political power, igniting sparks of revolution across Africa. Meanwhile, he would leverage the system to develop mining equipment far ahead of its time and formidable military hardware. Mutual benefit would be achieved. Africa would write its own warring state strategy, while the flower planting family would usher in its own economic takeoff. Chapter 4: The Military-Industrial Competition. Upon hearing Zhang Jiaoxi's blueprint for military industry development, Wang Zhang was utterly astounded. Initially, after thoroughly studying most of Zhang Jiaoxi's thesis, he assumed that as an engineering graduate, Zhang would focus on developing new high-tech weapons. He envisioned replacing the current massive military apparatus with a small number of high-tech weapons, streamlining the structure and reducing defense spending. Achieving the best and strongest within limited military budgets. When he heard Zhang Jiaoxi's intention to massively expand arms trade, Wang Zhang assumed Zhang aimed to leverage China's massive scale to drive down costs and dominate the international low-end market. He suspected Zhang Jiaoxi intended to use trade profits to bridge the funding gap for new high-tech weaponry (RD). But Wang Zhang never imagined Zhang Jiaoxi would play this big. You're practically asking for trouble. Did you secretly attend military academy while we were studying at HIT? Other nations merely want to sell arms, but you aim to reshape the entire African continent. Getting these nations to mine resources for you while simultaneously striking at your adversaries. This scheme is brilliant. Wang Zhang took a long moment to suppress the excitement surging within him. He was about to ask Zhang Jiaoxi if he was confident in completely opening up the African market. After all, according to Zhang Jiaoxi's reasoning, simply selling firearms and ammunition won't cut it. Instead, while expanding the market, they must directly compete with the US and Russia for contracts, exporting large quantities of high-value weapons. But when Wang Zhang's eyes met Zhang Jiaoxi's gaze, seeing those eyes brimming with sharp determination, those vibrant, spirited features, Wang Zhang swallowed the question that had risen to his lips. He harbored no doubt about Zhang Jiaoxi's talent. When Wang Zhang conveyed Zhang Jiaoxi's vision for military industry development to his superiors, they were also in a meeting discussing future strategies. What Wang Zhang didn't know was that their superiors' ideas were nearly identical to Zhang Jiaoxi's. Yet a challenge loomed before them. What weapons would they use to break into the market? After all, in the eyes of most African nations, China was still seen as a backward agricultural country. If they wanted to buy weapons, why not turn to the United States or Russia? Why would they choose an agricultural nation like yours? Could you possibly produce better weapons than theirs? When they received Wang Zhang's message, Chi-Chi's expression froze in surprise. They never expected Zheng Jiaxi, a graduate student specializing in military engineering, to share their strategic perspective on the broader picture. A thought simultaneously flashed through all their minds. This young man might just have a way to crack open the arms market. Before the thought had fully formed, one of them spoke up. Why not seize this opportunity to hold a major competition? Let them develop or improve a weapon specifically for the African market, one that could secure substantial orders. That's a great idea. We can see what this Zheng Jiaxi fellow is capable of, and it'll shake up those sluggish military factories. Let the General Staff Department of the Ministry of National Defense oversee this project. Allocate funding for Zheng Jiaxi. Old Zheng, you handle the specifics. No problem. In just a few sentences, several leaders finalized a decision crucial to national development executed with lightning speed. Half an hour later, the Ministry of Defense generated a new document and began distributing it to all relevant units. Meanwhile, in Wang Zhang's office, Zheng Jiaxi heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your official appointment. The technology system is now activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a 5 million Huacoin allocation. Certain technologies have been unlocked. Please access the system interface to view details. Hearing the system's notification, Zheng Jiaxi showed no outward reaction, but inside, he was utterly thrilled. 5 million. That was no small sum in any era, let alone the 1980s. He thought of the decades ahead, when those humanoid creatures controlled by remote cultivation technology would constantly repeat. Does this affect my 3,000 yuan a month? If we were to translate that to this era, it would be akin to asking, does this affect my 30 yuan a month? And what about 5 million? That's 167,030 yuan notes. Minutes later, as Zheng Jiaxi was still calculating how to maximize the use of this grant, the office phone rang with a ring ring ring. Wang Zhang hurriedly picked up the receiver. Yes, no problem. Rest assured, everyone. This has been the long-cherished wish of all our faculty. After hanging up, Wang Zhang's expression practically had the word excitement carved into his forehead. To expedite results, the Ministry of National Defense issued formal documents while simultaneously notifying relevant personnel across all units directly. Immediately after hanging up, Wang Zhang shared the notification with Zheng Jiaxi. The Ministry of National Defense authorized Zheng Jiaxi to assemble a team. 1 month later, they would compete with major light weapons manufacturers to see if Zheng Jiaxi could develop arms better suited for the African market. If successful, he would be granted the authority to lead a team dominating the African arms trade and even participate in, or spearhead, high-tech weapons research and development. Wang Zhang discussed further details about team formation with Zheng Jiaxi. Upon learning Zhang already had candidates in mind, he offered no further advice, merely emphasizing that the university would always be Zhang's strongest backing. Any needs could be addressed by reaching out to the school at any time. Walking back to his dormitory, his excitement made him quicken his pace. The 5 million yuan grant unlocked a wealth of technical documentation for light weapons within the system. Over nearly 40 years of development since the founding of the People's Republic, the nation had established a solid industrial foundation. With access to the right military factories, many weapons could be produced, tested, and mass-produced within a short time frame. Zheng Jiaxi's system earned points whenever it received funding or profits from arms deals. Accumulating these points unlocked one technological advancement after another. As long as these weapons were exported to Africa, bringing in vast sums of money, Zheng Jiaxi could unlock one treasure after another. He could hardly wait to show the world. Let them etch these names into their memories. J20Y20H2055052DM. As he approached the dormitory entrance, Zheng Jiaxi overheard voices inside. Lu, have you heard about old Zhang's stunt at Capital University? Of course I heard. How could I not? It's practically spread all over our school. He really nailed it. You bet. He's definitely the gutsiest guy in our 411 class. I knew I made the right choice picking him, Lu Yaoguang. Ha? What kind of wolfish talk are you spouting, old Lu? Did I misunderstand? A head peeked out from behind the tightly drawn curtains. Zhu Gaiji spoke with lingering fear. Of course you misunderstood. Old Zhang is so gutsy, I've always wanted him to be my brother-in-law to help me keep my sister in line. Hearing this, Zheng Jiaxi instantly couldn't bear to listen anymore. He knew Lu Yaoguang's sister well enough after sharing a dorm for so many years. Every time school started, when everyone went out drinking, after just a couple of cups, Lu Yaoguang would start crying his eyes out, sniffling and sobbing as he poured out his woes to everyone. He'd recount how his sister had tormented him over the break and how much he missed the days spent with everyone at school. You bastard! I treated you like a brother, and you're trying to push me into the fire pit? Muttering to himself, Zheng Jiaxi flung open the dorm door, strode in, and wrapped his arms around Lu Yaoguang's neck. Lu Yaoguang, shut your mouth this instant. You scheming little thief, trying to frame me. Chapter 5, the Kaizen Series Rocket Launcher. Is that true, Godfather? After wrestling with Liu Yaoguang for a moment, Zheng Jiaxi pulled the 4 dorm mates to sit down and began discussing the military industry competition. Indeed, Zheng Jiaxi's other 3 roommates were the team members he had in mind: Lu Qiusua, Liu Yaoguang, and Zhu Gaji. For his team, developing new high-tech weapons required only him. What they truly needed were people to break into the market and find manufacturers. His roommates Lu Qiusua and Liu Yaoguang, fluent in multiple languages and deeply loyal to him, were perfect as pioneers for market expansion. As for Zhu Gaji, his father headed a military factory. Though modest in scale, unable to produce aircraft or tanks, it was more than capable of manufacturing the light weapons Zheng Jiaxi had selected to unlock the African market. What are you talking about? My brother-in-law is a man of his word. If he says he wants us to join his team, it must be true. Liu Yaoguang, move out of the dorm tomorrow. Our team has no place for nepotism. Godfather, please don't do this. Tomorrow I'll sever all ties with my sister. Just take her in and let me join your team. Watching Liu Yaoguang surge from his seat and cling to his calf in an instant, Zheng Jiaxi shook his head helplessly. Get some rest early tonight. I've already designed the weapon for this military competition. Tomorrow we'll take it apart, then head to the Zhuge family. Have his father assess whether their munitions factory can produce it. If not, I'll approach Teacher Wang and have him make arrangements. Got it. The group responded in unison. As Zheng Jiaxi lay down on the bed, Liu Yaoguang hurried to the door and turned off the light. The night passed without incident. The next morning, the group rose early, grabbed a quick breakfast at the cafeteria, and headed to the lab together. As some of HIT's most outstanding graduate students, their advisor had secured them a long-term lab before being reassigned to classified work. They could access it any time they needed. There, they had access to the complete set of tools required for reverse engineering the blueprints. While the group immersed themselves in their respective tasks, major military factories nationwide began preparations for the military industry competition. Mobilization meetings, varying in format but sharing similar themes, unfolded across the country. Old Su, you have connections at the Ministry of National Defense. Do they know which sister units are participating in this military industry competition? Director Chen, I've already inquired about that. This competition is primarily to select a light weapon suitable for the African market, so those major arms manufacturers won't be participating. Besides a specialized light weapons manufacturers, only a graduate student from Harbin Institute of Technology, still not even graduated yet, said he'd form his own team to compete. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Factory Director Chen nodded. He knew Africa well. Even now, many backward, primitive tribes existed there, using weapons that were mostly outdated and obsolete in other countries. Some might even be inferior to the firepower used in the Flowering family before its founding. A single medium tank could become the most advanced weapon in the region, an unstoppable killing machine on the battlefield. Designing a weapon for such a place would be a piece of cake for Plant 22. In recent years, Plant 22 had failed to produce any new breakthroughs, leading to dwindling funding allocations from higher-ups. This grand competition presented the perfect opportunity to make a name for themselves. He was quite familiar with these competitors. They were all pretty much on the same level. As for that graduate student from Harbin Institute of Technology, he didn't give him a second thought, just an unfinished student. Even if they didn't take first place in this competition, as long as there wasn't a huge gap in skill levels, Plant 22 would still secure a ranking. A strong showing this time would surely secure more funding next year. Old Su, this competition is crucial for our factory. You'll lead the team personally and deliver something worthwhile. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Ha? How many times have I told you to use your official title when working? Understood, Director Chen. One argument after another echoed through the military factories invited to participate in the defense industry competition. Some companies aimed merely to secure a ranking, while others sought the top prize. Yet one thing remained constant: none of them took Zheng Jiaxi seriously. After all, what could an unfinished graduate student possibly accomplish? These military factories had histories spanning at least 2 or 3 decades. Could years of accumulated expertise truly be easily overtaken by a mere student? Within 3 days, Zheng Jiaxi and his team completed the reverse engineering of the weaponry technical documentation. As they surveyed the finished documentation ready for immediate handover to the military factory for production, Liu Yaoguang and his 2 companions gazed at Zheng Jiaxi as if witnessing a deity. As top students from Harbin Institute of Technology, they knew full well the formidable power of Zheng Jiaxi's Kai-Shan series rocket launchers. Indeed, Kai-San was the name Zheng Jiaxi had given this weapon system he had developed in advance. Of course, in his previous life, each had its own renowned designation. Type 89, Type 98, Type 08, Type 141. These 4 rocket launchers represent the pinnacle of individual rocket-propelled grenade systems. For a nation suffering from severe firepower deficiency anxiety across its military and even nationwide, these 4 weapons have significantly alleviated the ailments of light infantry troops. Whether in urban combat, anti-tank operations, or breaching fortifications, these individual rocket launchers, paired with their corresponding projectiles, are fundamentally adaptable to all combat scenarios. And this is precisely the weapon Zhang Jiaxi prepared for the military industry competition, or rather, the weapon he prepared to open and blast open the doors to the African market. In Africa, where infantry tank coordination is paramount, a man-portable rocket launcher capable of destroying tanks on the battlefield and armored vehicles in urban combat is undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for the African market. I'm confident our African brothers, who often find themselves overwhelmed by tanks, will love this rocket launcher and be willing to pay handsomely for it. Zhuge, I'm heading back to Huicheng with you tomorrow to see if your dad's factory can handle production. Lu and Lu, you two come with me to see Teacher Wang. Let's see if we can secure private enterprise status for you. That way, you can enter Africa sooner, familiarize yourselves with the environment, and establish connections with warlords, chieftains, or government officials. Once the results of the military equipment competition are out, I'll start the publicity campaign. Once my reputation is established, you'll be securing order after order for me. Alright, brother-in-law spit. Step this way, godfather. Whether we brothers become Africa's Zhang Yi and Su Qin depends entirely on you. 10 minutes later, Wang Zhang stared blankly at the three men before him, their words flowing with commanding authority. Hold on. You three, stop talking. Zhang Jiaxi, did you just say to send those two to Africa as pioneers to open up the African market? Don't you know how chaotic things are over there? Sending them there, aren't you just putting them in harm's way? Before Zhang Jiaxi could answer, Lu Yaoguang frowned and spoke first. Teacher Wang, what do you mean by that? How can you doubt my godfather? After all these years of our bond, why would he harm me? Right, old Lu? Teacher Wang, Lu Yaoguang is right. Even though we're going deep into Africa, we won't be alone. As Jiaxi said, we'll enter as a team. With the team's protection, our personal safety is still guaranteed. Besides, someone has to handle this mission. Whoever takes it on will face the same risks. If others can do it, why can't we? Jiaxi recommending us can only mean one thing: he recognizes us as his brothers and trusts our abilities. Chapter 6, Weibei Machinery Factory. The group left Wang Zhang's office. Persuaded by their persistence, Wang Zhang finally agreed to their decision. He promised to arrange their identities and assemble a professional team as quickly as possible. This would ensure their cover locally while safeguarding their personal safety. Back in the dormitory, Lu Yaoguang couldn't wait to ask. Brother-in-law or stepfather, you still haven't told us which two countries you plan to send us to. While they were dissecting the technical documentation for the Kaisan series of individual rocket launchers, Zhang Jiaxi had taken the opportunity to ask Teacher Wang to procure intelligence on the African region for him. This included extensive details on the distribution of local armed factions, popular beliefs, and the infiltration activities of nations like the Big Beautiful One, Gaulish Rooster, and John Bull. Although Zhonghua's recent development wouldn't have much to do with these African nations, these countries were closely tied to Zhonghua's future competitors. Naturally, Zhonghua would invest effort into gathering intelligence on them, even if the information wasn't entirely accurate or particularly timely. After all, in a place like Africa, coups or revolutions could erupt in any nation at any moment. But for Zhang Jiaxi and his team, it was more than sufficient. Zhang Jiaxi produced a list containing targets he had already screened. They gathered together to study the remaining targets: government forces, rebel factions, landowner militias, revolutionary armies, warlords, tribal militias. It must be said that on this wondrous continent of Africa, you can find all manner of demons and monsters. Otherwise, the African region's excellent matching system wouldn't have been possible. Bufeso Nation, Republic of Gra. Zhang Jiaxi circled the names of these two nations on the list. For some reason, the historical trajectory of Africa in this world diverged from his past life. Take this country of Bufeso, for instance. Whether in terms of geography or political circumstances, it closely resembled the Burkina Faso of his previous life, specifically the Burkina Faso of 1983, just after the '84 revolution. The core figure leading this revolution, Thomas, also bore striking resemblance to Sankara in his life story. Only the historical timeline had been pushed back by 3 years. The Republic of Gra, meanwhile, is a coastal nation situated in southern Africa. Though nominally a republic, the nation is internally chaotic. As a coastal nation, controlling it holds immense strategic significance for dominating southern Africa. Not to mention the vast oil and mineral resources within its borders. Therefore, even though the United States and the Soviet Union currently focus their attention on the Middle East, they have never abandoned their infiltration and political interference in the Republic of Gra. Consequently, across its territory of over 1 million square kilometers, nearly 100 armed factions operate. Some are backed by the US, others covertly controlled by Russia, though a significant portion are homegrown. It was entirely possible that even as the three studied the situation, armed groups backed by the US and Russia were clashing fiercely somewhere in the Gara Republic. Under the trio's gaze, Zhang Jiaxi deliberated for a moment before finally making up his mind. He jotted down the names of these two nations in his notebook. The next day, as Zhang Xiaoxi and Zhu Gexi prepared to leave the school for Huicheng, teacher Wang Zheng approached them. The identities arranged for Lu Qiusua and Lu Yaoguang had been finalized. They were now to join other infiltrators for specialized training. The four parted ways temporarily. By the time Zhang Xiaoxi and Zhu Gexi arrived in Huicheng by train, it was already evening. Assuming Zhu Gexi's family would be asleep, they decided not to disturb them. Instead, they took the letter of introduction to a guest house near the train station, checked in immediately, and prepared to head to the Huibei machinery factory first thing the next morning. After a day of train travel, the two slept soundly even in the modest guest house. The next morning, eager to get the Kaishan into production, they rose early. After breakfast, they set off for the Huibei machinery factory. Ring-a-ling-a-ling. The clanging of bicycle bells filled the air as they walked through the commuting crowd, carrying their technical documents into the factory. "Director, your son is here to see you. He went straight to your office." As Zhu Gechang stepped into the factory, the security guard at the gate leaned out the window of the gatehouse and called out. Zhu Gechang frowned in confusion. His son should be in the midst of crucial graduation preparations. Why would he suddenly return home? Could he have gotten into trouble at school? With this thought racing through his mind, Zhu Gechang nodded to the guard to signal he understood, then quickened his pace toward his office. Inside the factory manager's office, Zhu Gexi deftly retrieved his father's treasured tea leaves, pulled out 2 fresh teacups, and poured a full cup each for Zhang Xiaoxi and himself. Zhu Gechang rushed into his office, only to find his son sitting with a peer, both holding teacups and leisurely sipping their tea. He didn't look like he'd gotten into trouble at school. Zhu Gechang let out half the breath he'd been holding, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the tea canister on the desk. The half-exhaled breath instantly rose again. He strode over to the jar in a few quick steps. Seeing the tea leaves visibly depleted, Zhu Gechang felt his heart ache. I clearly changed the hiding spot, so how did that brat still manage to find it? He was ready to discipline his son the moment he turned around, but with others present, Zhu Gechang had to suppress his anger. There's plenty of time for that later. You little brat, why haven't you introduced me to your father yet? To be honest, Zhu Gexi had heard that tone plenty of times at school, making him almost blurt out, "Good boy, how do you talk to your dad?" But when he looked up, oh, it really was his father. Only then did he obediently answer. "Dad, this is my roommate, Zhang Xiaoxi, the genius everyone agrees is a prodigy, just like I've been telling you. I came back today because I need your help. Xiaoxi designed a set of weapons and wants our factory to help produce them." As soon as Zhu Gexi finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoxi immediately chimed in. "Uncle Zhuge, I'm sure you've heard about the military technology competition. I'm one of the participants." Zhu Gechang shot Zhang Xiaoxi a surprised look, then seemed to realize something as he spoke. "You? The Harbin Institute of Technology graduate student mentioned in that document?" "Exactly. I'm just a student. I have the ability to design weapons, but not the means to produce them. That's why I came to ask for Uncle Zhuge's help. And I won't let you help for free." When the Ministry of National Defense was preparing for the competition, they anticipated this situation and allocated funds to me. "Uncle Zhuge, if you help me with production, I can fully cover the manufacturing costs." Zhu Gechang didn't respond immediately, instead falling into deep thought. Among China's light weapons military factories, their Huibei machinery plant could only be ranked as mid-tier. Though the entire factory had shown high morale when participating in the military competition was proposed at yesterday's meeting, everyone knew that with Huibei machinery factory's capabilities, securing a top ranking would be exceptionally difficult. So, should they collaborate with Zhang Xiaoxi? According to the competition rules, if Huibei machinery partnered with Zhang Xiaoxi, they would automatically forfeit their eligibility. The regulations stipulated that all participating entities must be independent military factories. No multi-factory collaborations were permitted. But there was one exception, Zhang Xiaoxi. Glancing at the thick folders beside the two men, one could only assume they contained Zhang Xiaoxi's weapon blueprints. Ultimately, Zhu Gechang chose to trust the leadership of the Ministry of National Defense. He believed they wouldn't grant special privileges to just anyone. This Zhang Xiaoxi must possess extraordinary abilities of his own. Chapter 7, Kaisan Production Launch. After coming to this realization, Zhu Gechang immediately picked up the phone on his desk and summoned his factory's chief technical engineer. As the director of a military factory, Zhu Gechang possessed solid technical expertise himself, though he certainly couldn't match the chief engineer, a seasoned veteran with decades of experience in military production. "Mr. Xiaoxi, I trust the leadership's judgment and can agree to this collaboration. However, whether we can actually produce it depends on our chief engineer's assessment. Additionally, there's one more thing you might not be aware of, Mr. Xiaoxi. As a contestant, your design blueprints are classified competition secrets. If we review them regardless of whether we can produce the item, we would forfeit our eligibility to compete. To avoid such consequences, we hope Mr. Xiaoxi will provide a commitment. Should Huibei Machinery's production capacity prove insufficient, we request that you collaborate with us to enhance our capabilities, rather than seeking partnerships with other military factories directly." Zhang Xiaoxi frowned. He hadn't considered this possibility before. Before selecting Huibei Machinery Factory, Zhang Jiaxi had assumed larger light weapons military factories would likely refuse to forfeit their competition eligibility to join his team, while smaller factories possessed relatively weaker capabilities. The Huibei Machinery Factory, a mid-tier light weapons military factory, seemed the optimal choice, especially given the added connection of his dorm mate. He had even assumed Huibei didn't meet production requirements and planned to consult Professor Wang Zheng for solutions. But now? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jiaxi suddenly realized he had fallen into a misconception. His current goal was to win the military industry competition, not directly compete for the African market. His Kaisan series incorporated 2 decades of China's future advancements in individual rocket-propelled grenade systems. He only needed to produce one variant, even the earliest Type 89 model. In this era, compared to other light weapons, it would still be overwhelmingly superior. As for those that couldn't survive for now, he could always upgrade the production lines after the military competition concluded. Uncle Zhuge, your plan makes perfect sense. It's settled. Zhang Jiaxi agreed, but this decision left Zhuge Ji beside him feeling anxious. Lately, the entire 411 dormitory had been consumed by the Kaisan project and the African arms market. He knew all too well how crucial Kaisan was to their future. Jiaxi, please reconsider. Don't lower production standards for Huibei Machinery Factory just because of me. Zhang Jiaxi looked at his roommate, genuinely concerned for him, and patted Zhuge Ji's shoulder in appreciation. He explained his reasoning verbally, but silently thought to himself. Truly the good son of his father. Even now, he still thinks of his dad. Soon, a middle-aged man entered Zhuge Chang's office, none other than Li Shanghua, the chief engineer of Huibei Machinery Factory. Zhuge Chang promptly stood up, fetched a chair for Li Shanghua, and retrieved the tea leaves he had just put away, brewing a full cup for his guest. Li Shanghua was a taciturn old scholar. When Zhuge Chang first joined Huibei Machinery Factory, Li Shanghua had served as his mentor. Ah Chang, what brings you here? I thought you were preparing for the military equipment competition? I've been working on how to upgrade our Type 40 machine gun for the contest. Master, this is a graduate student from Harbin Institute of Technology. Here are the weapon designs he created. Could our factory produce them? A graduate student? Hearing Zhuge Chang's words, Li Shanghua turned his gaze to Zhang Jiaxi sitting beside him. Though he privately doubted an ungraduated student could design anything truly formidable, years in the military industry had instilled in Li Shanghua a heart of sufficient humility. He might as well mentor the younger generation. With that thought in mind, Li Shanghua addressed Zhang Jiaxi. Young man, take the documents to the conference room next door. Let me take a good look. As the design documents were opened one by one and spread across the conference table, Li Shanghua first gave them a cursory glance. Moments later, he stood up and leaned in to examine the blueprints closely. After a few minutes, Li Shanghua kept motioning with one hand toward the side. Zhuge Chang paused, then quickly realized what was needed. He dashed back to the office, grabbed the reading glasses Li Shanghua had left behind, and handed them to him. Putting on the glasses, Li Shanghua practically leaned over the blueprints, scrutinizing every detail inch by inch. Occasionally, indistinct murmurs escaped his lips. A full half-hour passed before Li Shanghua reluctantly lifted his gaze from the blueprint. Jiaxi, did you design all this yourself? Zhang Jiaxi nodded. Although he had broken down the blueprints into production drawings and enlisted the help of his 3 roommates, the original design blueprints were entirely his own work. After all, the system was his own. When the system acted, it was as if he himself had acted. If we could produce a rocket launcher designed like this, no, even if its parameters only reached 80% of this level, it would still be more than enough to make our country dominate this field. As an expert with years of experience in light weapons manufacturing, Li Shanghua understood the strengths and weaknesses of the current rocket launchers used by the Chinese military. The Type 40 could be called the king of cost-effectiveness among individual rocket launchers. Simple to operate and fire, it can be carried by a single soldier and, paired with different types of ammunition, serves multiple purposes. However, its drawbacks are equally evident. Its firing posture is awkward, making it unsuitable for use in confined spaces. Most critically, its 40mm caliber no longer meets modern ground combat requirements. Take the latest M1A1 tank unveiled by the US Army, for example. Its armor-piercing rounds boast over 400mm of penetration capability. For the 40mm rocket launcher, with a maximum penetration of 180mm, the M1A1 becomes an impregnable fortress. And what did he see now? A man-portable rocket launcher that could effortlessly defeat the M1A1 tank. And someone told him this man-portable rocket launcher, no, this entire series of man-portable rocket launchers was designed by a single person. Consider that designing a weapon encompasses multiple disciplines. Materials science, mechanics, engineering, chemistry. What kind of monster is this? For one person to possess such profound expertise across multiple disciplines that they could independently design a fully functional weapon. Is this what a Harbin Institute of Technology graduate student looks like? At this thought, Li Shanghua shook his head vigorously. If HIT grad students were all this talented, they'd be stepping on chicken feet and punching beauties by now. However, after carefully reviewing the production requirements, Li Shanghua's face betrayed a look of reluctance. Jiaoshi, your weapon design is exceptional, it even surpasses my expectations. A qualified weapon design must consider not only destructive power but also portability, production costs, operational difficulty, environmental adaptability, and more. Your Mountain Splitter series excels in every single aspect. But based on these specifications, our current production capacity can only support converting 2 assembly lines to meet the demands of the first 2 models. It's fine. Aren't the first 2 models of individual rocket launchers sufficient for the upcoming grand competition? The first 2 models Li Shanghua referred to were the famed Type 89 and Type 98 individual rocket launchers from his previous life. Li Shanghua paused. Sufficient? Of course they were. These 2 models were weapons capable of fundamentally transforming the firepower of a squad-level unit. If weapons like these couldn't win first place, what could? Chapter 8, The Impact of Operation Golden Canyon. For the following period, Zhang Jiaoxi and Zhu Gaji remained at the Huibei machinery plant, working alongside Li Shanghua to lead the plant's core team in optimizing and upgrading the production lines. According to Li Shanghua's estimates, at this pace, they would be able to produce the first batch of 2 types of individual rocket launchers within a week at most. Meanwhile, in the African nation of Villia, a war of epoch-making significance was unfolding. Ring ring ring. Phone calls rang out in various offices of the Ministry of Defense. Accompanied by these urgent tones, military personnel in uniform gathered in a briefing hall within the ministry. Once everyone had taken their seats, General Zhang, the current Minister of Defense, appeared at the podium. Comrades, it's been a while. As you all know, my schedule is demanding, and I rarely appear at the Ministry of Defense. Why have you all been summoned here today, out of the blue? I won't disclose the specifics just yet. First, let's watch a video together. After viewing it, I believe you'll all understand. The video depicted none other than Operation Golden Canyon, executed by the Big Beauty early this morning. The opening sequence simulated the rapid assembly of various aircraft models from multiple airbases, culminating in their full mobilization. It then projected the aircraft's long-range strike trajectory onto the screen, a 6,000-meter altitude, 5,188-kilometer one-way flight path spanning 6 hours. It also showed how Pyongyang's aircraft extended their range through aerial refueling during the flight. Finally, it shows the maritime and air forces converging to form an aerial cluster comprising 15 aircraft types: attack aircraft, fighters, fighter bombers, electronic warfare aircraft, early warning aircraft, reconnaissance aircraft, anti-submarine aircraft, tankers, search and rescue helicopters, and other support aircraft, achieving close aerial coordination. Within an hour and a half, the long-range Air Force capabilities had coordinated with the long-awaited naval forces. The first wave of attacks then commenced. A total of 18 aircraft, 4 EF-111 electronic warfare planes and 14 EA-6B electronic warfare planes simultaneously deployed intense jamming signals, directly blinding the guidance radars of air defense missiles in the target area and disrupting radio communications. Simultaneously, naval carrier-based aircraft launched missile strikes against Libyan air defense positions. Dozens of missiles rained down, instantly destroying 5 ground radar stations and forcing others to shut down, crippling the entire target's air defense system. While the air defense system was under complete suppression, the super fancy fighter bombers utilized terrain-following radar to skim the target coastline at altitudes between 60 and 150 meters, maintaining speeds of 876 kilometers per hour. In a manner that seemed almost to toy with the enemy, they destroyed all 5 designated targets within a total duration of just 18 minutes, with the main assault lasting only 11 minutes. After watching the video, the conference room fell into an unprecedented silence. This war instilled in them a strange sense of unfamiliarity with the knowledge they possessed. Could warfare truly be like this? Every maneuver, every shell was deployed with perfect precision. The firepower was precise yet left no vital target untouched. At that moment, everyone suddenly recalled the paper previously distributed by higher-ups, which had been mandated for careful study. The impact of electronic information technology on modern warfare, doctrine, tactics, methods, command structures, and organizational reforms. At the time, many dismissed the author as alarmist. How could a nation's air defense system, built at enormous cost, be toyed with like a cat playing with a mouse during war? But after watching the footage before them, everyone fell silent. The paper wasn't exaggerating at all. If anything, it was understated. In a cat and mouse game, the mouse still has a chance to escape. But when an air defense system faces such a situation, can it escape? Everyone, feel free to speak up. What are your thoughts after watching the video? General Zhang's words fell, yet not a single person rose to speak. These men, who normally showed no fear of war, were stunned into silence by the footage they had just witnessed. Only after a long pause did one man rise to speak. Suffocating. Deeply suffocating. All these years, we've grown complacent, deluding ourselves into believing we possess sufficient strength to repel foreign invasion. This is profoundly irresponsible to the party and the people. As soon as he finished, others quickly rose to continue speaking. We must change. We must catch up to the world's advanced standards at the fastest pace possible. Otherwise, if the enemy attacks, the consequences will be unimaginable. I believe the top priority is strengthening our troops' resolve, enhancing guerrilla warfare, ambush tactics, and urban combat capabilities. If the enemy targets us, we won't develop matching high-tech weapons anytime soon. Only with a fearless, unyielding determination can we make them understand, set foot on this land, and they'll only need bloody defeat. Exactly. Though it's frustrating, it remains our best option. If the enemy shows even the slightest sign of attacking us, we must make them witness our resolve. Both the USSR and the US have been defeated in the graveyard of empires. Our nation's resilience far surpasses even Afghanistan's. If we choose, we can ensure every enemy who sets foot on this soil finds no resting place. Our mistakes have left our national defense lagging behind the world. If the enemy attacks, we'll use our lives, our flesh and blood, to bridge that gap. No invader shall trample over bodies that harm the people of our nation. Observing the crowd below, their emotions running high and voices buzzing with discussion, General Zhang cleared his throat twice to silence the murmurs. I am heartened that none of you have been cowed by hardship or intimidated by the enemy. Our nation has endured a century of humiliation. What hardship have we not faced? Our forebears sacrificed their lives and shed their blood, never yielding for our homeland. We shall not yield either. Today's meeting serves two purposes. First, to eradicate the complacency and slackness that have crept into our ranks over the years. Second, to remind everyone that while our nation's current achievements were hard-won, our rise is far from complete. Comrades, we must press on. With that, General Zhang saluted the assembly. Every person in the conference room immediately rose to return the salute. All departed in silence, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Yet one thought inevitably crossed their minds: who had actually written this paper? Could the author possess unique insights into how to navigate this situation? Once everyone had departed, General Zhang beckoned his guard. Go find out where Zhang Jiaxi is, the author of that previous paper. I need to meet this young man. Yes, sir. The guard turned and left, returning swiftly with the information. Hubei Machinery Plant? He's a young man who gets things done. The grand competition was only proposed not long ago, yet this young man has already moved into the production phase so quickly. Go arrange a private jet. I'm flying there today. Hearing General Zhang intended to fly out to meet Zhang Jiaxi, the guard froze in surprise. General Zhang now served as Deputy Secretary General of the Central Military Commission and concurrently as Minister of National Defense. His responsibilities were immense. For others to meet with him, even booking months in advance might not secure an appointment. That someone had earned General Zhang's personal visit signaled extraordinary importance. Seeing his guard still frozen in place, General Zhang smiled and said, "What? Can't I take the initiative to meet a young man? Before the Golden Canyon operation, I might have seen him merely as a promising young talent with developmental potential. But now that the operation has unfolded, do you know what I think? He is precisely the talent our national defense sector needs most right now. He is also the most forward-thinking, cutting-edge talent in the country today." Chapter 9, Meeting General Zhang. The next day, Zhang Jiaxi arrived at the Hubei Machinery Plant once more. Just as he was about to head toward the workshop, Zhuge Chang's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Jiaxi. Hold on. Come with uncle somewhere, someone wants to see you." "Ah, who wants to see me?" "Don't ask questions, just follow me." Zhang Jiaxi followed Zhuge Chang toward the factory's administrative building. Halfway there, he noticed that the people who usually worked in the office building were now all heading in the opposite direction, out of the factory. "Uncle Zhuge, where are they all going?" "Upper management suddenly notified us today that all administrative staff from our factory must attend a work safety meeting in the city. They're heading outside to catch the bus to the city." After Zhuge Chang answered, Zhang Jiaxi didn't press further. Why would a work safety meeting require administrative staff to attend but not notify production workshop personnel? This clearly meant something major was happening in the administrative building, or some important figure had arrived, and they were deliberately sending everyone else away. Zhang Jiaxi's suspicion was soon confirmed. Before long, the two approached the office building. Zhang Jiaxi immediately noticed a large contingent of armed security personnel deployed around the perimeter of the building. 20 meters from the building, Zhuge Chang halted and motioned for Zhang Jiaxi to proceed directly to his office. Upon reaching Zhuge Chang's office, two guards at the door conducted a brief search of Zhang Jiaxi. It was only then that Zhang Jiaxi learned who occupied the office building. General Zhang, the current Deputy Secretary General of the Central Military Commission and concurrently Minister of National Defense. Knock knock knock. After receiving permission from the guards at the door, Zhang Jiaxi knocked on the office door. As someone from a later era, Zhang Jiaxi had some knowledge of General Zhang. A general of both military and scholarly prowess, he founded the People's Liberation Army's first naval academy and its inaugural Naval Technical Research and Guidance Institution. In less than 2 years, he established a naval force with formidable combat capabilities for our nation. He later organized and led the large-scale collaboration and campaign for the Two Bombs, One Satellite program, spearheading the formulation and implementation of development plans for cutting-edge weapons systems such as intercontinental ballistic missiles, submarine-launched ballistic missiles, and communications satellites. He innovatively established the dual command system of chief designer and administrative commander in weapons development and testing. It can be said that General Zhang's influence is evident in the development of most cutting-edge fields within the Chinese Navy, missile forces, aerospace, and nuclear weapons. Even for a time traveler like Zhang Jiaxi, such a predecessor commanded profound respect. General Zhang's schedule was undoubtedly extremely tight. Most of the time, he wouldn't even be present at the Ministry of National Defense. Yet here he was, making a special trip to see Zhang Jiaxi. Reflecting on recent events, Zhang Jiaxi suddenly realized the Golden Canyon operation had concluded. As someone who foresaw modern, high-tech weaponry warfare, it made perfect sense that his superiors would take notice. Still, having a figure like General Zhang come to see him personally left Zhang Jiaxi feeling both honored and a bit overwhelmed. General Zhang, good day. Zhang Jiaxi of Harbin Institute of Technology reporting for duty. Zhang Jiaxi entered the office and reported for duty. General Zhang did not speak immediately but instead scrutinized him from head to toe. As a general who emphasized strengthening national defense alongside economic development, advocating a path to national prosperity and military strength, General Zhang's first thought upon reading Zhang Jiaxi's thesis was clear: China's defense capabilities might be ready to advance to the next stage. It must be understood that within the current military establishment, everyone still adhered to the Russian doctrine of the steel torrent. While outwardly humble, their inner attitude was one of our beauty first, bear second, us third. Moreover, most firmly believed that the flower nation's troops possessed an unyielding, death-defying resolve. Bolstered by this resolve, they believed they could defeat any force including the United States and the Soviet Union. Take a seat. General Zhang gazed at Zhang Jiaxi's upright posture with a satisfied expression. Jiaxi, I've studied your thesis repeatedly. At first glance, it was astonishingly brilliant. But upon further reading, I broke out in a cold sweat. Scrutinizing every word between the lines, I felt nothing but sheer dread. In nearly 40 years since our founding, we've had our gains and losses. Though I've always followed global military technological advancements, I never imagined the gap could be this vast. I may have harbored a sliver of complacency before, but the recent Golden Canyon operation by the elite unit makes it abundantly clear: our mindset must change. I came to see you today to hear more from you, not what's in your papers. Speak freely. Zhang Jiaxi paused thoughtfully, pondering what General Zhang truly wished to hear. If it was merely opinions on high-tech weaponry development, his thesis had already laid out his views clearly. If he wanted to know his plans for the arms trade, General Zhang, a seasoned commander surrounded by countless advisors, would have already had his strategists evaluate the feasibility. There was no need to ask him directly. So what exactly did General Zhang want to know now? Zhang Jiaxi had to think this through carefully. Though General Zhang's question seemed casual, for someone of his stature, the implications were profound. Perhaps this single inquiry would determine the extent of support he could secure after winning the military industry competition. If so, perhaps the true crux of General Zhang's visit was to discern whether he possessed the vision to command the grand scheme of things. General Zhang was assessing whether he was a talent capable of steering the grand scheme or merely a researcher. After clarifying his thoughts, Zhang Jiaxi organized his reasoning and began by addressing the international landscape. After years of competition between the two global superpowers, the bear and the big beauty, a noticeable gap had emerged. The bear had shifted from its mid-term offensive to a defensive posture. Under the United States' aggressive advances, the bear had suffered heavy blows across all fronts. As a time traveler, Zhang Jiaxi understood clearly that time was running out for the bear. If the world followed its original trajectory, the bear nation had only 5.5 years left. His emergence, however, would inevitably lead to the rapid rise of the flowering nation, which would inevitably encroach upon the interests of other nations, including the bear. This holds true even in Africa, which is not the core of the bear's interests. Under these circumstances, the dissolution of the bear would only be accelerated, not delayed. Therefore, after analyzing the situation, Zhang Jiaxi bluntly delivered his prophecy to General Zhang. The bear nation will inevitably disintegrate. The socialist cause must be led by China. Only the flower nation can lead the entire world down the red path of socialism and communism. Hearing Zhang Jiaxi's prophecy, General Zhang was utterly stunned. While the decline of the bear nation was evident to the discerning eye, as the world's undisputed second strongest nation in comprehensive power, no one could imagine it crumbling within a few years. General Zhang found it hard to believe Zhang Jiaxi's words, yet Zhang's expression showed no hint of exaggeration. Unable to resist, General Zhang pressed Zhang for a detailed explanation. Zhang Jiaxi systematically analyzed the current state of the bear and the great beauty across political, cultural, economic, military, and institutional dimensions. After hearing Zhang Jiaxi's analysis, General Zhang had to admit its credibility was substantial, but the implications were too grave. General Zhang immediately ordered Zhang Jiaxi never to repeat these words to anyone. General Zhang stared at Zhang Jiaxi, his mind racing. He had merely intended to gauge whether Zhang possessed a certain level of strategic vision. But now it seemed clear this wasn't merely a matter of perspective. This was something far beyond his own grasp. If forced to draw a comparison, General Zhang could only think of the late Supreme Commander who had passed away 10 years prior. Now, his own health was gradually failing. How much longer he could bear the heavy burden of the flower planting family, he himself did not know. In Zhang Jiaxi, however, he sensed boundless hope. With such a capable successor, the path to the flower family's rise would surely be sustainable. At that moment, a phrase echoed in General Zhang's ears. The world is yours, and it is ours, but ultimately it is yours. You young people are full of vitality and vigor, in the prime of your lives, like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Our hopes are pinned on you. The old commander was absolutely right. Chapter 10, The African Warring States Strategy Unfolds. General Zhang departed, his expression both pensive and spirited. Before departing, however, General Zhang told Zhang Jiaxi that he would definitely attend the military industry competition and was very much looking forward to Zhang Jiaxi's performance. Another fortnight passed. Zhang Jiaxi's team accomplished 2 major milestones. First, production and testing of the Kaishan Type 1 and Kaishan Type 2, the Type 89 and Type 98 were completed. The test results were outstanding. The former could be deployed without occupying a single troop slot due to its extremely low weight. This means that soldiers with sufficient physical strength could carry multiple individual rocket launchers alongside their standard weapons. With a 250-meter range, a single rocket can strike the enemy squarely in the face on the battlefield. All I can say is, you and your cover are equally laughable. If that's not enough, fire another one. The latter comes in 2 variants, allowing combat units to select different configurations based on operational environments for day and night use. Now, the main battle tanks of countries around the world can be easily penetrated head-on by it. Paired with multi-purpose ammunition, it can inflict massive casualties across designated areas. Equipping these 2 troops might be a stretch to claim they'd fundamentally change how basic army units operate, but they absolutely offer irreplaceable advancement for upgrading army tactics. As for the latter 2 models, production channels for the specialized fiberglass have been secured, but completing trials for the first batch of weapons before the military industry competition is unlikely to be feasible. 2. Lu Qiusua and Lu Yaoguang have completed their training and entered Africa to commence their respective missions. Both entered Africa disguised as construction supervisors and railway engineering technicians through different companies. Lu Qiusua headed to the Republic of Burkina Faso, while Lu Yaoguang proceeded to the Republic of Ghana. Upon arrival, neither rashly approached their designated targets. Instead, they followed pre-arranged plans, living normal lives consistent with their assumed identities. While gathering the latest local intelligence including customs, military landscapes, and other relevant information, they adapted their plans accordingly. They would then wait for the right moment to make contact with their respective targets. Based on the intelligence Lu Qiusua and the others had relayed back earlier, Zhang Jiaxi was already aware of their progress. Regarding the war-torn Republic of Gra, Zhang Jiaxi's strategy was to pluck chestnuts from the fire. Currently, the government forces and multiple rebel factions were locked in a bloody struggle, with countless separatist forces scattered throughout the Republic of Gra. The existence of these individuals and factions severely undermined the nation's security and economic development. As the 2 largest factions, the government forces and the rebels were backed by support from the Bear and the Big Beautiful Country respectively. Under these circumstances, whichever faction China engages with, any concrete action taken would most likely only serve to benefit others. Therefore, China is left with only one viable option: to start anew. Their chosen target in the Gara Republic was a chieftain named Shaliang. Chief Sharian was a rare intellectual in that region, having taught himself the Flower Nation language and read several of its works. He was particularly obsessed with romance of the 3 kingdoms, possessing an innate, profound affinity for the flower family. According to Zhang Jiaxi and his team's plan, during a fortuitous encounter, Chief Shaliang rescued Lu Yaoguang from danger. Through their subsequent exchanges, the 2 forged an exceptionally strong bond of friendship. After getting to know each other, Shaliang discovered Lu Yaoguang possessed profound knowledge whether in grain cultivation, personnel management, military construction, or house building. Not only that, but as Lu Yaoguang revealed, he was a military enthusiast who possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of China's 5,000 years of military strategy. Sharian, who already held Lu Yaoguang in high regard, now regarded him with eyes that practically sparkled with admiration. Ultimately, at Shaliang's earnest invitation and under the pretext of repaying his life-saving debt, Lu Yaoguang agreed to offer strategic counsel to Shaliang in his spare time. He successfully became Shaliang's military strategist. All that remained was for Zhang Jiaxi's Kaisan series rocket launchers to gain international recognition. Once that happened, Lu Yaoguang was certain he could use his influence to secure the first major fortune for the flower planting family. After all, his recent observations revealed a defining characteristic of the tribe under Shaliang's control. It lacked everything: water, food, soldiers, talent. But there was one thing they had in abundance: gold. After jotting down the key points of the call in his notebook, Zhang Jiaxi dialed Lu Qiusua's number again. As for Lu Qiusua's side, progress has been relatively slow. Though Burkina Faso is a small African nation, Thomas is, after all, a sitting president, making access significantly more challenging than with Chief Cherian. Currently, Liu Chiosua has only managed to connect with Bufeso's newly appointed Minister of Development, Brad, through the engineering project. Minister Braid had limited familiarity with China, but upon observing Liu Chiosua's construction team significantly outpace their own national crews, he naturally engaged in further conversation. However, after hearing Liu Chiosua describe China's modernization journey, Minister Braid was immediately inspired to learn from China. Now, under Liu Chiosua's influence, Minister Braid is ready to advise President Thomas on establishing diplomatic relations with China. However, as a newly emerging socialist nation in Africa, even though the bear's primary focus lay in the Middle East, it had nonetheless directed some attention toward Bufeso. Although President Thomas didn't have deep knowledge of flower country, he understood that despite both nations belonging to the socialist camp, they had long since broken ties. President Thomas feared that initiating diplomatic relations with China might offend the bear, leading to the temporary shelving of Minister Braid's proposal. In response, Zheng Jiaxi advised Liu Chiosua, keep a low profile. Maintain relations with Minister Blad without revealing any urgency to formalize diplomatic ties. As someone from a later era, Zheng Jiaxi understood the bear's current state far better than President Thomas. In its weakened state during the late Cold War era, the bear had little capacity left to aid its smaller allies, let alone a tiny, landlocked nation deep within Africa. Sooner or later, President Thomas would realize that establishing diplomatic ties with Bufeso offered little benefit to his nation's development. Naturally, he would then turn his attention to the option of seeking assistance from China. By then, the Kaisan series rocket launchers would be at the height of their fame. Zheng Jiaxi had every reason to believe that President Thomas would be willing to offer even more favorable policies to secure China's assistance. After all, for these relatively impoverished nations, Zheng Jiaxi's Kaisan series rocket launchers are nothing short of true marvels for land warfare and guerrilla combat. In Africa, where aircraft and missiles remain largely mythical, these weapons could decide the outcome of battles. Securing cooperation with Burkina Faso would guarantee China a steady stream of arms orders for years to come. The government of Bufeso remains relatively fragile, lacking even full control over its own military forces. The newly appointed President Thomas likely commands only the government forces stationed in the capital. As for the forces scattered across major cities and fortresses, they either maintain superficial allegiance or openly adopt a warlord-like stance. However, Zheng Jiaxi didn't believe this situation would persist for long. As evidenced by the revolution, President Thomas was a man of considerable skill and boldness. Zheng Jiaxi was confident that within 1 to 2 years, President Thomas would have dealt with all these commanders wielding military power. To achieve this, President Thomas would undoubtedly need to strengthen his own control over the military. Moreover, as a purely landlocked nation, Zheng Jiaxi was certain that Burkina Faso would inevitably find itself at odds with its neighbors, regardless of the reasons. Any developmental ambitions Bufeso harbors will inevitably spark conflicts with its neighbors. This is especially true given Bufeso's fundamentally different ideology, which places it inherently at odds with its neighbors. Buffalo, GRA, and Flower Nation all have bright futures ahead. Chapter 11, the military-industrial competition begins. The train's whistle echoed along the tracks as a green military train journeyed northward toward the capital. As the scenery along the route transformed from the central plains to the northern landscapes, Zheng Jiaxi's heart swelled with excitement. 37 years ago, a great man journeyed northeast from the southwest to take the imperial examinations in the capital. His remarkable achievements lifted the entire nation of Zhonghua to its feet. He ushered in an era of unparalleled glory for the nation and laid an unshakable foundation for its future development. Today, Zheng Jiaxi traveled north from the south to participate in the Ministry of Defense's military industry competition. Wasn't this journey akin to heading to the capital for the imperial examinations? Achieving outstanding results would secure substantial state backing. With systemic support, he could simultaneously advance arms trade intelligence gathering and high-tech R&D driving dual progress in military and civilian sectors. China would surely rise at an accelerated pace. Carrying forward the aspirations of our forebears, we strive for the rise of our nation. This was Zheng Jiaxi's indelible conviction. The military train gradually came to a halt at the capital railway station. Zheng Jiaxi, Li Shanghua, and Zhu Gaji, accompanied by weapons testers from Huibei Machinery Factory, disembarked from the train carrying several boxes. Soon, several soldiers armed with rifles approached. After saluting, they presented credentials to verify Zheng Jiaxi and his group were indeed participants in the military competition. They then escorted everyone directly to several military jeeps. Without further ado, they were driven straight to the military training ground in Yanshan. This was the competition venue for the military industry contest, where teams from multiple military factories had been arriving in waves over the past 2 days. Zheng Jiaxi and his team could have arrived earlier, but just before departure, their Huibei Machinery Factory received the first batch of specially produced fiberglass. Driven by a spirit of experimentation, they worked through the night to modify their production line. Just before the final departure deadline, they produced the first batch, naming it the Kaisan Type 3, later known as the famous infantry cannon. Type 08. With an 80mm bore and 300-meter range, it excels in multi-purpose assault operations. Its low light, low smoke, and low noise characteristics enable covert deployment in confined spaces, making it ideal for concealed firing. Its destructive power earned it the moniker infantry cannon, while its characteristics made it the sixth essential tool for infantry combat. Killing enemies, breaching walls, penetrating armor. Even 1-meter thick bunkers and heavily armored vehicles become exposed targets before it. When the enemy hides, our soldiers shoulder the Type 08 and have only one thing to say. You and your cover are equally laughable. Use it, discard it, and quickly relocate, all while maximizing the safety of our own troops. How could such an incredible weapon exist in this world? Oh, right, it's from our country. That makes perfect sense. At 9 a.m., the warm morning sun cast its glow across the sky as Zhang Jiaxi and his group were escorted by soldiers from the Yanshan military training ground to the No. 1 artillery test base. Soon after, a bus pulled up before a raised platform and stopped. Dozens of observers were led to the viewing gallery. The test site was now filled with numerous experimental facilities. Zhang Jiaxi stood in the preparation area and surveyed the scene. Fixed in moving targets for firearms, concrete walls and rocks serving as cover, homogeneous steel blocks simulating armored targets, intricate alleyways, and dummies positioned behind cover or in enclosed spaces. It was clear that preparations for this military competition were thorough. These arrangements provided comprehensive testing environments for virtually all weapons classified as light arms rifles, grenades, and individual rocket launchers. Just as Zhang Jiaxi's thoughts were drifting, a familiar voice echoed from the viewing platform. Comrades, after years of dedicated effort, our nation's defense industry has evolved from nothing to remarkable achievements today. This progress is inseparable from the tireless contributions of all military personnel. As Minister of National Defense, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the entire ministry to everyone for their service. Yet in today's world, polarized blocs dominate, drawing all nations into their opposing camps. Most are forced into confrontation, while localized conflicts persist in certain regions. Even our nation faces encirclement by adversaries, the Vietnamese monkeys to the south, the Filipino monkeys, Taiwanese, and Japanese to the southeast, the South Koreans to the east, and the Indians to the southwest. If our defense capabilities fail to advance rapidly, these wolves in sheep's clothing will spare no effort to tear flesh from our bones. To protect our nation and our people, we military workers must remember our mission, stay true to our original aspirations, and dedicate our lives to advancing our national defense capabilities. Today's grand competition is to evaluate the results of our years of effort. Those who perform well must continue striving, while those with average results must seriously reflect on why. The advancement of our national defense allows no room for complacency. Now, I declare the military industry competition officially open. Amidst applause, General Zhang slowly withdrew to the spectator area. Several officers entered the preparation zone, holding lists as they announced. All participating units, please follow my instructions for entry. First up, Factory 311. Demonstration personnel enter in 2 minutes. Narrators, follow me to the viewing area now. Next, Factory 38. The competition process involved commentators first briefing the observing leaders in the stands about the weapons being showcased and the upcoming demonstration items. Following the demonstration, the observing leaders would evaluate the performance or pose questions as appropriate. The personnel from Factory 311 departed with some nervousness, and as the next unit, Factory 38 also appeared somewhat tense. Observing their demeanor, Zhang Jiaxi knew immediately that the weapons they brought likely contained few breakthroughs, if any noteworthy advancements at all. Historically, during this period, the Chinese military had achieved few breakthroughs in small arms technology. Regardless of national policy, if these military factories had truly dedicated themselves to weapons development, such outcomes would have been impossible. With the Ministry of Defense conducting this surprise inspection, these people probably hadn't slept well in ages. The thought that his actions had triggered this military arms competition, delivering a harsh wake-up call to the slackers within the defense system and even prompting the Ministry of National Defense to step in and crack down on them, made Zhang Jiaxi feel an almost uncontrollable urge to grin. Zhuge Ji, who was equally tense beside him, looked at Zhang Jiaxi, who appeared relaxed, even tapping his foot, and asked curiously, "Jiaxi, aren't you nervous? That's General Zhang up there. I've never met such a high-ranking figure before, a man who fought his way through the founding of our party, the Long March, the War of Resistance, and the Liberation War, all the way to becoming a founding general. Nervous?" Zhang Jiaxi recalled his previous meeting with General Zhang. Perhaps because of his deep respect for this elder statesman, he had approached the encounter more with a sense of pilgrimage than nerves. When General Zhang had questioned him, his mind had been entirely occupied with formulating responses. There had been no room for nerves. However, part of his conversation with General Zhang had been classified as confidential. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Jiaxi had no intention of revealing their private meeting. So when Zhuge Ji posed his question, Zhang Jiaxi shifted his gaze to Li Shanghua, who was giving final instructions to the demonstration participants. "Teacher Li, are you nervous?" "Nervous?" This old man never felt nervous when he took up arms on the battlefield. Today, with such fine weapons in hand, what's there to be nervous about hitting a few targets? If the factory director didn't keep telling me I'm too old, I'd be itching to fire a few rounds myself. Li Shanghua replied without turning his head, waving his hand to signal Zheng Jiaxi and the others not to disturb him. Chapter 12, The Mountain-Splitting Debut. As time ticked by, the officer approached once more and called out. Factory 22, please enter. Next up, Zheng Jiaxi from Harbin Institute of Technology and Huibei Machinery Factory. 10 minutes later. Harbin Institute of Technology. Zheng Jiaxi rose and walked toward the viewing platform. Distinguished leaders and officials, our team presents the Kaisan series of individual rocket launchers. Currently, 3 variants types 1 through 3 have been produced. Given the current state of weapons development, the 40mm rocket launchers currently in service with our military can no longer meet all combat scenarios when facing major world powers. In other words, the 40mm rocket launcher is inevitably destined to gradually fade into history. The Kaisan series we present today is designed to prepare for the warfare of the next 40 to 50 years. Each variant excels in specific scenarios: breaching fortifications, clearing large area cover, concealed firing, portable transport, rapid maneuverability, eliminating heavily armored units at long range, neutralizing lightly armored targets at close quarters, and achieving area of effect destruction. Please observe our upcoming demonstration for specifics, leaders. Watching Li Shanghua and Zhu Gaji coordinate with training ground personnel to arrange the numerous homogeneous steel heavy targets in formation simulating mixed light and heavy armored units. Zheng Jiaxi continued his introduction. First, we will demonstrate the capabilities of the Kaisan Type 1 and Kaisan Type 2 in countering mixed light and heavy armored force assaults. Upon the enemy reaching 800 meters, the Kaisan 2 employs armor-piercing rounds to inflict effective casualties on heavily armored units. No sooner had Zheng Jiaxi finished speaking than 2 demonstrators simultaneously fired 2 Kaisan Type 2 rocket launchers, 1 company grade and 1 battalion grade, at a single target. Amid a burst of white smoke and a flash of fire, both projectiles struck the 800-meter target with precision. Upon impact, the front warhead detonated first. Following the fuse's precise delay, the main charge ignited, shattering the primary armor and effortlessly achieving optimal penetration results. Soon, the training grounds loudspeaker announced. 800-meter heavily armored target successfully penetrated. Vertical armor penetration depth 800 millimeters. The numerous observers who had been skeptical after hearing Zheng Jiaxi's introduction instantly wore expressions of astonishment. After all, the 40mm gun they currently used could only achieve a maximum vertical armor penetration of 380mm. Zheng Jiaxi's projectile had more than doubled that capability. But the most crucial factor was range. The Type 40 had a maximum range of just 300 meters, while this Kaisan Type 2 could effortlessly achieve penetration at 800 meters, nearly doubling the effective range. What did this mean? For rocket operators, range is a lifeline. In infantry tank coordination tactics, at 300 meters, well-trained infantry armed with automatic rifles could easily pick off the operator before the rocket is even launched. Were it not for protocol, several Army staff officers were already preparing to ask for more detailed information. Instead of leaving after the announcement, the personnel at the demonstration site retrieved a new type of shell from the ammunition box. Commanders and leaders, we are now switching to the multi-purpose rocket projectile. This shell achieves 400 millimeters armor penetration at a 55-degree angle. Upon penetration, it releases over 120 steel pellets measuring 5.5 millimeters in diameter, along with combustible zirconium metal, delivering both fragmentation and incendiary effects. Its effective kill radius exceeds 25 meters, with a maximum range of 2,000 meters. It is an effective weapon against light armor, infantry fighting vehicles, field fortifications, warehouses, and for eliminating personnel. No sooner had Zheng Jiaxi finished speaking than 2 shells streaked toward the concrete bunker on the earthen slope 2,000 meters away, trailing long plumes of flame. A distant boom echoed as the sturdy concrete bunker was instantly penetrated. The rocket-propelled grenade detonated inside, sending a cloud of dust and debris flying. The concrete structure that had stood there vanished without a trace. Most observers shared expressions of utter disbelief. Their minds buzzed. 2,000 meters? 2,000 meters? Their eyes followed the smoke dissipating in the distance. Holy crap! It really is that far. Are you a rocket launcher? Did you just rip the main gun off a tank? You gotta know that the Type 79 main battle tanks China's been fielding these past few years can only hit 80% of their first shots within 1,000 meters. And you're saying a single soldier with a rocket launcher can hit targets at 2,000 meters? An observer couldn't help but blurt out, "Comrade Zheng Jiaxi." But as he spoke, he suddenly realized it wasn't time for questions yet and quickly apologized to those around him. Observing the situation on the field, Zheng Jiaxi continued his presentation. Next, we will demonstrate the Kaisan Type 1 individual rocket launcher. Once enemy armored forces breach within 300 meters, it serves as supplementary firepower to the Kaisan Type 2. In production, it extensively utilizes non-metallic materials and one-time molding processes. 80% of the launch tube's components are plastic parts. The rocket warhead consists entirely of stamped and pressed components. The engine's three major components, the connecting screw, combustion chamber, and nozzle with tail fin mount, are formed through aluminum alloy hot extrusion. There are very few machine parts, significantly reducing the cost. With a combat weight of 3.7 kilograms and simple operation, every trained soldier, even militia, can carry 1 to 3 rounds. Short range, lightweight, and low cost are its defining characteristics, making it a truly non-endowed, disposable heavy firepower for infantry. As they spoke, under the watchful eyes of numerous observers, 3 demonstrators each shouldered 3 rocket launchers, moved to designated positions, and fired rockets at bunkers and lightly armored targets at varying distances. Fire, discard, reposition. Fire again, discard, move position. In rapid succession, 3 rocket launchers struck their designated targets with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating them. The sheer speed left all observers utterly speechless. Even General Zhang, who had remained impassive throughout, showed a look of astonishment. This weapon was simply too well suited for the current Chinese military. During the counteroffensive against the Vietnamese monkeys 2 years prior, the 40mm rocket launcher had shone brightly on the battlefield, helping the army breach countless fortified defenses. However, it cannot be denied that the 40mm rocket launcher has unavoidable flaws in its firing mechanism. Numerous soldiers were discovered by the enemy during firing and tragically lost their lives. Zhang Jiaxi's Kaisan Type 1, in a sense, perfectly meets all the requirements for mountain warfare. Speed, range, and firepower. Each aspect far surpasses the current Type 40, and most crucially, according to Zhang Jiaxi, it is an affordable weapon. With the current tight military budget, if Zhang Jiaxi had designed a weapon that was expensive yet excelled in every parameter, for their current national defense development, it could only be described as tasteless to consume, yet too valuable to discard. Provided Zhang Jiaxi's claims hold true, the firepower of the Flower Nation's infantry platoons would receive a massive boost. For the Chinese forces, long suffering from severe firepower deficiency anxiety due to the deterrence of the Big Beautiful and the Bear, this could bring a modicum of relief to the entire military. As for a cure? If one day Zhang Jiaxi invents a palm technique that strikes from the heavens, it might just cure them of most of their ailments. Chapter 13, The Astonishing Kaisan Series. As you can see, leaders, these 2 rocket launchers have reached world-class, even cutting-edge levels in the field of individual rocket launchers. Yet neither has solved the fundamental problem: smoke, flash, and noise. The massive smoke, intense flashes, and deafening noise generated during rocket launch have always been the primary factors exposing soldiers' positions and limiting firing environments. To address this, we designed the Kaisan Type 3 individual rocket launcher. This weapon employs a sealed balance launch principle. Seal prevents propellant gases from escaping, while balance utilizes the Davis counterweight ejection principle, the same firing mechanism found in Davis cannons. During launch, a counterweight of equal mass to the rocket is ejected rearward to neutralize recoil, preventing the launcher tube from moving backward. This counterweight consists of over 2,000 layers of plastic laminate. This enables the Kaisan Type 3 rocket launcher to achieve low light, low sound, and low smoke firing effects. Combined with its high flight velocity, this rocket projectile with minimal acoustic and optical signatures can serve as an effective infantry weapon for close-range engagement of hardened targets. It can be covertly launched from any concealed position. Within 200 meters, it can breach walls, destroy fortifications, and clear pathways for infantry. It can neutralize lightly armored targets within 200 meters and engage ships, landing craft, and offshore floating defenses within 300 meters. Constructed from specialized fiberglass, this rocket launcher's combat weight is reduced to just 7.6 kilograms. Equipping a combat squad with 2 of these launchers is sufficient to neutralize most targets as operational requirements dictate. If that's not possible, then everyone carries 2. As they spoke, all observers watched 2 demonstrators enter 2 concrete structures. The concrete structure featured only 1 door and a small window behind it. Had they been firing conventional rocket launchers, whether the Type 40 currently used by China or the Kaisan 1 and Kaisan 2 models previously demonstrated by Zhang Jiaxi, the soldiers inside would have had 0 chance of survival under such conditions. As the demonstrators prepared to fire, awaiting the training ground soldiers' launch signal, several observers were about to speak up to stop them. Having served in grassroots units and even operated the 40mm rocket launcher themselves, they knew the consequences of improper rocket launch procedures, let alone in an enclosed space. But seeing Zhang Jiaxi's confident expression, they all fell silent. Truthfully, they hoped more than anyone that the weapon specifications Zhang Jiaxi described were accurate. This weapon's positioning was very similar to the Kaisan Type 1, and its importance far exceeded that of its predecessor. From Zhang Jiaxi's description, they also knew its price would certainly be higher than the former. But given the choice, they'd gladly tighten their belts to equip every soldier on the border with this rocket launcher. A man-portable rocket launcher capable of covert firing in confined spaces. This concept was almost foreign to them. Had it been familiar, how many comrades could have been saved during the years of the Yueho counteroffensive? At this thought, tears welled up in their eyes. To their gaze, the 2 concrete structures emitted only a wisp of smoke, barely enough to warrant a single sweep with a broom. In the blink of an eye, 2 rockets streaked toward their targets at blinding speed, each striking its mark with deadly precision. Gazing at the bunkers reduced to powder and the lightly armored targets completely breached, the men's minds seemed to drift back to the battlefields of years past. If such weapons had existed, their comrades wouldn't have had to charge out of their positions, wouldn't have had to expose themselves to the enemy. Would they be here today, watching this grand competition alongside them? Commanders and leaders, our demonstration concludes here. Thank you for your observation. After Zhang Jiaxi delivered his closing remarks, it was time for the Q&A session. By the time the competition reached Zhang Jiaxi's team, it was already nearing its conclusion. So far, only 2 teams had impressed them. After questioning the previous team, everyone realized the cost required to upgrade the heavy machine gun was far beyond what the current Zhonghua family could bear. Thus, the emergence of another weapon that caught everyone's attention, or rather, left them even more impressed, sparked high enthusiasm for evaluation and inquiry. No sooner had Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking than someone spoke up. Today has truly opened my eyes. Comrade Zhang Jiaxi's weapons, I feel each one surpasses both the American SMAW and the Russian RPG-22 man-portable rocket launchers. Whether it's firepower, range, or portability, they represent significant breakthroughs. To put it boldly, these 3 weapons have set an insurmountable benchmark for the development of man-portable rocket launchers for the next 20 to 30 years. Provided the price is reasonable and production requirements aren't too demanding, the Kaisan series of man-portable rocket launchers could enter mass production immediately. This represents the cutting edge of close-range ground defense weapons. Even the American and Russian models can't match this level. Comrade Zhang Jiaxi, please outline the production requirements and pricing. The production complexity of the Kaisan series is not high. Given China's current capability to produce intercontinental ballistic missiles, the ability to modify existing light weapons production lines goes without saying. Funding remains the primary constraint. To stimulate economic growth, the military budget has been slashed repeatedly. Every penny must be accounted for meticulously. If a weapon's production cost is too high, no matter how impressive its specifications, China must set it aside for now. This is the bitter reality of national defense construction, yet it is also an inevitable hurdle on the path to China's rise. Zhang Jiaxi was well aware of everyone's encouragement, yet he remained meticulous about the Kaisan series. In later generations, these weapons would become synonymous not only with devastating power but also as benchmarks for cost-effectiveness. Though China suffers from severe firepower deficiency anxiety, its people are not wasteful. If achieving the desired firepower requires costs far exceeding those of other nations, it clearly indicates that military R&D has not yet reached the required level. What is our objective? To unleash the most devastating firepower coverage with the least amount of money. Therefore, when Zhang Jiaxi outlined the approximate modification methods and production costs, every observer's face lit up with excitement. Exact pricing is unavailable, but for comparison, the export version of the more advanced Hongjian 12 anti-tank missile was priced around $140,000. News reports from late March 2020 indicate an exchange rate below 7 renminbi and 10 cents per USD, translating to approximately 990,000 renminbi per export-grade HQ-12 system. Reusable missiles export for 1 million renminbi, with costs certainly under 700,000–800,000 renminbi. Thus, single-use variants like the Type 89 and Type 08 would be even cheaper, possibly just 10,000–20,000 renminbi. Especially the Type 89, designed as a disposable weapon, sacrificing all non-essential features beyond core parameters like portability and destructive power. As disposable weapons, the Kaisan Type 1 and Kaisan Type 3 require only tens of thousands of yuan to produce, and mass production would inevitably drive costs down further. Even the reusable Kaisan Type 3 costs only around 100,000 yuan, comparable to the current primary heavy machine gun, the Type 67-2. Faced with such prices, no one could refuse to produce some for border defense units, especially those in the northwest and northeast. Chapter 14, so it was him. A design that's surprising, even unbelievable. After most observers voiced their questions or expressed their interest, General Zhang spoke up to summarize. These weapons, even a professional weapons design team would need months, if not years, to achieve such a design. Zhang Jiaxi, you've done remarkably well. Comrades, you probably don't know this, but remember the thesis I had you study earlier? They were written by this very student, Zhang Jiaxi. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. This paper had caused a major uproar among high-ranking military officials, especially within departments like the General Staff Headquarters that focused on strategy and tactics. Whether it left them deep in thought or made them curse under their breath, no one could ignore that paper or the brutal reality it laid bare. After the Golden Canyon operation erupted, even those who had vented their anger to steady their resolve were forced to calm down and confront the reality on the ground. When everyone was finally persuaded by the undeniable facts, they realized they had all overlooked one crucial question. Who was the author of this paper? A high-ranking military commander? A senior officer from the Central Military Commission? Or perhaps an anonymous, esteemed senior researcher hailed as the backbone of the Republic? Everyone had their own theories, but no one could have imagined that this paper was written by a young man. Moreover, nearly everyone present knew this young man was merely a recent graduate from Harbin Institute of Technology. Under normal circumstances, they might have been astonished that such a young person possessed such forward-thinking strategic vision. But after witnessing Zhang Jiaxi's talent in weapons research and design, such thoughts vanished. The military competition gave arms factories a month to prepare, but who could possibly complete the entire process from weapon design to production in just 1 month? Even the simplest cold weapon, a bayonet design, would take no less than a month. This challenge tested the long-term technological accumulation of military factories. That Zhang Jiaxi could deliver such weapons meant no one would credit Huibei Machinery Factory for the achievement. After all, with such capability, why would anyone collaborate with others? This proves that the entire Kaisan series was designed solely by Zhang Jiaxi during his study period. If pressed to find an apt analogy for their perception, Zhang Jiaxi could draw one from later era descriptions. It was akin to the feeling described in fantasy novels when an ordinary disciple of a sect encounters a peerless prodigy. Who would have thought that paper was written by someone so young? After all these years investing in national defense, our vision still falls short of a youngster's. Truly humbling. Yes, I even boasted that it was worrying needlessly. Little did I know that just days later, the Golden Canyon operation by the brilliant young genius would prove me wrong. How utterly humiliating. That wasn't being proven wrong by the Golden Canyon operation, it was being proven wrong by this young man right here. General Zhang, who normally valued work efficiency above all else, defied his usual instincts and didn't immediately cut off the discussion. Only after several minutes, when the murmurs had died down, did he continue. Seeing how familiar everyone is with Comrade Zhang Jiaxi, I won't keep you in suspense. Comrade Zhang Jiaxi will soon be taking up a position at the Ministry of National Defense. Consider this an early introduction. This time, General Zhang didn't give them a chance to express surprise. As the crowd began to murmur, he immediately let out a soft hum. The entire viewing gallery fell into an eerie silence, overwhelmed by General Zhang's imposing presence. However, when General Zhang turned his gaze toward Zhang Jiaxi, his eyes held nothing but admiration and satisfaction. Comrade Zhang Jiaxi, you may retire for now. After the grand military competition concludes, someone will contact you regarding your assignment to the Ministry of National Defense. Zhang Jiaxi left the viewing platform and headed for the waiting area designated for those who had completed the military competition. Zhang Jiaxi was deeply satisfied with today's performance. As a student, being granted the opportunity to participate in such a major national initiative, even if it was merely a trial, was a testament to the immense trust and expectations placed upon him by his superiors. Zhang Jiaxi was confident that today's outcome would prove to those superiors that their trust had not been misplaced. The waiting area was located in a building behind the viewing platform. Numerous military factory managers who had participated in the competition stared curiously toward the entrance. This state of anticipation had persisted for nearly half an hour. 3/4 of an hour earlier, Zhang Jiaxi's team had just begun their demonstration. Everyone was discussing how long it would take them to finish. The longer it lasted, the more it signaled that their weapon had caught the attention of the commanders and leaders, potentially indicating a weapon with mass production value. With the current reduction in the national defense budget, life was tough for all the major military factories. Budgets were shrinking year after year, and the entire factory was complaining. If the weapon demonstrated at this grand competition could gain superior approval and secure new mass production orders, the entire factory's prospects would improve. To be honest, upon hearing about the grand competition, many military factories were eager to showcase their expertise. Drawing on years of production experience, they rushed to modify or produce various weapons. But today's demonstration results delivered a harsh wake-up call to most of them. After their demonstrations, most factories had hoped for a word or two of positive feedback from the commanders and leaders, even if it was just polite encouragement. That way, they could approach local military units back home, perhaps leverage their connections, and secure an order. But today's observers were all sharp-tongued and unforgiving. After each factory's presentation concluded, they faced grilling and scolding. What have you been doing all these years? Have you been putting in the effort? Besides coasting on past achievements, why has there been zero progress? After nearly every demonstration, the team was berated before being shooed off to the break area. 5 minutes is plenty. Before Zhang Jiaxi's team, the longest presentation was from Factory 22, which took nearly 10 minutes. When the head of Factory 22 walked into the break area, his face was filled with smug satisfaction. Since the competition began, Shi Dangdong, the head of Factory 22, had been meticulously tracking the presentation times of every munitions factory. He knew the demonstration itself consumed minimal time, it was the subsequent QA session that truly stretched the clock. When he noticed that their modified heavy machine gun received the longest questioning from senior officers and leaders after the demonstration, and no other prominent military factory followed them, he felt certain of victory. So much so that when he entered the rest area, a victorious smile was already plastered across his face. The heads of other military factories in the lounge naturally understood that Plant 22 had received favorable evaluations. Everyone hurriedly checked with each other to see if any other formidable military factories remained. They discovered that aside from Zhang Jiaxi's team, the capabilities of the other military factories fell far short of Factory 22's. As for Zhang Jiaxi's team? A college student who hasn't even graduated yet, even if it's from HIT, so what? Military design is never something achieved overnight. Surely this person couldn't have completed a fully functional weapon design or modification while still in school? Once they grasped this, everyone immediately began showering Shi Dandong with flattery. This matter is settled. Deputy Director Shi's deputy title is surely secure now. With such an achievement under his belt, Director Shi's future prospects are boundless. They weren't thinking about anything else, just that after Plant 22 secured the major order, they didn't expect to get a share of the profits. They'd be satisfied if they could get a few parts orders. But that situation changed the moment Zhang Jiaxi's team began their demonstration. Chapter 15, The Unnerving Break Room. At first, when Shi Dandong announced Zhang Jiaxi's team would be next, most gathered around him, chatting and laughing. They chattered excitedly, anticipating the young team's arrival. Factory Director Shi must be generous with his guidance, they teased, giving the youngsters a chance to learn from their seniors. Shi Dandong hastily waved his hands, responding with feigned modesty. They're top students from HIT. I'm hardly qualified to instruct them. At most, I can share a bit of experience. 5 minutes later, the sound of cannon fire echoed outside, and the smiles on everyone's faces grew even broader. Everyone knew that due to national development priorities, defense budgets would be tight in the short term. Superior officers were practically splitting every penny in two. Current weaponry and equipment were being used as is, and the invitation to this military competition was extended only to light weapons factories. Wasn't the leadership's intent crystal clear? They didn't want to spend big money. Spending a little money to bring about some improvement for the troops, that was the leadership's intention. Youngsters these days, they never grasp the leadership's true intentions. Even if you develop a cannon with superior performance metrics, could it really offer better cost effectiveness than the current 107mm? These guys, sheltered by the state and long removed from the threat of war, have no clue how severe the firepower deficiency phobia plaguing military leaders really is. They simply don't grasp the relentless pursuit of firepower by those who fought wars for decades. Conventional weapons often face this dilemma. But if a weapon possesses irreplaceable utility and can play a strategic role in some capacity, as long as it's achievable by gritting our teeth, even if it means grinding them to dust, the Ministry of Defense and military leadership will find a way to make it happen. If the price is exceptionally high, then the entire nation will unite to make it happen. This is the principle behind nuclear weapons, designed to endure as long as the heavens and earth. Intercontinental ballistic missiles capable of striking enemies from thousands of miles away follow the same logic. But the greater purpose of these weapons lies in deterrence, a courage born of the resolve to destroy everything if necessary. Just like the exchange of homes strategy of yesteryear. When the bear brandished nuclear threats against the flower-growing nation, the teacher proposed an unprecedented open strategy. Swap homes. Dropping all of China's nuclear weapons onto the heads of the United States military bases near China, then having all Chinese citizens abandon the entire nation's territory. That land, contaminated by the bear's nuclear weapons, would be uninhabitable for people. So all Chinese citizens, with the entire field army as the vanguard and rear civilians continuously arming themselves, would pour into bear country in an unending stream, transforming the entire bear country into new Chinese territory. If the US takes the opportunity to launch a nuclear strike against China's forces in Russia, then sorry. We'll relocate to Europe or even move right into your beautiful country. Thus, a unique military unit emerged in our nation, the Nuclear Blast Cavalry. A unit destined for sacrifice. In the post-nuclear environment, all mechanical and electronic equipment would fail due to the electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear blast. At this point, as a traditional cavalry force that doesn't rely on electricity or other modern energy sources, nuclear cavalry can maintain basic mobility and maneuverability to a certain extent. Thus, they become a crucial force for long-range maneuverability after a nuclear blast. Should nuclear war erupt, nuclear cavalry would charge toward the epicenter of nuclear explosions on horseback, equipped with gas masks and chemical biological suits. Their mission is to clear obstacles and open pathways for subsequent infantry units, enabling follow-on forces to rapidly enter the nuclear blast zone and execute further military operations. The gas masks and chemical suits they wear are not meant to save their lives, but to enable them to charge farther and fight harder, striving to create the best possible conditions for those who follow. Yet such calculated risks and courage remain a last resort. Whenever possible, the leaders of the flower-planting family would never willingly subject their people to such dire circumstances. Zhang Jiaxi's Kaisan series represents a significant breakthrough in this regard. Should enemies set foot on Chinese soil, the mass-produced, low-cost Kaisan series could be distributed to every soldier and even civilian. Which nation would dare invade China to experience the full force of People's War? Even the world's most advanced tanks cannot withstand a single shot from the Kaisan Type 2, while the elusive Kaisan Type 3 strikes without warning. Even the Kaishan Type 1, which reveals its position upon firing or requires covert deployment at the cost of lives in certain scenarios, would have countless volunteers vying for the chance to deploy it. Back then, a group at the Sihan warehouse leaped to their deaths clutching explosive charges. Today, a group would willingly send rocket-propelled grenades hurtling toward the enemy, carrying their own lives along with them. So, not long after the artillery fire began, even those who prided themselves on restraint felt there was no turning back. One by one, they crowded forward to suck up to Shi Dangong, eager to curry favor. But as time passed, they noticed Zhang Jiaxi's team seemed to be taking longer than Plant 22. Several minutes after the shell explosions faded, Zhang Jiaxi still hadn't entered the rest area. What did this mean? It meant Zhang Jiaxi's team's weapon had caught the attention of the commanders and leaders. The smile on Shi Dangong's face gradually faded, and the fawning expressions around him began to stiffen one by one. Unbeknownst to them, the law of smile conservation quietly took effect, as one smile after another appeared on the faces of those in the observation seats. At some point, the people surrounding Shi Dangong began to thin out one by one. By the time 20 minutes had passed, only 2 individuals remained by his side. Truthfully, these 2 also wanted to leave. But having already revealed their connections to Shi Dangong while sucking up earlier, leaving now would only invite his resentment for nothing. Though Zhang Jiaxi's team was undoubtedly the undisputed first place based on time alone, as long as Factory 22 secured a ranking after all, the competition rules didn't specify the number of placements it meant any outstanding weapon could earn its place. Thus, when Zhang Jiaxi joined Li Shangwa and Zhu Gaji as they entered the rest area, the awkwardness in the air was palpable. Unaccustomed to the collective stares, Zhu Gaji shivered visibly. He leaned close to Zhang Jiaxi and whispered, "Jiaxi, why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Why is everyone staring at us? Or is there some rule requiring teams arriving at the rest area to introduce themselves or something?" Though Zhu Gaji's voice was low, Li Shangwa, standing close by, caught every word. Glancing around the room and shooting a look at Zhu Gaji, Li Shangwa snorted coldly. "They're just curious and amazed because our demonstration took so long. They know the weapons we showcased are extraordinary." No sooner had Li Shangwa finished speaking than someone approached to strike up a conversation, one of the individuals who had remained by Shi Dangong's side until the very end. "Oldly, what kind of weapon did you guys demonstrate? Now that the grand competition is over, there's no need to keep it secret anymore. Why not tell everyone?" Another man beside Shi Dangong watched the departing figure and cursed under his breath, "Old fox, always finding a chance to slip away." He immediately stepped forward and, before Li Shangwa could speak, chimed in, "That's right. We've heard much about Li Shangwa of the Huibei Machinery Factory. The weapon you demonstrated must be extraordinary. Tell us about it so we can all learn something." As the 2 spoke up, others in the break area rose and gathered around, waiting for Li Shangwa to speak. Even Shi Dangong from Plant 22 stood at the outer edge of the crowd, his eyes fixed intently on this direction. Chapter 16, Li Shangwa, I'm the one who ruined Zhang Jiaxi. Want to hear? Why are you all crowding the doorway? Let us in first. Li Shangwa led the way toward the crowd, who parted like the Red Sea, clearing a path for him. It was no wonder Li Shangwa was so confident. As a veteran with years of experience in the military industry, he understood clearly that the duration of a demonstration directly correlated with its perceived success. And so far, only Zhang Jiaxi's team had taken the longest time, nearly 3/4 of an hour. Considering the entire demonstration process only took 6 or 7 minutes, this meant the observer's evaluation and questioning had lasted over half an hour. According to his calculations, the total evaluation and questioning time for all the completed military factories combined hadn't even reached half an hour. What do you call that? This was a gaping chasm, one as steep as the Himalayan cliffs. Li Shangwa's attitude was downright arrogant, but as a core member of the team that created the Kaishan series, he believed he had every right to be. Throughout the entire production process of the Kaisan series, his primary role had been leading workers in round-the-clock shifts to modify production lines. He had contributed nothing to the actual design of the Kaisan. But no one else knew that. Initially, he'd even hoped his experience might help him spot flaws in Zhang Jiaxi's Kaishan blueprints. After all, Zhang Jiaxi was just a recent graduate with no real-world experience. How could he possibly have thought of everything? Reality proved him wrong. It was possible to cover every detail. After burning the midnight oil for 2 consecutive nights, Li Shangwa found not a single improvement to suggest in the blueprints. Instead, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge from them. As for why he didn't continue burning the midnight oil studying the blueprints? Well, Li Shangwa was worried that at his age, pushing himself too hard might just kill him outright. Life itself wasn't the issue, but missing the birth of the Mountain Splitter, a weapon destined to etch its name into the annals of Chinese military history, would be a true tragedy. Noticing that Teacher Li was about to pass out in public, Zhang Jiaxi immediately dragged Zhu Gaji to a more secluded spot to rest. Regarding the entire military-industrial competition, he cared only about how much resources and authority his superiors would ultimately grant him. These 2 factors directly determined how quickly his system's technological advancements would unlock. As for everything else, especially these pretentious displays, Zhang Jiaxi couldn't care less. Or rather, he's not interested in such petty scenes. If you ask what kind of occasion could possibly spark Zhang Jiaxi's interest in showing off, Zhang Jiaxi pondered that once the bear split apart, the second bear would surely follow the pattern of the previous era and sell off the predecessor to the 16th aircraft carrier. If Europe's second Husky intercepts it in the Straits again this time, demanding all sorts of harsh conditions while forcing China to pay a staggering 10 billion pretty money deposit, Zhang Jiaxi would find a way to make that divine palm technique appear ahead of schedule. He'd smack it down on the Mediterranean, letting the splashing water cool off that second dog and restore the intelligence only found in frigid regions. This kind of showboating is exactly what Zhang Jiaxi craves. Judging that the military competition would likely last at least another half hour, Zhang Jiaxi prepared to close his eyes for a brief nap. Though he'd lain on the train all night, everyone knew how poor train sleep was. By now, Zhang Jiaxi felt quite exhausted. Zhuge Ji, sitting beside Zhang Jiaxi, noticed his friend had actually fallen asleep and suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him too. You gotta hand it to young people, their sleep quality is amazing. Within 2 minutes of closing their eyes, both of them had fallen asleep leaning against each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Shanghua's presentation took an unexpected turn. The crowd, who had been listening with keen interest and even a hint of eager learning, suddenly wore strange expressions upon learning that the weapons demonstrated by Zhang Jiaxi's team were individual rocket launchers and that 2 of them were disposable, single-use models. A thought simultaneously popped into many minds. Seriously, are you guys even listening to yourselves? With the nation's military budget already stretched so thin, you're going to the trouble of developing rocket launchers? Sure, they were a light weapons factory, but they'd all worked on the Type 40 rocket launcher, or even the 107mm rocket artillery. Who doesn't know how costly these things are? You're developing this, and then you come up with a disposable weapon that's used once and discarded? Isn't that just pouring fuel on the fire for the military budget? This is absolutely laughable. Li Shanghua, engrossed in his passionate discourse, completely missed the expressions on everyone's faces. When he declared that soon every border guard soldier would be carrying several Kaisan series individual rocket launchers on their backs, someone actually laughed out loud. That single laugh was like a pebble tossed into water, instantly sending ripples spreading outward. Laughter erupted from the crowd, leaving Li Shanghua, who had been in full flow, momentarily stunned. Before he could ask what they were laughing at, someone spoke up. "Old Li, what can I say? At your age, you still can't read the leadership's intentions. Even just upgrading the Type 40 would be better than designing a whole new rocket launcher." Exactly. How many 40mm grenade launchers are in service across the entire army? Replacing them all would cost a fortune. Have you even calculated that? And that use and discard disposable weapon? You think this is a grenade? A 5-figure weapon just tossed away? You clearly don't know the cost of living. Our nation needs defense sacrifices now to support economic growth. Instead of helping, you're ready to sabotage it. Commanders and leaders, if you're really pushing this so-called Kaisan series, just for training alone, how much will it cost annually? The heated exchange left Li Shanghua feeling increasingly doubtful of himself. He was merely a technical specialist. While not entirely ignorant of such matters, he understood only 5 out of the 6 senses. The 7th remained a complete mystery. The commotion woke Zhang Jiaxi and the others. Approaching Li Shanghua, they saw his flustered expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Li Shanghua, who hadn't even felt nervous when demonstrating in front of a founding general, was now incredibly tense. He wasn't afraid of not placing well, but he feared Zhang Jiaxi would fail. Though he knew little of politics, he understood that Zhang Jiaxi, a mere student, competing alongside numerous military factories, must be highly valued by their superiors. If this grand competition ended in defeat, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on Zhang Jiaxi's future prospects. At this thought, Li Shanghua wanted to slap himself. When he first saw the blueprints, he'd only noticed the outstanding performance of the Kaishan series. How could he have failed to consider the nation's actual circumstances? It was understandable that Zhang Jiaxi, a student with no social experience, might overlook such things. But how could he, a man with decades of work experience, be as clueless as a greenhorn? And Zhuge Chang, how could a factory director like him fail to see this? They were the ones who had ruined Zhang Jiaxi. As for Zhuge Ji standing beside Zhang Jiaxi, sorry, he wasn't included in Li Shanghua's apology. Chapter 17, A Weak and Ineffective Attack. Li Shanghua was so flustered he couldn't speak for a moment. Zhang Jiaxi was about to step in to calm him down and ask what exactly had happened. It was astonishing that someone as seasoned and level-headed as Li Shanghua, a technical expert, had lost his composure like this. But before Zhang Jiaxi could speak, a middle-aged man approached her, his face brimming with arrogance and a forced, feigned humility. "Ms. Zhang, allow me to explain what happened." Immediately, Shi Dangong adopted a regretful posture and recounted the earlier incident. Watching his heartbroken expression, it seemed as though he genuinely lamented the mistake made by the young man before him. But through his tone and the murmurs of agreement around them, Zhang Jiaxi understood their true intentions. No wonder the atmosphere felt off when he entered the break area. Zhang Jiaxi snorted coldly. As someone from a later era, he knew all too well the mindset of seasoned workplace veterans. The more you do, the more you mess up. The less you do, the less you mess up, and if you don't do anything, you won't mess up at. Yet the first key figures Zhang Jiaxi encountered at the military factory were Li Shanghua and Zhuge Chang. One had devoted decades to deepening his technical expertise, maintaining a humble and studious spirit throughout. The other had immersed himself in management, fulfilling his duties diligently across all levels of the factory. While they hadn't expanded the factory significantly, a result of many factors that couldn't be oversimplified within the scope of his authority, Zhuge Chang had absolutely earned the trust of the party and the people. Thus, prior to this, Zhang Jiaxi had always believed that most military-industrial workers of this era still harbored an enterprising spirit. But now it seemed the opposite was true. The military factories present here were undoubtedly hand-picked from China's vast military-industrial complex, possessing considerable technical capabilities. Yet these individuals are not merely short-sighted. They've even lost the basic humility expected of technical professionals. It was unclear how many were inherently like this versus how many were forced by circumstances to adopt the condescending, insincere demeanor of petty officials here. But Zhang Jiaxi couldn't help but wonder, if every military factory in flower country operates like this, how many will step up to the plate when war demands it? How many will truly break through barriers and achieve breakthroughs for flower country's military endeavors? With this thought, Zhang Jiaxi stepped forward and patted Li Shanghua on the shoulder. Professor Li, don't worry. They're just a bunch of narrow-minded fools. If things were truly as they claim, why would the Ministry of Defense go to such lengths to organize this grand competition? No sooner had Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking than several faces darkened, especially that of Shi Dangong standing before him. Young man, what do you know? You're just a recent graduate spouting nonsense here. You show no respect for your seniors. We're imparting valuable experience to you. Military affairs aren't just about weapon performance. Social skills are a mandatory course. No one taught you this in school. We seniors are being kind enough to give you a lesson, yet you don't recognize our goodwill. Military RD isn't about brute force. Observing, consulting, and learning are the true paths. Fine. If I let you keep talking, would I, Zhang Jiaxi, be on the verge of losing my mind? Thank goodness I'm in the real world. If this were a fantasy realm, I'd fear that one misguided thought might lead me to try building a human emperor banner. You can't explain ice to a summer insect. Zhang Jiaxi cast a faint glance at the crowd before leading Li Shanghua away. Yet his mind kept revisiting those earlier thoughts. The human emperor banner might not be impossible to create in the real world either. After all, there's scientific basis for using ball lightning to create quantum soldiers. Einstein had long proposed a fourth state of matter beyond solid, liquid, and gas, the quantum state. The three-body problem featured examples of quantum soldiers created using macroelectrons. As an unscientific system, there must be a scientific way to achieve the creation of quantum soldiers, even one that is reversible and controllable. Watching Zhang Jiaxi's departing figure, the others wore expressions of resentment. Several considered stepping forward to argue, but recalling the final glance he had cast their way, their feet, poised to move, slowly dropped back to the ground. Though they remained firmly convinced that whatever weapon Zhang Jiaxi's team had demonstrated, regardless of its merit, was destined to be shelved as an anachronistic relic. Yet, confronted by Zhang Jiaxi's unwavering conviction, they seemed to recall the expression on their mentor's face when they first joined the military factory years ago. They found themselves speechless. Back then, they truly started from scratch. Forget about funding or technology. If the entire factory could scrape together a single manual lathe, that was considered a luxury. Their mentor's generation were the truly pure souls. Yet, surrounded by others who had changed, they hadn't realized their own mindset had shifted. Now, seeing Zhang Jiaxi was like looking into a mirror, one that reflected every ugly flaw and petty scheme within them. They recognized their mistakes and began to realize, if Zhang Jiaxi's team's weapons were truly as inferior as they imagined, how could they have held the field for so long? It was nothing but the subjective delusions of these incompetent slackers. Within a minute or two, most had grasped their error and quietly slipped away from the crowd. Scattered throughout the lounge, their gazes drifted toward Zhang Jiaxi's location, some filled with hope, others with regret. Yet beneath these emotions lay a shared respect. Just as they had felt when facing their own masters. But not everyone could confront their own dark side. Led by Shi Dangong, a few still stood there spouting nonsense. They loudly discussed national conditions and recounted their experiences, as if they had completely grasped the essence of this military competition, as if victory was inevitably theirs. Zhuge Ji, hot-headed as ever, couldn't stand their smug faces and was about to rise to argue with them. Zhang Jiaxi grabbed Zhuge Ji the moment he stood up. He understood Zhuge Ji's frustration. Watching others belittle your achievements and disparage your close comrades was unbearable for anyone. Zhuge Ji's composure was already remarkably mature for his age. Had Lu Qiusua and the others been present, they would likely have charged forward for a fistfight by now. After all, when traveling far from home, if my reasoning fails to persuade, then I must confess I picked up a thing or two about fisticuffs. But this isn't the place for fisticuffs. It wouldn't look good. But if it's just a matter of reasoning, before the truth comes out, Zhang Jiaxi doesn't believe he can wake someone pretending to be asleep. These people clearly refuse to acknowledge their own faults, clinging to a false sense of security as they bluff and bluster. It's like how people, when afraid, speak loudly, recklessly expressing their inner fearlessness. Such behavior was not only futile but also made them appear both ridiculous and hypocritical. Zhang Jiaxi looked at them as if observing a group of immature children launching feeble attacks against him. After hearing Zhang Jiaxi's words, Zhu Gaji quickly regained his composure. He turned his gaze toward Shi Dangong and his followers, who were still ranting loudly. The anger in his eyes had vanished, replaced by nothing but naked contempt and scorn. The two men sat back down, awaiting the final outcome of the Grand Martial Arts competition. Chapter 18, Zhang Jiaxi, Section Chief of the 4th Division, General Staff Headquarters. A one-man show is always the hardest to perform. When Zhu Gaji rose to his feet, Shi Dangong and his group had harbored some hope that he would come over to argue with them. But when Zhu Gaji sat back down, they were suddenly overcome by a sense of emptiness, as if the masks they wore had been torn away in an instant. The group, who had seemed so animated moments before, now wilted like deflated balloons. Not a single voice spoke another word. Perhaps sensing their agony, another military factory director soon entered the lounge area. Several soldiers followed behind them. Unbeknownst to them, the remaining military factories had already completed their demonstrations. Comrades, the demonstration phase of the military industry competition is now complete. Commanders and leaders are currently determining the final rankings. Please follow me to the review stand to await the final results. Perhaps due to the earlier events, the entire procession felt unusually subdued on the way to the reviewing stand. It wasn't until everyone was lined up before it and General Zhang appeared on the platform that the atmosphere began to stir slightly. Most of the military factory heads felt like lottery players fully aware that their chances of winning were practically zero, yet each time the results were announced, they couldn't help but harbor high hopes. They all wondered, could there be some hidden brilliance in the weapons they demonstrated that the leaders might discover after careful study? However, their fantasies didn't last long. Before General Zhang even spoke into the microphone, an intimidating aura radiated from him, instantly silencing the crowd who had been lost in their own thoughts. Only Zhang Jiaxi, along with Li Shanghua and Zhu Gaji standing behind him, could meet General Zhang's presence with composure. Today's military equipment competition has concluded. It's clear everyone put in tremendous effort preparing. Hearing this, many in the crowd felt General Zhang's tone was tolerable and breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment. However, I am deeply dissatisfied with today's results. Those who had just begun to relax gasped, nearly choking on their relief. Yet in such a setting, they could only desperately hold it in, their faces turning purple before finally suppressing the urge to cough. You military factories were cultivated at great expense by the nation, each with at least 30 years of history. And this is the answer you give me after today's grand competition? You should count yourselves lucky this isn't wartime. Otherwise, with performances like yours, I'd have you deployed to the front lines today. Then you'd see what our soldiers face where every moment is a matter of life and death. Comrades, while there are no major armed conflicts surrounding our nation at present, this is not peace. The threat of encirclement by hostile forces has never eased, and direct firefights persist. If you continue in this state, ask yourselves, should war break out, could the entire army, the entire nation, trust you to guard the backs of our soldiers? At this point, a sigh escaped General Zhang's lips. Every head in the room bowed in unison, even Shi Dangong and his men were no exception. To disappoint an elder who had devoted his entire life to the nation, even they felt profound guilt within their hearts. After a moment, General Zhang spoke again, though his tone was less stern than before, carrying more encouragement instead, as if looking at a child who had made a mistake. You all know I enjoy writing poetry. I composed a poem for this military equipment competition, but today's results weren't ideal, so I won't recite it. If you can develop more outstanding innovations in the future, I'll share that poem then. However, today's competition did showcase something remarkable. Comrade Zhang Jiaxi and the Huibei Machinery Factory's Kaisan series of individual rocket launchers truly opened my eyes. This is the only achievement recognized by all observers present that has earned a formal rating. I hereby formally announce, the Kaisan series of individual rocket launchers is rated as special grade. Comrades, I believe you can achieve great things in the future. But after today's competition, you must also recognize that within the military factory system, a disturbing trend of slackness and negligence has emerged. I will have the General Armament Department collaborate with the General Staff Department to conduct a nationwide investigation into this matter. I am giving you an opportunity to conduct a thorough self-examination upon your return. If you can make meaningful changes, our military industry will still welcome you. Finally, I'll recite one of my old poems to encourage you all. This is Kingpingle, composed on October 16, 1964, when our nation successfully detonated its first atomic bomb in the Gobi Desert. The east wind dances. 1,000 armies' drums beat with lofty resolve. A century of struggle brings us back to our rightful place. Heroes vow to subdue the tiger. Glowing rays pierce the clouds. A dragon soars 10,000 feet high. Spring thunder shakes the universe. Heaven and earth resound with joy. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone, please return to your posts. Oh, Comrade Zhang Jiaxi, you two stay behind. Everyone departed in an orderly fashion, while Zhang Jiaxi and his two companions were escorted by two soldiers toward another location. As they neared the exit of the reviewing stand, Zhang Jiaxi suddenly sensed several pairs of eyes fixed on his back. He turned to look. Just then, he caught sight of Shi Dangdong and his group gazing at him from afar. They immediately turned toward the reviewing stand and bowed deeply. Not entirely hopeless after all. A faint smile curved Zhang Jiaxi's lips. His African war strategies were now secure. Zhang Jiaxi could almost see stacks of cash flying toward him, envisioning the glorious moments of unlocking one technological breakthrough after another. Led into a conference room, Zhang Jiaxi had expected to see General Zhang again today. Instead, he was informed that General Zhang had other urgent matters and had left in a hurry after his speech. Zhang Jiaxi and his group were kept behind because, from this moment onward, not only Zhang Jiaxi and Zhu Geji, but even the demonstration team that had come with them, were no longer affiliated with Huibei Machinery Factory. In fact, Huibei Machinery Factory had been removed from the list of military contractors altogether. It would now become Zhang Jiaxi's exclusive military factory for implementing his African warring state strategy. All conventional weapons for arms transactions would be manufactured by Huibei Machinery Factory. Should Zhang Jiaxi develop any unconventional weapons, the Ministry of National Defense would select a military factory with a higher security clearance level based on the classification requirements for production. Before long, Zhang Jiaxi received a brand new transfer order, assigning him to serve at the General Staff Department of the Ministry of National Defense. He was assigned to a newly established department, where he would serve as section chief. However, to enhance security clearance, this department would operate under the General Staff Department's jurisdiction, maintaining unified external communication. It served as the dedicated liaison between the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Given that Zhang Jiaxi's African war strategy, once implemented, would inevitably require close coordination with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this arrangement seemed entirely reasonable. Staring at the handwriting on the transfer order, Zhang Jiaxi unconsciously clenched his fists. Chief of Section 4, General Staff Headquarters Zhang Jiaxi. Excellent. Then let's get to work, racing against time. Chapter 19, The Strategist of Eternal Night. Africa, Republic of Gra, Boven Province, Catapula Tribe. Under the cover of night, Lu Yaoguang pushed open the door to the only brick house at the very center of the Catapula tribe. He walked inside as naturally as if returning home. Chief Shaliang, accompanied by several trusted aides, was bent over a table, poring over small notebooks as he made calculations. Spotting Lu Yaoguang enter, he immediately sprang to his feet and hurried over to greet him. Reaching Lu Yaoguang's side, he enthusiastically hooked an arm around his shoulder. While summoning his aides to prepare refreshments and brewing Lu a cup of the newly acquired Chinese Longjing tea, he exclaimed warmly. "Ah, military strategist. Your foresight was truly uncanny. The Sasaka tribe did indeed seek aid from the Yefan tribe. We launched a night raid on Sasaka, decapitating dozens. The entire Sasaka chieftain lineage has been utterly annihilated. We ambushed Yefan's reinforcements again at Red Leaf Valley, achieving another decisive victory. Now we've absorbed the Sasaka tribe's population and seized vast military supplies. Here's our tally. What should our next move be?" Lu Yaoguang drew a folding fan from his sleeve, snapped it against his palm with a sharp crack, then swiftly unfolded it. He gave it 2 gentle flicks before striding to the map hanging at the center of the hall. Pacing back and forth before it, he studied the terrain intently. Every person in the room held their breath, watching Lu Yaoguang in silence. Watching the paper fan swaying lightly in his hand, Shaliang's inner circle couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Elegance!" Truly befitting someone from the mysterious eastern land of flower-loving people, every movement of this military strategist seemed profoundly enigmatic. As for Shaliang, the look in his eyes toward Lu Yaoguang could hardly be described as merely enthusiastic. Had they not known that just 2 days prior, Chief Shaliang had married the granddaughter of a highly respected elder from the Sasaka tribe on Lu Yaoguang's advice, they might have questioned the chief's orientation. "Chief, our Catapula tribe resides in the southern part of Boven Province. The southwestern plateau is sparsely populated. To the north lie dozens of tribes, large and small, while to the southeast are 3 major tribes, Yefan, Sala, and Tobi. The Yefan tribe has risen in prominence over the past 2 years. I suspect they've secretly received aid from the Great Beautiful One and joined Savan's Gara Liberation Alliance. The Sasaka tribe, acting as Yafan's lackeys, has been aiding their expansion everywhere. Countless surrounding tribes suffer under their oppression. The chief can send messengers to contact them. Inform them that although we have destroyed the Sasaka tribe, Yefan's expansion will not cease. If we do not grow strong ourselves, we will inevitably be swallowed by Yefan. As for these chieftains, they will meet only a fate where they have no place to bury their dead. Our Catapula tribe can help them hold back Yefan's expansion, but they must provide sufficient supplies. Grain, livestock, able-bodied men for training, and gold sufficient to procure arms. This way, we can leverage these tribes' resources to strengthen ourselves." Shaliang walked up to the map and pretended to study it. Truth be told, Shaliang hadn't yet mastered reading maps, but Lu Yaoguang had advised him that a leader must project an aura of inscrutability to his subordinates. As an outsider, Shaliang had no reason to fear Lu Yaoguang would usurp his power. His subordinates, however, were another matter. Though they appeared utterly loyal now, the future was uncertain. Especially on African soil, where rebellion flared and coups erupted without warning. Zhang Jiaxi had only planted 2 spies in Africa. Neither he nor Lu Yaoguan wanted to see the forces they had painstakingly cultivated, leaning toward the flower-planting family, collapse overnight. Feeling he'd put on enough of a show, Xiaoliang spoke with feigned humility. Military strategist, I think your plan is excellent, but there are 2 issues. First, will these surrounding small tribes heed our commands? Second, even if we defeat one of the tribes through ambush, the gap in strength between our forces remains enormous. Can we truly hold them back? In this part of Africa, forget about employing strategy. Finding even a handful of people with functioning brains was a challenge. So when Lu Yaoguan proposed a general strategy, they had no idea how to implement it. Every step required his personal oversight. This forced Lu Yaoguan, who had to conceal his identity, to work regular hours at the engineering firm by day while returning at night to diligently fulfill his duties as a military strategist. Upon learning of his unique situation, Zhang Jiaxi, Lu Qiusuo, and Zhu Gaji dubbed him the perpetual night strategist. Zhang Jiaxi, as head of the 4th section of the General Staff Department, pledged that this year's Outstanding Individual Award for their section would undoubtedly go to Lu Yaoguan. Chieftain, rest assured. I've already planned for this. We simply need to do this, then that, and then this. Xiaoliang and his confidants all wore expressions of profound admiration, staring at Lu Yaoguan with looks of utter astonishment. However, after their expressions faded, not a single one made a move. They all stared blankly at Lu Yaoguan. Lu Yaoguan sighed helplessly. He knew these men hadn't grasped, or rather, couldn't fully comprehend his intentions. As for why each of them wore expressions that said, I understand. What a brilliant strategy, military advisor. Let me ask you all here, who among you hasn't pulled a stunt like this before? After sighing, Lu Yaoguang began making detailed arrangements. Who would contact the Yefan tribe? Present them with a portion of the spoils seized from the Sasaka tribe and pledge continued assistance in expanding their territory. Who would contact the surrounding smaller tribes? If they accepted protection, they would be offered wealth and able-bodied men. If they refused, the Yefan tribe would seize their territories in the name of justice. Who would contact the Sera and Tobi tribes? These 2 had long been vassals of the GRA liberation movement. After the movement successfully seized power in GRA and established the GRA Republic, they became its strongest supporters in the southwest of Boven province. As a regime propped up by the Bear Nation, the military aid available to the numerous armed forces of the Gara liberation movement has dwindled significantly in recent years with the Bear Nation's decline. The offensive strategy long pursued by the Gara Liberation Alliance under Saban's leadership has now shifted to passive defense. If someone were to contact them now, offering to launch a preemptive strike against the Yefan tribe requiring only that they assemble troops along the Yefan tribe's border to draw their attention, they would gladly accept. After all, the Yefan tribe's recent rise has left them on edge, especially those powerful figures who previously suppressed the Yefan tribe. They dream of the Yefan tribe storming into their own tribes and cutting off their heads. After mapping out the next phase of development, Lu Yaoguang turned his attention to inspecting the tribe's construction progress. Seeing his people diligently tilling the fields under his guidance, Lu Yaoguang was moved to tears. As a descendant of the Flower family, whose very blood carried the legacy of farming, witnessing the Catapula tribe's neglect of the land had once made Lu Yaoguang feel as if his skull would split open. Finally, through his own efforts entrusting Zhang Jiaxi and Zhu Gaji to formulate cultivation methods suited to this land back home, these people had learned how to farm. Satisfied that all tribal affairs were running smoothly, Lu Yaoguang nodded with relief before pulling a contract from his robe and placing it before Xiaoliang. Sign it. Xiaoliang opened the contract blankly. His pupils trembled at the staggering transaction amount of 200 million big beautiful coins. Though their tribe had amassed vast quantities of gold and seized much more from the Sasaka tribe, this sum was still enough to drain their entire tribal treasury. Grabbing the pen beside him, he signed his name without hesitation before asking. Military strategist, what kind of contract is this? Chapter 20, Mountain Clearing Military Exercise. This is a framework agreement for construction. Our project with the Republic of GRA will eventually conclude. To ensure I can remain here to assist you, I informed the company that you have a major project underway and designated me as the project lead. This way, I can stay and support you until the project's completion. Hearing Lu Yaoguang's words, Xiaoliang's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. Military advisor. Lu Yaoguang raised his hand to cut off the heartfelt words that threatened to spill from Xiaoliang's lips. I am but a commoner, tilling the fields of Gara. Trapped in peril, had it not been for the chieftain's aid, I would have long since met my end. My sole wish is to repay the chieftain's life-saving grace, to ensure the Catapula tribe prospers, and that its people may live better lives. No sooner had Lu Yaoguang finished speaking than several muffled sobs broke out beside him. Turning his head, he saw Xiaoliang's trusted confidants embracing each other, streaming tears down their faces. Chief, we are deeply moved. The military strategist is truly magnificent. I will give him my daughter. Indeed. We can never repay the strategist's kindness. I shall offer my sister to him. In that case, I'll give him my wife. Cough cough cough. Lu Yaoguang's violent coughing fit cut off their escalating offers. This was getting ridiculous. However, to avoid becoming too entangled with Catapula, Lu Yaoguang had long ago made it clear to Xiaoliang that he would not engage in relationships with women from their tribe. After dismissing the others, Lu Yaoguang and Xiaoliang sat down. After sipping their Longjing tea, Lu Yaoguang spoke solemnly. Chief, the 200 million big beautiful coins for construction aren't just for building our territory. Most of it will be used to purchase a brand new gold mining and smelting equipment set from my homeland, flower planting home. Both Catapula and Sasaka territories contain proven gold deposits, but our current mining equipment is outdated. Upgrading will dramatically boost production efficiency. Only by securing more gold can we ensure Catapula's sustained growth. Additionally, a significant portion of this 200 million covers conventional weaponry orders. However, to avoid drawing external attention, I concealed this segment. The actual contracts are these. Speaking, Lu Yaoguang retrieved another stack of contracts from his inner pocket. They included agreements with construction firms, steel conglomerates, military contractors, and various other enterprises. Finally, Lu Yaoguang produced one last contract and stated solemnly, Chief, this is a pre-sale arms contract. My classmate back home mentioned that Zamawajia has recently developed several weapons targeting heavy units like tanks and armored vehicles. They're said to have extremely high lethality. However, these weapons haven't been priced yet and haven't even appeared on the market. However, China is currently preparing for a military exercise. I believe we'll get to see this equipment in action during that exercise. I used my connections to secure this contract directly with the arms manufacturer. As soon as China opens sales, we'll get the first batch. Though Xiaoliang lacked formal education, having grown up amidst war, he understood the destructive power of tanks and armored vehicles all too well. In their part of Africa, a force of a dozen tanks supported by numerous armored vehicles could sweep aside 90% of the armies in the region. In urban combat, unless facing World War II-era relics, they're practically invincible. It wasn't that no one had ever targeted tanks or armored vehicles with RPGs. But if these weapons could truly be taken down with a single rocket launcher, so many warlords wouldn't be so fixated on armored forces. If the Catapula tribe truly possessed such weapons, their ability to counter the Fan tribe would improve significantly. Soon, after discussing all matters, Lu Yaoguang expressed his intention to tour the tribe and rose to depart. A few minutes after Lu Yaoguang departed, Xiaoliang suddenly remembered something. He summoned several guards, gave them instructions, then sat back down at the table to jot down today's most significant discovery in his notebook. The culture of the flower planting family is profound and extensive. The province where the Catapula tribe resided, Boan province, was already one of the wealthier regions in the Grau Republic. Yet, the standard of living here fell short of even most impoverished rural areas in the early days of the flower planting family. Still, after this period of development, there were at least some glimmers of hope. After touring the area, Lu Yaoguang felt exhausted and returned to the lodgings arranged for him by the tribe in Xiaoliang. But the moment he pushed open the door, Lu Yaoguang instantly realized he'd entered the wrong place. Stepping back, he glanced at the sign above the doorway. It bore the name Military Advisor's Residence, Xiaoliang's designation. Stepping back inside, Lu Yaoguang stared at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty bound to the bed and felt his head spin. All right, Xiaoliang, you sure know how to interpret things. I said not to get involved with the tribe's women, so you went out and kidnapped one for me, huh? You sure know how to hit my weak spot. Capital of Zhonghua, Ministry of National Defense General Staff Headquarters, Section 4 Office. Jiaxi, the logistics section has notified us that the aircraft bound for the Zurich training ground is ready. We can depart with comrades from other departments. Got it. Zheng Qiaoshi rose from his desk, closed the notebook before him, and walked straight out. His army officer's uniform added an extra measure of valor to his already imposing stature. The 3 stars on his shoulder, signifying the rank of captain, gleamed brightly under the corridor lights. Zhuge followed Zheng Qiaoshi downstairs. Their footsteps echoed rapidly on the stairs, producing a crisp, urgent thump-thump-thump that sounded like a pleasant symphony. As they boarded the bus bound for the military airport, Zheng Qiaoshi glanced around. Most passengers were colleagues from other departments within the General Staff Headquarters, many faces he recognized from the recent military industry competition. Having worked at the Ministry of National Defense for a month now, he had long since become familiar with everyone. Not long after Zhang Jiaxi and Zhuge sat down, someone approached and patted Zhuge on the shoulder. Little Zhuge, switch seats. I want to chat with Qiaoshi for a bit. Because Zhuge was a few months younger than Zhang Jiaxi, he had become the youngest member of the group after they both joined the Ministry of National Defense. At some point, everyone started calling him Little Zhuge. Zhang Jiaxi turned to see Gan Shuzue, one of the secretaries to Yang Qingji, the chief of the General Staff Department. Noticing Ganxi's sacrament making a gesture for quiet conversation, Zhang Qiaoshi immediately understood and whispered. Secretary Gan, what brings you here? Jiaoshi, did you notice those 2 rows of people at the far right by the window? They're from the capital military region's elite armored forces, the Red Team, for this exercise. They have no idea this exercise is meant to showcase the might of the Kaisan series. They don't even know such a weapon exists. They're going to get their asses kicked. Once the exercise wraps up, you and Zhuge should make a quick exit. Get out of the capital to lie low for a while. Otherwise, if these guys find out Kaisan was developed by your team and that you proposed this exercise. At this point, Gon Shiyu turned back, glancing at them with lingering fear. He then leaned closer and whispered even more quietly, their retirement process is still ongoing this year. When the time comes. Chapter 21, Military Exercise Footage. Rumble, rumble. Brand new Type 79 main battle tanks raced across the drill ground. The earth, hardened by countless exercises, was torn up by the tank's tracks, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Standing in the monitoring room, Zheng Xiaoxi watched the tanks streak across the screen like lightning and couldn't help but marvel, truly the kings of the battlefield. If the Type 79 main battle tank, whose performance, comparable to Western second-generation tanks, couldn't even be called advanced in today's world, possessed such formidable might, then what kind of power did the sleek M1A1, the German Leopard 2, and the Russian T-80, those third-generation main battle tanks, truly wield? China's tank development and production journey has been fraught with difficulties. Both technological R&D and military manufacturing capabilities lag far behind global standards. Even the Type 79, destined from birth to be inferior, was the result of countless military engineers pouring their hearts and souls into it during a low point for China's defense industry. Yet advancement and backwardness are relative concepts. While the Type 79 pales in comparison to nations possessing third-generation main battle tanks, for underdeveloped African nations like the Republic of Gra or the Republic of Bufaso, any tank capable of moving across the ground is considered advanced weaponry. Bufaso Republic, Duga City, Office of the Minister of Development, Braid. Lu Chiosua pushed open the door to Braid's office, rolling in a small handcart laden with a wooden crate. "Brad, my dear friend, look what I've brought you." Brad lifted his head from his desk. His face, usually weary from the daily grind of heavy workloads, lit up with a hint of curiosity. "Brad, care to take a guess?" Hearing Lu Chiosua's words, Brad couldn't help but stand up, walking over to circle the wooden crate a few times. The crate bore no markings, its appearance merely ordinary. Finding nothing unusual, Brad casually ventured a guess. "Red wine? Nope. Tea leaves? Wrong. Porcelain. It's definitely porcelain. My friend, I'm giving you one last chance." Brad frowned deeply, clearly reluctant to squander this final chance. After a full 2 minutes of deliberation, he clenched his teeth and spoke. "Damn it, next time you'd better give me more chances. I'm the instructor's works, the poetry collection, or his quotations." "Haha, Brad, next time I won't give you more chances. You actually guessed right this time." "Really?" Brad's eyes lit up with surprise. He grabbed the crowbar from the cart and pried open the wooden crate. Peeling back layer after layer of packaging, he pulled out several books. Not only were there poetry collections, works, and quotations, but also several volumes on national development and global affairs by the instructor. At the very bottom of the pile, Brad spotted a videotape. "What's this?" Lu Chiosua immediately feigned curiosity, saying with feigned confusion, "Huh? I only asked my friends back home to send some books over. I had no idea there was a videotape in there. Let me see if there's any explanation in the box." Sure enough, Lu Chiosua soon found a letter inside the box. Beyond the usual greetings and inquiries, it detailed the contents of the videotape. Recently, the flower planting nation had conducted a military exercise focused on infantry versus tanks and urban street fighting. During this drill, several new weapon systems had been unveiled, undoubtedly representing world-class cutting-edge technology. The military enthusiast community was abuzz. Amidst a broader trend of national defense yielding to economic priorities, such remarkable advancements in defense technology were bound to stir hearts and minds. Thus, my fellow military enthusiast brother Lu Chiosua Zheng Xiaoxi Zhuge produced this videotape for me without my knowledge and mailed it over. Lu Yaoguang in the Republic of Gra was in a similar situation. When he and Xiaoliang opened the box filled with books on various foundational disciplines, their faces lit up with anticipation. They also discovered the videotape tucked away at the bottom of the box. But here, the story takes a different turn. Zheng Xiaoxi and Zhuge Ji, posing as Lu Yaoguang's classmates back home, sent this tape hoping he would see the progress of China's national defense capabilities. They wanted him to know the country hadn't abandoned its military industry and hoped this son of a military engineer would return to contribute to his homeland. Upon reading the letter's contents, Xiaoliang grew visibly tense. Through their extended time together, he had long understood the military strategist's deep love for his homeland. If given the chance to contribute to his homeland's development, would he refuse for his sake? As Xiaoliang's heart raced with anxiety, Lu Yaoguang tucked the letter away and offered him a reassuring smile. "Chief Xiaoliang, do not worry. I will not return to my homeland. My two classmates here do not understand my situation here, nor do they know that I have encountered a chief who was working tirelessly to develop his tribe. My return would merely add a negligible contribution to the military cause. But by staying here, as long as the tribe maintains its developmental momentum, there will be an endless demand for arms. This arms order is also aiding the development of our homeland's military industry. Shalian looked at Liu Yaoguan with deep emotion. To him, Liu Yaoguan, such a brilliant man, had first helped him effortlessly annex the Sasaka tribe. Now, leveraging the Yefan tribe's reputation, he had conquered several smaller tribes. Whether out of genuine loyalty or feigned submission, surrounding tribes were all paying tribute to Shaliang. In a mere 2 months, the Catapula tribe had become the 4th largest tribe in the southwest of Bowen province in practical terms. For individuals across 2 nations simultaneously powered on their VCRs, inserted the tapes, and began playing the footage from the mysterious Eastern superpower. The video opened on a vast, empty expanse of land. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and at the far edge of the frame, a towering column of dust shot skyward. The dust resembled a massive, earth-colored dragon racing toward the camera. As the dragon drew nearer, Shaliang and Bled finally understood the source of the dust. It was a convoy of dozens of ferocious tanks 3.27 meters tall, 2.4 meters wide, cannons pointed forward, stretching an astonishing 9.22 meters in length. These colossal beasts were beyond the wildest imagination of 2 men who had never left their own countries. They couldn't discern the differences between these tanks and those of the Bear or the Big Beauty. All they knew was that if such tanks appeared in Africa facing them, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Was this a tank military exercise? Could the Flower Nation's tanks be this formidable? No wonder they managed to defeat the other 4 of the 5 rogue nations one after another. But unlike the awe in Shaliang and Bled's hearts, Liu Qiusua and Liu Yaoguang felt only bitterness. The Flower Nation's situation was too dire. Even with countless people sacrificing their lives for its rise, they still hadn't caught up to the world's advanced standards. What seemed like unmatched equipment to African nations might be nothing more than slightly tougher targets in the eyes of true superpowers. But soon, Zheng Zhaoxi's image flashed through their minds. Zhaoxi, with you here, the path to our nation's rise will surely be much smoother. Chapter 22, The Impact of a Powerful Military Exercise. The footage continued playing. Under the stunned gazes of Shaliang and Bled, the vehicle swiftly scaled the slope, burst out from the side embankment, crossed the trench, cleared the retaining wall, and drove out of the mud puddle. Within 10 seconds of the target appearing, it locked on and struck the mark over a kilometer away with pinpoint accuracy. The 105mm rifled cannon erupted in a blinding flash as the shell left the barrel. The target was struck, sending fragments of earth and rock flying in all directions so vividly it seemed poised to burst through the screen and land right before their eyes. From different positions, Shalian and Braid murmured in unison, "Damn, what a hell of a tank." But in the next instant, nearly 100 rockets streaked across the sky, striking tank hulls with pinpoint accuracy. The main guns atop the tanks immediately swiveled, searching for targets, but another 100 rockets rained down like hail. Soon, red smoke began billowing from the tops of these tanks one after another. Sharian and Braid understood, these tanks had been declared combat ineffective. The rockets fired earlier were actually blank rounds. While they could hit the tanks, they contained no warheads. The tanks themselves suffered no real damage. It was the exercise referees who, based on weapon parameters, had declared them combat ineffective. In a real war, this tank force, which had seemed capable of sweeping across all of Africa, would have been completely annihilated. What exactly had happened? How could such formidable tanks be declared combat ineffective after just 2 or 3 rocket attacks? Observing the rocket's trajectory, it was clearly not a long-range rocket launcher, it had to be a man-portable rocket launcher. But how could the firepower of a man-portable rocket launcher possibly defeat such formidable tanks? Moreover, the range of a man-portable rocket launcher wouldn't have been sufficient to hit the tanks in this environment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to see the rocket launchers on their screens. Just as the 2 men were puzzling over this, they saw the hatches on the tank's top open one by one. Soldiers crawling out bore expressions of anger clearly, they too didn't believe the previous attack could have defeated them. Soon, a broadcast echoed across the training ground, instructing the casualty soldiers to evacuate immediately. The video feed then switched to another location, a mountain hollow behind the armored tank unit. A force of several hundred infantrymen was rapidly assembling weapons they'd never seen before. They resembled rocket launchers, but with significantly larger calibers, even equipped with dedicated tripods. Through the footage, they could roughly gauge that this infantry unit was positioned well over 1,000 meters from the tank force. Was this the range of a man-portable rocket launcher? Is this really military exercise footage? Could this be a sci-fi movie? Just as the 2 were puzzling over this, 3 groups in the footage suddenly halted their packing and began reassembling their weapons instead. After a moment, they understood from the video commentary that the commander of the armored tank unit didn't believe the weapons could eliminate them at such a long range. He demanded live ammunition be used to fire at heavy targets clad in armor identical to the tanks. And the exercise directors clearly approved the request. Though neither Shalian nor Braid spoke, their expressions spoke volumes. The officer was absolutely right. How could that seemingly powerless tube destroy such a formidable tank from such a distance? After all, in their part of Africa, tanks were practically invincible in a certain sense. A nation's or warlord's strength was directly measured by the number of tanks they possessed. Under their expectant and skeptical gazes, the heavy target was hauled to the spot where the tank unit had been stationed. 3 heavy targets meant each of the 3 teams would fire at one target. The loudspeaker blared again. To their astonished eyes, the soldiers worked with practiced precision, loading the rockets, adjusting the sights, scanning the surroundings. Within seconds, all pre-launch preparations were complete. Almost simultaneously, the rockets roared into the sky. The 2 men stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss a single moment, desperate not to be the last to see the results of the live fire exercise. Seconds passed in an instant. 3 rockets struck their respective targets with precision. As the dust settled, the camera swiftly zoomed in on the heavy target. When they saw the hole pierced through the center of the heavy target by the rocket projectile, both men's jaws dropped in disbelief. What they witnessed was astonishing. The seemingly ordinary barrel truly possessed the capability to destroy a powerful tank with a single shot from over 1,000 meters away. Before their stunned expressions could fade, the camera angle shifted back to the infantry position. They witnessed the infantry swiftly packing up weapons, barrels, mounts, and shells each carried by different soldiers. Then, each man grabbed a rifle and sprinted through the mountain pass, moving so fast they soon vanished from the camera's view. Wait, you just show up like this, take out an entire tank unit, and then just walk away like it's nothing? This makes us feel utterly foolish. The tank force we thought was invincible in your hands, it seems like a mere clommy that can be wiped out at any moment. This leaves a bitter taste in our mouths. Unless you're willing to sell us that thing you just used. As conflicting emotions swirled within them, the footage on the tape continued playing. They watched a soldier, strapped with 3 rocket launchers, scaling city walls with ease, traversing tiled rooftops as if they were flat ground. Upon spotting an armored vehicle, he hoisted a launcher from his back, fired a rocket from a distance, discarded the spent tube, and sprinted toward the next target faster than before, a trail of red smoke trailing behind him. Then they witnessed an infantry fighting vehicle, like a war god, pounding building after building with its mounted cannon. Suddenly, the camera cut to a hidden corner where a rocket launched almost silently. The next instant, a wisp of red smoke drifted from the top of the IFV. Shock was an understatement for what they felt inside. What kind of weapon was this? It looked remarkably like an RPG, but its power, portability, and accuracy were far beyond anything an RPG could ever hope to achieve. Brad stiffly turned his head toward Lu Chosua, as if seeking answers from him. But Lu Chosua was a skilled actor. Though he'd been involved in every step of reverse engineering the Kaizen series blueprints, his current look of bewilderment was every bit as genuine as Brad's. Before Brad could speak, Lu Chosua preempted him. "My dear Brad, I swear on my silently thinking brothers, specifically Zhuge Ji and Lu Yaoguang lifelong happiness that I know nothing about these weapons. But I can have my friends look into whether there's any interest in selling them domestically. But you must understand weapons this formidable won't come cheap. Even if the country is willing to sell, the price will be steep. If you plan to report this to President Thomas, you'd better choose your words carefully." Meanwhile, Lu Yaoguang met Shalian's intense gaze. "Military strategist, this must be the weapon you mentioned earlier. You truly did not deceive me. This weapon, designed to target tanks, armored vehicles, and other heavy units, possesses exceptionally high lethality. With these, forget about defending against the tribes, we could even consider counterattacking them." While Lu Yaoguang was busy fulfilling 2 lucrative arms contracts for the Flowering family at his own pace, Zhuge Ji, stationed far away in the Gobi Desert of the Flowering family's northwest, spat out aloud, "Pfft. Jiaoxi, can't we return to the capital yet? It's been over half a month. Are those guys from the Capital Military District Armored Corps that stingy? Who knows? Sacrifice just told me he saw 2 discharged soldiers from the Armored Corps guarding the barracks area just moments ago. Word is they were 2 of the tank drivers from that original batch. They thought they'd get to drive tanks one last time before discharge to show off, but they blew it big time. They're pretty pissed off." Zhuge Ji looked up at the starry sky and sighed deeply. But thinking of his good brother suffering in such a barren wasteland as Africa, his heart felt a little more balanced. Chapter 23, the Hua anti-tank missile. 3 days later, at dawn, Zheng Jiaxi stepped out of his room in his work uniform, took a deep breath of the Gobi Desert air, and addressed Zhuge Ji as he emerged from the adjacent room. "Zhuge, after breakfast, let's go to the workshop to find Teacher Li. It's been 10 days since the main body of the Huibei machinery factory was relocated here. Yesterday, Teacher Li told me that the new product has been produced and we'll test it out today." Following the military industry competition, Zhang Jiaxi's capabilities gained recognition from higher-ups. Upon entering the Ministry of National Defense, he immediately launched bold initiatives. First, Zhang Jiaxi drafted a military exercise request and submitted it to both his nominal superior, General Yang, and his actual superior, General Zhang. After determining that the exercises would rapidly establish the Kaisan brand's reputation and secure substantial orders for Zonghuajia, the Ministry of Defense swiftly approved the request. Second, upon joining the ministry, his superiors fulfilled their promise by allocating an additional 100 million Zonghuajia currency to Zhang Jiaxi. Frankly, this sum far exceeded his expectations. After all, the entire nation's available military budget today was only around 20 billion. Zhang Jiaxi alone had used 0.5% of that. If the Air Force, which year after year desperately wanted to deploy twin-propeller aircraft, found out about this, what would happen? The massive sum caused Zhang Jiaxi's system interface to light up like a newly energized residential district, flooding with information. Surveying the dazzling array of technologies, Zhang Jiaxi knew the moment had come to showcase his prowess. Finally, while organizing the technologies available for deployment, Zhang Jiaxi methodically arranged for Li Shanghua and Zhu Gechang to relocate the core personnel of the Huibei machinery plant to the vast northwest, establishing a more specialized military factory. Today marked the first major achievement since the Huibei military factory relocated to the northwest and was renamed the Rise Military Factory. Although conditions in Flower Country now fell short of those in later generations, they were far from the harsh hardships of the nation's founding days. It was perfectly feasible for the military workers stationed in the vast northwest to enjoy a satisfying meal with vegetables and meat, or to slurp down a bowl of hot noodle soup in the morning. Unlike back then, when even a daily bowl of hot porridge was considered a luxury, let alone vegetables or meat, it was precisely under such conditions that our nation's military workers achieved one miracle after another. Upon entering the workshop, Zhang Jiaxi quickly spotted Li Shanghua on the production line. Wearing reading glasses, Li Shanghua leaned close to a machine tool, watching a factory technician meticulously machine a part. Once the part was finished, Li immediately donned gloves, picked up calipers, and began carefully measuring it. Zhang Jiaxi approached and saw about 100 identical parts laid out on the table beside the machine. He instantly understood. Li Shanghua was inspecting the precision of the machined parts, checking the yield rate. After a moment, a sigh escaped Li Shanghua's lips. Before Zhang Jiaxi and the others could voice their questions, Li Shanghua spoke with a hint of resignation in his voice. Even with our military factory's most skilled technicians, the yield rate barely reaches 95%? 95%? Isn't that quite high? Hearing the voice, Li Shanghua turned to see Zhu Gexi had spoken. An expression of exasperation flashed across his face. He set down the caliper and smacked Zhu Gexi on the head. And your father is the head of this military factory? Is this what you learned? Can the yield rates from these veteran craftsmen even be considered a reference? The veteran craftsmen only oversee the most critical components. These ordinary parts are handled by others, especially first thing in the morning when everyone's at peak alertness. If anyone else in the military factory were doing this, an 80% yield rate would be impressive. Hearing this, Zhang Jiaxi's brows furrowed deeply. Li Shanghua's claim of 80% yield rate might already be optimistic, factoring in workers' commitment levels and mental endurance during continuous, high-intensity shifts in mass production. If that were the case, the final yield might not even reach 70%. Unlike the relatively inexpensive Kaisan series, the weapons currently in production were Zhang Jiaxi's serious moneymakers, the first step toward leveraging military manufacturing to drive the national economy. The famed HJ-12 anti-tank missile from his previous life was precisely the weapon now being produced by the rising military factory. Originally, it was a system that the flower planting family would only invent in the next 30 years through relentless research and successive generations of technological iteration, an all-weather anti-tank missile system. As China's answer to the Javelin, it possesses fire-and-forget capability with pre-launch lock-on, capable of destroying any active-duty tank from any nation in a direct fire mode. With a maximum range of 4 kilometers, it maintains a 2-kilometer effective range even in pitch darkness. The HJ-12 weighs approximately 17 kilograms including the transport launch case and missile, with the entire weapon system totaling 22 kilograms. Beyond these advantages, it features low operational barriers, quick mastery, the ability to strike tank turrets, and indoor launch capability. This makes it not only a nightmare for main battle tanks, effectively protecting the shooter's life, but also capable of engaging small surface vessels and low-flying helicopters. Because the HJ-12 anti-tank missile employs an uncooled infrared focal plane imaging seeker and a TD imaging seeker, its production complexity leaped far beyond that of the Kaisan series. To produce this anti-tank missile, named Huatua by Zhang Jiaxi, nearly half of the budget approved by higher authorities was spent by Zhang Jiaxi solely on acquiring the necessary production equipment. As for why it was named Huatua, there were 2 reasons. First, Zhang Jiaxi sensed an unseen force urging him not to directly reuse names from his past life. Even the DF missile, a weapon he could proudly present to the beautiful lady, had to be renamed once produced by him. Second, as China's first and indeed the world's first anti-tank missile specifically designed to strike the top of tanks, Zhang Jiaxi believed its pioneering spirit mirrored that of China's first physician to propose craniotomy surgery. However, since the 1994 TV adaptation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms hadn't begun filming yet, only Zhang Jiaxi could appreciate the reference to the Chancellor's iconic meow 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 performance upon seeing the Huatua anti-tank missile. Professor Li, you needn't worry about the yield rate. Our nation's current industrial production capacity is insufficient, largely due to the lack of high-precision machine tools. But I've already prepared for this. As soon as we make money from arms sales, I'll start improving our nation's machine tool capabilities. Really? A gasp escaped Li Shanghua's lips. Even after Zhang Jiaxi unveiled 4 models of the Kaisan series individual rocket launchers, followed by the Huatua anti-tank missile, a weapon that dwarfed its Russian and American counterparts and far surpassed anything contemporary, earning him the title of far ahead in this field, Li Shanghua had developed an almost instinctive trust in Zhang. Yet this declaration still sent shockwaves through him.
Machine tools were fundamentally different from weaponry.
An upgrade in China's machine tool capabilities would trigger a nationwide transformation. It wouldn't just benefit military manufacturers, automotive, shipbuilding, railways, and even aerospace industries would undergo revolutionary changes.
Chapter 24, Hua Tuo's Craniotomy.
After finally fending off Li Shanghua's relentless questioning, Zheng Jiaxi loaded the first batch of 10 Huatuo anti-tank missiles into a jeep arranged by the Northwest Military Region and sped straight to the nearest training ground. The rising military factory was still under construction. Aside from the first workshop, cafeteria, and dormitory buildings borrowed directly, the research center, testing grounds, and subsequent production workshops were all being built at a frantic pace. Thus, the Huatuo missile's maiden test run could only be conducted at the neighboring military region's training ground. On the way to the military district, Zheng Jiaxi studied his system, pondering how much machine tool-related technology to exchange first. Perhaps because machine tool technology wasn't directly classified as military technology, the system interface indicated these technologies weren't immediately usable after unlocking. They still required points to exchange. Points spent on exchanging machine tool technologies would turn into negative points, requiring Zheng Jiaxi to obtain funding or profits from arms deals. High-precision machine tools, especially CNC machines, had lagged behind since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Even in 1958, when China developed its first CNC machine tool, special circumstances at the time led to a lack of understanding about CNC characteristics and development conditions. With poor personnel quality, weak foundations, and subpar supporting components, the project was rushed into production only to be abandoned just as quickly. It rose and fell 3 times before finally stalling due to poor performance and inability to be used in production. These failures stemmed from excessive impulsiveness and a lack of pragmatic scientific rigor. However, 7 years ago, China began importing CNC system technology from other nations, finally setting its CNC machine tool development on a steady course. Yet everyone knows the greed of Western capitalism. They sold China technology that was 1 or even several generations behind at exorbitant prices. Even after selling the products and technology, they demanded extremely high fees for after-sales service and technical guidance. In front of China's domestic enterprises, these foreigners acted like big shots, making endless demands whenever any work needed doing. To learn a trickle of technology seeping through their fingers, China paid tens of thousands of yuan daily in consulting fees. Remember, this was an era when most people couldn't earn 1,000 yuan in a year. The humiliation endured by China's machine tool enterprises as they groveled to catch up with Blue Star's international standards was no less profound than the Galaxy incident. It was merely an industry-specific affair that didn't receive widespread coverage. Despite possessing 100 million allocation points, these credits were insufficient for Zheng Jiaxi to exchange for a complete set of advanced machine tool technology, even if that technology merely met the world's mainstream standards. Just as Zheng Jiaxi was agonizing over this dilemma, the system's mechanical voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your invented weapon has achieved 50 million big beautiful coins in transaction volume. Certain technologies have been unlocked. Please enter the system interface to view details. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your weapon invention has generated 20 million big pretty coins in transactions. Certain technologies have been unlocked. Please enter the system interface to view details. The mechanical voice made Zheng Jiaxi's eyes light up. He silently praised Lu Qiusua and Lu Yaoguang. Well done. He'd contact them tonight. With his weapon securing such a massive order, their mission must have made significant progress, especially Lu Qiusua, who'd finally cracked open the Bufeso market. Entering the system interface, Zheng Jiaxi's eyes nearly glowed with excitement as he surveyed the vast array of newly unlocked technologies, especially the one at the very top. The Type 99M main battle tank. Knowing that these military technologies would be locked again after he redeemed the machine tool technology, Zheng Jiaxi closed his eyes tightly and began redeeming like mad. Regardless of whether he could use them or not, he exchanged them all first. Those 2 recent arms orders had brought in a whopping 70 million big beautiful coins, yet the points gained from the system were significantly lower than when he received the 100 million Zhuanhua family coin grant. Clearly, the system calculated based on net profit. At this rate, he had no idea when he'd ever repay his debt to the system. He had to get his hands on the technologies first. Fortunately, with this influx of points, Zheng Jiaxi could now exchange for complete sets of advanced machine tool technologies. And this technology was on par with the most advanced machinery currently available in any country on Blue Star. Gazing at the machine tool technology in his system inventory, Zheng Jiaxi suddenly recalled how Western nations in the future, especially the US, had relentlessly strangled China's development to stifle its progress. Now that China possessed technology that was not only comparable but potentially superior, who would be the one choking the other in the future? As Zheng Jiaxi pondered this, the jeep arrived at the training grounds with everyone aboard. An officer, his face weathered by the harsh winds and sands of the Great Northwest, approached Zheng Jiaxi with a resolute expression. Captain Zhang, I am Captain He Jingyi, commander of the guard company at this training ground. Reporting for duty. Hello, Captain He. I'll be counting on you for today's test mission. After exchanging greetings, the test mission commenced swiftly. First, 10 sets of Hua-Tua anti-tank missiles, along with corresponding test personnel from the military factory, were positioned by the training ground soldiers at varying distances and launch zones. Today's missile warheads remained dummy rounds. While they would strike the target tank, they would not inflict actual damage to its armor, ensuring the driver inside faced no personal safety concerns. Once everything was ready, Zhang Jiaxi, accompanied by He Jingyi, walked up a nearby hillside. From this vantage point, the entire trajectory of the target tank could be observed. Once the tank reached the designated range, the Hua-Tua anti-tank missiles would be launched sequentially, each streaking toward the target tank to demonstrate its combat capabilities to all onlookers. After He Jingyi confirmed via walkie-talkie that all units were ready for the test mission, he handed the device to Zhang Jiaxi. Zhang Jiaxi took the radio without hesitation and declared directly, "I hereby announce the commencement of the Hua-Tua craniotomy combat trial. The target tank is officially entering the field." The target tank was a Type 62 light tank, developed in 1958 and formally deployed in 1963. It was primarily designed to navigate the challenging terrain of southern China, such as hilly areas, water networks, and rice paddies. Its overall layout resembled the Type 59, but it retained only essential components while reducing armor protection. This weight reduction allowed for superior mobility while maintaining adequate firepower and defensive capabilities. While such a tank might be derided as flimsy on the battlefield outside specific scenarios, its exceptional mobility and armor capable of withstanding penetration made it the perfect target for Hua-Tua to test his marksmanship. Soon, the target tank burst into Zhang Jiaxi and his team's field of vision, trailing a thick plume of dust. Zhang Jiaxi quickly raised his binoculars to scan the tank's upper hull. A buzzing sound that sliced through the air reached his ears. The Hua-Tua system positioned at the far rear had activated. A missile's tail ignited a streak of flame. Propelled by the fire, it shot rapidly from the barrel. Blinding flames erupted from its rear as it soared skyward, streaking toward the distant horizon. For kilometers was no short distance for most living things, but for this missile, it was merely a blink of an eye. Shortly after Zhang Jiaxi heard the sound, his view through the binoculars captured the missile soaring above the tank. Watching the missile plummet nearly vertically from the tank's height and strike its roof with pinpoint accuracy, Zhang Jiaxi hadn't even uttered a word of admiration when a chorus of cheers erupted from the soldiers around him. Hit! It hit! This is a weapon neither the US nor Russia possesses, only our nation has it first. Long live our nation! Long live, long live! Our nation will prevail! Amidst the soldiers celebrating more wildly than during the New Year, Zhang Jiaxi found himself embraced by an ecstatic Zhuge Ji. "Ah, Jiaxi, you're incredible! What a perfect name for this, truly a brilliant craniotomy! If the patient were Big Beauty, it'd be even more spectacular." Chapter 25, Selling Anything. As targets requiring no concern for enemy detection or counterattack, the tanks moved swiftly when unloaded. Within mere minutes, missiles locked onto their targets, roared into the sky, reached their designated positions, and plunged straight down. As the missiles struck the tanks one after another, the crowd erupted in wave after wave of cheers. While these people likely had little understanding of the practical significance of such weaponry, they knew one thing: this thing before them could effortlessly destroy tanks from several kilometers away, and it was something neither the Americans nor the Russians possessed. All 10 hits. The first production batch meets specifications. Correct. Lock on time, flight speed, and accuracy all meet requirements. We can return to draft the report. Back in the office at the Rising Army Factory, Zhang Jiaxi appended the combat test results to the weapon report he'd already drafted more than halfway. Once completed, he faxed it directly to the Ministry of Defense. In an office, Gan Shutsue, who had been grinning foolishly at a report, set it aside and picked up a freshly printed copy from the fax machine. The report he set aside was precisely the profit analysis for those 2 arms orders Zhang Jiaxi had heard in the mechanical voice that morning. The combined arms orders totaled 70 million big beautiful soldier currency, equivalent to roughly 490 million Flower Nation currency. With a mindset of fostering friendship, Flower Nation offered an exceptionally favorable price when selling the Kaisan series of individual rocket launchers. These weapons, whose performance and usability currently had no replacement products, were exceptionally well suited for the unique matching mechanisms of markets like Africa. The profit margin was a mere 20–30%. For these 2 shipments, China earned just over 100 million yuan, barely enough to recoup the budget allocated to Zhang Jiaxi. Beyond these 2 orders, China had also secured substantial conventional weapons contracts with Burkina Faso and the Katapala tribe. These were weapons produced earlier to ensure nationwide armament in case the bear attacked the flowering nation. Storing them in warehouses incurred maintenance costs, so selling them off even at a mere 5% profit margin left the cash-strapped leaders of the Ministry of National Defense grinning from ear to ear. As the report landed on the desk, Gan Shuai silently calculated in his mind. He realized that since Zhang Jiaxi had implemented this African war strategy, Zanmawajia had earned nearly 200 million Zanmawajia currency in just over a month, equivalent to 1% of the military budget. It was only mid-year, and Zhang Jiaxi's African strategy was just getting started. Profits would surely grow from here. With a little effort this year, the entire defense system might just have a prosperous year. His mind filled with thoughts of money, Gone Sacrifice grinned widely as he looked at the documents he'd just picked up.
Hua? Bland Sacrifice murmured curiously at the peculiar name. Could someone have innovations or suggestions for the military medical system or battlefield emergency equipment?
Before Gone Shutsue could read further, 5 glaring words jumped out at him from the document.
Portable anti-tank missile. China's research into anti-tank missiles has consistently kept pace with international advancements.
From the earlier HJ-73 to the HJ-8 anti-tank missile developed in recent years as a wire-guided anti-tank missile, the HJ-8 has already demonstrated outstanding performance.
Could anyone possibly develop an anti-tank missile superior to the HJ-8?
Gone Shutsue flipped directly to the section with the signature.
It was indeed possible. Seeing Zhang Jiaxi's name at the top, Gone Shutsue realized his earlier doubts were entirely unnecessary.
As an experienced secretary, Gone Shutsue understood that the critical factors were what the leadership cared about.
4,000 meters. Top attack. Pre-launch lock. No post-launch control. Good grief, is this thing really from the same era as the current HJ-8? Zhang Jiaxi's report was not lengthy.
Upon discovering the formidable parameters of Hua and its outstanding practical testing results, Gone Shutsue immediately began scrutinizing the main content. It wasn't that he suspected Zhang Jiaxi of falsifying the report. As his secretary, Gone Shutsue had to ensure that every document passing through his hands to reach higher-ups contained no omissions or ambiguities. Soon, Gone Shutsue straightened his back from his desk and exhaled deeply. During Zhang Jiaxi's tenure at the Ministry of Defense, Gone had become fairly familiar with him. Additionally, General Yang Qingji had assigned him to liaise directly with Division 4, which Zhang oversaw, so he was well informed about Zhang's work. This Hua system, developed by Zhang Jiaxi, served to enhance the existing military capabilities of the Flower family on one hand, but making a quick buck by selling it to Africa was undoubtedly Zhang Jiaxi's most pressing goal. But the Hua was too powerful. Given the capabilities of African nations, the mere presence of this weapon within a 4,000-meter radius meant no tank could escape destruction. Even helicopters and outdated low-flying aircraft faced certain annihilation against it. In a sense, this weapon alone could tip the military balance across most of Africa's conflict zones.
China's current situation is already precarious. If selling this weapon alters the African landscape, might it draw the attention of the bear and the big beauty, further complicating the nation's position?
The thought barely formed before Gone Sacrifice slapped his own forehead.
Gone Shutsue. As a soldier of the Flower Nation, how can you hesitate? So what if we're targeted? Haven't we been targeted enough? None of that matters compared to the money.
Having come to this realization, Gone Sacrifice hurriedly grabbed the documents and headed toward General Yang Qingji's office.
Knock knock knock. Entering General Yang's office, Gone Sacrifice immediately saluted respectfully. Sacrifice, what matters do you wish to report?
Minister Yang, Comrade Zhang Jiaxi has developed another outstanding weapon, a portable anti-tank missile named Hua. Its performance far surpasses our nation's current capabilities, and even exceeds the active duty weapons of the bear and the pretty big ones.
Hearing Gone Shutsue's words, Yang Qingji perked up instantly.
He took the documents and began scanning them rapidly. After a first pass, he circled several critical sections and scrutinized them repeatedly.
Is Comrade Zhang Jiaxi still holed up in that military factory out in the northwest?
Correct. Those 2 discharged soldiers insisted they deeply admired Zhang Jiaxi, the developer behind the Kaisan series. They insisted on meeting him before leaving the capital, even if it meant forfeiting their assigned jobs. They felt it was worth every sacrifice.
Yang Qingji chuckled. They're 2 determined young men. It's a shame to let them retire. Go tell them there's a classified project that needs their expertise. Have them re-enlist. Gone Shutsue immediately agreed and asked Yang Qingji which agency they would be assigned to.
Yang Qingji picked up the documents on his desk and said with a smile.
What? Isn't Comrade Zhang Jiaxi's work classified? Have them serve as Zhang Jiaxi's bodyguards. Don't mention this until they agree.
Make sure they adjust their mindset before Zhang Jiaxi returns. They must genuinely respect him.
Gone Shutsue paused in surprise.
Truly a leader, his methods were masterful. I'll go see General Zhang now to contact Comrade Zhang Jiaxi. Hurry and bring back a batch of Hua. Our unit is desperately short on funds. Only after stepping out of General Yang's office did Gone Shutsue realize General Yang had never hesitated about selling this weapon to Africa. Seems my own courage still falls short. If Zhang Jiaxi were here, he'd surely slap Gone Shutsue on the shoulder and say, Comrade Shutsue, it's not just that you lack guts, your vision is too narrow. Selling an anti-tank missile is nothing.
Scared of poverty? We could even haul out our DF missiles to sell. Chapter 26, Tank Development.
Following the military-industrial competition, after the organization and higher-ups endorsed Zhang Jiaxi's strategy for Africa and the concept of military-industrial development supporting the economy, they not only provided funding and personnel but also granted access to vast amounts of classified data. Essentially, anything Zhang Jiaxi requested could be obtained except for top-secret materials like the Heaven and Earth Eternal project. Thus, when developing the Hua-Tua anti-tank missile, Zheng Chaoshi requested extensive machine tool documentation. As a genius, he could develop one breakthrough technology after another at a pace far surpassing others.
But these technologies had to be based on something he'd encountered and studied. They couldn't just appear out of thin air, right? Otherwise, even if the leaders of the flower planting family accepted it, you readers, our godfathers, wouldn't buy it. To fabricate the machine tool technology as the diligent fruit of his own extraordinary talent, Zheng Jiaxi needed to deconstruct the complete sets of high-precision machine tool documentation. He removed redundant sections common to different machines, creating a set of materials that appeared freshly completed yet still requiring refinement. Since the technical complexity of this documentation exceeded Zhu Geji's capabilities, Zheng Jiaxi had to tackle it alone. While Zheng Jiaxi was working feverishly to organize the data, Zhu Geji received news from the capital. They could return. After the mountain opening military exercises concluded, he had left ahead of time with Zheng Jiaxi. They had assumed hiding within the Ministry of National Defense would keep them safe, but within days, they learned 2 discharged soldiers had come looking for them. Upon receiving the news, Zheng Jiaxi immediately departed for the northwest to inspect military factory construction, taking Zhu Geji with him. Their departure was so swift that Zhu Geji didn't even have time to say goodbye to a young woman from the General Armament Department whom he'd gotten to know well during that period. For some inexplicable reason, after arriving in the northwest, Zhu Geji had been plagued by a strange feeling as if this girl were about to marry someone else any moment. Though Zhu Geji insisted such thoughts were ridiculous, a voice deep inside him insisted it would come true. 2 days later, Zheng Jiaxi and Zhu Geji each dragged a large suitcase out of the airport. Behind them, several soldiers stood guard over a sealed wooden crate. Upon arriving at the Ministry of National Defense, Zheng Jiaxi was informed that General Yang was waiting for him in his office and instructed to go in. Zhu Geji, preoccupied with thoughts of the girl, waved goodbye to Zheng Jiaxi. He intended to take his suitcase to Zheng's office first, then seek out the girl to ease his mind. But as he descended the stairs again, walking toward the General Armament Department with hopeful anticipation, he heard the heartbreaking news. The girl had gotten married. They'd rushed into it. Their parents had spotted them leaving work together one day, and it turned out their fathers had been sworn brothers in the same company back in the day. Hearing this news, Zhu Geji returned to his office in a daze, feeling cursed. How could such a coincidence happen? After a moment of despondency, Zhu Geji's gaze settled on 2 leather suitcases nearby. Only then did Zhu Geji realize that since the munitions factory had stabilized, he had become increasingly idle. Zheng Jiaxi was too brilliant. Zhu Geji could no longer keep up with his research. Lu Yaoguang and Lu Chosua were both busy with their own affairs in Africa. In a dormitory of 4, it seemed only he had become superfluous. Zhu Geji, how could you let yourself sink so low? Smack! Zhu Geji slapped himself across the face, then walked over to open the briefcase and began studying the documents inside. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiaxi sat in General Yang's office. Jiaxi, do you think we should sell an anti-tank missile like Hua-Tua-1 capable of destroying any main battle tank in the world? Could hostile nations acquire this weapon and then develop similar ones to counter us? Yang Qingji stared intently at Zheng Jiaxi, seemingly eager for her response. Without keeping Yang waiting long, Zheng Jiaxi replied almost without hesitation. Minister Yang, future development will inevitably prioritize offense over defense, especially for tanks. Take the 3rd-generation tanks of the Bear and the Big Beauty as examples. Further enhancing their armor thickness is extremely difficult, far more so than improving current portable anti-tank weapons. It's like our Kaisan and Hua-Tua systems. Developing weapons with equally outstanding performance might be unlikely, but creating viable alternatives is entirely feasible, let alone more powerful vehicle-mounted anti-tank weapons. This signifies that the future trajectory of tank protection lies not in thicker armor, but in enhancing active defense systems enabling tanks to intercept incoming rockets and missiles proactively. Hearing Zheng Jiaxi's response, General Yang's face lit up with an expression that said, "You're the one I expected." Jiaxi, this isn't the first time I've raised this issue. Yesterday, I convened several tank design experts for a discussion. It took them an entire afternoon to reach the exact same conclusion you just casually mentioned. Zheng Jiaxi couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. He had merely stated the future direction of tank design, never expecting such a coincidence. Just a coincidence. General Yang shook his head helplessly at Zheng Jiaxi's modest response. There's no disagreement regarding the anti-tank missiles. However, their significance far exceeds that of the Kaisan series. Thanks to the recent efforts of your 2 classmates, our nation has indeed secured numerous arms contracts. The organization holds your African war strategy and military powerhouse strategy in very high regard. After careful consideration, the organization plans to exhibit Hua-Tua at an international arms fair to bolster this strategy and elevate the global profile of our nation's weaponry. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jiaxi suddenly realized that General Yang hadn't summoned him solely for matters concerning the Hua-Tua weapon. Minister Yang, if the organization needs anything from me, just say the word. Very well. Since you put it that way, I won't beat around the bush. After listening to General Yang's explanation, Zheng Jiaxi finally understood that the questions posed earlier weren't solely about the sale of the Hua-Tua anti-tank missile, they were also testing whether he possessed innate talent in tank design. China's tank development had faced significant setbacks in recent years. The organization believed that if a figure comparable to those who revolutionized missile and nuclear weapons development emerged in tank design, rapid catch-up or even overtaking could be achieved. And the rising star Zheng Jiaxi was their first choice. Zheng Jiaxi never imagined the organization would actually invite him to participate in tank development. The tank technical documents lying in his backpack, Zheng Jiaxi had been pondering when to bring them out. After all, in Zheng Jiaxi's view, his most urgent task now was to produce those machine tool blueprints to boost China's industrial production capacity. Without industrial capacity, even the most advanced technology he could provide would be useless. China simply lacked the means for mass production. As the king of the land, a tank's strategic significance would be severely diminished if it couldn't appear in scale or in clusters. But now things were different. By joining the tank development team, he could first elevate China's industrial production capacity before embarking on tank development. He pulled the documents from his system backpack. It might seem like getting a plate of dumplings just for a side of vinegar, but who could resist having one wall of size parked right next to another? Zheng Jiaxi readily agreed to General Yang's invitation to join the tank design team. Stepping out of General Yang's office, Zheng Jiaxi's mind began wandering even before taking 2 steps. What should I name these tanks? Zheng Jiaxi walked briskly, completely unaware of the 2 burly soldiers who had appeared behind him. The soldiers watched him with intensely complex expressions, but seeing him deep in thought, they silently kept close behind. Chapter 27, Zhu Geji's Choice. Returning to his office, Zheng Jiaxi found Zhu Geji buried in documents about high-precision machine tools. Curiosity piqued, he asked. Zhuge, why are you looking at these documents? Zhu Geji set down the documents and sighed. Jiaxi, I feel I need to find something to occupy myself with. What's wrong? Zhu Geji glanced at Zheng Jiaxi, his tone tinged with melancholy. Sigh, there are 4 of us in this dorm. You 3 all have your own projects. Besides helping you coordinate with the military factory at the start and having my dad look for equipment for you earlier, I'm basically idle now. If this continues, I'll become dispensable in this team. As a graduate of HIT, how can I let myself sink into such a state? Zheng Jiaxi stared at Zhu Geji for a moment. Truthfully, setting aside the system, Zhu Geji's talent was nearly on par with his own. To use an imperfect analogy, they were like 2 peas in a pod. Without me, Zhu Geji's life path would undoubtedly have led him to join a weapons development team, or he could have at least left a trace in the annals of China's weapons research history. Whatever path you choose, I'll support you. Thank you, Jiaxi. Then, holding technical documents for a high-precision machine tool, Zhu Geji began explaining his vision for industrial development to Zheng Jiaxi. China recognized the importance of industry early on and began laying the groundwork for a comprehensive industrial system. As machines that manufacture other machines and machinery, machine tools would gradually become the mother machines of the mechanical field with technological advancement. In the future, due to its backwardness in this field, the flower-planting nation faced massive sanctions led by the Great Beauty. These sanctions severely constrained China's manufacturing capabilities across numerous sectors. Countless enterprises were placed on export blacklists, rendering the acquisition of advanced machine tools a distant dream for these companies. They cannot acquire the world's top brands, and even lesser-tier brands are only willing to sell them relatively outdated products. Zhu Geji couldn't foresee such distant events, but his solid academic foundation allowed him to conclude that machine tools would only grow more crucial in industrial manufacturing. Jiaxi, our nation's capabilities in machine tools remain too weak. To put it plainly, even with all this data you've gathered, if we gave it to our current manufacturers, they might not be able to build a single machine within a year. Zheng Jiaxi agreed with Zhu Geji's assessment. Machine manufacturing isn't solved by a single blueprint, just as ASML engineers in later generations would mockingly say. Even if you had the complete blueprints, you still couldn't build a lithography machine. To be fair, it wasn't that these people were short-sighted, they simply didn't understand the concept of building up strength for a decisive breakthrough. But the current Zhonghuajia was still in the accumulation phase, far from reaching the stage of explosive growth. According to Zheng Jiaxi's original vision, after gradually penetrating Africa's high-end market with the Hua-Tua anti-tank missile, he planned to gradually slow down weapons development and instead focus on enhancing China's comprehensive industrial capabilities. This encompassed not just machine tools, but also metallurgy, mining, railways. Any sector capable of bolstering China's comprehensive strength fell within Zheng Jiaxi's scope. After all, with China's current industrial capacity, even if it were to conjure an aircraft carrier strike group out of thin air, it couldn't sustain adequate logistical support. To measure territory with artillery, you must possess sufficient firepower both in strength and quantity and sustain that firepower indefinitely. How long must you fire? Until the moment when, even without uttering a word, everyone knows that this land belongs to you. Their conversation concluded swiftly. Zhu Geji, deeply grateful for Zheng Jiaxi's support, rose to embrace him, his tone solemn as he declared. Jiaxi, I've always believed the rise of the flower planting family is an unstoppable trend, no one can halt it.
Your presence makes me confident they'll rise faster and stronger. Lu Yaoguang and Lu Chiosua heading to Africa as your pathfinders. I'm willing to be your vanguard here at home. Zhu Gaji didn't linger long. Since the machine tool matter fell outside the Ministry of Defense's purview, they chatted briefly before he gathered all the documents and headed straight for the Flower Nation's capital Academy of Sciences. Only there could these technical documents be utilized to their fullest potential and distributed at the fastest pace to the factories truly capable of putting them to use. Zhu Gaji's days ahead would be intensely busy. He would travel across the nation alongside these technical documents, propelling the entire nation's machine tool production capacity to advance at breakneck speed. Even advancing the timeline by a single day would provide substantial support to Zhang Jiaxi. After Zhu Gaji departed, Zhang Jiaxi began organizing the tank documentation. Take the advanced tank technology Zhang Qiaoxi had accessed from the system, specifically the Type 99A main battle tank, dubbed the Wall of Size. Its highly integrated systems and internally configured navigation technology were simply impossible to replicate under current conditions. Yet the thought of abandoning these features to create a stripped-down 99A version pained him deeply. His current task was to convert these configurations into optional upgrades. He believed that through his efforts, China's technological capabilities across all fields would experience rapid growth. Whether in aerospace or electronic information technology, progress would accelerate at an unprecedented pace. When that time came, the full versions of the Type 99A, Type 96B, and Type 15 tanks would take center stage in land warfare, delivering a small but significant shock to the US and Russia. Zhang Jiaxi buried himself in work, not leaving the office all afternoon. Zhu Gaji departed with confidence, neither noticing the two soldiers who had followed Zhang Jiaxi to the door. Old Mao, look at the stupid idea you came up with. You said as long as we insist we admire that bastard Zhang Jiaxi, they'd have no reason to forcibly expel us. And we could even give up our assigned jobs. And now, we're stuck as this bastard's bodyguards, and we still want to beat him up to vent our anger? From now on, if anyone wants to beat him up, old Zhong, will have to protect him. Zhong Shangjuan muttered under his breath to his companion, Mao Dian, standing on the other side of the gate. Mao Dian shot him a glance and replied flatly. Old Zhong, don't make baseless accusations without proof. You're slandering someone's good name. My admiration for Section Chief Zhang is genuine. The only people I truly respect in this life are those more capable than me. Section Chief Zhang invented a weapon that can destroy our tanks. Of course I admire him. Though Mao Dian spoke these words, the incessant grinding of his teeth, a distinct gur sound, made it abundantly clear his true feelings lay elsewhere. But as proper soldiers, obeying orders was their duty. Though Zhang Jiaxi had made them suffer bitterly, it was precisely because of that they understood Zhang Jiaxi's true worth. After all, if he could design weapons to defeat them today, tomorrow he could design weapons to defeat the big beautiful and the furry bear. Their grumbling was merely venting frustration. If anyone dared harm Zhang Jiaxi, they'd be the first to charge. Zhang Jiaxi was completely absorbed in optimizing the tank blueprints. He hadn't even noticed it was mealtime until the sound of knocking on the door brought him back to reality. Section Chief Zhang, it's time for dinner. Chapter 28, The Eternal Night Strategist Strikes Again. Setting aside his work, Zhang Jiaxi stood up and walked out of the office somewhat mechanically. It took him a moment to register what was happening. Who are you? Section Chief Zhang, we are the security detail assigned to you by the organization. My name is Mao Dian. My name is Zhong Shangjuan. Bodyguards? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? Section Chief Zhang, we were just assigned today. We've been following you since you left General Zhang's office. You were deep in thought and didn't notice us. Haha, my apologies. As the three chatted casually on their way to the cafeteria, Zhang Qiaoxi suddenly asked out of curiosity, by the way, what units were you both from before? The question instantly froze the previously relaxed conversation. Seeing the two men fall silent, Zhang Qiaoxi hummed curiously. Zhong Shangjuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish grin toward the sky. Hee, Section Chief, old Mao, look at the sky tonight. The moon hasn't even risen yet, and the sky is so sky-like. Was your former unit classified? If so, you don't have to answer me. Mao Dian glanced at Zhong Shangjuan, who was still staring at the sky. After a moment's thought, he decided to answer truthfully. Section Chief Zhang, actually, we've crossed paths before. Zhang Jiaxi immediately scanned his memory for any military units he'd encountered. The guards at the training grounds during the military industry competition? The guards at the training grounds during the Kaisan military exercises? The guards at the training ground next to the rising military factory in the northwest? Wait a minute, there was one more. The soldiers from the tank and armored units of the capital military district. What a coincidence. You guys are actually brothers from the tank corps. A rare look of awkwardness flashed across Zhang Jiaxi's face. He had just eliminated the other party not long ago, yet now they were assigned to be his guard. Was Minister Zhang deliberately arranging this? Could it be that he thought, since they were fellow tank corps brothers, those two lurking around him might hesitate to act?
Pondering this, Zhang Jiaxi couldn't help asking, I heard your unit has 2 veterans who stayed behind in the capital instead of leaving. Do you know them? How do your skills compare to theirs? To Zhang Jiaxi, it seemed like a perfectly normal question. Yet, the moment he spoke, it felt like he hit mute. After a long pause with no response, Zhang Jiaxi asked curiously, what's wrong? You don't know about this? Ha ha ha. Zhong Shangjuan's silly grin turned into a hearty laugh, and amid his roaring laughter, Mao Dian finally revealed the final truth. Sorry, Section Chief Zhang, the 2 of us were the ones who wanted to teach you a lesson earlier. But the idea was... Before Mao Dian could finish, Zhong Shangjuan, who had been laughing all along, suddenly interrupted, it was all my idea, Section Chief. I tricked Mao Dian into it. If you're going to punish anyone, punish me. You let go? It was clearly my idea. With your brain, how could you possibly come up with such a brilliant idea to show respect to Section Chief Zhang? Shut up. If you're so smart, how did you come up with this rotten idea? This rotten idea must have been mine, Zhong Shangjuan's. Watching the 2 bicker, their arguments laced with both mutual defense and insults, Zhang Jiaxi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, you 2 stop bickering. I see you're both passionate souls. From now on, I'm entrusting my personal safety to you both. Yes, sir. Both saluted in unison. After finishing his meal, Zhang Jiaxi didn't head straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he returned to the office not to continue refining the blueprints, but to retrieve intelligence reports from the department. These contained updates transmitted by Lu Yaoguang and Lu Qiusua since his departure from the capital. Since no international communication methods were found for that era in China, though leaders likely had international phone access, it seemed unlikely such technology existed in Africa at the time. Therefore, encrypted telegrams were used as a default. Reading the telegram contents, Zhang Jiaxi learned the latest progress from both sides and understood why the system had suddenly secured so many orders. First up, the Catapula tribe. With the assistance of Lu Yaoguang, the strategist of the Eternal Night Army, the Catapula tribe had simultaneously established connections with the Yefan, Sera, and Tobi tribes. While rapidly expanding under the banner of the Yefan tribe and appeasing them with minor concessions, they simultaneously pressured the Sera and Tobi tribes to successfully divert a significant portion of the Yefan tribe's attention. Under threat from Sera and Tobi, the Yefan tribe, even after discovering Catapula's insincere dealings, couldn't spare the resources to confront them. Moreover, under Lu Yaoguang's influence, Chief Shaliang had long resolved to completely absorb the Yefan forces. After viewing footage of the Kaisan military exercises, he developed immense interest in these weapons capable of threatening tanks. After all, having absorbed smaller tribes and extracted substantial benefits from others, the Catapula tribe's overt strength had grown to rival that of the Yefan tribe. However, the Yefan tribe possessed a number of tanks. Even though these were outdated World War II-era models, they still posed a formidable challenge for the Catapula tribe to overcome. But with the Kaisan system's individual rocket launchers, that would change. In a surprise attack, a barrage of rockets could wipe out the entire Yefan tribe's tank force in one wave. Thus, when Chief Shaliang proactively inquired about procuring a portion, Lu Yaoguang merely offered a pretext to consult. Within days, the previously signed framework agreement transformed into a binding contract. In the next telegram, Zhang Jiaxi witnessed the follow-up. In reality, shipping from China to Africa takes 3 to 6 months, but that would be too slow. The author applied a speed boost. Think of it as a dedicated arms transport ship. I trust our patrons won't mind. Upon the arrival of the Kaisan series, Lu Yaoguang immediately began training the Catapula tribe's forces while simultaneously discussing countermeasures with the Sera and Tobi tribes. First, ease the pressure on the Yefan tribe. Once they move against Catapula, we'll strike their vulnerable rear and deal a crushing blow. Once the Yefan tribe moved, the Catapula tribe would ambush them. Severely damaging their armored forces regardless of complete annihilation would be enough to shatter their morale, given the quality of African troops. Destroying just 10% would be devastating. Events unfolded precisely as Lu Yaoxian predicted. Upon perceiving diminished threats from the Sera and Tobi tribes, the Yefan tribe wasted no time. They swiftly mobilized the bulk of their forces and charged openly toward the Catapula tribe. The battle unfolded without a ripple. A barrage of rocket fire not only destroyed the Yefan tribe's prized, outdated World War II tanks purchased from the Great Beautiful Country but also terrified the entire Yefan tribe's soldiers. These soldiers fled back at a speed far exceeding their initial advance. The Catapula tribe's forces pursued relentlessly, cutting straight through the Yefan tribe's territory. The Yafan chieftain attempted a last-ditch struggle in the street fighting, only to be instantly obliterated by a barrage of rockets raining down from all directions. While this battle raged, Lu Yaoxian had already divided the Catapula tribe's forces into 3 columns. The other 2 columns lay in ambush along the essential routes leading from the Sera and Tobi tribes. Once again, the Kaisan system's individual rocket launchers made their presence known. Once again, they pursued relentlessly. Once again, rockets pounded their targets. Within a single day, the Catapula tribe had eliminated all major tribes in the southwest of Bwama province, becoming a force controlling nearly a quarter of the province's territory. Chapter 29, The Dilemma of the Republic of Burkina Faso. Of course, this was the intelligence Liu Yaoguan relayed to Zhang Jiaxi. As the greatest beneficiary of this conflict, the Catapula tribe presented a different narrative to the outside world. Having previously collaborated with the Sera and Tobi tribes, the Catapula tribe enjoyed a degree of trust with the Gara Republic government. Therefore, after completely eliminating the leadership of both tribes, Shaliang, at Liu Yaoguang's suggestion, reported the true details of the battle to the Gara Republic government. After the threat from the Sera and Tobi tribes had eased, the Yefan tribe feigned a retreat. Then, taking advantage of the Sera and Tobi tribes' lack of vigilance, they launched a two-pronged surprise attack. The Yefan tribe had somehow acquired substantial heavy firepower. Under their assault, the Sera and Tobi tribes collapsed like a mountain crumbling, swiftly falling under complete occupation. Upon learning of the attacks on Sera and Tobi, the Catapula tribe immediately mobilized reinforcements. However, due to the Catapula tribe's limited mobility, they resorted to a strategy of attacking the Yefan tribe directly to force their withdrawal. Yet the Yefan tribe apparently underestimated Catapula's strength, stubbornly withstanding their assault and forcibly capturing both the Sera and Tobi tribes. As allies of Sera and Tobi and fellow supporters of the GRA Republic government, how could the Catapula tribe stand idly by while their allies faced peril? They immediately abandoned their assault on the Yefan tribe, feigning retreat, then secretly ambushed the Yefan reinforcements en route. Under the Catapula force's relentless assault, the Yefan tribe suffered heavy casualties, but the Catapula tribe's troops also incurred severe losses. Out of loyalty to the Gara Republic government, the Catapula tribe, despite their heavy losses, did not abandon their assault on the Yefan tribe. Instead, they spent the night contacting numerous medium and small tribes in the southwest to form a coalition force and continue the attack. Finally, the valiant people of the Republic of Gra in the southwest of Bovan province, led by the Catapula tribe, successfully overran the Yefan tribe, killing numerous Yefan chieftains and avenging the tribes of Sera and Tobi. Following this intelligence report, Liu Yaoguang specifically appended the Republic of Gara's response to the Catapula tribe. The gist was that the president of the Jela Republic was deeply moved, never expecting that in these tense times with anti-government forces growing increasingly brazen, such loyal subjects still existed. Unlike the large tribes of Sera and Tobi, the Catapula tribe had not received substantial support from the Gara Republic government after it seized power. Yet they maintained their loyalty to the nation, even bearing immense sacrifices for its peace. Their glorious deeds and fearless spirit have even inspired other tribes. If the president were to choose one phrase to describe them, only an ancient saying from a distant, mysterious eastern nation would be fitting. The wind reveals the strong grass, turmoil reveals the loyal minister. By the end, Zhang Jiaxi even learned that this president, overwhelmed by rebel forces, had not only recognized Catapula's legitimate claim to the territories formerly belonging to Yefan, Sera, and Tobi tribes to appease and win over Catapula, but also pledged substantial financial support. Moreover, he fully endorsed the Catapula tribe's proposal to consolidate tribes in the southwestern region of Bovan province, pooling their strength to support the Glar Republic government in countering the rebels. In summary, the Catapula tribe used weapons purchased from China to eliminate all powerful enemies in the surrounding area at minimal cost, leaving only a handful of small tribes that could be legally annexed at any time. Following this, the Gara Republic government disbursed another sum to the Catapula tribe. By all accounts, the tribe may have gained vast territories and resources without spending a single coin. Zhang Jiaxi set down the intelligence report transmitted by Liu Yaoguang, inwardly marveling. Truly, the old doctor's prescription delivers results. He then picked up the intelligence from Lu Qiusua and continued reading. President Thomas of Bufeso had initially placed great hopes in the Bear Nation. Despite the Bear Nation showing little inclination to provide substantial support during early negotiations, Thomas never abandoned talks with them. Reality, however, failed to meet his expectations. After prolonged negotiations, only minimal support was secured from the Bear Nation, and this assistance proved largely ineffective in advancing Bufeso's development. Whenever they requested practical technical or equipment assistance, the Bear Nation responded with a barrage of stringent demands. Accepting these conditions would amount to Bufeso surrendering its national sovereignty to the Bear. As a hardliner who seized power through a military coup, President Thomas refused to compromise his country's interests to another nation, even if that nation was the current leader of the socialist bloc. While both sides were locked in a tug-of-war during negotiations, Big Beauty had quietly made contact with the remnants of the previous government. She gathered them at the border with neighboring Lakna and swiftly formed a new army. This newly formed force possessed weaponry and equipment vastly superior to that of the former Bufeso government army. Naturally, these military assets also far surpassed those of present-day Bufeso. After all, without support from the Bear, the Bufeso military had seen little improvement in hard power beyond the resolve and training of its soldiers. The rebel forces launched a surprise invasion while the Republic of Bufeso was completely unprepared. Despite the existing troops' formidable resolve to resist, they were forced into a relentless retreat under the crushing weight of severe weapon inferiority and the overwhelming numerical advantage of the rebel forces' sudden assault. Faced with this crisis, President Thomas urgently sought assistance from the Bear Nation overnight, even agreeing to relax previous conditions to meet their demands. Yet, to his utter dismay, the Bear Nation chose to take advantage of the situation at this critical moment. Not only did they fail to immediately approve the aid request, but they instead compiled an even more stringent list of demands overnight. The next day, President Thomas watched as the Bear's ambassador arrived at his office carrying a document. He was overjoyed. He assumed it contained the aid package, but upon eagerly opening it, he discovered several pages filled with terms for exchanging assistance. At this sight, President Thomas couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Then, under the gaze of all the staff in the presidential office building, President Thomas demonstrated his military-trained boxing skills to the ambassador. After the Bear's diplomatic envoy was expelled, President Thomas summoned all high-ranking officials of the Republic of Bufaso in the capital. He could not accept benefits gained by betraying national interests, nor could he tolerate the return of former rulers who had exploited the people. Without external aid, they would have to fight their own battle. President Thomas swiftly laid out his plans, ensuring battlefield support while assigning tasks for Bufaso's next steps, yet made no mention of himself or the military. Only when someone asked, "Mr. President, how will we defend against the rebel forces' attacks?" President Thomas responded solemnly, "With our will, with our flesh and blood. I shall lead the fight from the front lines. Comrades, should you ever hear news of my death, do not abandon our ideals. Continue the fight. Victory will belong to the people. It will belong to Socialist Bufaso." President Thomas rose to leave. Minister Braid, who had also attended the meeting as Minister of Development, hurriedly stood and followed him out. Chapter 30, Let them taste some firepower. Bradley chose not to raise the proposal to request aid from the flower planting family during the meeting. He had gone to inspect several crucial projects early this morning and only rushed back upon receiving the meeting notice, completely unaware of the events that unfolded here this morning. Without knowing President Thomas's shift in stance toward the Bear Nation, Brad still chose to privately propose seeking aid from the Flower Nation, just as before. Even if the Flower Nation couldn't provide substantial aid, selling them some emergency weapons and equipment to combat the rebel forces would be quite beneficial. At this thought, the image of the Kaisan series kept flashing through Brad's mind. After viewing the footage last time, Brad had seized an opportunity to pass the tape to President Thomas. However, at that moment, President Thomas saw little value in a single weapon system contributing significantly to the nation-building efforts of Bufaso. The conflict between China and Russia was deep-rooted and long-standing. With aid negotiations between them at an impasse, rashly purchasing large quantities of Chinese weapons could easily worsen an already difficult situation. But now, Brad was bringing it up again. Russia? You give aid, help out your little brother here, and I'll call you Big Brother Bear with respect. But if you refuse aid and still expect me to treat you like a father? Then you're nothing but a bear. Come to Africa and try to take me on. Bye. Thomas immediately returned to the conference room. Executives who hadn't yet left or had just stepped out of the building were summoned back. This meeting had only one agenda: to quickly allocate funds to purchase arms from the flowering nation. Zheng Zhaoxi learned through the system that the Kaisan series orders were only part of this batch of arms. While procuring them, the Republic of Bufaso also purchased large quantities of rifles, bullets, grenades, rocket-propelled grenades, and more. With a full 8-hour time difference from China, by the time Zheng Zhaoxi saw this intelligence, the Bufaso military had already inspected their new equipment under President Thomas's review. Fellow readers, as mentioned earlier, the author has accelerated the arms deal plot. Let's just assume everyone's caught up. Most of these troops were redeployed from Bufaso's rear areas, while a smaller contingent comprised newly recruited soldiers. The redeployed troops carried brand new rifles and carried ammunition boxes the people of Bufaso had never seen before. Trucks and horse-drawn carts hauled strange artillery pieces one after another. Marching in somewhat disorderly formation, they passed through Bofala's capital, Doug, heading straight for the front lines. Burkina Faso is a small nation, lacking vast territories. Its entire land area spans just 274,100 square kilometers. Even though Thomas commanded his troops to fight tenaciously, they were still driven back step by step by the rebel forces. In truth, these soldiers of Burkina Faso, armed with red ideology, were formidable, arguably unmatched in Africa. Their situation had not originally been so dire, but Burkina Faso harbored a large number of disloyal elements. Landowners whose properties were forcibly reclaimed after President Thomas took power, plantation and mine owners whose slaves had been freed, and capitalists controlling the nation's scarce productive resources. Seeing Thomas's crisis, they eagerly jumped at the chance to act. They bribed officials and officers, sabotaged logistics, and leaked frontline intelligence, causing the People's Army of Bufaso to suffer greatly. But all that is over. Having just returned to the capital, Dagagu, Thomas watched the soldiers marching toward the front lines and declared with unwavering resolve. As Zheng Zhaoxi drifted into dreams in his dormitory, the Bufaso forces launched their first counteroffensive since the conflict began. The prolonged offensive had left the anti-government forces, motivated by monetary incentives, deeply fatigued. Their attack today lacked any real vigor. The Bufaso soldiers, whether those who had been on the front lines or the reinforcements who had just arrived, were all in high spirits. For no other reason than this, they were fighting for the people. The army quickly completed its reorganization. By 2 p.m. in Dugetu, when everyone was physically exhausted and drowsy, countless rocket launchers transported by trucks, carts, and even soldiers themselves to the front lines opened fire. With a series of whistling sounds, a torrent of rockets rained down on the rebel positions like a downpour. In just over 10 seconds, deafening explosions erupted across every corner of the enemy lines. Countless rebel soldiers were torn to shreds by the rockets before they could react. When the barrage ended, waves of soldiers surged from Buffa's positions. Under the cover of machine guns and artillery, they charged forward with overwhelming momentum toward the rebel positions. On the rebel side, their rudimentary defenses trenches that offered little more than the illusion of cover by keeping heads below the surface proved utterly useless against the rocket barrage. Of those who survived the onslaught, barely 1 in 10 remained standing. Any soldier who dared peek over the trench line, lured by the sight of green, shiny banknotes, was immediately greeted with a barrage of enthusiastic fire. Under these circumstances, the rebel positions offered little meaningful resistance before being completely overrun by Bufeso's forces. By the time the rebel leadership, who had been celebrating victory banquets back at headquarters for a full week, received word of the frontline developments, over an hour had already passed. Back in the barracks, Zheng Jiaoxi had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. In his dream, soldiers clad in simple uniforms passed before him. Zheng Jiaoxi didn't recognize these people. He could only tell from their features that they weren't members of the Zhenghua family. Yet, as they passed by him, they all rendered a military salute, though not a very standard one. Zheng Jiaoxi felt utterly bewildered. He couldn't comprehend what was happening, yet in their gazes, he sensed a kindred spirit. They too seemed to be striving for humanity's most noble, progressive, and scientific ideals. Zheng Jiaoxi instinctively raised his hand in return. Zheng Jiaoxi's dream ended. The rebel commanders snapped to attention, hastily rallying their remaining troops to charge the front lines and halt the advance of the Bufeso forces. They didn't expect these men to turn the tide, for their true hopes lay deep in the rear. Along the border near Rakna, there stood an entire regiment of tanks and armored forces. A formidable force they had never commanded, not even when they ruled the entire nation of Bufeso, enslaving and exploiting its tens of millions of people. But when they utterly betrayed their own nation and sold their very souls to Big Pretty, they gained this unimaginable force. The commander of the tank and armored forces, Alakna by blood, finally directed his troops toward the Bufeso army after the rebel leadership produced vast quantities of gold and big beautiful currency, accompanied by waves of flattery. Behind this armored force, of course, marched vast numbers of Lakna soldiers who had just donned the uniforms of the rebel army. At this very moment, Burkina Faso had already detected the presence of this tank and armored force. They rapidly deployed defensive positions, stationing large numbers of soldiers armed with the Kaisan series of man-portable rocket launchers at various points along the line. As this force charged heedlessly toward the positions, they became the second nation after the tribes of Glar Republic, Yefan, Sara, and Tobi to experience the relentless firepower obsession of a nation afflicted with firepower deficiency phobia. After all, in this world, to counter the bear's potential full-scale invasion and its steel torrent, the Flower Nation was frantically producing individual rocket launchers just as Zheng Jiaoxi had done in his previous life. When countless upgraded rocket launchers suddenly erupted from the trenches, unleashing a deluge of armor-piercing rounds, the lead tanks and armored vehicles were systematically destroyed one by one. These soldiers of Rakna descent, along with the rebel leadership watching the battle from the rear, poised to celebrate victory, etched a profound fear into their very souls. A terror they could never forget, a terror they could never overcome, the terror of overwhelming firepower. Over 30 years ago, another group had faced this same terror. But they conquered that terror with unbreakable will and their very flesh and blood. And they dedicated themselves to making others feel this fear too. Chapter 31, Gaul, Dare You Move? The next day, when Zheng Jiaoxi arrived at the office with Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan, both brimming with energy, the first contingent of Bufeso's troops had already redeployed to the border. As Burkina Faso's neighbor, Lakna's high-ranking officials also received news from the border. Huge numbers of Bufeso troops were massed along the border, ready for battle. The soldiers who had narrowly escaped back to Rakna, along with the senior members of the rebel forces, were all visibly terrified. When Jian, the capital of Rakna, called the front lines to inquire about the specifics of the battle, these survivors all claimed that the Bufeso forces possessed witchcraft. They could summon flames from over a kilometer away. Whenever these soldiers fired a strange rocket, their positions would erupt in violent explosions. Even from dozens of meters away, they could feel the heat of these explosions enough to roast them alive. Their prized tanks and armored vehicles crumbled like paper under the enemy's sorcery. Though Lakna's high command could extract no precise intelligence from these terrified survivors, one thing became clear. The Bufeso army possessed the capability to effortlessly defeat their elite armored forces. If the president of Bufeso were to appear before these leaders, they would undoubtedly demand answers from the depths of his soul. You possess this capability, why didn't you mention it sooner? With that capability, how could I possibly let our troops invade your country alongside those rebels? What? Big Beauty send us over? Oh, scratch that last remark. But now is no time for such thoughts. Before these high-ranking officials had even risen from their 3-meter-wide beds, they should have already dispatched orders to all military units. By the time they stepped out of their 1,000-square-meter villas to head toward President Rachna's estate downtown, large numbers of Rachna troops had already been mobilized toward the border. After all, any clear-eyed observer could see that Bufeso's so-called rebel forces were formed with the support of the great beautiful nation. Those ordinary army soldiers were naturally lured by the rebels waving cash or brainwashed under the guise of faith. The elite soldiers capable of operating tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, and howitzers, elite in the African sense, were, of course, provided by Rachna. They had merely changed uniforms. Now, with everyone caught completely off guard, Burkina Faso has either eliminated or expelled these forces. The Rachnan leadership feared the courage of the Bufeso soldiers in battle and dreaded the possibility of Bufeso crossing the border in retaliation. Despite their apparent military superiority over Burkina Faso, the Lacuna Kingdom merely continued massing troops along the border to intimidate Burkina Faso while constantly appealing to their patron, the great beautiful nation. After all, as long as hostilities didn't erupt, they could continue lying comfortably atop the people of Rachna, crushing their bones and sucking their marrow dry. Daddy, one of your African sons, Rachna, is about to get beaten up. Hurry and help me save face. The cries of Rachna's high command echoed out, yet no immediate response came from Big Beautiful Daddy. It turned out that Thomas, who had recently returned to the front lines, had headed back to the capital Douaga shortly after the situation improved. At this point, the Rachnan leadership hadn't even received news from the front. Back in Douaga, Thomas found little peace of mind. Though the rebels had been crushed, the crisis facing Bufeso remained far from resolved. In this military operation, while the Republic of Bufeso achieved a valuable victory, it has also completely antagonized the Republic of Rachna. As a nation bordering Bufeso to the west and possessing a high-quality seaport, Rachna's economic and military capabilities far surpass those of Bufeso. At the very least, Rachna possesses a proper air force. Though its fleet consists mostly of outdated World War II-era aircraft, it still far surpasses Bufeso, a nation that doesn't even have a single decent airport. President Thomas remained unaware of the cowardice toward war within Rachna's leadership, nor could he comprehend their utter indifference to their own citizens dying on foreign soil. In his view, Rachna's leadership must be feverishly preparing a counterattack and revenge. Therefore, upon returning to Douaga, Thomas wasted no time resting. He immediately summoned all senior officials to discuss how to respond to Rachna's impending attack and whether the Great Beauty would intervene. If she did, how should they react? Just as the discussion reached its most heated point, a knock sounded at the conference room door. At Thomas's gesture, the door swung open. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit entered, escorted by soldiers. This was Zhao Rulin, the diplomat who had entered the country alongside Lu Chiosuo. However, upon realizing the Bufeso government's delicate stance between the Bear Nation and the Flower Nation, the diplomat had chosen to remain out of sight for the time being. It wasn't until this war erupted, when Chinese arms truly entered Burkina Faso and were equipped to their soldiers, that Zhao Rulin knew negotiations between Burkina Faso and the Bear Nation had ended completely. His time to step forward had come. Amid the intense fighting, Zhao Rulin shed his disguise of work clothes, got a haircut, took a bath, shaved, and slept, waiting quietly for Thomas to return to Douaga. Now that Thomas had returned, Burkina Faso's most senior leadership had been summoned. It was time for him to make his move. Zhao Rulin entered the conference room, his words flowing in fluent French. Bufeso's real-world counterpart should be familiar to all our patrons. Once a colony of the Gallic Rooster, its official language is naturally French. Good day, Mr. President. Allow me to introduce myself, Zhao Rulin, diplomat of the Flower Planting Nation. I currently hold no assigned overseas post. I hope this discussion will yield favorable outcomes for both nations. After speaking, Zhao Rulin walked calmly to the end of the conference table and sat directly across from President Thomas. I imagine you are all concerned about Rachna's counterattack and the potential consequences for the great beautiful nation? Gentlemen, our great leader once said that imperialism is nothing but a paper tiger. And these parasites clinging to imperialism? They're mere flies and maggots. Dealing with them is actually quite simple. It all depends on whether you're willing to act. Zhao Rulin finished speaking and turned his gaze toward Thomas. Thomas immediately grasped the implication and declared, "The meeting is adjourned. Everyone, please return to your duties." Mr. Zhao, I invite you to my office for a private discussion. Cooperation between nations is never a trivial matter. Before the broad framework is confirmed, it will not be discussed openly. Zhao Rulin's appearance in the meeting room was solely to signal to certain parties that the flowering nation was re-engaging with Bufeso. The United States and Russia were currently locked in a bloody struggle in the Middle East, leaving both nations with limited resources to deploy in Africa, most of which remained concentrated in South Africa. Take the Republic of Gara, for instance. Under the influence of these two nations, it has been embroiled in civil war for over a decade. France's initial investment in Burkina Faso has already been completely wiped out. Based on China's assessment, France won't be committing further resources to this region anytime soon. Instead, they'll likely hand over their Burkina Faso-related tasks to France.
Under normal circumstances, the Gaulish rooster would be more than happy to demonstrate the might of one of the 5 great rogue powers of Blue Star when ordered by their boss to deal with a minor African nation. But if Gaulish saw that their opponent was the flowering nation, then ask them again. Gaulish rooster, would you dare make a move? Chapter 32, I swear to you in the name of a soldier. As China had anticipated, when Thomas sent a telegram to the Lakhna government per Zhao Rulin's instructions. A telegram denouncing the Lakhna government for colluding with rebel forces, invading Bufeso, and inflicting severe losses upon the nation and its people. The telegram declared that Burkina Faso was a model of peace-loving nations coexisting harmoniously with its neighbors, while Lacuna, driven by ulterior motives, had deliberately disrupted peace and violated another nation's sovereignty. Such actions should be met with vigilance by all neighboring nations. If Lakhna refuses to compensate Bufeso for all damages including reparations for its people and pensions for its soldiers, then Bufeso swears that even if it must shed the blood of its last citizen, it will make Lakhna's leadership pay a price as bloody as blood itself. Shortly after this message was issued, the Republic of Lakhna requested negotiations regarding compensation. As for Gaul, a high-ranking official who had been preparing to travel to Rakhna immediately upon receiving news from Zamawagia suddenly fell ill upon learning that Bufeso had used Zamawagia's weapons and that Zamawagia's diplomatic envoy was present in Bufeso's capital, Dugwa. When the Flower Nation government formally announced the establishment of diplomatic relations with Bufeso, Zheng Jiaxi's newly developed Hua Tuoman portable anti-tank missile also made its international debut, heading to the Middle East for a competition. This was a military competition initiated by Camel Nation. Not real-world fictional setting. As a nation flush with cash but militarily underdeveloped, watching Persia and the Red Rose fight tooth and nail day in and day out, Camel closed its eyes and envisioned these two nations storming its borders to plunder its wealth. As a technologically savvy nation, Camel Nation understood that in such circumstances, it must use its inexhaustible wealth, truly inexhaustible, to acquire something worthwhile in return. Only then could it find a shred of peace of mind. Now that both Persia and the Red Rose possess massive tank and armored forces, Camel resolved, I must procure the world's most potent anti-tank weapons, portable ones at that. Vehicle-mounted systems are too conspicuous. With Persian Cat and Red Rose's formidable air power, they'd likely be destroyed before even reaching the tanks. Portability is non-negotiable. But Zheng Jiaxi remained unaware of all this, his mind still buried in the tank blueprints. He had assumed that by abandoning the highly integrated systems and the built-in navigation systems, he could at least produce a tank with superior hard parameters. But after delving deeper into the blueprints, Zheng Jiaxi realized he had been far too optimistic. This era fell short of later times not only in mechanical production capacity but also in material manufacturing capabilities and optoelectronic technology, all far below the standards required to produce the wall of size. Two paths now lay before Zheng Jiaxi. One was to lower standards, creating a stripped-down version based on the optional equipment Psi wall as a transitional solution. But knowing a superior option existed, Zheng Jiaxi was utterly unwilling to abandon it. That leaves only the second path, cheating. Leverage the system to perform a massive upgrade across all capabilities. But none of this involved military technology, meaning Zheng Jiaxi would need massive funding or more arms contracts. At this realization, Zheng Jiaxi immediately rose to seek out Minister Yang. Only through him could he secure more funding, or rather, bypass additional funding altogether by simply redirecting the existing tank or D-team's budget to himself. Knock knock knock. Come in. Zheng Jiaxi entered Minister Yang's office. After softly addressing him as Minister Yang, he said nothing further. He walked to the desk, noticed the water glass was nearly empty, and promptly picked it up to refill it at the sink. Only then did Yang Qingji lift his head from its lowered position. His eyes widened instantly upon recognizing Zheng Jiaxi as the one refilling his water. Even discounting the fortnight spent at the military factory in the northwest, Zheng Jiaxi's tenure at the Ministry of National Defense felt longer than a month. He had summoned Zheng Jiaxi to his office more than once or twice over this month, yet each time, Zheng Jiaxi's demeanor remained neither servile nor arrogant. That intellectual demeanor was deeply ingrained. And today, for the first time ever, he was pouring water for him? Something was off, more than off, it was dead wrong. The man who deconcocted the scheme to assign Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan as Zheng Jiaxi's bodyguards, how could he fail to see through Zheng's ulterior motives? Therefore, when Zheng Jiaxi walked back carrying the cup, Yang Qingji immediately stood up, intercepting Zheng Jiaxi before he could set the cup down. He dared not let Zheng put down the cup until Zheng clarified his intentions first. Jiaxi, I have a meeting soon and won't be drinking water. Since you've come to see me, what's on your mind? Just say it. Zheng Jiaxi, still holding the cup, was forcibly pulled from his desk by Yang Qingji and seated on the sofa by the window. Since you put it that way, Minister Yang, I won't beat around the bush. It's nothing major, but remember how you mentioned involving me in tank development earlier? I've long had ideas about tank development and conducted research in this area before. After giving it some thought, if our country wants to develop a tank that can rival or even surpass the US's M1A1, Germany's Leopard 2, or Russia's T-80, our current industrial capabilities aren't sufficient.
We'd need significant investments across multiple fields: materials, propellants, optoelectronics to achieve major breakthroughs that could make this tank a reality. That requires a lot of money. Zhang Jiaxi's words plunged Yang Qingji into silence, for they struck a nerve at the heart of China's military shortcomings. Having started late, China's most advanced tanks still lagged 2 generations behind those nations. What does 2 generations mean? Although this scenario hadn't yet played out on the battlefield, someone had once simulated it for Yang Qingji. Take the M1A1 as an example. This technological generation gap meant they could easily overwhelm China's current tanks with fewer numbers. Zhang Jiaxi remained unaware of Yang Qingji's inner turmoil. Had he known, he would have offered an unequivocal answer. The Gulf War already provided the answer. China's most advanced main battle tank today is the Type 79. Its predecessor, the Type 69-2, was exported in large quantities to the USSR. During that conflict, the Type 69-2 was utterly overwhelmed by the M1A1's firepower, unable to mount any effective defense. Even with today's researchers racking their brains, they couldn't catch up to the Americans' progress under such conditions. If money could solve these problems, I'd sell everything I own to get this tank built. Hearing Minister Yang's somewhat defiant words, Zhang Jiaxi's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Ha? What do you mean? Minister, to be honest, I do have a fairly mature concept for our nation's 3rd-generation tank. With sufficient funding, we can absolutely build it. Hearing Zhang Jiaxi's words, Yang Qingji, who had been sitting on the sofa, abruptly stood up. His face flushed with excitement, but it quickly faded into a look of melancholy. Jiaxi, you've gone rogue now, you're even joking around. Zhang Jiaxi immediately stood up, straightened his military uniform, saluted, and said solemnly, Minister Yang, General Yang, I pledge to you as a captain in the military, I am not joking. I possess the capability to develop China's 3rd-generation tank, one that will enable our armored forces to stand shoulder to shoulder with Russia and the United States on the global stage. Chapter 33, Zhang Jiaxi vs. The Tank Development Team. Yang Qingji had forged his path through fire and sword. During the Korean War, the renowned Battle of Iron Mountain was fought by the 63rd Army under his command. Through blood, flesh, tactical brilliance, and the selfless sacrifice of his men, they held the line against the UN forces for 13 days and nights, ultimately halting their advance. Yet even with such experience, Yang Qingji was stunned by Zhang Jiaxi's words. Scrutinizing Zhang Jiaxi from head to toe several times, Yang Qingji began to ponder internally. After all, Zhang Jiaxi was arguably the most skilled tank countermeasures specialist in the entire country. After all, the most powerful portable anti-tank weapons were developed by him. Yang Qingji sat down silently, his tone serious. Jiaxi, tell me how much funding you need. Zhang Jiaxi hurriedly sat down and replied earnestly, Minister Yang, there's no need to increase the budget. I've reviewed the funds allocated to the tank development team. If you assign me to lead the tank development project, simply allow me to manage those existing funds. Truthfully, before thoroughly studying the tank technical documents, Zhang Jiaxi hadn't considered taking the lead on tank development. His initial plan was to first strengthen mechanical manufacturing capabilities. Regarding tank development, he could start by proposing several key suggestions to shift the current research direction, gradually taking full control of the entire research effort. Much like Zhang Huajia's approach in the international community, whenever possible, cultivate friendships rather than create enemies. You may call Zhanghua benevolent, but you cannot say it lacks resolve. When the moment of truth arrives, Zhanghua's stance will be more resolute than anyone else's. Right now, Zhang Jiaxi understood clearly that within the Flower family, only he possessed the capability to complete the 3rd-generation tank development, especially after gaining deep insight into its inherent challenges. To avoid detours during development and channel all efforts toward a single objective, once he joined the tank development team, it would have to follow his vision. Any conflicting ideas, differing opinions, or alternative approaches would only delay the debut of the Zhang Huajia family's 3rd-generation tank. Yang Qingji shot Zhang Jiaxi a surprised glance, his tone tinged with uncertainty as he asked, Jiaxi, do you realize what you're saying? The current tank development team is pouring their hearts and souls into this project, making countless sacrifices to ensure our nation possesses a formidable tank. Are you suggesting we disregard their achievements? It was no wonder Yang Qingji reacted this way. If Zhang Jiaxi had merely proposed leading the development effort, Yang could have dismissed it as youthful ambition and overconfidence. Everyone had been young once. That mindset was understandable. At worst, they could split off a research group from the existing team. As long as Zhang Jiaxi could present what he believed to be a superior approach, both teams could proceed in parallel. If later on, Zhang Jiaxi's approach truly proved superior, the original team could immediately pivot and join his group to collaborate on the research. But demanding control over the entire tank development budget was a different matter entirely. This funding wasn't just the annual defense budget allocation. As the tank development team bearing the nation's greatest hopes and the primary tank manufacturer, Capital Industries received substantial annual or D funding, often exceeding the military budget allocation. If Zhang Jiaxi truly gained control over these funds, China's tank development team would have only one path forward. Upon hearing Yang Qingji's words, Zheng Jiaxi instantly reined in his smile, reverting to his usual composed expression as he replied. Minister Yang, I am fully aware of what I'm saying. Our current tank development team is still feeling our way across the river, or rather, feeling our way across the stones of the bear, the stones of the big beautiful one, or the stones of Han's cat. We haven't even fully determined which stones we're stepping on. Under these circumstances, our nation can only chase after others chasing technology from a decade ago, or even earlier. How can our tanks ever catch up and surpass them? Yang Qingji frowned deeply, sighing as he replied, Zhaoxi, I understand your frustration. No one wants to forever trail behind others. We aspire to develop fully indigenous tanks, to leapfrog over second-generation designs and forge our own third-generation tanks. But the gap is too vast, so vast that no amount of funding could bridge it. No, we can do it. If the organization agrees to my conditions, I will definitely develop China's own third-generation tank. Minister Zhang, this is my second solemn pledge. General Zhang stared at Zheng Jiaxi's unwavering gaze, the gleam of determination in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he finally resolved himself. Jiaoxi, I can grant you the opportunity to fight for these terms. But understand this, you are challenging the entire tank development team. Even if you ultimately secure these conditions, are you certain you can still command these people to work together on tank development? Zheng Jiaoxi snorted coldly. The greatest taboo in weapons development is factionalism. Only by pooling everyone's inspiration and wisdom can we most effectively accelerate research progress. They can oppose me, but I'll prove through my own capabilities that my approach is the most correct. If anyone still refuses to cooperate with the development work after that, then let them leave my team. Yang Qingji nodded approvingly. Mercy has no place in command. Weapons development is no different. This team should operate like an army with only one voice. Regardless of whether Zhang Jiaxi could secure those conditions, this mindset alone demonstrated he possessed the fundamental qualities required to lead the development effort. Zhang Jiaxi returned to his office to make final preparations. Preparations for a debate, a confrontation between himself and the entire tank development team. These were Yang Qingji's final words to Zhang Jiaxi. Today, he would convene a meeting with the development team leader, the head of capital industries, and relevant leadership. At that time, he would present Zhang Jiaxi's conditions and facilitate this debate. If Zhang Jiaxi emerged victorious in the debate over the third-generation tank development approach, he would be appointed chief engineer of China's third-generation main battle tank project. As Zhang Jiaxi finalized his debate materials, news of the confrontation spread throughout the tank development team. Instantly, this news caused a huge stir among this group of people who only knew how to research. Researchers, for the most part, shared a common trait: they were socially inept and often slow to grasp such matters. Yet everyone reacted with the same question. What does this Zhang Jiaxi think he's doing? Does he look down on us? This is provocation. This is contempt. The group was suddenly filled with indignation. Researchers who normally only communicated about progress and rarely discussed challenges suddenly transformed into village gossipmongers. After some discussion, these researchers brought up the problems that had been troubling them for a long time. So you think you're so smart, huh? Come on, take a look at this problem. Solve it for me. With this mindset, the researchers pooled their wisdom and compiled a set of research proposals. It compiled most of the current challenges in tank development, along with their concepts for the third-generation main battle tank. One researcher stared at the thesis paper in his hands, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Is there really anyone who can solve this? Chapter 34, Debate or Recruit? The debate was scheduled for 2 days later. It wasn't that Zhang Jiaxi or the tank development team needed more preparation time, but rather that higher-ups believed such a high-level debate would be difficult to resolve solely between the two opposing sides. If both sides stubbornly clung to their positions without acknowledging the other's arguments, the debate risked devolving into a farce. To prevent this, higher-ups urgently summoned numerous experts from the Capital Academy of Sciences to serve as both audience and referees for the debate. Amidst the tank development team's righteous indignation and Zhang Jiaxi's calm composure, the day of the debate finally arrived. Yang Qingji, Minister of the General Staff Department of the Ministry of National Defense, presided over the debate. Zhang Jiaxi rode with Yang Qingji in the same vehicle to the Tank Research Institute early that morning. Before the debate commenced, Yang Qingji briefly introduced both sides and outlined the significance of the event. Amid applause, he concluded his opening remarks with the phrase, "Friendship first, competition second." Zhang Jiaxi took his seat at the debate podium, sitting alone. Across from him, the tank development team, having selected 5 representatives after 2 days of discussion, sat as a united front. They represented the core members of the vehicle systems, fire control systems, protection systems, artillery systems, and overall design teams. True to the traditional Chinese virtue of putting guests first. Though the 5 tank development team members were itching to charge forward and exchange blows with Zhang Jiaxi, they forced smiles and said, "Captain Zhang, please go first." Zhang Jiaxi didn't hesitate. As the ancient said, those who excel become teachers. When Zhang Jiaxi opened with this, everyone assumed he was merely paying courtesy before getting down to business. Little did they expect his next words. My purpose in coming here is to lead the development of the third-generation tank. In other words, from now on, you will all be seeking my guidance. Therefore, do not address me as Captain Zheng, call me Teacher Zhang. Now, students, you may begin asking questions. The moment Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking, the 5 people across from him froze in place. They had anticipated Zheng Qiaoshi might act arrogantly after all, someone who took on an entire tank development team alone couldn't be humble. But they never imagined he'd be this audacious? Demanding they address him as teacher right off the bat? This completely placed him on a different level altogether. The stunned quintet gradually regained their composure. One of them spoke up first. Alright, since you're so confident, Professor Zhang must have relatively mature ideas about the third-generation tank. At the very least, you should have a preliminary concept for the overall design, correct? Well said, young man. That's a crucial question right off the bat. The greatest difference or breakthrough between third-generation tanks and second-generation tanks lies in 3 core capabilities: their artillery, protection, and mobility. And a tank's mobility is fundamentally tied to its power plant and overall design. In this era, the Flower Nation had not yet formally commenced research on third-generation tanks. Lacking the later experience of technological iteration, they envisioned third-generation tanks as merely enhanced versions of second-generation models. Or rather, they believed that once a second-generation tank's firepower, speed, and protection were continuously upgraded to meet certain parameter requirements, it could be considered a third-generation tank. This is pure nonsense from the author. Please don't take offense, dear readers. Every breakthrough in our nation's military industry is the result of the accumulated efforts of countless military engineers. I believe they are among the finest in any era. Yet reality proved otherwise. China's development of the Type 99A tank represents the third-generation evolution of the Type 99. It features substantial enhancements in the turret, chassis suspension, engine, and electronic warfare capabilities. Take the power compartment design, for instance. The longitudinal engine layout of the second-generation Type 99 was replaced with a transverse engine configuration, with the exhaust outlet relocated to the rear. This layout shortened the tank's hull, thereby reducing the distance between road wheels. These modifications not only achieve more balanced weight distribution across the tank's hull but also deliver superior off-road mobility and maneuverability. Just like the 99A's outstanding on-the-spot turning capability, it wouldn't be possible without these modifications. Zhang Jiaxi didn't even pick up the prepared speech he'd brought. A torrent of technical jargon poured from his mouth, detailing the breakthroughs in the 99A's overall design and its superiority over the third-generation main battle tanks from the Bear, the Pretty One, and Hans Cat. Initially, the questioner listened intently. Within 2 minutes, he sat obediently at his seat like a student, pulling out his pen and furiously scribbling notes in his notebook. The look in his eyes toward Zhang Jiaxi underwent a dramatic shift from initial anger to growing respect and seriousness. Until now, only reverence and a thirst for knowledge remained. After Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking, he regarded the man with a calm gaze. Only then did the man realize the gravity of the situation and hastily withdrew his eager stare. His companion, noticing his flustered state, tapped the papers hidden beneath his notebook. Only then did he recall the crucial task at hand. He was supposed to refute Zhang Jiaxi's words and pose even more challenging questions. With this thought, he lifted the paper, but suddenly, a few words sprang to mind. Wait. What? What do you want me to do? Me? Refute and stump Zhang Jiaxi? Staring blankly at the notes on the paper, a bitter taste filled his heart. How could these questions possibly stump Teacher Zhang? His earlier remarks were nothing short of masterful. I'm merely sitting beside him taking notes. Why must I now step up to debate him? What? I asked for this myself? Once this is over, what should I buy as a gift for Teacher Zhang? Otherwise, might he hold a grudge and refuse to explain anything to me in the future? Seeing the student's agonized expression, Zhang Jiaxi knew he wouldn't come up with any questions. He cut straight to the point. Please take your seat, young man. Let me hear the next student's question. The still pondering student promptly replied obediently, yes, then sat back down with a fresh-faced expression. His teammates stared at him in shock. What's going on, dude? Did you just give up? Unable to comprehend the shock Zhang Jiaxi had caused his teammate, he shot him a look of exasperation at his lack of resolve. Rising with imposing presence, he fixed Zhang Jiaxi with a piercing stare. Captain Zhang, I won't call you Professor Zhang until your knowledge has truly won me over. I'm in charge of tank defense system research. I'll ask the first question. The man posed a question that seemed difficult to him, or rather, to everyone present. How could one enhance a tank's protective capabilities without increasing its weight? This question was indeed challenging for the current Chinese military, but for Zhang Jiaxi, who had already mastered all aspects of the Type 99A tank's technology, it was a mere trifle. Composite armor, explosive reactive armor. The former is a new type of armor composed of multiple layered materials, leveraging their distinct properties to reduce the penetration capability of armor-piercing rounds. The latter countered anti-tank guided missiles and rockets. Upon detecting an incoming threat, the ERA detonated at a predetermined distance from the tank, diminishing the weapon's destructive effect. When Zhang Jiaxi revealed that equipping both armors simultaneously could elevate the tank's frontal protection beyond that of 1,000 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor, not only his debating opponents but even the judges and audience members on the sidelines couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Had the occasion been more appropriate, someone would surely have rushed forward to discuss the specific implementation details with Zhang Jiaxi. This individual demonstrated far superior composure than his predecessor. After Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking, he showed no signs of fluster. He bowed to Zhang Jiaxi with crisp precision before stating, "Professor Zhang, thank you for your explanation." He then sat back down, his eyes sparkling. Chapter 35, 360 million Huajia coins. Among the audience present, aside from the experts serving as judges, most were researchers from the tank development team. Their professional expertise generally fell below that of the 5 individuals on stage. So when the first contestant addressed him as Teacher Zhang and obediently sat down, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. "What's with this kid? He was sent up to challenge them, yet surrendered after just a few minutes? You're not some kind of mole, are you?" But there were too many leaders present now. Even the renowned General Yang Qingji was here. You must understand, some of these people had grandfathers who served under General Yang back in the day. If any of them make a sound or act out, disrupting this debate that even General Yang takes seriously, they'll face consequences when they get home. Life or death is uncertain. Everyone was thinking, we still have 4 contestants left. No matter how skilled Zhang Jiaxi is, can he really take on 4 of us alone? The advantage is ours. But soon, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly stunned. Their second contestant, who had started out spouting the toughest talk with a smug expression like, "I've got tons of questions you'll never answer," had transformed into a bowing figure radiating respect for teachers and education, calling out Teacher Zhang in mere minutes. Holy crap! Before we could even process it, you just surrendered and sat down? You're a mole too, aren't you? Several hotheads were about to jump up and voice their suspicions. Did that Zhang guy pull some dirty tricks? How else would their entire development team just give up like that? But before they could rise, their colleagues swiftly grabbed them by the arms. They pointed at the judges seated at the front. "What are you getting worked up about? Even these authoritative experts haven't raised any objections. Why should you be the one questioning it?" The restrained individuals exchanged bewildered glances, peering toward the front where the experts huddled in hushed discussion. Only then did they murmur in confusion, "So you're saying that Zhang Jiaxi wasn't just spouting nonsense?" Of course not. If it were nonsense, not just these experts, but even the 5 people on stage would have called him out by now. That makes sense. Good thing I didn't charge up there. If my old man found out I was causing trouble in front of General Yang, he'd skin me alive. While the two were talking, Zhang Jiaxi had already accepted his 3rd student. This was a researcher specializing in vehicle systems. The vehicle system of a tank is intricately linked to its overall design. As Zhang Jiaxi explained his design philosophy, the researcher recognized Zhang's genuine expertise. He therefore asked the question that most interested him. After receiving Zhang Jiaxi's response, he promptly and decisively addressed him as Professor Zhang. The entire exchange took less than 3 minutes, so swift that his teammate, the fire control systems researcher, hadn't even registered what was happening. A full 3 seconds passed before the 4th researcher abruptly turned to his now seated colleague. "What just happened? You're done already? You were way too fast." If only his teammate could read minds, because those 2 thoughts alone meant they'd definitely have a second round after the debate ended. When the audience members who had just spoken looked up again toward the debate platform, they saw that the tank development team was already on their 4th questioner. "Ha? What's going on? Did we just talk for that long? How did we suddenly get to the 4th person?" But before they could delve deeper into their thoughts, Zhang Jiaxi's next words captured their attention. This individual posed a very practical question: how to improve the accuracy of the main gun. On the battlefield, when 2 tanks of equal tier clash, who fires first and how accurately that shot lands can mean the difference between life and death. Zhang Jiaxi's answer was straightforward. Zhang Jiaxi mentioned a device called a muzzle sighting mirror, also known as a muzzle reference reflector. It was part of the artillery laser calibration system, typically mounted on the muzzle and working in tandem with a laser transmitter on the gun shield. Its principle of operation is as follows: prior to firing, the laser transmitter emits a beam that strikes the mirror at the muzzle. This beam is reflected back to a laser receiver mounted on the turret. By measuring changes in the reception point of the reflected beam, the system automatically calculates the degree of barrel deflection caused by factors like sunlight exposure, rainfall, or heat generated during firing. When these parameters are fed into the fire control computer, the muzzle is automatically adjusted to ensure precise firing, effectively performing real-time barrel compensation without manual intervention. This explanation is concise and remarkably accessible, allowing anyone, whether or not they specialize in fire control systems, to intuitively grasp its ingenuity. Even those who had previously attempted to question Zhang Jiaxi nodded in agreement one after another. This young fellow seems to have some real talent. While I didn't grasp everything he said, I understand this part. Who knew gun sighting could be so sophisticated? Watch your language. Don't call him that guy. Zhang, address him as Professor Zhang. The man whipped his head around, fixing his gaze on his best buddy. Whoa, dude, what's with you? You weren't even on stage. Why are you calling him Teacher Zhang now? Tell me, how many students did Teacher Zhang take on after winning the debate? Wait, no, after winning? 4. I'm not blind. You know it's 4? Overall design, protection, vehicle systems, and fire control, they're all his students. Only artillery's left. Do you think someone who developed the Kaishan series of individual rocket launchers and the Hua individual anti-tank missile would have no expertise in artillery? Although the Hua Man portable anti-tank missile has yet to make a public appearance, and most remain unaware of this weapon's existence, those tasked with tank development in China are certainly not among them. Upon learning of this debate and confrontation, their superiors presented them with a challenging question: how to defend against the Hua Man portable anti-tank missile. Had they not known this weapon was developed by Zhang Jiaxi, these inquisitive researchers might have directly posed this question. But they were intellectuals with integrity, unwilling to use the enemy's own weapon against them. As predicted, Zhang Jiaxi soon accepted his 5th student. With this, Zhang Jiaxi achieved a complete victory in the debate against the tank development team. Those present broke into applause. Even the researchers who had initially been indignant could now only admit defeat. After all, if even those more accomplished than themselves conceded defeat, how could they refuse to do the same? Yang Qingji returned to the stage and happily announced the final outcome of the debate. At that moment, Zhang Jiaxi heard the system's mechanical voice in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a 360 million Zhonghua coin grant. Certain technologies have been unlocked. Please access the system interface to view details. Zhang Jiaxi knew the sum wouldn't be small after all. The annual funding for the tank development team was substantial, but this amount far exceeded his expectations. Seems the Capital Industries Group really splurged. Let their leaders know this money is under my control. Now wonder what their reactions will be. Still, they weren't losing out. Spending this much to acquire at least 2 advanced 3rd-generation tanks was absolutely worth every penny. Chapter 36, Chief Tank Development Engineer. The moment Yang Qingji announced the results, numerous experts below the stage rushed forward, crowding around Zhang Jiaxi and even pushing Yang Qingji to the periphery. To be fair, these experts showed remarkable restraint. Though they'd been itching to pull Zhang Jiaxi aside for a detailed discussion about his earlier remarks, they managed to hold back until now. Standing outside the crowd, Yang Qingji showed not a trace of displeasure at being pushed aside. His gaze toward these scientific experts held nothing but sincere respect. These individuals dedicated themselves wholly to the nation, willingly crawling on the ground for the rise of the flower family, striding solely for the flower family to achieve progress time and again. And Zhang Jiaxi, standing among them, filled him with even greater satisfaction. He had once discussed Zhang Jiaxi with General Zhang, and both harbored great expectations for him. They had assumed this day would come much later, yet here it was, arriving sooner than anticipated. Listening to Zhang Jiaxi converse with the experts, Yang Qingji found himself nodding in agreement. Yet, as he listened, something suddenly fell off. Comrade Jiaxi, I've noticed your exceptional talent in materials science. Would you be interested in joining our materials research center? The old man is retiring soon. If you come, you'll undoubtedly be the head of our center in a few years. Old Zhang, what do you mean? I was the first to speak with Comrade Jiaxi. I haven't even asked yet. The man immediately turned to Zhang Jiaxi, his earlier irritation replaced by eager anticipation. Comrade Jiaxi, our power research center is where you truly belong. Your insights on tank engines are truly one of a kind in the country. It's a waste to limit such talent to tanks alone. Come to us, and you can choose any project: fighter jets, rockets, you name it. I believe Comrade Jiaxi belongs at our Electronics and Information Research Institute. This gun sight is the most effective application of electronic information technology. Ultimately, technology must be put into practical use. Comrade Jiaxi is precisely the talent we need most. Hearing this, Yang Qingji dared not let the experts continue speaking. I invited you to speak for academic exchange and mutual inspiration, not to poach talent from me. With this thought, Yang Qingji immediately pushed his way through the crowd to halt the increasingly excessive poaching attempts by the experts. He feared that if he delayed any longer, these old men would start using his granddaughter and great-granddaughter as bargaining chips. Seeing Yang Qingji enter, Zhang Jiaxi wore an expression of relief, as if he'd found a savior. He was deeply grateful for their esteem, but he couldn't help feeling awkward. Joining their teams meant earning money too slowly. For the rise of Zhonghua, he had to choose the path that would maximize his earnings. Seeing Yang Qingji finally silence all the experts, Zhang Jiaxi hurriedly spoke up. Professors, I deeply appreciate your confidence in me. However, developing the 3rd-generation tank is a matter of national defense security for our country, an urgent task. I must respectfully decline your kind offers. That said, tank development is a multidisciplinary endeavor. We will undoubtedly require your expertise on numerous fronts. When that time comes, we humbly request your continued guidance. Don't talk about guidance or anything like that. Comrade Jiaxi, if you need any help, just say the word. We're all here to learn from each other. Exactly. Mutual learning. Ultimately, the debate concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. Zhang Jiaxi would formally assume the role of chief engineer for the tank development team tomorrow. As for why tomorrow? Because today, Zhang Jiaxi still had duties to fulfill for Section 4 of the General Staff Department of the Ministry of National Defense. Had it not been for the Secretary of Minister Yang reminding him, Zhang Jiaxi would have completely forgotten about his duties at Section 4. When Section 4 was established, to enhance its security classification, it was formally attached to the General Staff Department, serving as the dedicated liaison between the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. To lend the department credibility, Section 4 routinely delivered numerous documents to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Additionally, Zhao Rulin, the diplomat stationed in Bufeso undercover, had always relayed intelligence through the Ministry of National Defense channels due to his covert identity. However, all these tasks had previously been handled by Zhu Gaji. Zhang Jiaxi was completely unaware of their existence. Minister Yang, since I'm about to take charge of tank development and the embassy in Bufeso was officially established, can we discontinue these liaison duties? Yang Qingji nodded in agreement. After all, tank development was a top priority mission. It wouldn't be appropriate to have their lead engineer constantly running back and forth just to deliver a few unimportant documents to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. No problem. I'll adjust your Division 4's responsibilities immediately. Starting tomorrow, you'll serve as the dedicated liaison between the Ministry of Defense and key project teams. Your first priority will be the next generation tank development project. The next day arrived quickly. When Zhang Jiaxi returned to the Tank Research Institute, dozens of researchers were patiently waiting at the main gate. Staff passing by them couldn't help but glance over with curious expressions. Though the Tank Research Institute was a development facility, it employed other types of workers: production staff, maintenance crews, and test personnel who comprised the majority of its workforce. Who are they waiting for? Such a big turnout? Even the deputy chief engineers are all here? Could it be that our development center has a new chief director? Haven't heard anything about that. Could it be some high-ranking official coming for an inspection? No way. If it were a leader inspecting, do you think these guys who practically live in the lab would come out? What leader could pull that off? Exactly. It must be some big-name expert, maybe even someone from the Capital Academy of Sciences. As they speculated, sharp-eyed observers in the crowd spotted Zhang Jiaxi approaching. Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, over here. A man strode out of the line, rushing to Zhang Jiaxi's side and eagerly snatching the bag from his hands. It was the second person who had asked questions yesterday. Professor Zhang, my name is Chen Gonghe. Our tank development team is part of the Research and Development Center at the Institute. Besides our center, there are also projects developing armored vehicles and troop carriers. These are all core members of our RD Center. As fellow researchers, there was little need for formalities. After a brief introduction, they bid farewell and returned to their respective workstations. Zhang Jiaxi arrived at the experimental building housing the tank development team and immediately summoned all system leaders for the inaugural meeting on the third-generation main battle tank project. From this meeting onward, manhwa would possess its first third-generation main battle tank with complete intellectual property rights, a vehicle leading the world. Everyone, starting today, I am the chief engineer of the tank development team. I believe my stance is clear to all. To develop this third-generation main battle tank at the fastest possible pace, our team must pull together as one. If anyone still disagrees with my vision, I'm giving you one final chance to voice your objections and then let me convince you. Starting tomorrow, anyone who refuses to follow my lead will be asked to leave. As Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking, everyone present stared at him in stunned silence. Perhaps these researchers had never encountered someone like Zhang Jiaxi before? Yet his performance yesterday remained vividly etched in their minds. Everyone knew their expertise paled in comparison to his, so naturally, no one spoke up. After a long pause, still no one spoke. Zhang Jiaxi nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Then let us work together in the coming period to contribute our strength to the rise of our nation. Chapter 37, The Military Competition of Camel Nation. The development of the third-generation tank officially commenced. As the saying goes, the hardest part is getting started. With the flowering nation not even fully grasping the intricacies of second-generation tanks, launching directly into third-generation development meant the entire research team anticipated immense difficulties right from the theoretical validation phase. However, when they saw Zhang Jiaxi produce a complete set of technical documentation for the third-generation tank, everyone stared in disbelief. The lead developers of several major systems, along with those who had debated Zhang Jiaxi yesterday, gathered around the blueprints he presented, murmuring in astonishment. This is an entire set of blueprints. Quick, get me paper and pen, I need to verify a parameter. The data here is flawless, these blueprints are entirely feasible. Does this mean that if we can produce it according to these blueprints, we'll have our very own third-generation main battle tank? It's not that simple. Look at this composite armor. Professor Zhang only mentioned it briefly yesterday, but seeing these blueprints reveals it's a complex project. We still need to tackle each challenge one by one. What's a little difficulty? We built something out of nothing. Now we have the blueprints, what's there to fear? The team, who had previously lacked confidence in developing the third-generation main battle tank and harbored some anxiety, were now reassured. As Zheng Jiaxi led the researchers in breaking down the blueprints across various systems and disciplines, the development of the third-generation main battle tank officially got on track. During this period, everyone at the Tank Research Institute noticed the tank development team working with unparalleled energy. At mealtimes, they seemed to wish they had extra mouths to eat faster. At quitting time, they were nowhere to be seen. Night shift workers reported that deep into the night, the newly appointed chief engineer of the tank development team would angrily shoo everyone away, forcing them to reluctantly leave. By dawn the next day, the tank development team members would be the first to arrive. Upon entering the institute, they would head straight for the experimental building, skipping breakfast in the cafeteria. Often, just a few people arrive carrying large baskets, stuffing steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and dumplings into them, anything they can get their hands on. If you didn't know them, you'd think they were robbers. Anyone who tried to strike up a conversation was met with a dismissive attitude. Only when pressed would someone finally snap, "Are you here on behalf of so-and-so's team? Trying to delay our progress? No way." Soon after, people noticed members of the Tank Development Center frequently leaving the compound, some disappearing for 10 days or more at a stretch. At the height of their workload, over half of the entire tank development team was deployed off-site, leaving the cafeteria staff unable to adjust meal quantities in time, resulting in significant food waste. Unbeknownst to outsiders, in the central open area of the Tank Development Lab building, a main frame emerged from nothingness. Once the primary structure was complete, engines, internal equipment, turrets, road wheels, and tracks, all freshly produced from various laboratories across the Capital Academy of Sciences, were systematically installed into the frame. Once the internal work was complete, the installation of armor, protective plating, and high-tech electronic components began. Unbeknownst to most, the machinery of the nation was quietly mobilizing. While Zheng Jiaxi remained focused on tank development, his Hua-Tuo anti-tank missile had already crossed oceans to reach a new nation. A nation crisscrossed by deserts, a land where oil flows more freely than water, and one of the world's wealthiest countries, Camel Nation. Karada, one of Camel Nation's core cities. On this day, officials from around the world converged upon the city, mostly heads of military-industrial trade enterprises from various nations. Renowned as a major player in the arms trade, Camel Nation's orders were impossible to refuse. All officials boarded vehicles arranged by the Camel Nation government and gradually departed the city, heading toward a Gobi Desert location outside the city. That was where today's portable anti-tank weapon military competition would take place. Once everyone was in position, the Camel Nation official stood and announced the competition rules. Each nation could showcase 3 weapons, with 3 demonstration opportunities per weapon. The second test would assess accuracy. Camel Nation's active duty tanks, one exported by Bear Nation and one by Big Beauty, would each receive a single blank round fired at them. For this competition, Big Beauty and Bear Nation were determined to win at all costs. The former has held significant advantages in international rivalries over recent years. To prevent the Bear from regaining its former dominance, it must seize every opportunity to strike back. The latter's mindset is much the same. Having endured considerable humiliation in recent years, the Bear seeks to restore its prestige and flex its muscles before the world, including its own allies, making defeat equally unacceptable. Thus, before the competition began, most nations present instinctively divided into 2 distinct camps. One faction rallied around the United States, the other around Russia. Yet beyond these 2 alliances, several nations maintained their independence. Among them was the Flower Nation. And these nations were not aligned with either major faction. The competition officially commenced. First up was the firepower test. Although the armor thickness of most tanks worldwide still falls far short of 800 mm, this didn't stop Camel Country from deploying a large number of 1000 mm thick targets. After all, on the battlefield, enemy tanks won't just stand still, allowing me to find the perfect angle and position to fire a shell, ensuring it hits the tank head-on. Often, due to the angle of impact, even armor theoretically capable of being penetrated in a single shot can mount a strong counterattack after withstanding multiple rounds. And in most cases, before you manage to penetrate the tank, its mounted machine guns will have already taken you out. After all, most portable anti-tank weapons have very limited ranges. But clearly, today they were about to get a taste of the real deal. After the Bear and the Big Beauty completed their tests, and after several smaller nations came over to play with the Big Brother and cheer him on, it was finally time for the Flower Nation to take the stage. Yet when the Flower Nation's representatives arrived bearing their weapon, no one paid them any mind. After all, in the eyes of the nations led by the Bear and the Big Beauty, Flowerland was merely a backward country. While they might have caught up in certain areas, their overall strength still lagged far behind. But when Flower Country unveiled its first weapon, their initial disdain vanished. Watching the Flower Nation soldiers shoulder their man-portable rocket launchers and sprint toward the anti-tank missile launch sites, they gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. A single rocket could strike its target with pinpoint accuracy from over a kilometer away, boasting an armor-piercing capability of 800 mm. After firing, a handful of men could carry it and move quickly to a new position. Wait, you're calling this a rocket launcher? Other anti-tank missiles only have that range, but your rocket launcher can hit targets that far? Before their astonishment could fully register, they witnessed another group from the flower-planting family boarding vehicles arranged by Camel Country and driving off toward a location 4 kilometers away. That far? Before they could voice their doubts, a missile streaked across the sky trailing its exhaust, hovered directly above the target, and plunged vertically into it, piercing the entire target. What the hell? That was the thought echoing in every foreign official's mind. They couldn't believe their eyes. A portable anti-tank missile could be fired from over 4 kilometers away, operated by a single person. And according to the live feed from the launch site, it didn't even need to be monitored after launch. The missile autonomously homed in on its target. And it came out of nowhere, piercing straight through 1,000 millimeters of armor. This is a weapon made by the Flower family? Chapter 38, Barren Beauty, Why Does My Scalp Feel So Cold? It was no wonder these nations reacted this way. In their minds, China's soldiers were still armed with various knockoff weapons. How could they suddenly produce something beyond their comprehension? They could rationalize the rocket's range as a matter of propellant, but the guidance mode of the Huatuoman portable anti-tank missile left them utterly stunned. After all, both the Bear and the Big Beauty's man portable anti-tank missiles still relied on manually assisted guidance systems. Under such systems, after launch, the operator must continuously track the target tank's movements. This severely limits launch environments and makes operators highly vulnerable to exposure. Without safeguarding soldiers' lives, neither the missile's accuracy nor sustained combat capability can be guaranteed. Yet it was clear that China's anti-tank missiles had pioneered an entirely new guidance mode, one capable of fire-and-forget operation. This development is utterly unacceptable to the self-proclaimed world's strongest powers, Russia and the United States, who cannot tolerate not being at the forefront in any domain. Meanwhile, the host nation, Camel Country, wore expressions of palpable excitement. What a marvel! Though precision tests remain unseen, achieving such rapid hits at extreme ranges suggests moving target performance will surely impress. The results confirmed everyone's expectations. In the subsequent competitions, no one even paid attention to the weapon test results brought by the Bear Nation and the Big Beautiful Nation. Everyone was waiting for the flower-planting nation to take the stage. When the Flower family took the stage, all eyes were riveted on the 2 tanks that successively drove into the target area from afar. The Huatua anti-tank missile launched first. As the first tank entered the 4-kilometer range, the missile streaked skyward trailing a fiery plume. During the missile's flight, the crew rapidly loaded a second missile and launched it before the first had even impacted the target. Those already stunned by the Huatuo's range and launch method were now astounded by its firing speed. Under favorable conditions, this weapon system could simultaneously engage 3 tanks, an immeasurable enhancement to anti-tank warfare. Simply put, after switching to this weapon system, you'd only need to carry 1/3 of your usual weapon load to counter a small tank force, and considering factors like range, you might need even less. The most immediate benefit of carrying fewer weapons is deploying fewer personnel. Fewer personnel means a smaller target, making it harder for enemy aerial reconnaissance to spot you and significantly boosting combat success rates. The faces of the Russian and American officials instantly darkened. If this thing hit the market, who would buy their own products anymore? They thought this business trip would boost their sales performance, but now it seems they've not only failed to make any gains, but orders from other regions might slip away too. While these thoughts raced through their minds, 2 missiles struck their respective targets, the tanks Camel Country had procured from Bear and Pretty. Watching the missiles strike the tank's turrets with pinpoint accuracy, they all felt a chill run down their spines. It felt as though the missiles weren't hitting the tanks at all, but their own heads. This military competition was over. Officials from the Bear and the Pretty One, faces darkened, led their entourages away. Meanwhile, the officials from the flower-planting nation were detained by the Camel Nation's officials, who wore expressions of unabashed pride. Several luxury vehicles pulled up before them, and the Camel Nation officials warmly invited everyone aboard. However, when the flower-planting family's representatives attempted to take the tested weapons with them, the Camel Nation's officials suddenly wore expressions of indignation. They approached the weapon bearers carrying several leather suitcases. Under the watchful eyes of the Flower Nation representatives, they declared, "Take this money and leave my weapons behind. If it's not enough, just tell Camel this camel may not have much else but money. I've got plenty of that." Meanwhile, at the Capital Academy of Sciences, Zheng Zhaoxi was finalizing arrangements with research experts over the vast technical data retrieved from the system. Finally securing another crucial technology, Zheng Zhaoxi took a sip from the thermos handed by Chen Gonghe. Simultaneously, his mind received the good news transmitted from afar. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your weapon invention has achieved 200 million big beautiful coins in transaction volume. Certain technologies have been unlocked. Please enter the system interface to view details. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your weapon invention has achieved 400 million big beautiful coins in transaction volume. Partial technology has been unlocked. Please enter the system interface to view details. Zheng Zhaoxi's drinking motion froze. What major event had occurred in Africa? The intelligence reports from Lu Chiosua and Lu Yaoguan recently hadn't mentioned anything like this. How did such a massive order materialize so suddenly? Given the capabilities of the Republic of Burkina Faso and the Katapala tribe, what kind of tycoon would they have to rob to come up with this much money? Wait, a tycoon? Could it be that the Huatua sent by Minister Yang to compete internationally had caught the eye of some wealthy patron? 2 orders could Kaishan have gone to? Still, these orders couldn't have come at a better time. Finally, we can complete the last few technological gaps. Zhang Jiaxi continued exchanging technical documents.
Combined with the vast materials and power-related documents exchanged earlier, plus the high-precision machine tool data taken out by Zhu Gaji, these materials were rapidly assimilated by various research departments and production plants across the country. Through the sustained efforts of countless personnel over an extended period, the first tangible outcome was successfully developed. More than 3 months later, the entire tank development team gathered around the steel colossus born under their watchful eyes. At 7.6 meters long, 3.5 meters wide, and 2.37 meters tall, even the bulliest man in their ranks appeared dwarfed before this iron behemoth. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the beast roared for the first time, as if proclaiming its arrival to the world. Roar, roar, roar. As the roar filled the air, all the researchers gathered around the steel colossus fell into a momentary silence, as if they had forgotten to breathe. But the next second. Aha! Success! Success! We've built a 3rd-generation main battle tank. Quick, quick, quick. Start it up. Get it moving. Let me go up. I need to get inside and check it out. I'm in charge of the power system development. I'll even drive my own tank. Zhang Jiaxi watched the excited crowd, repeatedly shouting, "Quiet. Quiet." It took a full 3 minutes for this group of people who had been thoroughly disciplined by his scientific prowess and decisive character to finally settle down. Only then did everyone notice that Zhang Jiaxi's voice had grown hoarse from shouting. They all looked embarrassed. But Jing Chaoqi understood their feelings. After over 3 months, everyone had switched from short sleeves to jackets. Witnessing such an achievement come to life, how could anyone not be excited? Taking the thermos Chen Gongha handed him, Zhang Jiaxi took a sip to moisten his throat before saying, "Now that everyone's excitement has been vented, do we all still remember our principles as researchers?" "Yes." "What is it?" "Confidentiality." "Exactly. We've kept this treasure locked away for so long. Now that we've finally succeeded, everyone must maintain confidentiality without superior approval. But rest assured, this marvel will soon make its grand debut." Chapter 39, You Strive to Climb, My Tank Awaits You. News of the tank project's initial breakthrough quickly reached higher-ups. So when Zhang Jiaxi returned to the Ministry of National Defense, he was immediately ushered into an office. Minister Yang and General Zhang, whom he hadn't seen in ages, were both present in the office. Before Zhang Jiaxi could speak, Gan Shiyu hurried over and pulled him to the seat closest to the 2 generals. Yang Qingji pushed a cup of tea, already poured, toward Zhang Jiaxi. "Jiaxi," Yang began, his voice thick with disbelief and anticipation, "you mentioned over the phone that the 3rd-generation main battle tank has been successfully developed?" Yang Qingji's tone brimmed with disbelieving excitement and cautious probing. Facing these veterans who had risked their lives for the motherland, Zhang Jiaxi didn't dare to be clever. He answered honestly and straightforwardly, "Comrades, we have lived up to your trust. The first prototype of our nation's 3rd-generation main battle tank has been completed and successfully started up. The next step is field testing." General Zhang and Minister Yang both visibly relaxed, their expressions easing as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Though they had confidence in Zhang Jiaxi's talent, tank development was never a trivial matter. Even if Zhang had repeatedly pledged his word to Yang Qingji, Yang wouldn't have formally brought this matter to General Zhang's attention. Later, to secure Zhang Jiaxi's leadership role in the 3rd-generation main battle tank project and grant him control over the RD budget, both men had solemnly pledged their support at a major conference. Now that Zhang Jiaxi had delivered tangible results, they could finally account for their actions to the nation and its people. Though General Zhang was advanced in years and his gaze no longer held its former sharpness, the look he now directed at Zhang Jiaxi clearly conveyed unabashed affection. As if Zhang Jiaxi were his most cherished grandson. In truth, this analogy held no fault. General Zhang had dedicated his life to the nation, treating it like his own child. Zhang Jiaxi, a brilliant new star in the nation's weapons development field, was indeed worthy of being called his grandson. "Zhao Shi, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. From the moment I read your thesis, I knew you possessed extraordinary talent in weapons development. You've never experienced real warfare, yet your insight into combat far surpasses that of ordinary people. This allows the weapons you design to be both perfectly suited for actual battle and ingeniously crafted. I never doubted your future accomplishments, but I never imagined this day would come so soon. In just half a year since leaving HIT, you've already completed 3 successful weapon systems including the tank, the undisputed king of land warfare. For a researcher, this might be a lifetime achievement. Yet you've accomplished it. You're still young, with boundless potential ahead. I can scarcely imagine the profound changes you'll bring to our nation." As General Zhang spoke, he abruptly stood up.
Just as Zhang Jiaxi looked puzzled, the general removed his cap and made a move to bow deeply before him. A wave of shock washed over Zhang Jiaxi as he scrambled to his feet, grabbing General Zhang's arm before the bow could be completed. General Zhang, you mustn't. This is absolutely unacceptable. You shed blood and sacrificed your life for our nation. What are my meager accomplishments compared to that? How could I possibly deserve such a profound gesture from you? Even Yang Qingji was startled by General Zhang's gesture. Though he understood General Zhang's admiration for Zhang Jiaxi, for he shared it wholeheartedly, he never imagined the general would go so far as to bow. It took considerable persuasion from both men to convince General Zhang to abandon his bow. Zhang, tell General Zhang when you plan to begin the field tests. Fearing General Zhang might revisit the earlier topic, Yang Qingji immediately asked Zhang Jiaxi after sitting down. Zhang Jiaxi responded without hesitation, the sooner the better. Our nation's military strength, whether naval, ground, or air forces, lags significantly behind the United States and Russia. We must seize every opportunity and moment to close these gaps. Alright, let's make it tomorrow. We'll dispatch personnel immediately to secretly transfer the tanks to the Yinshan training ground. Formal testing begins tomorrow. Soon after, Zhang Jiaxi returned to the tank development laboratory building. Shortly upon his arrival, a pair of fully armed soldiers arrived at the Tank Research Institute. Accompanying these soldiers was an enormous truck. The exit of the tank development and testing building was obscured by layers of canvas. The silent steel colossus roared to life once more, slowly climbing onto the truck. As the truck and soldiers departed, the entire tank development team was overcome by a profound sense of loss and emptiness. Just hours earlier, everyone had been bustling with intense activity over a critical task. Now, with everything abruptly halted, they found themselves at a loss, momentarily struggling to comprehend the sudden change. Zhang Jiaxi observed their expressions and instantly understood their state of mind. His voice still hoarse, he barked, "Stop standing around like zombies. Everyone back to your stations. I've got something special for you all." Section chiefs and team leaders gather for a meeting. People began to leave, and dozens of core personnel followed Zhang Jiaxi into the conference room. Chen Gonghe brought Zhang Jiaxi another cup of hot water. Taking a sip, Zhang asked, "I have a question for everyone. Do you think this third-generation main battle tank meets our nation's current operational requirements?" Before Zhang Jiaxi could finish his question, several researchers blurted out without hesitation, "It meets them." Why wouldn't it? Exactly. This tank's specs aren't just superior to our previous models, even the flashy M1A1, Hanscat's Leopard 2, or Bear's T80 can't hold a candle to it. Zhang Jiaxi shook his head. "Gentlemen, you're correct about that. But there's a crucial prerequisite: our tanks can only achieve their full combat potential in environments with vast, flat terrain. But what about mountainous terrain or plateaus? Could this tank still roam freely there?" Zhang Jiaxi's words plunged everyone into deep thought. After a moment, Chen Gonghe spoke up, "Professor Zhang, the issue you raise is a universal challenge facing all nations today. Ever since tanks were invented, anti-tank weapons and tank armor have been locked in an endless spiral of mutual escalation. Under these circumstances, tank armor grows thicker, their firing ranges extend further, and inevitably, the calibers of their cannons increase. This inevitably leads to larger tank dimensions and greater weight. In complex mountainous terrain and harsh plateau environments, how to deploy tanks effectively has long been a perplexing challenge for many nations." Zhang Jiaxi nodded in agreement with Chen Gonghe's words, but immediately added, "What may be a perplexing challenge for other nations is an imperative problem we must solve swiftly for our nation. In the south, our war with the Vietnamese monkeys ended not long ago. In that conflict, the lack of large numbers of high-performance tanks capable of adapting to the mountainous terrain there was a significant factor contributing to the heavy casualties among our soldiers. It is also a responsibility our military engineers must never forget. In the southwest, the Indians have never ceased their covetous gaze upon our Tibetan regions. Remember, both of our nation's mother rivers originate from that land. Should that land fall into enemy hands, the lifeline of our nation would be held in the enemy's grasp. But imagine this scenario: what if we possessed a tank capable of charging across plateaus and mountains? Have you ever envisioned such a sight? At 5,000 meters altitude, as Indian aircraft struggle to climb over the roof of the world, the moment they glimpse our homeland they'll already be within our tank's firing range. What a magnificent tableau that would be. Chapter 40, The Black Panther Runs Wild. The conference room fell silent. Everyone was utterly absorbed in the scene Zhang Jiaxi had painted. Before they knew it, excitement began to flicker across every face. "Professor Zhang, you're absolutely right. Our current tank has limitations, it can't even operate across all terrains. It seems our mission is far from over. We must develop a second tank model as soon as possible to confront every possible threat." Exactly. If Professor Zhang hadn't reminded us, I'd have forgotten that Bear Country has been flaunting their tanks along our border regions. We must develop tanks that can roam freely through mountains and plateaus. They used their tanks to intimidate us before, but we weren't afraid. Once we unveil an even more formidable tank, I'll ask those bears, "Are you scared now?" The group chattered excitedly, their enthusiasm growing with every word. If they hadn't been stumped on how to develop it, they'd likely have already rushed back to their posts. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally remembered they had no clue about the second tank Zhang Jiaxi had mentioned. They eagerly turned to him. "Teacher Zhang, tell us, how do we build it?" After over 3 months together, these men had come to understand Zhang Jiaxi's capabilities. They knew that if they encountered an unsolvable problem, turning to Zhang Jiaxi was the way to go. One call of Teacher Zhang could save you 3 years of wasted effort. The moment he spoke, the entire conference room echoed like a sea of echoing voices. "Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang!" Amidst the chorus of calls, Zhang Jiaxi raised a hand to silence the crowd. Then, they watched as Zhang Jiaxi pulled a large box out from under the conference table. The box looked familiar to them. As chief engineer, Zhang Jiaxi had fully grasped their team's specifics in just one day. The very next day, he had brought in a box just like this one. And their entire team's 3-month-long flurry of activity had all started from that very box. Under the eager gazes of everyone present, Zhang Jiaxi slowly opened the box, revealing its contents. Inside were neatly organized sets of blueprints and technical documentation. These documents were none other than the blueprints for the famed third-generation light main battle tank of later generations, the Type 15. The Black Panther, freely traversing plateaus, snowfields, mountains, wetlands, and rice paddies. As each responsible person left the conference room with a set of documents, the roar of machinery soon filled the tank development and testing building once more. As if revealing his inner resolve to the outside world, for the rise of Zhonghua's military industry, for the rise of Zhonghua itself, he would never cease. By evening, the entire Tank Research Institute noticed that their tank development team seemed more energized than ever. If before they wished they had 3 mouths to eat with, now they wished they could drill a hole in their stomachs and dump all the food straight in. Everyone stared in disbelief as the tank team devoured their meals like a whirlwind, then hurried off. Only then did they remember it was time to eat. As a few people ate their still steaming meals, they murmured in confusion, "Whoa, this food is still hot. How did the tank development team eat so fast? They must have had a major project before, but didn't they all come to haul it away today? Taken away? When did that happen? They came this afternoon to haul it away, but they covered it with layers of canvas, couldn't see a thing. But the noise was insane. You guys were far away, so you probably didn't hear it. We're right next to the tank testing building, and that rumbling felt like it was going to shake the whole place down. That exaggerated? Seriously? Of course it's real. Everyone in our building heard it. Thanks to everyone's enthusiasm, the entire Tank R&D team once again worked late into the night without needing to be asked. Only when Zhang Jiaxi, as he had done for the past 3 months, stormed in to shoo them out did they reluctantly head home. The next day, Zhang Jiaxi arrived early at the Tank Research Institute. Soldiers from the Yanshan training ground would soon drive over to pick them up. As the first field test of China's inaugural third-generation main battle tank, the entire development team yearned to witness it firsthand. Yet, per higher-ups' directives, only one additional person besides Zhang Jiaxi and his 2 bodyguards was permitted to attend. Just as everyone anticipated a heated debate to determine which subsystem lead deserved the honor, Chen Gongha approached Zhang Jiaxi again, holding a thermos filled to the brim with water. "Professor Zhang, when will the vehicle arrive at the Yanshan training ground? Should I bring you a jacket?" Zhang Jiaxi glanced at his wristwatch. "About 20 minutes. Go get a jacket. I'll wait for you at the entrance." "Got it." Zhang Jiaxi headed toward the main gate. Chen Gongha quickly ran back to Zhang Jiaxi's office, grabbed his jacket, and rushed out without delay. Standing at the entrance of the lab building, the various subsystem leaders, still processing the situation, exchanged bewildered glances. "Hey, why did little Chen run off? Haven't we decided who'll accompany Professor Zhang yet?" "Yeah, even though Chen's protection system is crucial, I still think our artillery system is the most vital part of a tank." "Nonsense. Without our vehicle systems, your artillery wouldn't even be worth a mortar. I'd say our vehicle systems are the backbone of the whole weight. Clearly, the power system is the most vital, were the key to the tank's field combat capability." Even though Zhang Jiaxi had already walked far away, several department heads were still arguing fiercely at the doorway. It wasn't until the cleaning lady responsible for tidying up the Tank Research Institute walked over, looked at the bickering group, and shook her head before saying, "You bunch of research-obsessed blockheads. Serving tea and fetching water for your Professor Zhang is what truly matters." Her words weren't loud, but they reached every supervisor's ears clearly. Instantly, the room fell silent. Only after the cleaning lady had walked away did one of them speak up. "What does she know? How dare she look down on our Professor Zhang like that?" "Exactly. No matter what weapon it is, survival in the field is the top priority. Take our artillery systems without solid protection, what good is immense firepower? Who's going to let you keep firing recklessly?" "Exactly. Anti-tank weapons keep getting stronger. A high-performance portable anti-tank missile can reach 200 meters per second, 720 kilometers per hour. That's 10 times faster than our tanks. No matter how powerful our engines are, they can't outrun a missile. Ultimately, it all comes down to armor protection. I completely agree with both of you. Let's go, let's go." We still need to develop the second tank model. We can't delay Professor Zhang's schedule. Chapter 41, Field Testing Precision and Speed. Late autumn. Even at 9 a.m., Zhang Jiaxi felt the biting chill in the air as he entered the Yanshan training ground, swept by gusts of desolate autumn wind. As China's first third-generation main battle tank, the attendees of this combat trial were all prominent figures in the nation. In addition to General Zhang and General Yang, key leaders of the Ministry of National Defense and members of the Central Military Commission, even Vice Chairman Yi Jianying and Nie Rongyun of the Central Military Commission were present. Guided by training ground personnel, Zhang Jiaxi approached the viewing platform entrance. Soon, he spotted several generals escorted by security personnel entering the area. Though Generals Yi Jianying and Nie Rongyun had never met Zhang Jiaxi personally, they had long heard of his reputation. Ever since that thesis, General Zhang had told them about the genius from Harbin Institute of Technology whose vision transcended his era. And when the Kaisan and Huatua systems were unveiled one after another, everyone gained a deeper understanding of this genius. His strategic vision was far-reaching and forward-thinking, while his weapon development was truly unique. Now leading his team to develop the third-generation main battle tank, if placed in a martial arts world, Zhang Jiaxi could easily claim the title of the youngest grandmaster in the realm. This must be Comrade Zhang Jiaxi. His gaze is resolute and spirited, truly a young talent worthy of praise, a fine comrade of our nation. Come on, join us up there. Show us this marvelous creation. Yi Jianying and Nie Rongyun, one on each side, took hold of Zhang Jiaxi's wrists and guided him toward the spectator stands. Standing in the front row of the grandstand, Zhang Jiaxi turned his gaze toward the distant field. In the autumn breeze, wisps of dust rose gently from the ground of the Yanshan training ground. With a sharp whistle, the third-generation main battle tank's first combat simulation test officially commenced. Roar, roar, roar. The tank approached from the distance. Before the spectators could make out its form, its earth-shaking roar already filled the air. Massive clouds of dust were violently churned up by the rapidly rotating tracks, forming vast waves that surged outward like a tidal wave. As the roar grew clearer, the tank rapidly approached the crowd. Its massive hull, heavy gun barrel, and angular armor save for the antenna omitted due to the incomplete information system at the time revealed the very Type 99, a main battle tank that would later strike fear into the world. A tank so formidable it was banned from the World Tank Competition. This test covered an extensive range of capabilities: rate of fire, range, accuracy, active and passive protection systems, driving performance, speed, off-road capability, and fording ability. After making its debut before the assembled leaders, the tank immediately commenced testing. First up was the stationary firing test. As the tank maneuvered into position, its turret spun rapidly. The onboard infrared thermal imaging system and laser rangefinder activated simultaneously, working in tandem with the fire control computer and the unique muzzle reference reflector characteristic of this steel beast. The moment the turret locked onto the target, the barrel swiftly adjusted to the precise firing position. Inside the turret, the automatic loading system activated, feeding shells into the barrel at a rate of 10 rounds per minute. Boom! As the cannon roared, the ground directly ahead of the turret was torn apart by the blast wave generated by the projectile's flight. A torrent of dust and debris erupted like a cleaved wave as the shell hurtled forward with unstoppable force, its second thunderous explosion echoing in the distance. Bang! Within mere seconds, 2,000 meters away, an explosion echoed the tank's barrel. A patch of ground marked as a target shattered into fragments, and the billowing dust signaled to the distant spectators the first shot had struck with pinpoint accuracy. Before the dust had fully settled, the turret had already pivoted toward another target, unleashing another shell. Within a mere half-minute, this tank fired shells at targets positioned at varying angles within the 1,000 to 2,000 meter range. As the fifth shell slammed into the ground target, the smoke from the very first shell had only just begun to dissipate. Excited voices crackled over the training ground's PA system. New tank combat test, round 1, fixed target firing test. 5 rounds fired, all hits. The Type 99A, rightly hailed in later generations as the strongest third-generation tank and the king of land warfare, delivered outstanding performance beyond its exceptional fixed target accuracy. Whether engaging moving side targets or simulating frontal assaults during an army group's high-speed charge, it achieved remarkable results. According to parameters disclosed by the US and Russia regarding third-generation main battle tanks, China's third-generation main battle tank held a significant lead in key areas such as range, rate of fire, responsiveness, reload speed, and accuracy. Following the assessment of its offensive capabilities, the next phase demonstrated the tank's mobility and off-road performance. Powered by an advanced 1,500 horsepower diesel engine, it can reach speeds of up to 75 km per hour on paved roads. Its advanced vehicle systems enable not only exceptional speed but also rapid turning capabilities, including an astonishing ability to perform 180-degree turns on the spot. Even across challenging terrain like grasslands and fields, it maintains an off-road speed of no less than 60 km per hour. Though the test had barely scratched the surface, the generals in the audience couldn't help but reveal expressions of excitement. That firing rate is incredible. Hitting targets that far away with such precision, this thing blows our current tanks out of the water. You're right. With this speed, put me behind the wheel of this tank, and I take on 3 of those Russian T-80s head on no problem. Take that. Give me the wheel, and I take on 7 of them without flinching. Whoever you're afraid of, it doesn't matter. Even if it means dying, I take on 3 and come out unscathed. You've got no sense of scale. Haven't you seen that thick armor up top? Even if I take a few hits, I'll take on 5. Let's kick their asses. A tank this good? They better get us the grassland military region 1,000 or 800 of these first. Then I'll see if those Russian bastards still dare to bare their teeth at us. Hey, you're drunk before you even took a sip. If we're going to get these, our border troops defending against the Vietnamese monkeys should get them first. The counterattack just ended. Who knows if they'll invade our flower-loving homeland again? We need to strengthen our border defenses first. How dare you ask for them? Remember when you retreated from Ueho? You blew up the load-bearing beams of buildings, leaving them half-collapsed, too dangerous to live in, too costly to demolish. You blew power poles clean in half buried in the ground, useless for power but costly and labor-intensive to remove. You hauled away whatever machinery could be moved, blew up the rest, planted landmines in iron ore mines, and strapped iron balls to the rear of trains to sever every single railroad tie. And you still claim the Vietnamese have the capability to invade again? These tanks, the first batch, must be deployed to our grasslands. While these generals excitedly debated the tank's performance and fiercely argued over deployment plans, the tank had already accelerated at top speed to the front of the spectator stands, about 300 meters away. Next up is the protective system test. Chapter 42, let's call this tank by this name. As the tank rolled into view, the generals unconsciously fell silent, each of them fixated on the tank not far away. After a long moment, one of them finally murmured in admiration. It's truly beautiful. Absolutely. It's far more impressive than the tanks currently in our service. Hey, old Yen, those tanks of yours are the latest treasures produced by our country. Last time I saw them, they were even prettier than your wedding night when you saw your bride. How come they've changed today? Changed? How so? My wife used to be second best, now she's third. What's wrong with that? Rumble. At that moment, 3 tanks approached, stopping at positions 1 kilometer away from the Type 99, a main battle tank, 1 ahead, 1 behind, and 1 flanking it. These were the Type 79 main battle tanks, currently in service with the flower planting nation and the closest thing to a second-generation main battle tank. Hey, old Yen, your second-generation tank is coming to challenge the first. Aren't you going to step in and stop it? This teasing remark from the spectator stands drew a collective burst of laughter. As the laughter died down, the protective system test officially commenced. With its main gun elevated, the Type 79's overall length reaches 9.22 meters, exceeding that of the Type 99A. Yet this doesn't imply superiority in all areas. The Type 99A's optimized design achieves greater agility through a shorter hull. The Type 79's 105mm rifled gun boasts exceptional armor-piercing capability. Tests confirm it can penetrate 2 Type 59 tanks placed side by side, making it the perfect target for evaluating the Type 99A's performance. With preparations complete, the Type 79 tanks at the front initiated the barrage. With a deafening roar, a shell struck the 99A's frontal armor. A cloud of dust billowed up but was quickly dispersed by the autumn wind, revealing the tank's hull virtually unscathed. This was the work of the active-reactive armor. A split second before impact, the armor panels launched outward and detonated, their shockwaves drastically reducing the explosive force of the shell fired from the Type 79's 105mm rifled gun. However, the test objectives extended beyond the active-reactive armor. After the armor was depleted, the Type 79's assault continued. Yet the Type 99A, relying on its specialized composite armor, absorbed the subsequent attacks with remarkable resilience, sustaining only minor damage in the end. Following the frontal test, rear and side armor tests were conducted in succession. While the side armor offered slightly less protection, it still withstood multiple rounds without issue. After multiple rounds of fire, the Type 99A tank withstood over a dozen shells from various directions, yet it remained standing tall on the testing ground. The scars on its hull did not convey a sense of frailty like a candle flickering in the wind, but rather an indomitable, spirited resilience. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. Had anyone told them before today that a tank could stand there, take fire, and remain undamaged, they would have dismissed it as an insult. They'd have beaten that person half to death on the spot. Luck was all that saved them. But now, they had to admit it, they believed it. A tank with such terrifying defensive capabilities truly existed in this world. A general suddenly shuddered, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke with a hint of excitement. When a tank like this appears on the battlefield, whoever faces it must be on high alert to have even a sliver of a chance to survive. But thankfully, this tank belongs to our country. I couldn't care less if they're scared or not. Exactly. The more they fear it, the happier I am. Ordinary people could never fully grasp the emotions churning within these generals. Many of them had fought wars for nearly 40 years. To put it dramatically, they had been at war since they could remember. They faced the Japanese devils, the reactionary forces of the bald-headed ones, the 16-nation coalition led by the pretty-faced one, and the steel flood of the bear. No matter who their adversaries were, one constant challenge remained. That was the overwhelming superiority of the enemy's armored tank forces. But that era is gone forever. From this day forward, their own armored tank forces will surpass any adversary. The concept of shifting from offense to defense may sound simple, but it represents decades of blood, sweat, and tears from the Chinese people and their military. Today, at last, we see the light at the end of the tunnel. At this moment, the test pilots of the Type 99A returned to their tanks. Soon, the distinctive roar unique to the Type 99A once again echoed across the entire training ground. Roar, roar, roar. It sounded like a king declaring his return. The Type 99A once again charged across the training ground's highways, grasslands, water pits, dirt slopes. Despite enduring so many attacks, its speed and agility remained undiminished. The scars left by those shells did nothing to weaken its strength. Instead, they transformed its demeanor from that of a spirited rookie soldier into that of a battle-hardened veteran who commands the battlefield. The test lasted the entire morning. When Zhang Jiaxi left the training ground, he carried 2 new items. One was the individual Special Merit Medal awarded to him by General Yi Jianying, and the other was the Team First Class Merit Medal awarded to their entire tank development team by Nia Rongyun. Simultaneously, a new responsibility rested upon Zhang Jiaxi's shoulders. That was to name this new tank and figure out how to ensure the nation had enough of them. The former had actually occupied Zhang Jiaxi's thoughts for quite some time. In his previous life, the Type 99A had earned numerous nicknames: Lion, Wall of Size, and Land Warfare Guanyu, all expressions of widespread recognition and admiration. However, Zhang Jiaxi felt these names were more fitting for its enemies to shout after it had earned its fearsome reputation on the battlefield, rather than for him to bestow upon it himself. So let it be called Guardian. For millennia, the ancestors of the Flower family had built a great wall stretching thousands of miles with their wisdom, defending the people of the Flower family's lands against wave after wave of invasion. Now, in this new era, the Great Wall can no longer shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the people. Yet the people of Zhonghua still have their own Great Wall. It is a great wall of flesh and blood, built by countless soldiers of the flowering family with their very bodies. Zhang Jiaxi, a scientist, possesses the ability to fortify this flesh and blood wall with stronger armor, enabling it to better protect both the people and the soldiers who defend them. Thus, this future land-dominating colossus destined to roam the Chinese land, crushing any who dare threaten China's interests, shall be named Guardian. Returning to the tank development lab, Zhang Jiaxi instructed Chen Gonghe to announce the resounding success of the field trials to the team. He also brought along the collective first-class merit medals earned by everyone, then entered his office. He picked up the document that had been placed on top. It was a document with 2 blank spaces on the cover. Now it read, 3rd Generation Main Battle Tank XX Development Results Report. Zhang Jiaxi picked up a pen and wrote 2 characters in the blank space. Watch. Chapter 43, Export Spec 3rd Generation Main Battle Tank. In later generations, the Type 99A main battle tank stood as the most advanced model. Even within China's massive industrial complex, its production cost remained steep, around $2 million per unit, equivalent to over 14 million yuan. Dear patrons, the author lacks the expertise to convert this cost into contemporary currency. I'm merely a novelist. The intricacies of purchasing power across eras are beyond my grasp. After all, consumer goods and high-tech industrial products like weaponry are fundamentally incomparable. Given China's current defense budget, even allocating all military funds would only suffice for producing over 1,000 units. Moreover, expenditures on troop compensation, routine training, attrition, and maintenance of high-caliber weaponry are indispensable. Relying solely on China's own economic strength, they couldn't even produce a dozen tanks in a year. But while China lacks funds, the world is full of wealthy nations. According to Zhang Jiaxi's understanding, in his previous life, many nations opted for Soviet tanks when purchasing armored vehicles, primarily because of their low cost. Yet these tanks performed poorly in combat. For instance, the T-72 was consistently outmatched by the M1 Abrams on Middle Eastern battlefields. It's important to note that both the T-72 and the M1 Abrams are 3rd generation main battle tanks, with no generational gap between them. Yet the Red Rose Army was still crushed without any chance to fight back. This was because the tanks they acquired were all severely downgraded models. Not only did they offer minimal protection, but their sighting and targeting equipment lagged far behind the advanced systems of American tanks. The infrared detectors on the procured T-72s could only detect targets within 200 meters, while the M1s could reach over a kilometer. Against the M1, these severely downgraded tanks were practically blind. However, in later years, a new tank emerged on the global arms market, one without any downgrades, and one that customers could upgrade according to their needs. For a modest fee, industrious arms dealers could boost the tank's engine power to 1,500 horsepower, enabling speeds of up to 70 kilometers per hour. If the tank's protection seemed insufficient, customers could simply hand over stacks of cash to add the GL5 active protection system. This system effectively intercepts incoming rockets and missiles, ensuring the tank's safety. Even without the GL5, its composite armor and reactive armor make it highly resistant to standard artillery shells, with most rounds struggling to penetrate its frontal armor. Some nations may lack technological expertise, but none understand technology better than they do. Just as some nations know better than anyone else how to cater to big spenders. No one can resist a tank whose performance metrics rank among the world's best, especially when it offers customizable configurations. This is China's VT-4 tank. A vehicle not part of the Chinese Army's inventory, but existing purely as an export-oriented tank. Its existence serves two purposes. It prevents leaks of China's military secrets while allowing for targeted improvements based on customer requirements. Customer service is top-notch. In its previous incarnation, netizens estimated the VT-4's price tag at 3 to 4 million renminbi. In this era, only 3 third-generation main battle tanks are available on the arms market. As one of the earliest third-generation tanks without subsequent generations of upgrades, these legacy models now lag far behind the VT-4 in performance. In other words, whenever the VT-4 appears on the arms market, it stands alone in its class. If I'd sold it for 3 million 30 years later, wouldn't charging 5 million 30 years earlier be perfectly reasonable? When it comes to export tanks, if I say I'm second, no one dares claim first. So charging an extra 2 million is perfectly reasonable, right? Maintenance and repair for such an expensive tank require specialized expertise. Charging 500,000 or even 1 million annually is perfectly reasonable, right? Zhang Jiaxi extracted the VT-4 tank specifications from the system and performed comprehensive optimization based on the production parameters of the Sentinel tank. As for the finer details, entrusting them to the current tank development team posed no issue whatsoever. Zhang Jiaxi had no intention of tying himself to tank development for too long. While tanks were undeniably vital in land warfare, for a nation especially one like China, surrounded by hostile neighbors, any weakness could prove fatal. Through deliberate cultivation, this team has made tremendous strides in tank development capabilities. As long as they can produce a Type 15 tank according to the technical specifications, I can confidently entrust all subsequent tank development work to them. Over the following period, members of the tank development team noticed a change in their chief engineer, Zhang Jiaxi. For over 3 months prior, anyone who addressed him as Professor Zhang would receive meticulous answers to any question explained from the simplest to the most complex, then distilled into clear, concise terms. But now, no matter who approached him or what the question was, after reviewing it, Zhang would erupt into a tirade of curses. With the complete development experience of the third-generation main battle tank Sentinel, couldn't they even overcome this minor difficulty? If you can't handle this, have you considered whether the problem might lie with you? During this development period, have you truly dedicated yourselves to learning? Hearing Zhang Jiaxi speak like this, a deep sense of shame welled up within everyone. Indeed, teacher Zhang had devoted himself to teaching them for so long. Now, facing a minor issue, they still had to consult him. Didn't that imply his teaching skills were inadequate? Or did they feel he hadn't been teaching them seriously before? Of course, that couldn't possibly be the case. Therefore, the fault lay solely with themselves. This state of affairs had a profound impact on the tank development team. The most immediate consequence was that, from that day forward, no one else in the entire research institute ever saw the tank development team members in the cafeteria again. Has the tank development team started fasting? Why haven't I seen them come out to eat these past few days? Fasting? The cafeteria staff now delivers every meal directly to the tank development team. Plus, they said weekend work continues as usual, so the cafeteria needs to prepare meals in advance. I heard that too. Old Zhang from the cafeteria said if he didn't know they were building tanks for our country, he'd have laxatives ready for them. Ah, exactly. They used to make 3 meals a day, then added a midnight snack to support the tank team 4 meals daily. Now they even cook on weekends. Ah, but being busy is good. Only through hard work can we truly contribute to our nation's military industry. Unlike some of our development teams using Russian weapons for so long without any breakthroughs. Now that you mention it, I'm actually a bit envious of the tank development team. Even though we don't know what kind of design the new chief engineer brought, the fact that their entire team is so dedicated means it must be something extraordinary. Maybe we just don't have the capability or the fortune to shoulder such responsibility. Chapter 44, Is this price reasonable? A week later, Zhang Jiaxi had completed the comprehensive optimization of the VT-4 technical documentation. He packaged the materials and delivered them directly to the Ministry of National Defense. Zhang Jiaxi had notified the secretaries of Generals Zhang and Yang the day before, so when he arrived at the Ministry of National Defense, the two generals were sitting in General Zhang's office drinking tea. Old Zhang, what do you think Xiaoxu will propose to enable our country to mass-produce this tank? Yang Qingji frowned. Ever since encountering that traitorous bastard Yu Ho, I've known that advanced weapons deployed by our national military must never be supplied or sold to others. Otherwise, no one can guarantee that these weapons won't be turned against us in the future, taking the lives of our own soldiers. But relying solely on our current arms trade, even with the recent windfall from Chaoxi's Kaisan and Huatua projects, we can't squander it recklessly on this tank. Our nation has far too many pressing needs for funds right now. We must allocate a portion to support our brothers in other departments. General Zhang nodded. He understood Yang Qingji's words all too well, as did Generals Yi Jianying and Nie Rongyun. If this problem were left to them, they couldn't envision a viable solution. Ultimately, they might be forced to resort to slow production, building one tank at a time. Frankly, the inability to churn out such weapons in batches like dumplings was agonizing for them. It was more agonizing than the days he fought enemies to the death on the battlefield. I wonder if that young man, Joey, has come up with something useful? I think it's promising. He's a man capable of miracles. Just look at these weapons. Developing them now is nothing short of a miracle. As they spoke, a knock sounded at the door. Soon, Zheng Xiaoxi pushed it open and entered. Ah, Xiaoxi, you're here. Quick, come sit down. Generals Zhang and Yang looked at Zheng Xiaoxi, rose happily to welcome him, called his secretary in to pour him a cup of tea, and then pulled him over to the sofa on the side. Zhang, the naming proposal you submitted for the new third-generation main battle tank has been approved by higher-ups. Both this model and all subsequent development variants will be designated the Guardian series main battle tanks. It's a splendid name. Our nation has always cherished peace since ancient times. This tank, named Sentinel, embodies the conviction of all our military and civilians. We seek only to pursue development peacefully, ensuring our people lead prosperous lives. Its purpose, just like its name, is defensive. Enough pleasantries. Xiaoxi, you mentioned you've devised a plan to secure sufficient numbers of Sentinel tanks for our nation? Zheng Xiaoxi pulled 2 planning documents from his briefcase and handed one to each general. Exactly. My proposal is to vigorously expand tank exports. As the king of the land, tanks are an inescapable topic in ground warfare and remain the most powerful weapon in this era's land battles. The global arms trade in tank transactions reaches hundreds of billions of big beautiful coins annually. If we can grab a substantial chunk, even just 30%, that's tens of billions of big beautiful coins. Converted to Flower Nation currency, that's at least 200 billion, exceeding our entire annual defense budget. With that kind of money, what would stop us from building tanks for our own country? Zheng Xiaoxi delivered his impassioned speech, yet the 2 generals showed little sign of being swayed. Noticing their expressions, Zheng Xiaoxi immediately understood their reservations. With a wry smile, he pressed on. Generals, I understand your concerns. If we export the Sentinel tank in its original configuration, you fear it might compromise our nation's defense secrets. If we export a downgraded version, you worry its subpar performance could damage our reputation in the arms trade market. After all, the lion's share of the tank trade is currently dominated by the Bear and the Big Beauty. Should our tanks show signs of weakness, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage on our future arms trade prospects. However, I have devised a perfect solution to this problem. What is it? Zheng Xiaoxi's words immediately piqued the curiosity of the 2 generals. What solution? Come on, tell us. Glancing at the blueprint that had been tossed onto the coffee table in their excitement, Zheng Xiaoxi pointed at it. It's nothing else. The solution is right here in this document. The 2 hurriedly picked it up and began reading the planning document. Report on the development of the third-generation main battle tank for export and export strategy. An export-oriented main battle tank? Could it be that Zheng Xiaoxi had modified the Sentinel tank, altering its configuration without significantly impacting performance? Generals Zhang and Yang frowned as they opened the file. At this moment, neither held particularly high hopes for the proposal. Even if the configuration modifications were impressive, its foundation remained the Watchtower tank. Their core systems were identical. If this export weapon fell into the hands of the Americans or Russians, given their capabilities, even without developing specific countermeasures against the Watchtower, they could undoubtedly achieve significant advancements in their existing third-generation tanks. Should that happen, the Flower Nation would not only lose its edge in land warfare tank technology but also struggle to gain an advantage in the international tank trade market. This would be extremely detrimental to China. However, as the 2 continued reading, they discovered the truth was not what they had imagined. Within the proposal, Zheng Xiaoxi outlined the specifications of the export-oriented main battle tank VT-4 and its corresponding export strategy in concise terms. Xiaoxi, based on your calculations, this export-grade third-generation main battle tank has significantly lower production costs than the Sentinel tank. Why is your recommended selling price as high as 7 million big beautiful coins? That's nearly a 300% profit margin. But this way, every tank we sell will reliably fund the production of 2 tanks for our country. You have a point, but Xiaoxi, as a socialist nation, we can't just follow capitalism's profit-driven approach. We also need to consider political and other factors. But this way, every tank we sell means we reliably produce 2 tanks for the Flower Nation. I know the profit margin is high, but can we really capture the market at this price? The US, Russia, and Germany all have their own third-generation main battle tanks. Generals, their technology is still in its infancy. Setting aside whether they'd even consider selling such weapons, if they did, the price would be astronomical. Moreover, their performance falls far short of ours. Once these nations see the comparison, they'll easily know which tank to choose. Moreover, the most crucial point is this: for every tank we sell, we'll reliably produce 2 tanks for China. Well, that's true. General Zhang was about to continue when Zheng Xiaoxi cut him off. But this means every tank we sell will reliably produce 2 tanks for the Japanese. Both generals fell into deep thought. Moments later, General Zhang slammed the documents onto the coffee table. Damn it! The older I get, the more indecisive I become. Xiaoxi is right, this is exactly how we should sell these tanks. Yang Qingji slammed his documents down on the table as well. Exactly. Xiaoxi, what should we name this tank? I'll report it to the higher-ups with old Zhang right away. This tank is specifically for export to the country. It'll bring in some cash for the flower-growing nation while providing security for other nations, a win-win for all. Let's call it Friendship. Chapter 45, Bringing the Camel to See the Treasure. Foreign Ministry of Flower Country. Overseas Liaison Office. Fathers, I made this up. Zhao Hian was processing documents when he heard the office door open. He casually looked up. Hey, Comrade Xiaoxi, haven't seen you in months. Didn't your fourth section abolish the Foreign Ministry liaison function? What brings you here today? I've been assisting with weapons development lately. Remember that order we signed with Camel Country? I heard they're visiting soon to inspect our weapons production progress. The development team has a batch of new prototypes and wants to show them to Camel Country's bigwigs, our friends. Maybe we can secure another order. Zhang Xiaoxi handed Zhao Hian a document. It was the Ministry of Defense's request to include this item in the itinerary for Camel Nation's upcoming visit. After listening to Zhang Xiaoxi's report, Zhao Hian quickly scanned the document, noting the signatures of leaders and commanders at various levels. Satisfied it was in order, he swiftly pulled another file from the folder on his desk and opened it. Our visit plan with Camel Nation isn't finalized yet. Tell me where the new product demonstration will be held and how long the observation period needs to be. It's in the northwest, at the training ground near the Rising Military Factory. We'll showcase it while our Camel Country friends inspect the goods. Zhao Hian jotted a note on the document with his pen. Would adding half a day to the observation time be sufficient? Zhang Xiaoxi mentally calculated, picturing the gleam in those Camel Kingdom friends' eyes when they saw the Sentinel tank. Indeed, the Friendship Series tanks hadn't even entered production yet, more accurately, their specific development hadn't even commenced. Currently, the entire tank development team was fully dedicated to the Type 15 light tank project. How could they possibly spare the resources? But did that mean they couldn't sell it? After completing combat trials, the first watch tank had undergone meticulous maintenance and was now as good as new. It had been secretly transported to the far northwest. We're confident our friends in Camel Nation will be highly intrigued by the watchtower. When they learn this is a weapon China doesn't sell abroad, they'll surely be disappointed. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxi could simply say, if they truly desire it, he could design a third-generation main battle tank exclusively for foreign trade. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoxi could assure them that if desired, the performance specifications of this tank could absolutely match those of the watchtower, far surpassing the sleek M1A1, the German Leopard 2, and the Russian T-80. First suppress to elevate, first elevate to suppress. After this emotional tug-of-war, how could the friends from Camel Country allow such an outstanding tank to slip away from them? Once a procurement intent was expressed, a vast amount of content would require negotiation. Even if the specifics of the sales contract aren't discussed, the general procurement intent, price range, and performance parameters all require meeting agreements, and that will undoubtedly take time. Not enough. If everything goes smoothly, we should enter preliminary procurement negotiations, which will require at least one more day. Zhao Hian nodded. No problem. I'll contact the embassy over there. They'll resubmit the interview request to Camel Country. After leaving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zhang Xiaoxi did not return to the Ministry of National Defense nor rejoin the tank development team. At the Ministry of National Defense, he held only a nominal position. Aside from General Zhang, General Yang, and a few familiar comrades, everyone else had likely forgotten about Zhang Xiaoxi. As for the tank development team, with Zhang Xiaoxi deliberately stepping back, their independent R&D capabilities had been greatly honed. They were now fully capable of handling the production and development of the Type 15 tank. Feeling somewhat free, Zhang Xiaoxi decided to explore the capital city properly. After all, since leaving Harbin Institute of Technology to work in the capital, he had never taken the time to truly experience it. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaoxi instructed his driver to head straight back to the residence and addressed Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan. Old Mao, old Zhong, you've served in the capital for so many years, have you ever really explored this place? Zhong Shangjuan scratched his head. Honestly, no. We've spent most of our time in the barracks. Even when we had leave, we just visit the homes of retired comrades or those who made the ultimate sacrifice. We never took the time to explore. Mao Dian nodded in agreement. We're just rough soldiers. Even if we did go sightseeing, all we'd say is, wow, this capital is huge, these cars are massive, there are so many people. We wouldn't notice much else. We wouldn't even think to stop by our comrades' homes to see if they needed help. Exactly. Following the captain around the capital lately, I've seen plenty of places, it really is huge. Good thing I never thought to sightsee. Otherwise, we'd be scrambling out of the barracks every other day looking for people. Ugh, why is another soldier on leave not coming back? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaoxi chuckled at Zhong Shangjuan's words, surprised by the rough and tumble soldier's unexpected humor. Nothing much planned today. If you're up for it, come explore with me. If not, feel free to visit your comrades' homes. Really? At the mention of Zhang Jiaxi's suggestion, Zhong Shangjuan's eyes lit up with interest. But the next second. Smack! Mao Dian smacked Zhong Shangjuan on the head. Bull! Our mission is to protect the captain's safety. If even a hair on his head gets hurt because we left, we deserve to be shot 800 times over and still not make up for our mistake. Zhong Shangjuan instantly composed himself and declared sternly, Captain, although the organization has yet to disclose your identity as the developer of the 3 weapons to the outside world, the achievements of Kaisan and Huatua have already been revealed to the world. Moreover, quite a few people knew your identity during the development process. There's no guarantee that the enemy won't uncover your identity through special means. To protect your safety, wherever you go, we must accompany you throughout the entire journey. Mao Dian said nothing, but his expression made one conclusion abundantly clear. That is, what Zhong Shangjuan had just said was precisely what he had always taught him. Since the two had resolved to continue protecting him, Zhang Jiaxi naturally did not dismiss them. He began strolling casually through the streets of the capital. Although the reform policies of Zhenghua had been underway for nearly a decade, economic reforms had initially focused on the southeastern coastal cities, while a number of port cities in the north had later opened up. However, the city of Jinmen, closest to the capital, had only been implementing reforms for 2.5 years. For the time being, the impact on the lives of the capital's residents was still not very significant. Walking down the streets, Zhang Jiaxi still saw clothing styles reminiscent of 1970s and 1980s TV dramas dominating the scene. However, this did not mean the capital lagged behind in infrastructure. After walking for a short while, Zhang Jiaxi came upon something that astonished him. It was something extremely common in his previous life. Even in relatively isolated rural areas, many people might not have seen it, but they had at least heard of it. It was the subway. Chapter 46, this kind of motorized infantry? Construction on Zhonghuajia's first subway line began in 1965 and was completed by the National Day celebrations in 1969. Frankly, this construction pace was no slower than that seen in many Zhonghuajia cities building subways 50 years later. This 23.6-kilometer line was the nation's earliest subway route. However, it was initially built primarily for military preparedness purposes. It wasn't until 1976 that the military handed over operational control of the subway system. In his previous life, Zhang Jiaxi only learned of the metro system's long history after arriving in the capital. This revelation came after visiting the capital, where some subway stations featured display cases chronicling the system's evolution. Aside from the crowds making it impossible to find a seat, everything else was excellent. Stepping into the subway station, Zhang Jiaxi looked around. Upon reaching the platform, he felt a sense of temporal dislocation as he observed the station layout, virtually unchanged from over 30 years later. The tiles and the color of the platform pillars were almost identical to how he remembered them from over 30 years later. Having never paid close attention, Zhang Jiaxi didn't know if these elements had undergone any changes during the decades of historical transformation. As Zhang Jiaxi was lost in recollection, the subway's arrival chime sounded. Zhang Jiaxi looked up to see a train head that looked completely different from the subways of later generations. The square front end resembled that of a diesel locomotive. Perhaps because it was during working hours, the subway wasn't very crowded at that moment. The subway cars of this era resembled buses from later times. Zhang Jiaxi found an empty seat and settled in. Once the train began moving, he began looking around the car. In the 1980s, forget the internet, even mobile phones hadn't officially entered China yet. Thus, in this subway car, Zhang Jiaxi saw not a single person glued to their phone. Passengers either read newspapers, perused books, or leaned back in their seats with eyes closed, resting. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiaxi couldn't help but recall something he'd seen online in his previous life. There were 2 photos. One depicted passengers on a subway in China, standing or seated, all staring at their phones. The other showed a subway car filled with foreigners, but in this photo, the foreigners were either reading books or newspapers. For a time, these 2 photos went viral on Chinese internet platforms. They even spawned a particularly mindless argument. It claimed that the national character of Zhonghuajia citizens simply couldn't compare to foreigners, because Zhonghuajia citizens lacked the mindset of constant learning. Observing the scene before him, Zhang Jiaxi suddenly felt like laughing. From the perspective of Zhang Jiaxi's previous life, the rise of China seemed like a miracle, and the speed of that rise was a miracle within a miracle. Take a simple example. The speed of China's rise was so rapid that it even caused ideological divisions among 3 generations of Chinese families. The grandparents' generation was fiercely loyal and ideologically pure. The children's generation, however, saw a surge of so-called neoliberal adherents, groveling excessively to the big beautiful one. The grandchildren's generation was red and specialized. Ironically, those who benefit most from China's rise are also its harshest critics. When foreigners choose to read books or newspapers on the subway because their subways lack internet access, these individuals rush to grovel at their feet, ultimately attributing it to racial superiority. As if the blood flowing through their veins isn't Chinese, as if by denigrating their own country, they can shed the label of inferior race they themselves invoke. Anyone with a shred of conscience or common sense knows that the evolution of the Chinese people stands as the pinnacle of human advancement. Even the century of humiliation in modern Chinese history is merely a brief nap in its 5,000-year history. And even during that nap, the so-called Western powers never truly conquered the Chinese people. Countless nations worldwide became colonies during that era. Yet despite the Qing dynasty's policy of defending against the Han more fiercely than against foreigners, holding back progress, China remained a semi-colonial, semi-feudal society even at the Qing's collapse. Though deeply humiliating, one may blame the Qing dynasty's incompetence, but never the resilience of its people. Throughout the Qing dynasty, when countless humiliating treaties were signed, countless patriots still sacrificed their lives for this land. When Western powers finally set foot on Chinese soil, groups like the Boxers and the Taiping Rebellion, though limited by their era and burdened by significant negative influences, nonetheless delivered devastating blows to these foreign devils. In the Qing dynasty's years of warfare against Western powers, hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers died on the battlefield, yet they could not claim even a few hundred Western lives in return. Yet a single Taiping attack on Shanghai killed the French naval commander, wounded the British naval commander, and captured large numbers of their soldiers. Had it not been for the Qing dynasty dragging their feet, upon seeing the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom advancing on Shanghai and seemingly poised to drive the foreigners completely out of the city, a certain Chang minister surnamed Zhang led his troops to attack the Taiping capital of Tianjin. The Gallic Rooster and John Bull allied forces entrenched in Shanghai would surely have been slaughtered to the last man. Did the Western powers hesitate to fully colonize China? No. It was precisely because of uprisings like the Boxers and the Taiping Rebellion that China gained opportunities to resist time and again. From the self-strengthening movement to the Xinhai Revolution and finally the rise of the Communist Party, China discovered the path truly suited to itself and was reborn. Now, China has awakened. It will catch up to and surpass any nation at a pace faster than anyone could imagine. Stepping out of the subway, Zhang Jiaxi felt his spirit, weary from prolonged work, recover significantly. Glancing at the time, Zhang Jiaxi decided to contribute to the culinary scene of China's capital. They entered a shop, ordered 3 bowls of soybean paste soup, and each took a sip. The next moment, all 3 hurriedly rose and dashed toward the nearest bus stop. They had to rush back to the Tank Research Institute for dinner. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We can still make it back in time for dinner. Exactly. We'd be wasting the hard work of the comrades in the cafeteria if we didn't eat their meals. It'd be a shame to let their efforts go to waste. Old Joan, I never knew you had such insight. That hit the nail right on the head. You bet, you bet. Following you around every day, Captain, I've picked up a thing or two. Captain, quiet. We'll run faster this way. Right, listen to old Mao, he's the fittest guy in the squad. After a long journey, Zhang Jiaxi and his 2 companions finally reached the Tank Research Institute before dinner and got to enjoy a hot meal in the cafeteria as they'd hoped. As he popped the last grain of rice from his tray into his mouth, Zhang Jiaxi looked at Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan with admiration. Old Mao, old Zhong, I never would have guessed 2 tank crewmen could be this fit. If you hadn't outrun that bus, we might not have made it back in time for dinner. Mao Dian waved it off. No big deal. Even though we're tank crews, we always have to consider the possibility of tank damage. Having basic light infantry combat skills is absolutely essential. Guys, I totally made this part up. Exactly. Back then, we didn't have tanks like the Sentinel. On the battlefield, the likelihood of engaging as light infantry is still very high. And as the capital's most elite tank crew, each of us possesses physical fitness that rivals any motorized infantry unit. Motorized infantry? Hearing this term, Zhang Jiaxi's mind flashed back to Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan chasing after a bus starting later but overtaking it, literally running down the bus on foot and forcing the driver to stop. Wait, you mean motorized infantry isn't about riding motorcycles? It's about training people to be like motorcycles? Chapter 47, the main event begins. Teacher Zhang, are you really not taking me with you this time? Standing at the entrance of the Tank Research Institute, Zhang Jiaxi waited for the military district's vehicle. After 2 weeks of negotiations, the Camel Country delegation had finally departed 3 days prior, arriving at Flower Country. According to the itinerary arranged by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, tomorrow the Camel Nation's friends would head to the Great Northwest to inspect the production of the Huatuoman portable anti-tank missiles. Zhang Jiaxi pulled his coat tighter around himself and took the thermos from Chen Gongha's hand. Gongha, I've intentionally involved you in the entire development process of the 3rd-generation light tank over this period. I've taught you everything I can. You should understand my expectations for you. After returning from the Northwest, I will likely be leaving the tank development team. Teacher Zhang, are you really leaving? Chen Gongha's face betrayed deep reluctance. Though they'd worked together for only a few months, and despite Zhang being considerably younger, Chen cherished every piece of guidance he'd received. He genuinely regarded Zhang as his mentor. Though he had long sensed Zhang would eventually depart, hearing it confirmed from Zhang's own lips still stirred profound reluctance within Chen Gongha. Zhang Jiaxi patted Chen Gongha on the shoulder. Gongha, the rise of our nation still needs our relentless efforts. Don't dwell too much on sadness.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, once I return from the northwest this time, I'll land you a major project.
Ha? Shen Gonghe didn't understand what Zheng Jiaxi meant.
Just as a look of confusion appeared on his face, the military district's vehicle arrived. Before he could ask further questions, Zheng Jiaxi had already boarded the car with Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan and driven away. Although Zheng Jiaxi aimed to secure large-scale purchases of China's export variant third-generation main battle tanks from Camel Country, he chose not to engage with their visiting delegation prematurely. Consequently, the two groups did not travel on the same flight and had no contact after landing. The moment Zheng Jiaxi stepped off the plane, a military vehicle pulled up before him, one belonging to the training grounds near the Rising Military Factory. The door opened, and Captain He Jingyi stepped out of the passenger seat. With purposeful strides, he approached Zheng Jiaxi and saluted. Captain Zhang, Company Commander He Jingyi of the Northwest Plateau Military Region's 188th Training Ground, here to greet you as assigned by the organization. Zheng Jiaxi returned the salute.
Captain He, you're too polite. We're old acquaintances, no need for such formality.
Understood.
After both men got into the vehicle, He Jingyi began briefing Zheng Jiaxi on the organization's subsequent arrangements.
Upon the Camel Nation delegation's arrival, foreign ministry officials would first escort them to sample local cuisine before proceeding to the Rising Army Factory, taking in scenic views along the route. Tomorrow morning, the delegation would tour the Chilai Military Factory to inspect production. In the afternoon, they would proceed to Training Ground 188 to observe the acceptance demonstration of the Hua-Tua individual anti-tank missile. Since the Sentinel tank was a new model, the military lacked the corresponding maintenance capabilities. Therefore, when it arrived in the northwest, a team of technicians responsible for its maintenance had accompanied the tank development team. Zheng Jiaxi must depart for Training Ground 188 today to meet with these personnel. Before tomorrow's acceptance demonstration begins, they will conduct thorough maintenance and inspections of the Sentinel tank inside and out to ensure flawless execution during the demonstration. The next day arrived swiftly. The Camel Nation delegation set off in high spirits for Training Ground 188. During their stay in Zhonghua, they had received exceptionally warm hospitality. The diverse local cuisines and strikingly different landscapes across various regions had thoroughly delighted the Camel Kingdom visitors. This morning's tour of the semi-automated production line at the Rising Military Factory had truly opened their eyes. The Rising Military Factory was now a far cry from its initial construction phase. Through the tireless efforts of Zhu Gaji and the entire nation, it had evolved into China's first semi-automated manufacturing facility equipped with high-precision machine tools. As for why aircraft and missile factories weren't prioritized for manufacturing upgrades, the answer lay in the Hua-Tua anti-tank missile. Its production process, while involving cutting-edge technology, featured relatively straightforward manufacturing steps. This made it an ideal pilot project for production transformation and upgrading. This achievement far surpassed the era's standards, marking the first tangible progress beyond military technology that Zheng Jiaxi brought to Zhonghua. In the original historical timeline, China's industrial strength during this period, bolstered by its massive population base, barely scraped into the global top 10.
And why the top 10, not the top 5? I believe you patrons will readily understand. As for Camel Nation, it ranked slightly below Flower Nation, though the gap was not significant.
Thus, the industrial levels of the two nations were essentially on par. Now, witnessing these advanced industrial machine tools and highly efficient semi-automated production lines, the entire tour unfolded amidst the Camel Nation delegation's constant gasps of astonishment.
Truthfully, the foreign ministry officials handling the reception were itching to join in the amazement.
After all, what they were seeing was unprecedented not just for the Camel Nation delegation, but for the hosts themselves. Had the military factory director not warned them beforehand to maintain composure, their reactions might have been even more effusive than the Camel Nation delegations. The reception coordinator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was named Li Shiqi. Upon arriving at Training Ground 188, several Camel Country officials wearing cloth headdresses immediately gathered around Li Shiqi. Using their newly acquired Chinese language skills, they asked, "Dearly, tell us quickly, are there any more surprises here? Indeed, these past few days have been utterly marvelous. Zhonghua truly is a land brimming with wonders at every turn.
Indeed, if my wives weren't still back in Camel Country, I'd consider settling down here in Flower Country."
Li Shirka chatted with them like old friends, while another member of the reception team approached the training ground staff. Soon, everyone was led to the location where the Hua-Tua anti-tank missile had undergone its first craniotomy procedure. The Camel Kingdom officials visiting Flower Country had not participated in their nation's military competition. Most had only heard about the Hua-Tua anti-tank missile's formidable power through others' accounts. Though mentally prepared, they still wore expressions of disbelief as they witnessed missile after missile soar kilometers through the air, precisely striking and penetrating the homogeneous steel armor targets. This reaction mirrored that of officials from nations like Bear and Big Beauty who had participated in the same competition.
What a formidable weapon!
Once this batch arrives in Camel Country, if Persian cats or red roses dare attack us, they'd better think twice about whether their tanks will suffice.
Exactly, dearly, you remember the question we raised before coming to Flower Country? Such an outstanding weapon must have been developed by an equally outstanding individual. Yet your flowering nation has consistently refused to reveal his identity. Could you arrange a meeting during this visit? We're truly eager to see what kind of person possesses such creative genius. After speaking, the group turned expectantly toward Li Shurtzu. Just as he wore an apologetic expression, preparing to respond, a deafening roar erupted from the southwest corner of the training ground. All eyes snapped upward. A massive, angular form was rapidly approaching. Behind it, a massive cloud of dust was being swept into the air, crashing like waves as it charged forward. Chapter 48, he seems like he's about to shatter. What is that? The members of the Camel Country delegation stiffened, turning their heads in unison to ask Li Shurka. Li Shurka stared blankly in the direction of the watchtower tank. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality and stammered, I am sorry, I don't know either. I've never seen this weapon before. Li Shichi wasn't lying. His assignment from the organization was solely to escort the delegation for the demonstration and inspection. He knew absolutely nothing about the Sentinel tank. At that moment, He Jingyi approached and delivered the message as ordered by higher-ups. This is our nation's newly developed main battle tank, a third-generation model far superior to America's M1A1, Germany's Leopard 2, or Russia's T-80. What? A third-generation main battle tank? Li Shurji was the first to exclaim in astonishment, then abruptly pulled the delegation members away as if suddenly remembering something. A thought flashed through his mind. It's over. The visit has gone wrong. I've leaked state military secrets. This is a third-generation main battle tank, undoubtedly a hidden national weapon of mass destruction. How could I have let it slip out like this? How could I face the trust placed in me by the nation and its people? But Li Shichi tugged at the lever several times in succession, and the members of the delegation remained completely unmoved. Li, let us take another look. This is a third-generation main battle tank. It's our first time seeing one. Exactly. Look at that barrel, it looks incredibly powerful. And its speed far surpasses our current tanks. The color scheme is quite appealing too, it complements our Camel Nation perfectly. You're right. The more we look at it, the more it resembles something from Camel Nation. Li, stop messing around. Is this thing for sale? How much? We'll buy it. Li Shurshi hurriedly glanced at He Jingyi, frantically signaling him to convey his plea for assistance. But He Jingyi merely gave him a fleeting glance before turning away. His superior had given him only one order, the next move would have to wait until the Sentinel tank rolled up in front of them. Realizing He Jingyi ignored his signals, Li Shurka felt his head was about to explode. Seriously? You're a company commander at a military training ground and you don't even have basic security awareness? He hadn't even heard rumors about the development of this third-generation main battle tank, yet here it was suddenly appearing before him. It must be a top-secret project of utmost importance to the Chinese military. Now it's been exposed, and you're just letting other countries see it like this? No, I must find a way to fix this. Li Shiki's mind raced and an idea flashed through his thoughts. A dangerous gleam flickered in his eyes. Abandoning any attempt to detain the visiting delegation, he maintained a neutral expression as he addressed them. After the visit concluded, he would accompany them back on a special aircraft. Following the original route, this plane would pass over Indian airspace. Then he would detonate the aircraft over Indian airspace. Let these people vanish into the sky alongside him, carrying the secrets of China's third-generation main battle tank. As for India, they had invaded Zhenghua. Retaliating against them was only natural. Just as Li Shurka made up his mind, the Sentinel tank finally pulled up near the observation stand. He Jingyi knew it was time to execute the next order. He approached the delegation and announced, "Friends from Camel Country, you asked earlier who developed Huatua? You'll meet them soon." Really? Where? The delegation members looked around excitedly, while strange question marks popped into Li Shiki's mind. There was no one else around here. Where would the developer be? As he pondered this, He Jingyi continued, our nation's third-generation main battle tank is called Sentinel. Its developer is none other than the creator of the Huatuaman portable anti-tank missile. He is currently inside the tank. No sooner had He Jingyi finished speaking than gasps erupted from the delegation. Li Shurka felt a jolt like an electric shock run down his spine, sending chills down his spine. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. The developers of the third-generation main battle tank were about to be exposed to this visiting delegation. They had to die sooner rather than later. He had to find a way to get the organization to shorten the visit. I can't wait another day. I'd rather go down with them right now. As Li Shurka muttered these thoughts, Zhang Jiaoxi had already emerged from the tank and was walking toward the observation platform. Hey, Company Commander He, what's the occasion today? Why are there so many people? Hearing Zhang Jiaoxi's words, He Jingyi knew his assigned task was about to conclude. Captain Zhang, allow me to introduce you. This is the visiting delegation from Camel Country. They've come today to observe the live demonstration of the Huatua anti-tank missile you developed.
At that moment, the members of the visiting delegation caught sight of Zhang Jiaxi's appearance, each wearing an expression of utter astonishment. In their imagination, the creator of a weapon like the Huatua anti-tank missile should at least be a seasoned middle-aged man. And upon learning that the third-generation main battle tank Sentinel was also his creation, they instinctively assumed he must be a gray-haired elder. Yet Zhang Jiaxi, no matter how one looked at him, appeared to be no older than 30. If their memories served them correctly, this incredibly youthful and handsome young man was simultaneously the developer of the Kaisan series of man-portable rocket launchers, the Huatua man-portable anti-tank missile, and the third-generation main battle tank Shouang.
How could anyone in this world possess such terrifying talent and ability?
Li Shirka, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming urge to pull out a gun right then and there and shoot everyone dead.
The third-generation main battle tank was classified.
The developer of that third-generation main battle tank was the most classified secret of all. If this developer was also behind the Kaisan and Huatua, the importance of this secret would be elevated to an entirely new level. And this developer was so young he could easily become the hope of the flower planting family for the next 40 to 50 years. Even if this secret were labeled as unsealable for 50 years, Li Shirka could understand.
Now it's all over.
After exchanging a few brief words with members of the visiting delegation, Zhang Jiaxi's gaze swept over Li Shirshi, who stood frozen nearby, lost in thought.
Pulling He Zhengyi aside, he whispered, "Who is that person? Why is he standing there in a daze?"
He Zhengyi glanced over. That's Li Shirshi, the head of the Foreign Ministry reception team.
Ever since he came out of the Watchtower tank, he's been acting strangely. It's as if he doesn't want the delegation to learn about the Watchtower tank. Doesn't he know this is an organizational arrangement?
Zhang Jiaxi froze upon hearing this.
He genuinely doesn't know.
When planning this, to make it appear as natural as possible, we deliberately didn't notify anyone who wasn't privy to the details.
He Zhengyi nodded. That explains it. He must have leaked some serious classified information.
Zhang Jiaxi patted He Zhengyi on the shoulder. I'll go distract those bigwigs later.
You talk to Li Shirka, he looks like he's about to fall apart. Chapter 49, a little shock for the big shots.
He's not about to break down, he's plotting how to tear those delegation members to shreds.
Ha!
He Zhengyi's words startled Zhang Jiaxi for a moment before he caught on.
Ha, this is a man who fears neither life nor death.
He Zhengyi walked toward Li Shirzu, while Zhang Jiaxi returned to the delegation.
Mr. Zhang, this tank looks incredibly impressive. Could you tell us about it?
Several officials from the Camel Nation delegation crowded around Zhang Jiaxi. Their expressions spoke volumes about their thoughts. The word wand was practically carved onto their faces. To ensure smoother order acquisition later, Zhang Jiaxi understood the need to play his part, letting a hint of admiration flicker across his face. Let me tell you, this masterpiece is the culmination of generations of dedicated research by our country's scientists. Without exaggeration, the Sentinel tank embodies every cutting-edge technological advancement currently available to our nation's ground forces.
How powerful is it?
Zhang Jiaxi feigned deep thought before replying after a moment.
Your Camel Nation is quite close to the Red Rose Nation, right? You must have some understanding of the tank capabilities of their military equipment?
The group nodded in unison as Zhang Jiaxi continued. Take their tanks in a defensive position.
1 against 10 our tanks can hold their own without any disadvantage. 1 against 10. That's absurd. Mr. Zhang, you must be joking. How could there be such an absurd gap?
While the Red Rose Nation's tanks aren't third-generation main battle tanks, they're undoubtedly among the strongest in the world today.
Hey, if you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. How? Simple.
The prerequisite for a tank's combat effectiveness is having sufficient survivability.
We Chinese also have tanks produced by the Russians.
Bring one over and let it fire a few rounds. Then you'll understand why I say this. Zhang Jiaxi spoke casually, but the officials from Camel Country were stunned.
What? Bombard it directly?
Even the Russians wouldn't confront tank firepower head-on like that.
How hardcore? Are they the fighting nation, or are you the fighting nation?
Just as they were about to protest that such a measure was unnecessary, Zhang Jiaxi had already approached He Zhengyi, instructing him to signal the pre-arranged Russian tanks to enter the arena. Meanwhile, while Zhang Jiaxi was interacting with the Camel Kingdom delegation, Li Shirka had already learned the truth of the matter from He Zhengyi. The look he shot Zhang Jiaxi now was practically dripping with resentment. Still, he understood Zhang's reasoning. Making money off Camel Nation was paramount, after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to entertain them.
Captain Zhang, is there anything I can assist you with? Zhang Jiaxi considered the question.
Though the Camel Kingdom delegation was wealthy and powerful, and he had prepared his own maneuvers, knowing one's enemy was key to victory. Gaining a more precise grasp of these Camel Kingdom officials' minds would give him a greater advantage.
After demonstrating the Sentinel tank, I expect negotiations to commence shortly.
If possible, Commissioner Li, could you prepare psychological profiles for these individuals and advise on key points for negotiating with them?
Understood. No problem.
Returning to the delegation, a tank bearing strong Russian styling rolled onto the training ground.
Under the gaze of several Camel Nation officials, the tank swiveled its turret and aimed at the ground beside it. Boom! Without warning, a single shot erupted. Gravel and crushed earth were pulverized by the shells, swirling with the wind and dust on the training ground to form a cloud that rose rapidly only to be swiftly dispersed by the oncoming gusts, revealing the craters blasted into the ground. 100% live ammunition. Gentlemen, you'll soon see if I'm telling the truth. Captain He notified them to commence. He Zhengyi grabbed his walkie-talkie and relayed the order. The bear tank immediately swiveled its turret to lock onto the sentinel tank. Mr. Zhang, are we really going through with this test? Couldn't something go wrong? Zhang Jiaxi waved his hand dismissively. Gentlemen, no need to worry. This is merely a routine test for the sentinel tank. Since its inception, every single protection test conducted has been performed with live ammunition. Although Zhang Jiaxi intended to impress these wealthy patrons from Camel Country, his words were genuinely sincere. After all, since the Watchtower tank's inception, it had only undergone 2 tests. The first was the combat simulation after production completion, and the second was today's test, both involving live ammunition. Hearing Zhang Jiaxi's words, the group exchanged expressions of astonishment. They never imagined that testing for tanks from the flower-planting nation would be so rigorous. No wonder they could develop powerful anti-tank weapons like the Mountain Splitter and Huatua. Zhang Jiaxi remained unaware of the thought running through their minds: once I enter the pass, great scholars will defend my teachings. The test commenced swiftly. Under their rapt attention, within less than 2 minutes, the bear tank fired 7 consecutive shells, each striking the front of the sentinel tank with pinpoint accuracy. 7 consecutive booms echoed, followed by billowing clouds of smoke. The Watcher tank revealed its post-test appearance. Its metal armor gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight, its occasional flashes of light stimulating the pupils of the observers. The members of the delegation instinctively squinted, yet they couldn't bear to look away, all staring intently at the Watcher tank. Gulp! Several audible gulps echoed from the throats of the delegation members. This tank had actually withstood 7 direct hits, and by the looks of it, a few more shells wouldn't be a problem at all. What puzzled them, however, was that after the shell impacts, the tank's front appearance seemed to have changed slightly. When they voiced this question, Zhang Jiaxi promptly adopted a slightly troubled expression. After several hesitant attempts to speak, he finally addressed the delegation's expectant gazes. This involves our technical secrets. I'm sorry, but I cannot share that information with you. The delegation collectively wore expressions of regret and reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, one member stepped forward and placed an arm around Zhang Jiaxi's shoulder. Professor Zhang, our Camel Nation holds your Kaisan and Huatua designs in the highest regard. Following this order, we anticipate a steady stream of future contracts. As the flower-planting nation would say, we consider ourselves kindred spirits. There's an ancient saying among us: true understanding is rare in this world. Given that we recognize each other as kindred spirits, might you indulge our curiosity just this once? Behind the crowd, He Jingyi and Li Shiqi stood side by side. Captain He, do you know who came up with this plan? It's downright cruel treating the Camel Nation's people like dogs to be trained. This plan was devised by Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang is truly formidable. His scientific prowess is unmatched in the flowering family, no exaggeration. Who knew he'd be so adept at manipulating human nature too? Mark my words, before long, whatever some Captain Zhang demands, they'll pay it willingly. Chapter 50, Your country's business practices are truly conscientious. Time ticked by as the Sentinel tank completed its tests for armor, firepower, and speed. Under Zhang Jiaxi's deliberate guidance, every member of the delegation gained a profound understanding of the technological prowess embodied in the Watchtower tank and its superiority over the third-generation main battle tanks of the Bear Nation, the Big Beauty, and Hans Cat. To the delegation, Zhang Jiaxi, who readily explained every astonishing technological feature at their slightest prompting, seemed like a rare gem of sincerity. He was infinitely better than Li Shiji, who had tried to prevent them from seeing the Sentinel tank. Strictly speaking, their thoughts weren't entirely wrong. After all, Zhang Jiaxi only wanted their money, whereas Li Shiji wanted their lives. Had they known Li Shiji had once planned to send them to meet Allah, they certainly wouldn't be crowding around him now. Li, can't you really sell us a batch of these watch tanks? Li Shiji looked at them, the dangerous murderous intent from before gone from his eyes, replaced only by unquestionable sincerity. Mr. Sarda, I'm truly sorry. The weapon sales authorization granted by our superiors does not include this model. Or rather, until today, we didn't even know this weapon existed. For the sake of friendship between our two countries, I sincerely ask you to keep this confidential. Li, you know Camel Nation has nothing but money and oil. The threats from Red Rose and Persian Cat are too great. Without sufficiently powerful weapons, forget lasting friendship one day, Camel Nation might cease to exist. After being refused once more by Li Shiji, Mr. Sarda, the delegation leader, launched an emotional appeal. Seeing this, the others immediately followed suit. Exactly, Li. You know our Camel Nation, like your flower family, is a peace-loving country. And as Mr. Zhang mentioned, the very name Watchtower Tank implies defense against external threats perfectly aligned with our Camel Nation. Please, just help us find a way. Yes, for the sake of the friendship we've built these past days, even if you could just help us secure a chance to negotiate with your superiors, we'd be eternally grateful. Under their relentless pressure, Li Shiqi finally relented, seemingly with no other choice. Mr. Sarda, I'll be frank with you. Our diplomatic delegation truly lacks such authority. But Mr. Zhang might. You should approach him, not me. As the developer of the Watchtower tank, I can't think of anyone else who could influence leadership's export strategy for this vehicle. Mr. Zhang? Sarda muttered under his breath. After the afternoon acceptance demonstration concluded, they had bid farewell to Zhang Jiaxi with deep reluctance. Dearly, but we've already said our goodbyes to Mr. Zhang. How are we supposed to find him again? Li Shiji pondered seriously for a moment. Mr. Sarda, according to the original itinerary, I'll be guiding you through the northwest tomorrow. If you truly wish to meet Mr. Zhang, we can cancel the sightseeing and visit his temporary office instead. Really? That's wonderful. It's settled then, we can't wait to see Mr. Zhang. Dearest, thank you so much. You truly are our best friend. Exactly. If we have the chance to visit Zhenghua again, we hope you'll be the one to host us. After a night of anxious waiting, Sarda and the others finally met Zhang Jiaxi again at noon the next day. In truth, Zheng had remained in his office the entire time. But to keep the tension building, when Li Shixiu and the others arrived at the Rising Army factory, they were told Zheng was in a crucial meeting. As Zheng Jiaxi entered the conference room, Sarda immediately rose and rushed enthusiastically to greet him. Mr. Zheng, it's so good to see you. We missed you terribly since parting yesterday. Zheng Jiaxi responded warmly and kind. Mr. Zheng, I've come today with a rather awkward request. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to bring it up. Mr. Sarda, as you said yesterday, we are close friends. Please speak freely. Then let's be direct. Mr. Zheng, we wish to purchase the Sentinel tank. The moment Sarda finished speaking, Zheng Jiaxi immediately withdrew his warmth and refused with righteous indignation. Mr. Sarda, I'm afraid I cannot agree to this request. The Watchtower tank is our nation's newest third-generation main battle tank and undeniably the world's most powerful tank. It is the highest-level classified item in our land warfare arsenal. We absolutely will not sell a single one to any other country. Mr. Zhang, we are close friends. Our two nations share an exceptionally close bond. Is it truly impossible, even under these circumstances? I'm sorry, Mr. Sarda. It may sound harsh, but the answer remains no. Would it be possible to reduce the specifications? Mr. Sarda, we discussed this extensively during yesterday's test. You should understand that a third-generation main battle tank is a systemic weapon. Downgrading any component would severely diminish its combat effectiveness, rendering it a third-generation main battle tank in name only. Selling such a weapon to your camel nation would harm you. We are close friends, allies. I cannot treat you this way. Hearing Zhang Jiaxi's heartfelt words, Sarda couldn't help but show a look of deep emotion. Mr. Zhang is truly exceptional. The Chinese people are genuinely kind and sincere, nothing like those squid people not far from us. They constantly proclaim themselves a race of kindness, wisdom, steadfastness, diligence, and deep thought, yet they engage in deeds more wicked than Satan himself. Her voice trembling with emotion, Sarda choked out, Mr. Zhang, you are the most sincere person I've ever met. But you must understand Camel Nation's plight. We lack your formidable military strength. We live under constant threat from Persian cats and red roses. I beg you, please help our nation. Seeing this, Zheng Jiaxi knew the moment was ripe. An expression no less moved than Sarda's appeared on his face. Mr. Sarda, you are a man who truly loves his country. If you genuinely wish to procure third-generation main battle tanks, I can petition my superiors to develop a specialized export variant for you. Trust me, this tank's performance will absolutely match that of the Sentinel. Really? Sarda leapt to his feet in astonishment, and the other members of the delegation followed suit. What had they just heard? Develop a third-generation main battle tank exclusively for them? It must be noted that only 3 third-generation main battle tanks had been publicly announced worldwide, with China's model being the fourth. With over 200 countries and regions in the world, yet only 4 third-generation main battle tanks existed. This alone demonstrated the immense difficulty in developing such a weapon. They never imagined Mr. Zhang would be willing to design one exclusively for them. Zheng Jiaxi motioned for Sarda and the others to sit down, replying firmly, I cannot deceive my friends, but you must be prepared mentally. Developing a third-generation main battle tank is an immense undertaking. With all the advanced technologies involved, its price could easily reach tens of millions of big beautiful coins per unit. Sarda waved dismissively. One tank? No big deal. Mr. Zhang, don't worry about that. Camel Nation may lack many things, but money is absolutely not one of them. If Flower Nation is short on funds, we'd be happy to cover the development costs. Zheng Jiaxi raised his hand to decline. That won't be necessary. Since this is an export-oriented tank, it will inevitably be sold to other nations in the future. We won't take advantage of this situation. Let's stick to normal sales and procurement procedures. The emotion that had just faded from Sarda's face reappeared, and he clasped Zheng Jiaxi's hands tightly.
Mr. Zhang, your country conducts business with such integrity.
Chapter 51, The Tank Called Poplar.
In front of Sarda and the others, Zheng Chaoshi dialed his superior's number. After a passionate and forceful argument, the export-oriented third-generation main battle tank project was officially approved, utilizing the entire original development team from the Sentinel third-generation main battle tank project. When the call ended, the looks on Sarda and the others' faces toward Zheng Jiaoshi had completely changed. Had Liu Yaoguang and Lu Qiusua been present, they would have instantly recognized the look in those eyes, a blatant attempt to steal their godfather away.
Mr. Zhang, thank you so very much. You will forever be a friend of Camel Country. If you ever have the chance, please come visit us. We will extend the highest honors to you.
Zheng Jiaoshi politely waved his hand, his expression saying, "We're friends. If I don't help you, who else would I help?" Just as Sarda was about to continue, Zheng Jiaoshi suddenly frowned as if something occurred to him.
Mr. Sarda, I just remembered something.
As the world's most powerful land combat weapon today, the primary role of third-generation main battle tanks lies in army-level operations and border defense. If you plan to procure them, it's best to align with your national defense strategy. Avoid blind purchases, as that would lead to significant financial waste. For urban security needs, first and second generation main battle tanks fully meet requirements. If you wish to expand your tank fleet, our older generation tanks perfectly serve your purposes. At the same price point, our performance absolutely surpasses that of the Russians and Americans. And for comparable performance, we are undoubtedly cheaper than the Russians and Americans. Zheng Jiaoshi's words were delivered with heartfelt sincerity. Sarda and his colleagues perceived only genuine concern, completely oblivious to the fact that every sentence was a calculated sales pitch, or rather, a subtle advertisement. In their minds, Zheng Jiaoshi would never betray them. He consistently positioned himself as a friend, genuinely advocating for the interests of Camel Nation. That very afternoon, a negotiation team specializing in arms trade flew from the capital to the far northwest at top speed, then rushed straight to the meeting without pause. Zheng Jiaoshi, as a weapons developer, did not participate in these negotiations, but this did not hinder their smooth progress. At the negotiating table, thanks to Zheng Jiaoshi's groundwork the previous day, Camel Kingdom's officials deeply understood the extraordinary significance of the third-generation main battle tank. When Ye Liangjun, leading the negotiations for Flower Family, asked, "Mr. Sarda, what price are you prepared to pay for the third-generation main battle tank?" Sarda furrowed his brow, his mind replaying yesterday's test footage of that figure, swift as the wind, aggressive as fire, and steady as a forest. Of course, these terms were all borrowed from Zheng Jiaoshi, along with a flood of technical jargon they couldn't fully grasp. Yet regardless of their understanding, they were certain of one thing: this third-generation tank was worth any price. Sarda nervously held up one finger. "Mr. Nya, how about 10 million big beautiful coins per unit?" Nya Liangjun remained silent, lowering his gaze to the paper in his hand. It contained Li Shirtsu's character assessments of Sarda and his team, negotiation strategies, and Zheng Jiaoshi's proposed bottom-line offer. Zheng Jiaoshi had written just one sentence. If Sarda's group offered more than 8 million big beautiful coins, drive the price down to 8 million. When Nya Liangjun followed Zheng Jiaoshi's advice and stated the 8 million big beautiful coin price, the expressions on Sarda and the others' faces rapidly shifted from tension to bewilderment, then to delight. "Mr. Nya, Mr. Zhang must have instructed you to sell to us at the lowest possible price, right?" "Absolutely. Mr. Zhang is truly a man of integrity." "Mr. Nya, besides the third-generation main battle tanks, we'd like to explore additional business opportunities. Would that be possible?" Nya Liangjun gazed at the excited figures across the negotiating table, feeling profoundly moved. Before entering the meeting room, Zheng Jiaoshi's words had proven true. The people of Camel Nation might not understand technology, but they knew exactly how to respect it. Doing business with the Camel Nation was truly a pleasure. Nya Liangjun picked up a small brochure from the table. It detailed the vast stockpile of arms accumulated by the Flowering Nation and jogged over to Sarda. "Esteemed Mr. Sarda, this is certainly no problem." Before negotiations began, Mr. Zhang repeatedly emphasized that you are all his closest friends. "Any weapon our Flower Nation can sell, please feel free to select. We will impose absolutely no procurement barriers." A week later, Sarda and his delegation concluded their entire visit and returned to Camel Country. Both the Flowering family and Camel Nation expressed complete satisfaction with the entire visit. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiaoshi returned to the tank development team to stand his final watch. As the weather grew colder, when ice and snow blanketed the land, the experimental building of the tank development team erupted once more with a thunderous roar. Roar, roar, roar. Zheng Jiaoshi stood in his office, gazing through the window at the crowd gathered around the center of the experimental building. That was where the Sentinel had been born. Now, through the efforts of these developers, a new tank stood there. It was the Type 15 third-generation light main battle tank. Unlike the Watchtower tank, which had no name when it was first created, this tank already had a name when Zheng Jiaoshi returned from the northwest. It was the scene Zheng Jiaoshi had witnessed as his plane took off from the airport. Outside the airport perimeter, rows of trees stood tall against the earth. Poplar trees, a common sight in the West. Yet they were far from ordinary. Thus, this third-generation light tank, destined to roam the southwestern and northwestern frontiers of the flower-planting family, defending every inch of its territory, was named Poplar. Several days later, Zhang Jiaxi stepped off another aircraft, setting foot on Tibetan soil for the first time. A mechanical hum filled his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your invented weapon has achieved 400 million big beautiful coins in transaction volume. Certain technologies have been unlocked. Please enter the system interface to view details. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your weapon invention has achieved 120 million big beautiful coins in transaction volume. Certain technologies have been unlocked. Please enter the system interface to view details. It seemed the arms contract with Camel Nation had been finalized, 500 units of the third-generation Friendship main battle tank. The other contract likely covered supporting services and ammunition. Since these are tank-related requirements, the system will also accumulate points for Zhang Jiaxi to unlock technologies. As Zhang Jiaxi pondered this, a dark-skinned soldier approached. The soldier saluted. Major Zhang, greetings. I am Sun Shangrong, commander of the Heavy Armor Battalion, 28th Regiment, 10th Army, Snowfield Military District. Welcome to our ranks. Following the official completion of the Poplar development, the organization conducted a consolidated commendation for Zhang Jiaxi's leadership in developing two third-generation main battle tanks Sentinel and Poplar, submitting the Friendship tank development proposal, and orchestrating Camel Nation's large-scale tank purchases to replenish Flower Nation's military budget. After receiving 2 additional individual first-class merits and 1 collective first-class merit, Zhang Jiaxi's military rank was promoted 2 grades at once from captain directly to lieutenant colonel. Zhang Jiaxi immediately returned the salute. Captain Sun, let's cut to the chase, we're heading straight to the base. Chapter 52, Gratitude from the Tibetan Military District. The Tibetan Military Region, situated in the southwest of Zhonghua, boasts over 4,000 kilometers of land borders. Its widest point spans more than 900 kilometers north to south, while its longest east-west stretch exceeds 2,000 kilometers. Bordering numerous nations, it serves as a vital gateway to Zhonghua's southwestern frontier. With an average elevation exceeding 4,000 meters, the survival conditions throughout the Tibetan region are far harsher than in other areas. The sprawling border, harsh climate, and complex terrain mean that the soldiers stationed here bear not only the heavy responsibility of defending the homeland but also must constantly deal with a multitude of complex situations. Countless border outposts are scattered like nails along the Tibetan frontier, anchoring the presence of border troops and solidifying China's territorial integrity. They constantly face the threat of enemy forces crossing the border to attack them. However, strengthening China's military presence in the plateau region serves as a formidable deterrent, ensuring no enemy dares to entertain even the slightest thought of encroaching upon Chinese territory. The Tibetan region is vast. After disembarking from the plane, Zhang Jiaxi boarded the vehicle driven by Sun Shangrong and his team. By the time they reached the armored battalion's base, over 3 hours had passed. Lying in bed, listening to the howling wind outside, Zhang Jiaxi found it hard to imagine the extreme cold endured by the soldiers still standing on mountain peaks, braving the snowstorms and guarding the darkness. It suddenly dawned on Zhang Jiaxi that for over half a year, he had focused solely on developing heavy weapons, neglecting the soldiers themselves. It seemed his connection with the Tank Research Institute was indeed profound. Upon his return, though he would leave the tank development team, he could seamlessly transition into the combat vehicle development team responsible for designing armored personnel carriers and troop transports. The next day arrived swiftly. Zhang Jiaxi stepped out of his room clad in thick military fatigues. He merely opened his mouth and exhaled lightly into the air, yet a large puff of white mist instantly formed before him. It was freezing. Following Sun Shangrong, Zhang Jiaxi also got a small taste of the lives of soldiers in the Tibetan border regions. Living in a place where oxygen levels barely reached 50% of those in inland China was indeed far more arduous than life back home. Yet the hardships endured by the border defense soldiers were multiplied countless times over. At this moment, Zhang Jiaxi felt somewhat relieved that he had decided to participate in the acceptance inspection of the Poplar third-generation light tank. If he had let Chen Gongha lead the team here, he might not have been able to think of what he could do for these soldiers. As for why Chen Gongha and his team weren't invited, it certainly wasn't because Zhang Jiaxi wanted to divert his focus from developing the Friendship third-generation main battle tank. The acceptance inspection for the third-generation Poplar light tank was scheduled for the afternoon. This timing held no special significance, it was simply because the residence of Jian Hong, commander of the Tibetan military region, was too far away. Even departing by vehicle early in the morning, they wouldn't arrive until 1 p.m. Zhang Jiaxi felt no anxiety about this inspection. Perhaps because he wasn't present, Chen Gongha and his team had adopted an extra layer of caution in many procedures. All components susceptible to climate-related malfunctions had been transported in batches to the Tibetan region for testing. Even the Poplar tanks themselves, upon entering the vast, sparsely populated terrain, were personally driven by tank crews to the armored battalion's testing grounds. After lunch, Zhang Jiaxi was refilling his oxygen tank when Sun Shangrong entered his rest area. Major Zhang, our commander will be here shortly. Let's head to the test site first. No problem, no problem.
Zheng Jiaoxi released the oxygen tank and hurriedly replied, immediately pressing it back to his nose. Major Zhang, are you all right? Seeing Zheng Jiaoxi's condition, Sun Shangrong looked concerned. Zheng Jiaoxi waved his hand dismissively. Nothing serious. Just bring me a few more oxygen tanks. After a few breaths of oxygen, Zheng Jiaoxi felt fully revitalized. He hadn't expected his altitude sickness to kick in the next day, but it wasn't too bad. Just a few breaths of oxygen would do the trick. Upon arriving at the test site, Zheng Jiaoxi immediately spotted the poplar tank parked nearby. With a hull length of 7.5 meters, its total length including the gun barrel reached 9.2 meters. It measured 3.3 meters wide and 2.5 meters tall, with a total weight of 33 tons. From a distance, it resembled a leopard poised to pounce. Its compact size, lightweight, and powerful diesel engine made it perfectly suited for combat in oxygen-deprived environments. The tank's internally mounted, upward-mounted stabilized fire control system provided hunt and kill capabilities. Equipped with a laser rangefinder, ballistic computer, wind sensor, integrated thermal imaging day-night sight, and independent stabilized thermal imaging day-night panoramic sight, it can detect and lock onto targets at night and in adverse weather conditions. No wonder netizens in my past life affectionately dubbed it the Black Panther. For in the Tibetan Plateau, a battlefield where snowstorms can bury everything at any moment, it truly resembles a panther lying in wait, ready to strike. But now it's called poplar. If those border soldiers are poplar trees standing tall on the land, then this tank is a poplar tree lying low on the ground. Zheng Jiaoxi didn't wait long before a middle-aged general approached him. Sun Shangrong and Zheng Jiaoxi both raised their hands in unison to salute. Commander Jiang. General Jiang, good day. After returning the salute, Jiang Hong immediately grasped Zheng Jiaoxi's hand warmly. Comrade Jiaoxi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I don't know how to thank you enough for developing the poplar tank for our brothers in the Tibetan region. General Jiang, you're too kind. As a researcher, this is simply my duty. It's different. As a military region commander, I'm well aware of our nation's current situation. Had I not known Comrade Jiaoxi's capabilities, I would have been the first to oppose developing a third-generation light main battle tank. Our nation has too many demands on its resources and too many adversaries to contend with. Compared to others, the Indians in the south are arguably the weakest. If they seek to seize our territory, the very ground beneath our feet will be the first mountain they must cross, a mountain over 4,000 meters high. Our funds should first support coastal defense, the Air Force, and missile units. As for the Indians, our current manpower is sufficient. But saying this out loud tears us apart inside. No one wants to see their brothers face greater danger. No one desires to expose them to increased risk. Therefore, Comrade Zheng Jiaoxi, you must accept my gratitude. With that, General Jiang Hong stepped back and saluted Zheng Jiaoxi with perfect military precision. Seeing this, the surrounding officers and soldiers raised their hands in unison to salute Zheng Jiaoxi. What was supposed to be the acceptance test for the third-generation poplar main battle tank had transformed into a tribute ceremony for Zheng Jiaoxi by the Tibetan military region. Seeing these soldiers, who had endured countless hardships, express their sincere gratitude to him because of the poplar tank's development, Zheng Jiaoxi felt a flood of emotions. He resolved that upon returning, he would develop several weapons more suited to their needs for these men, as steadfast as poplar trees. Chapter 53. The flower-planting nation no longer possesses the strongest light infantry. The poplar's acceptance process proceeded smoothly. Artillery, machine guns, protection, reconnaissance, mobility, off-road capability. Every tested feature drew cheers from everyone present. Even if not everyone possessed strategic foresight, they all understood that with such tanks, the combat capability of their Tibetan military region had received an epic-level boost. If, on Zheng Jiaoxi's first day, everyone had shown him only the normal respect due to a researcher, then after this acceptance test, everyone's regard for Zheng Jiaoxi had risen several notches. After all, once the armored units were equipped with the third-generation poplar light main battle tanks, they could swiftly deploy reinforcements to any location should hostilities break out. Time meant life, the lives of the Chinese people, the security of the Chinese nation, and the lives of these soldiers stationed at the frontier. The day after the inspection concluded, Zheng Jiaoxi was escorted by Sun Shangrong to the airport and boarded a flight back to the capital. As the aircraft ascended, Zheng Jiaoxi gazed out the window at the landscape below. A jeep traversed the gray-white terrain, its tires rolling swiftly across the earth yet stirring up little dust. Winter in the Tibetan region brought bitter cold, with blizzards and snowstorms being commonplace. Zheng Jiaoxi recalled the scenes from the past 2 days spent in the vehicle. The biting wind lashed against the vehicle's windows like razor blades, producing a sharp, crackling sound. He had come here, protected from the knife-like wind and snow by vehicles and buildings. But what about the soldiers stationed on this land? The jeep grew smaller and smaller in Zheng Jiaoxi's field of vision as the plane he was on sped toward the capital. Aircraft in this era didn't fly as fast as they did in his previous life. By the time Zheng Jiaoxi landed, night had already enveloped the entire sky. Had he maintained his previous half-hearted approach to tank development, Zheng would have returned directly to his quarters for sleep. But the trip to the Tibetan region had reignited an urgent sense of mission within him. Arriving at the tank development team's laboratory building, he found it ablaze with light. Although the third-generation light main battle tank, the Poplar, had been delivered and accepted, Zheng Jiaxi immediately presented the design plan for the friendship export version of the third-generation main battle tank, urging them to continue their development work. To further hone the team's development capabilities, Zheng significantly scaled back the friendship design based on the technical data provided by the system. For the rise of the Flower Nation, the emergence of a single weapon was insufficient. The bear at this juncture was not the one Zheng Jiaxi had known in his previous life, a defunct bear and a great beauty teetering on the brink of collapse. At this moment, they remained the undisputed poles of the world. Once they witnessed more advanced weaponry, they could swiftly chart their own course toward that direction. A successful weapon effectively filters out technological paths for us, saving both time and vast amounts of R&D funding. After all, the scientists of the Bear and the Beautiful Nation during this era were no slouches. Therefore, for the Flower Nation to achieve true rise, a steady stream of outstanding researchers is indispensable. Upon entering the lab building, Zheng Jiaxi walked among these researchers. Though he remained silent, he made no effort to conceal his presence. Yet, even as he crossed half the building to reach his office, not a single person noticed his arrival. Seated at his desk, Zheng Jiaxi activated the system interface and began searching for the technology he intended to exchange. Soon, he found his target. Lynx all-terrain assault vehicle. This was none other than the famed Cat-Cat vehicle from Zheng Jiaxi's previous life, or rather, the Lynx family. In truth, most of the Cat-Cat vehicles within this weapons and equipment set possessed relatively low technological sophistication. However, within this particular technology package, some Cat-Cat vehicles had already evolved to achieve unmanned operation and remote control capabilities. As a complete weapon system, the entire Lynx family was grouped under a single technology category. This grouping actually raised the required unlock level, which initially made Zheng Jiaxi overlook developing this weapon. A weapon that truly delivers big results for little cost. The Flower Nation's army earned the title of the world's strongest light infantry during the North-South Stick War. However, the emergence of the Lynx family weapon may mean the Flower Nation will never have light infantry again. Light infantry, as the name suggests, are troops who carry all their supplies themselves, marching with whatever they can bear. They operate by tactical insertion, striking deep into enemy territory. In the early days of the Republic of China, it was precisely through the deployment of vast numbers of these light infantry that the Republic of China forced the heavily equipped People's Liberation Army back to the 38th parallel. However, after accounting for essential rations and basic supplies, a light infantryman could only carry a rifle, a few grenades, and perhaps a small number of individual rocket launchers. During the Korean War era, these were likely demolition charges or explosive packs. True heavy firepower was beyond their capacity. They couldn't even shoulder a single artillery shell. In this scenario, light infantry lost the overwhelming firepower of heavy units but gained a new advantage: all-terrain mobility. Wherever humans could traverse, light infantry could pass, unlike heavy units, whose movement routes were heavily dependent on roads. Yet the title of the strongest light infantry brings not a shred of pride to the Chinese military. It is born purely of historical necessity. Who would choose to be light infantry when heavy armor was an option? But the emergence of the Lynx family changed everything. The first member of the Lynx family is the SAM all-terrain vehicle. This super off-road vehicle can traverse any terrain, with its most distinctive feature being its compact size. It can climb 70-degree slopes as if they were flat ground and move freely across water surfaces. For light infantry, harsh terrains like snowfields, swamps, and mountainous regions were insurmountable obstacles. Yet for the Lynx ATVs, nothing could hinder their advance. At first glance, the Lynx appears lightly armored, suggesting limited protection. However, light infantry tasked with infiltrating enemy rear areas inherently rely on mobility over protection. And what branch of the military excels most in penetration? Airborne troops. Therefore, to meet the needs of airborne troops, the Lynx all-terrain vehicle has eliminated the roof and side panels altogether. This design choice makes it crystal clear to the soldiers: the Lynx isn't about how much protection it offers, it's about whether it offers any protection at all. As for whether it has any? Just look at the bare roof and side panels. It's obvious, isn't it? Of course it has zero protection. Only by doing this can every soldier riding in the Lynx ATV clearly understand this vehicle has zero protection. Only then can they guarantee an immediate exit upon enemy contact. Only then can the Lynx ATV become a vehicle whose traversability rivals that of light infantry, while its mobility far surpasses it. Chapter 54, Farewell. However, if that were all it offered, the Lynx ATV wouldn't meet Zheng Jiaxi's vision for the weapons needed by the Tibetan military region. The Lynx's most valuable trait was its nearly limitless upgrade potential. In his previous life, once the nation prospered, the entire military urgently needed to cure its firepower deficiency phobia. Thus began the Lynx's evolution into the Lynx family. As national strength grew, the most noticeable change for the Chinese infantry shifted from "why should he get a rifle" to "why should I get a rifle?" Individual rocket launchers were widely issued to squad-level combat units. Yet even the lightest rocket launcher could only be carried by a soldier in 3 or 4 units at most. The Lynx ATV, however, required only a minor upgrade. For instance, removing a row of rear seats to create a dedicated rocket launcher compartment allows a small combat team to effortlessly carry a large stack of rocket launchers. If it can carry rocket launchers' non-sustained heavy firepower for infantry, can it also carry machine guns? For a standard squad, carrying a machine gun and its ammunition would sustain fire for no more than 3 minutes. But mounted on a Lynx all-terrain vehicle, the situation changes entirely. No matter how compact it is, hauling hundreds of pounds or even a ton of ammunition remains effortless. But once the Lynx all-terrain vehicle began its evolutionary upgrade, it wouldn't stop anytime soon. Why limit it to infantry equipment? What about mortars or howitzers? Not enough space? Then I can remove another row of seats. Thus emerges the Lynx ATV, operated by just 2 personnel, capable of rapid movement across all terrains, and equipped with heavy firepower like mortars and howitzers. Is that the limit? Not at all. Firing shells one by one is too slow. To match the rapid deployment of light infantry, replace heavy artillery like mortars and howitzers with rockets. This way, the Chinese military gained access to 107mm rockets mounted on SAM all-terrain vehicles. With 2 crew members, they'd reach the designated position, lock onto the target, press the remote button, and unleash the entire rocket salvo in an instant before driving away immediately. Even at this stage, the Lynx all-terrain vehicle had barely begun its evolutionary journey. Zhang Jiaxi hadn't finished reviewing all the technical data he'd acquired, but he could already envision unmanned supply vehicles serving as ammunition depots, various autonomous transport units, logistics vehicles for evacuating casualties and supplies, reconnaissance vehicles for scouting missions, satellite command vehicles, laser weapon platforms for intercepting drones, control units for operating drone swarms, and fire support vehicles launching surface-to-air and surface-to-surface missiles. Truth be told, with sufficient ammunition, a Lynx assault vehicle force like this could overpower 80% or even 90% of the world's nations. However, given the current situation, Zhang Jiaxi had no plans to deploy these advanced systems. His approach mirrored that of tank development. First, develop the urgently needed models while simultaneously cultivating a team with foundational R&D capabilities. Under his guidance and oversight, they would gradually master full subsequent development capabilities, adding another professional weapons R&D team to the nation. A team capable of propelling the modernization of the Chinese military and making a significant contribution to China's rise. Zhang Jiaxi was so immersed in his work that he lost track of time entirely, until familiar words reached his ears. Hurry up, hurry up. It's time to clock out. We'll continue tomorrow. Deputy Chief Engineer Chen, just a moment more. I'll finish this section shortly. Cut the crap. I was trained by Professor Zhang. I can tell at a glance this won't be done in under 3 hours. Now get out of here. Fine, fine. Guess without teacher Zheng around, overtime's off the table. Get out of here, it's almost 10. You call that no overtime? And you think putting on that do not disturb act will stop me from sending you home? Hey, brother Chen, just a few minutes. Don't try to butter me up. Old Xian, get him to leave with you. Old Zhou, no more overtime. Look, I'm off already. Let's go together. Zhang Jiaxi put down his work and walked to the office window. Looking out, he saw only Chen Gonghe and several other heads of major subsystems, the deputy chief engineers he had personally nominated, busy shooing people away. This was exactly what he himself had been doing for the past half year. Just then, someone happened to glance up and suddenly noticed that Zhang Jiaxi's office light was still on. Hey, Deputy Chief Chen, did you notice the light on in Zhang's office? Did he come back? What nonsense! Professor Zhang is clearly. Chen Gonghe denied it emphatically, but when he looked up at Zhang Jiaxi's office, he is. Oh my god, Professor Zhang really is back. With that, Chen Gonghe dashed toward Zhang Jiaxi's office. Zhang Jiaxi wasn't waiting in his office either. He tidied up briefly and headed straight out. The two met at the stairwell entrance. As usual, Chen Gonghe took the thermos from Zhang Jiaxi's hand. Passing by the break room, he poured Zhang Jiaxi a cup of water. Teacher Zhang, when did you get back? We didn't notice at all. Just a little while ago. I saw you all working diligently and didn't want to disturb you. Gonghe, you're leading the team well. As soon as Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking, Chen Gonghe, who had been keeping pace with her, stumbled slightly before hurrying to catch up. Professor Zhang, when will you officially leave our tank development team? Will you come back to visit? What? Feeling sentimental? When I first joined the tank development team, you were one of the few who argued against it. An awkward expression flashed across Chen Gonghe's face. That was because I didn't know Teacher Zhang's capabilities back then. If I had known, I would have seen to it that everyone carried you in a palanquin to welcome you. As they chatted, they soon reached the center of the experimental building. Here, they had developed the Sentinel and Poplar tanks, the kings of land warfare. Now, a new tank chassis stood there. It was the friendship tank, a vehicle destined to make China's weapons renowned throughout the global arms industry and generate immense wealth for the nation. The entire tank development team gathered quietly around. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Zhang Jiaxi was the same as when they had first laid eyes on the unactivated Sentinel and Poplar. This man had brought revolutionary change to their entire team, allowing them to experience for the first time what it felt like to contribute a weapon worthy of standing among the world's greatest for their nation. Comrades, you have surpassed my expectations. Starting tomorrow, I will be leaving the tank development team. Moving forward, I hope you will develop even more formidable tanks for our nation under the leadership of Deputy Chief Engineers Chen Gonghat and the others. A heavy silence fell over the room. After a moment, a female researcher choked out, Professor Zhang, we're not ready. No, you are enough. Zhang Zhaoxi cut her off immediately. He knew exactly what she meant, that they still lacked excellence and needed his continued guidance. But that wasn't the case. Over the past few months, the entire tank development team had sacrificed nearly all their personal time, working and studying day and night. Their capabilities had improved immeasurably. They were fully capable of taking on the follow-up development of the third-generation main battle tank. Though the bittersweet farewell scene tugged at his heartstrings, Zhang Zhaoxi saluted everyone and simply said, "The road ahead is long, we shall meet again," before turning and walking away. Behind him, the entire tank development team stood in silent salute, watching Zhang Zhaoxi disappear into the distance. Chapter 55, The List Delivered by the Gallic Rooster. The next day, Zhang Zhaoxi stepped through the gates of the Ministry of Defense for the first time in days. Before heading to his office, he first stopped by the intelligence department to collect the latest reports sent back by Liu Yaoguang and Lu Qiusuo. In truth, while Zhang Zhaoxi had been occupied with the development of the Sentinel and Poplar projects, Liu Yaoguang and Lu Qiusuo had also relayed considerable intelligence. However, most of this information reflected routine developments in their respective areas, matters well within their control. Consequently, Zhang Zhaoxi had not paid it much heed. However, this latest intelligence revealed significant changes in the situation in Bufeiso. After suppressing the anti-government forces in Bufeiso, Lu Qiusuo had long since been introduced to President Thomas by Development Minister Braid. He successfully became the development advisor for Zhang Huajia in Bufeiso. President Thomas did not pursue Lu Qiusuo's covert identity, as they had initially been wary of engaging with China due to concerns over the bear's presence. Had it not been for Lu Qiusuo's covert maneuvers, the revolutionary gains achieved in Burkina Faso might well have been squandered. Upon Lu Qiusuo's appointment as development advisor, President Thomas immediately sought his counsel on Bufeiso's next developmental steps. Certain aspects of Bufeiso bore striking resemblance to the early days of the Flower Nation. Bureaucrats, landlords, capitalists, and slave owners were prevalent throughout the land. In fact, less than 20% of Bufeiso's resources were truly owned by the state. In the nation's early days, President Thomas's army drove out large numbers of bureaucratic forces and reclaimed some resources. Even so, the state controlled no more than 50% of the resources. During the counterinsurgency, many landlords and slave owners, seeing the tide turning against President Thomas's government, raised the banner of rebellion against his rule. Because President Thomas pursued socialism, they were inherently on opposing sides. Although the Socialist Republic of Bufeiso, led by President Thomas, had not yet taken action against them, this was solely because the nation was newly established and lacked the capacity to deal with them. To maintain their power, enjoy privileged lives, and avoid being purged by President Thomas once he fully consolidated state authority, they contacted rebel forces and raised banners of resistance across Bufeiso, chanting freedom. However, events unfolded in a manner entirely unexpected to them. Batches of weapons and equipment from China fell into the hands of the Bufeiso state military. Simple, effective, and powerful, these words perfectly described that batch of weapons. Before the horrified gazes of these landlords and slave owners, the Bufeiso army swept through the rebel forces with the relentless force of autumn winds clearing fallen leaves, effortlessly neutralizing their entire resistance. Rumors even circulated that the rebels had commanded an entire tank and armored division. When their minds finally regained focus from the shock of the rebels' defeat in President Thomas's newly strengthened military, they saw the president himself leading his troops toward them, smiling broadly. This was the first action President Thomas took after accepting Lu Qiusuo's proposal. Liberate the land. The vast number of landlords and capital groups who controlled farmland and mineral resources within the country were purged. These resources were nationalized, with land distributed to farmers according to need and mineral resources mined by the state. This process benefited tens of millions across the entire nation of Bufeiso, but also inflicted immense losses upon hundreds of thousands. Beyond the landowning class and capital groups who originally controlled these resources, the foreign powers backing them also suffered. Among them, Gaul occupied the largest share. Gaulish officials in Lacna initially believed that by paying substantial reparations to Bufeiso through Lacna, the two nations could restore normal diplomatic relations. During diplomatic negotiations, they conveyed their stance to the Bufeiso government. Once Bufeiso understood the forces behind these individuals, they would certainly not dare to touch them. However, events did not unfold as they had planned. Upon receiving news from Gaul, Bufeiso immediately signaled its willingness for friendly negotiations and informed Gaul officials. With so many landlords and capital groups within their borders, Bufeiso could achieve no progress without taking action against them. Yet, seeing Gaul's friendly stance and its status as one of the 5 major rogue states, they could spare Gaul's people provided Gaul's officials supplied a list. They could then avoid targeting the Gaulish landlords and capital groups listed. Upon hearing this, the Gaulish officials were overjoyed, declaring, "Your country of Bufeso is truly sensible. We can be friends forever." Then, without notifying any other nations, they dutifully handed over the list of all Gaulish-backed landlords and capital groups to Bufeso. That day, Luciosua and Thomas sat in the presidential office, holding a blank document folder. List of Gallic National Land Resources Recovery Execution. Luciosua took the file delivered by Gaul Rooster, tore off the cover, and slipped it directly into the blank folder. "Mr. President, we now have a clear target for action. Foreign interests are deeply entrenched within Bufeso. Acting rashly could provoke numerous enemies. To avoid being besieged by multiple nations, we should prioritize a single adversary. And the Gaulish Rooster, which holds the most influence within Bufeso yet has been steadily weakening in recent years, is clearly our best target. For the people of Bufeso, for socialism, our army can now take action." President Thomas took the folder handed to him by Luciosua, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The facts left him no choice but to reflect. After deciding to purge domestic factions and reclaim national resources, only two options remained before President Thomas. One was to untangle the complex web of domestic factions. The other was to pull out all the stops and eradicate every last one of them. The former required exceptional intelligence capabilities, but the current government's intelligence apparatus, while not entirely non-existent, was little better than a citizen watching international news. The latter, as Luciosua had pointed out, risked provoking numerous foreign powers, potentially sparking the emergence of a second, third, or even more anti-government factions within Bufeso at any moment. However, when he asked Luciosua for advice, all problems were instantly resolved. "Mr. Lu, is this the military strategy of your flower-planting nation? What should this tactic be called? Empty-handed wolf or luring the king into the pit?" Luciosua waved his hand modestly. "Mr. President, this isn't some grand strategy. In our country, anyone who completed 9 years of compulsory education could have thought of this. You've simply been constrained by your nation's predicament, which has narrowed your perspective. Perhaps you could strengthen exchanges with our flower-planting family, invite some instructors or send a contingent of exchange students. In this era, high-caliber talent is the foremost factor determining a nation's development." Chapter 56, Fighting on Two Fronts. The recovery of natural resources in Bufeso proceeded smoothly. The landowning class and capital groups backed by Gaul had all received advance notice from Gaul. Trusting Gaul's reputation as one of the world's 5 major road powers, they each believed they could now rest easy. Watching other landlords and capitalists tremble in fear, they couldn't resist gathering together to pop open champagne and hold celebratory parties. They were delighted, and the soldiers carrying out the recovery mission were equally pleased. But why did they gather together? This way, we won't have to hunt them down individually, nor worry about anyone fleeing upon hearing rumors. What a stroke of luck! Armed with the list provided by Gaul Rooster, the Republic of Bufeso apprehended nearly all of these individuals simultaneously within a remarkably short time frame. By the time Gaul Rooster received this news, Bufeso had already conducted a preliminary inventory of the reclaimed national resources. Mineral resources were nationalized, and all contracts signed by the previous government for the sale of territorial resources were nullified. Land resources were swiftly inventoried, with government officials distributing plots to farmers who had long suffered oppression under landlords and slaveholders. For the first time in generations, these farmers who had tilled the soil for their entire lives truly owned their own land. While high-ranking officials in Gaul raged in their offices upon learning the truth about Bufeso smashing decorations and cursing furiously, Luciosua accompanied President Thomas on his first visit to the farmlands of Bufeso. Since most of these fields had previously been controlled by landlords and slave owners, the farmers lacked even basic farming tools, let alone draft animals like oxen that could boost efficiency. After all, in the eyes of those landlords and slave owners, buying such things cost money. But as long as they pushed the peasants to work themselves to death, they could still harvest enough crops. And what if the peasants died from exhaustion? Just replace them with another batch of peasants. If they lacked the tools and livestock that cost real money, didn't they still have peasants who cost nothing? These peasants toiled from dawn till dusk, and by the day they died, if anyone owed them less than 100 or 200, they were being generous. Now that the nation's government had been seized by the socialist movement led by President Thomas, with ample iron ore resources and the smelting plants back under state control, Thomas immediately began mass-producing farming implements for these laborers. Now, armed with newly produced iron implements, these farmers toil sweatily in the fields. Though their bodies remain frail, their enthusiasm for farming has never been higher, for they know they now labor for themselves. Not to enrich the landlords and slave owners with more acres of land, more wives, or more mansions. Returning from the fields, Luciosua felt deeply moved. For his own country had endured similar hardships, and its people had also walked this path. He had not lived through that era. Even though he had read extensively about it, Luciosua knew he could never fully grasp the depth of suffering endured by the people of that time. Yet, in the farmers of Bufeso, he saw echoes of the hardships his own people had endured. China is a peace-loving and benevolent nation.
As part of this nation, we saved our own country, and when we see other nations suffering, we are willing to help them. This kindness runs deep in our veins. Having weathered our own storms, we now offer shelter to others. During Zhang Jiaxi's development of the Guardian tank, Lu Qiusua provided intelligence suggesting that Bufeiso might see closer ties with Flowerland. Indeed, after Bufeiso formally submitted its request, Zhenghua swiftly dispatched numerous agricultural and industrial experts to guide and assist in the nation's development. While Bufeiso was focused on its development, French officials spent months orchestrating a new round of suppression against Bufeiso with remarkable efficiency. They must reclaim what belongs to them from the hands of Bufeiso, from the people of Bufeiso. The latest intelligence Zhang Jiaxi received was delivered to the Ministry of Defense yesterday. The Gaulish Chicken had united with Lakna, Dogago, and Belening on the western flank of Bufeiso, organizing a joint military force to prepare for a simultaneous two-pronged assault on Bufeiso. As for the leading Gaulish nations' troop deployment? First, the stated justification for these three nations' intervention is that Bufeiso disrespects others' property, plundering the assets of Bufeiso's law-abiding citizens, the landowning class and enterprises capitalist groups. For the sake of Africa's freedom and stability, they must deploy troops to help the Bufeiso people restore order. Under these circumstances, could Gaulish forces possibly intervene? Second, even disregarding this justification, Gaulish forces would still not deploy. Given their current predicament, inaction is preferable to action. Should they become embroiled in conflict and suffer severe setbacks, the consequences would be catastrophic. Their credibility is already shaky. If they make a major blunder before the world, who would still recognize them as one of the 5 major rogue powers? 3 nations, 2 armies. The stronger Lakna kingdom forms the northern army, while the weaker forces of Doga and Belening are consolidated into the southern army. According to the latest intelligence, the northern forces from Rakna would deploy large numbers of aircraft and tanks. Though Bufeiso possessed ample Kaisan man-portable rocket launchers and later acquired Huatua anti-tank missiles, the use of such equipment inevitably had its limitations. Faced with waves of aircraft and tanks, fear grips the entire nation of Bufeiso. Meanwhile, the forces of the 2 nations comprising the Southern Army Mogadishu and Belenin were significantly weaker than those of Lakna. In a head-on confrontation with equal numbers, they would not even be a match for the current Bufeiso forces. Lu Qiusua revealed their current operational plan in the intelligence briefing. A portion of their forces would deploy in northern Bufeiso, leveraging the mountainous terrain to establish layered defenses. The goal was not to completely block the Lakna forces at the border, but to strictly control the pace of their invasion. The main force would advance southward, feigning defeat in positional warfare to lure the armies of both Chicago and Belening deep into the country. Capitalizing on the enemy's newly won confidence, they would then draw them into treacherous terrain. With full firepower unleashed, they would decimate the enemy's combat strength in the shortest possible time, pursuing them all the way to the border. Then, the bulk of the forces would shift to reinforce the northern front. The southern front would retain only small detachments. They would not defend the border itself but instead feign strength within a certain distance from it. Should the armies of Doga and Belenin dare to advance, they would be met with a crushing counterattack. Given their past experiences, the armies of these 2 nations would undoubtedly become startled birds. Once attacked, they would flee faster than anyone else. Zhang Jiaxi approved this battle plan wholeheartedly. If anyone were to ask why, the answer was simple. Because this is Africa. At the end of the intelligence report, Lu Qiusua issued a request for assistance to Zhang Jiaxi. Burkina Faso urgently needed massive amounts of powerful long-range firepower. Only then could they effectively counter tank and armored forces during massed assaults across open terrain. Moreover, considering Bufeiso's practical constraints, this weapon must be both affordable and lightweight. Chapter 57, Your Father Doesn't Want You. What a coincidence! Lu Qiusua's requirements perfectly aligned with his own production plans for new equipment in the Tibetan military region. Zhang Jiaxi stowed the intelligence, called Gan Shiyu to confirm Minister Yang was at the Ministry of Defense today and not in a meeting, then headed straight for the minister's office. Knock knock knock. Zheng Chaoqi knocked on the door. Minister Yang's voice soon came from inside. Come in. As soon as Zhang Jiaxi stepped into the office, Yang Qingji looked up. Jiaoxi, take a seat. Let me finish handling these documents first. Zhang Jiaxi sat down on the sofa as a secretary entered to pour him a glass of water. 10 minutes later, Yang Qingji set down the documents he was reviewing and approached Zhang Jiaxi with his water glass. Zhang, before heading to the Tibetan region, didn't I tell you to take a proper vacation? Why are you at the office today? In the short span of less than a year since Zhang Chaoshi graduated from Harbin Institute of Technology, his team had achieved 2 major milestones. First, the mass production of the Kaisan series of individual rocket launchers. Second, securing 2 highly promising markets in Africa for the flowering nation. Then, the Huatuaman portable anti-tank missile debuted in Camel country, stunning nations worldwide while successfully opening the door to the world's wealthiest nation's arms market for flower country. Then, in a series of miracles, he successively developed the Sentinel and Poplar 3rd-generation main battle tanks, revolutionizing the land forces of the flowering nation.
Finally, during the development and testing phases of these tanks, Zheng Jiaxi unveiled plans for the export variant, the third-generation main battle tank Friendship. Through negotiations with the Camel Nation delegation, he secured a grateful Camel Nation's agreement to purchase large quantities of Friendship tanks at premium prices, simultaneously clearing significant stockpiles of Chinese weapons. It was a win-win situation, both financially and in terms of prestige. Therefore, before Zheng Jiaxi departed for the Tibetan region, the organization, concerned that prolonged high-intensity work might take a toll on his health, had arranged a vacation for him in advance. Now, seeing Zheng Jiaxi appear in Yang Qingji's office, he couldn't help but feel curious. Seeing Yang Qingji already seated, Zheng Jiaxi grinned and said, "Minister Yang, you work year-round without rest. What right do I have to take time off? Hey, are you trying to imply I'm old? Not at all. Minister Yang, you can't just slander someone out of thin air. You smart aleck. Not planning to rest means you've got new ideas, huh? Which department are you eyeing? With your track record, as long as it's not something like Chief Engineer of Aerospace, you can pretty much name your department." This is all thanks to General Zhang and Minister Yang's discerning eye, giving me the chance to demonstrate my capabilities. I'm also grateful for the organization's trust. Minister Yang, I'm not planning to develop particularly complex weaponry this time. Just transfer me from the tank development team to the combat vehicle development team. Yang Qingji acted swiftly. Zheng Jiaxi returned to his office to continue refining the Lynx family project. Before lunchtime, he received his appointment letter as chief engineer of the combat vehicle development team at the Tank Research Institute. However, Zheng Jiaxi did not head to the Tank Research Institute immediately. With the remaining technical documentation for the Lynx family nearly complete, he could finish it today and report to the institute tomorrow. The next day, Zheng Jiaxi arrived at the Tank Research Institute by car, just as he had done for the past several months. As Zheng Jiaxi's vehicle entered the institute grounds, it immediately drew the attention of numerous members of the tank development team. Old Joe, did you see that? Wasn't that Professor Zhang's car just now? Yeah, looks like it. So Professor Zhang is back? He didn't leave us after all? It's possible, but Professor Zhang gave us such a solemn farewell just the night before last. It's simple. With such a crucial mission as developing our third-generation main battle tank, we absolutely can't be without our cornerstone. Professor Zhang is so exceptional, how could higher-ups just let him leave casually? Unless there's an even more critical development project, but what could possibly demand more from the Army's equipment than tanks? Now that you mention it, that does make sense. What do you mean possible? It's definitely true. Come on, let's hurry to the lab building and share this great news with everyone. When the two arrived at the lab building housing the tank development team and announced Zheng Jiaxi's return, the crowd first wore expressions of disbelief mixed with anticipation. Only after hearing their authoritative descriptions and heartfelt assurances did the team gradually come to believe the news. The next moment, the entire room erupted in excited shouts, a roar even louder than when the Sentinel and Poplar tanks first roared to life. After the initial cheers, Chen Gongha and several deputy chief engineers were the first to regain their composure. They silenced the crowd and declared in a loud voice, "Everyone, return to your workstations immediately." Although Professor Zhang has only been away from our tank development team for one day, now that he's back, we must welcome his return with an even better work ethic. That's right. Quickly, everyone get back to work. As the tank development team threw themselves into their work with immense enthusiasm, Zheng Jiaxi made his way to another section of the Tank Research Institute's complex, a cluster of experimental buildings. The combined floor space of these several experimental buildings was roughly equivalent to that of the tank development team's facility. However, this space was allocated among multiple development projects such as armored vehicles and troop carriers, unlike the tank team, which occupied a single, integrated building, the largest experimental facility in the entire Tank Research Institute. Upon arriving at his office, the project leaders who had received advance notice were already waiting for Zheng Jiaxi at the door. The notice they received yesterday merely informed them that the Ministry of Defense had assigned a chief engineer to oversee all projects within their entire combat vehicle development team. This chief engineer would not only set the direction for all subsequent development work but also have full authority over the funding allocated to the entire combat vehicle development team. Following the signing of the export contract for the third-generation main battle tank between Flower Country and Camel Nation, and the formal launch of the Friendship tank development project within the tank development team, the level of secrecy surrounding the Sentinel and Poplar tank projects had been somewhat relaxed. The tank development team then learned about the events that had unfolded within the tank development unit and the two gleaming collective first-class merit medals. After receiving the medals, the tank development team, whose members hadn't been seen in the cafeteria for ages, deliberately wore their medals and gathered as a group to eat. Seeing the gleaming medals on their chests, every member of the armored vehicle development team felt their eyes practically glow green with envy. And now, this young, exceptionally talented individual capable of effortlessly leading a team to develop a revolutionary weapon was finally coming to join their team? Since the notice didn't specify the individual, the team leaders were filled with both anticipation and trepidation until Zheng Jiaxi himself arrived. Thud, thud, thud.
The sound of leather shoes hitting tile echoed from the stairwell, drawing everyone's tense gazes toward the staircase. As Zhang Zhaoxi's figure emerged from the stairwell, a single thought simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds.
Tank Development Team, your daddy's abandoning you. Chapter 58, Modular Design. 20 minutes later. The largest conference room of the Combat Vehicle Development Team. Zhang Zhaoxi gathered all project leaders of the Combat Vehicle Development Team.
With the tank development achievements on the table, no one dared challenge Zhang Zhaoxi's leadership neither on technical grounds nor funding issues. Thus, the meeting's agenda was straightforward. There was no discussion of technical issues nor any disputes over funding allocation. When it came to technology, no one dared claim they could hold a candle to Zhang Zhaoxi. If they did, they should just go ahead and develop a third-generation main battle tank for everyone to see. Regarding funding, before anyone could speak, Zhang Zhaoxi stated directly that the capital he brought to the armored vehicle development team exceeded the entire team's existing funds. Dear readers, we all understand the protagonist's special advantage: it allows him to reasonably deploy cutting-edge technologies when needed. All points and scores are fictional elements the author felt couldn't be seamlessly integrated into the plot, so they were omitted. Just know that when the author says it's sufficient, it truly is sufficient. The most crucial matter at the meeting was Zhang Zhaoxi's demand to restructure the tank development team. All sub-projects were abolished, consolidating into a single integrated team, similar to the tank development unit. Within this unified team, separate working groups would be established for subsystems like armor protection, mobility, firepower, and auxiliary equipment. After the meeting, Zhang Zhaoxi gathered the technical leaders from all previous projects for a comprehensive technical assessment. His findings revealed significant misallocation of talent. Many specialists were not assigned to their areas of expertise. This stemmed from the original structure where personnel were spread across multiple projects, each requiring its own subsystem teams. This approach had caused substantial waste and misplacement of skilled personnel. After reassigning all personnel, Zhang Zhaoxi distributed the refined documentation to each subsystem. The Lynx family technical documentation retrieved from the system, after Zhang Zhaoxi's refinements, had been transformed into a fully modularized technical reference system. To illustrate with a simple example, for the mobility system, Zhang Zhaoxi first designed an all-terrain 8-wheel version and scaled down 6-wheel and 4-wheel variants based on terrain and operational requirements. He then developed different tire types for varying environments. Finally, he engineered distinct chassis configurations tailored to Lynx all-terrain vehicle missions such as fire support, mobile deployment, and logistical support. When a specific requirement arises, each subsystem contributes its modular designs. Like building with blocks, assembling modules from different specialties creates a Lynx all-terrain vehicle tailored to the task. Even if requirements are somewhat unique, improvements can be considered after the basic framework is assembled, eliminating the need for development from scratch and dramatically increasing equipment development efficiency. When the technical specialists received the assigned technical documentation, they skimmed through it before collectively fixing Zhang Zhaoxi with expressions akin to staring at a monster. What on earth is this? It seemed simple, yet possessed a magical quality. It looked no different from a jeep, or even inferior to one. Yet through this so-called modular design, it unleashed weapons with limitless evolutionary potential. Once produced in a military standoff, our side's Lynx all-terrain vehicles might outnumber the enemy's entire arsenal. If before, these technical experts had been impressed by Zhang Zhaoxi's development of the Sentinel and Poplar technologies, now they were utterly conquered by his design thinking, which far surpassed their own. Despite years of military industry experience, standing before Zhang Zhaoxi, a graduate barely a year out of school, they felt like greenhorns. Zhang Zhaoxi didn't give these technical leaders much time to process their shock. After briefly reviewing the technical documents, he instructed them to immediately adjust their work according to the assigned plans, coordinate with the subsystem leaders, and dive into the new development efforts as quickly as possible. Clutching their technical documents, everyone left the conference room with expressions of pure delight. At this moment, no one harbored any resentment toward leadership for blindly giving orders. Each person was eager to dive into the new work immediately. After all, the pace of this project could directly impact their mood when they eventually received their medals. Would they wear them after boasting about the tank development team for a longer period, or after boasting for a shorter time? As the armored vehicle development team busied themselves, the tank development team began to wonder. It had been over an hour. Why hadn't Professor Zhang arrived at the lab building yet? It wasn't until noon. The tank development team reasoned that even if Professor Zhang didn't visit their lab building, he'd surely come to the Tank Research Institute for lunch. But when they arrived at the cafeteria, they witnessed a strange scene. Why are there suddenly so few people in the cafeteria today? Upon closer inspection, they realized the armored vehicle development team hadn't shown up. Unable to contain their curiosity, several members of the tank development team approached old Zhang, the cafeteria manager. "Hey, old Zhang, where's the armored vehicle development team today?" Old Zhang shot them a glance and replied irritably, "I'd like to know that myself. They've started copying you guys, demanding we deliver all 3 meals to the lab building." The tank team members scratched their heads awkwardly. Their team was large, and having meals delivered daily did take considerable effort from the cafeteria staff. But with demanding development tasks, they had no choice but to squeeze every minute possible, putting the cafeteria crew through the ringer.
Haha, old Zhang, don't get angry. It's all for the sake of our nation's defense, right?
But honestly, our tank development team doing this is one thing we have Professor Zhang.
Why is the armored vehicle team copying us? It's like they have their own Professor Zhang too. Ha ha ha.
The group burst into laughter, but mid-laugh, they froze.
Smiles still plastered on their faces, the laughter vanished from their throats.
They exchanged glances.
One of them said, "Do you think Professor Zhang might have transferred to the combat vehicle development team? That can't be. Why would Professor Zhang abandon us? But it's not impossible."
When I left earlier, I noticed the car that usually picks up Teacher Zhang wasn't parked below our lab building.
No way. I've got to go check out the battle vehicle development team. I'm coming too. I'm coming too.
The tank development team members watched as the group rushed out without eating and hurriedly asked, "Hey, old Xiao, where are you guys going?"
Not eating? Eat my ass.
Professor Zhang might have been snatched by the tank development team.
Grab me some food, I'm heading over there. What? Hell no. Old Lu, grab me some food, I'm going too. I'm going too. I'm going too. I don't have time to get food either, I'm going too.
In an instant, the entire tank development team had rushed out of the cafeteria, leaving it completely deserted. Old Zhang, the cafeteria manager, watched the scene unfolding before him, his mouth twitching involuntarily.
A female staff member in charge of serving meals approached old Zhang. "Zhang, everyone's gone. What are we going to do about lunch? What should we do?"
A bitter smile spread across old Zhang's face. "Just like we did for the tank development team, deliver it directly to the lab building.
They're all comrades working tirelessly to develop weapons for our country. We can't very well let them go hungry, can we? But Zhang, we don't have enough staff for that." "Not enough? What about security and administration? I'll get them to send people over to help." Chapter 59, The Scramble for Talent.
Zhang Jiaxi sat in his office, staring at the lunchbox before him. He never imagined the tank development team would learn so quickly. It wasn't until the tank team entered the popular development phase and Zhang Jiaxi began delegating more responsibilities to them that they started having the cafeteria deliver meals directly. He hadn't expected the armored vehicle team to start doing this on their very first day. However, due to the different layout of the experimental building housing the armored vehicle development team, he couldn't stand in his office and see the various work areas inside the building through the window. Therefore, Zhang Jiaxi remained unaware of the current status in each lab building, let alone the frenetic pace that had engulfed the entire armored vehicle development team following the morning meeting. Following the morning's organizational restructuring and personnel assignments, the heads of each subsystem immediately gathered for a small meeting after leaving the conference room. First, they reorganized the lab buildings based on each subsystem's characteristics and requirements. Next, they compiled an inventory of all equipment across the lab buildings and redistributed it according to subsystem needs. Finally, they relocated all project coordinators responsible for materials, scheduling, safety, and other functions from their original offices to a single centralized lab building. This streamlined efficiency and minimized message delays. Finally, the vacated offices were converted into temporary dormitories. Team members could rest there when exhausted from work, significantly saving commuting time. The meeting concluded with a resolution: this year's Spring Festival falls on January 29, 1987. With time remaining before then, the immediate priority is to get the basic all-terrain assault vehicles operational. Additionally, Zhang Jiaxi raised the plight of border defense soldiers in Tibet during the meeting. Producing a batch of Lynx all-terrain assault vehicles to improve their border deployment conditions is another task that must be completed before the new year. This was their New Year's gift to the soldiers, a tribute from military researchers. Following the subsystem lead meeting, the reorganization of the combat vehicle development team commenced in full force once all technical specialists returned to their posts from Zhang Jiaxi. Machine tools, materials, and experimental equipment were relocated to newly designated areas according to requirements. Standardized equipment, zones, and functional labels for the entire combat vehicle development team were uniformly redesigned. Before the official signage was completed, a stack of paper and a roll of tape sufficed for temporary labeling across nearly half the experimental building. To build a highly efficient development team, existing office equipment, documents, and archives all needed to be moved to the new location, allowing each system's development area to be centralized. Everyone shuttled back and forth between the various lab buildings. It wasn't until lunchtime, when the cafeteria delivered trays of food into the lab building, that everyone realized it was time to eat and slowly put down their work. Just as the entire armored vehicle development team was eating their meals, members of the tank development team began arriving one after another. Before they could even step inside to investigate, they spotted a familiar vehicle parked at the entrance. It was the very same vehicle that had been ferrying Zhang Jiaxi back and forth these past months. Spotting the car, old Xiao, known for his fiery temper, was the first to shout out, "Damn it! The armored vehicle team is actually trying to snatch Professor Zhang away from us." Those beside him immediately echoed his indignant outburst. "Exactly.
We've got crucial work developing tanks and export models. I knew there was no way Professor Zhang would leave us. The armored vehicle team must be jealous, so they use dirty tricks to snatch him away. If you ask me, it's those little bastards like Chen Gongha who lack guts. When Teacher Zhang said he was leaving, you should have just admitted you couldn't handle it without his guidance. What could Teacher Zhang do to you? At this remark, several people standing beside him, including the hot-tempered old Xiao, instinctively backed away several paces. Old Dai, I always thought I was the radical one, but compared to you usually so mild-mannered, I'm still way too conservative. The group continued arguing outside the lab building, clearly poised to storm inside and confront the Tank Development Center staff. Chen Gongha and his colleagues, who had been waiting in the office for someone to bring them lunch, rushed over at top speed upon receiving the news. Old Xiao, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? Chen Gongha and his group pushed through the crowd to the front. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaxi, having received news from Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan, arrived at the building with 2 guards. Seeing Zhang Jiaxi appear, Chen Gongha and the others immediately wore awkward expressions. The current situation made them feel ashamed to face Zhang Jiaxi, as the scene seemed to suggest they lacked the capability to manage the entire tank development team. It gave them the feeling that they had failed to meet Zhang Jiaxi's expectations. Zhang Jiaxi naturally sensed the unease in Chen Gongha and the others, and she understood the thoughts running through everyone's minds. The rest of the tank development team didn't genuinely feel they'd been snatched away. After all, Zhang Jiaxi had been preparing for this departure for quite some time, gradually handing over responsibilities step by step. Everyone was well aware of his impending departure. The current atmosphere stemmed more from their reluctance to part with Zhang Jiaxi and the deep respect they held for him. It was like children left behind in the countryside facing parents returning to the city for work after the holidays. Even though they knew their parents would leave no matter how much they cried or pleaded, they would still cling tightly to them, choking out requests like "please don't go" or "can you stay a little longer?" Similarly, those gathered here never truly expected to keep Zhang Jiaxi. They simply needed him to stay a few more days. After all, the changes Zhang Jiaxi had brought them during this time had profoundly impacted every single one of their lives. Zhang Jiaxi walked over and patted Chen Gongha and the others on the shoulder. Truthfully, Chen Gongha and his group had spent the most time with him, and they were undoubtedly the most reluctant to see him go. Yet they had managed to control their emotions and lead everyone in continuing the research work they had done remarkably well. Zhang Jiaxi walked toward the exit. The crowd gathered at the laboratory building entrance parted, allowing him to pass unimpeded. Glancing back at Chen Gongha and the others, who stood frozen in place as if standing in the corner for punishment, Zhang Jiaxi called out, "What are you still doing standing at the door? Get moving!" Hearing his call, Chen Gongha and the others immediately lit up with relief and followed suit. Just as Zhang Jiaxi led the tank development team onto an open field, shouts erupted from behind them. "Comrades, hurry up! Those bastards from the tank development team snatched Teacher Zhang away. We have to get him back." As the voices grew louder, Zhang Jiaxi feared the two groups might actually come to blows. After all, in such a crowded and chaotic environment, everyone's emotions were highly strung, making irrational actions under external pressure a distinct possibility. Chapter 60, The Plateau Patrol Cat Vehicle. Reaching the space between the two groups, Zhang Jiaxi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they hadn't come to blows yet. Fearing a clash, Zhang Jiaxi spoke first. "Everyone, stay calm. No one is trying to take me away. I'm not exactly a hot commodity, you know. First, to my comrades in the tank development team, joining the armored vehicle team was my own choice. As for why I didn't inform you beforehand, it's because I believe you've already become an excellent and mature tank development team. My departure will accelerate your growth. Second, to the combat vehicle development team, we'll be working together for a while. My expectation isn't just that you produce a weapon based on my ideas. I want you to learn and improve constantly during the process, just like the tank development team, so you can grow into a team with independent design and R&D capabilities as soon as possible. Finally, as sister units, I appreciate your competitive spirit. But this competition should not be like children vying for an elder's affection. It should be like two brothers with shared ideals, striding side by side toward the common goal of our nation's rise." After that noon, the entire Tank Research Institute seemed to return to its usual calm except for the comrades in the cafeteria. Each day, they arrived early to prepare breakfast, delivering it to both development teams once they started work. Barely catching their breath after that run, they began cooking lunch, making another delivery when it was time. Returning to eat lunch, rest briefly before preparing dinner, deliver it, return for their own meal, rest again, quickly make the late-night snack, keep it warm on the stove, and finally head home under the cover of darkness. As for the late-night snacks, she entrusted the security team to deliver them. After all, they had to start work nearly 2 hours earlier than everyone else the next day to prepare breakfast. Although the tank development team previously lacked the capability to build world-class tanks, they possessed a complete set of development capabilities for relatively less advanced equipment. After reorganizing their subsystems according to requirements and thoroughly studying the technical documentation provided by Zhang Jiaxi, they found they already possessed the production capacity for nearly half of the specifications. All that was needed was to incorporate standardized and modularized components into their existing equipment. To address the most urgent requirements from the previous meeting, several subsystem leaders even flew directly to the Tibetan region for on-site inspections. Bundled in layers upon layers of clothing, they followed border guards to the mountain peaks along the Zonwajia frontier, traversing steep glaciers. Here, they witnessed the battle scars left by border soldiers fighting the Triple Nation forces, as well as the traces of Zhonghua soldiers who had lost limbs or suffered injuries during patrols. Upon their return to the Tank Research Institute, the Lynx family finally took root in the hands of the Armored Vehicle Development Team. The Lynx all-terrain assault vehicle was successfully developed. Over time, the prolonged development process fostered deep affection for the Lynx among the entire team. Its name evolved from the initial Lynx all-terrain vehicle to simply Lynx, and eventually to its current affectionate nickname, Kitty Cat. This affectionate nickname originated from countless netizens in Zhang Jiaxi's previous life. The first Kitty car served as the foundational model for the entire Lynx family. An 8.8 all-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle, it possessed amphibious capabilities and the ability to turn on the spot. After reinforcing the chassis, it gained weapon mounts, storage space, and a roll cage. As the most basic version, the primary purpose of the first Kitty Cat was personnel transport, including troop assault, engineer support, and medical evacuation. Its unique structure allows its way to be fully accommodated for airborne deployment, rapid response, and special operations via helicopter hoisting, transport aircraft airdrops, or helicopter airlifts to deliver it directly into specific combat zones. Following the debut of the Cat car, the subsequent development of the Lynx family officially commenced. Simplified variants for rocket launcher transport, medical evacuation, casualty transfer, and machine gun support were rapidly developed. Simultaneously, a Cat car tailored for the unique terrain of Tibetan regions was engineered. This Cat vehicle was modified from the base 3-row, 6-seat configuration to a 2-row, 4-seat layout. Its shorter body enhances off-road capability in rugged terrain. Unlike other versions with open tops and sides, this Cat vehicle features added bulletproof glass for the roof and sides. This protects border defense soldiers in Tibet from exposure to wind and snow during patrols. A unique feature added to the rear of this vehicle is dubbed the Cat hole by its developers. Through a hinge mechanism, the rear section can be fully opened to form a guard booth under 2 meters tall. Except for the side connected to the vehicle, all 3 remaining sides are made of bulletproof glass. This design not only improves the soldiers' working environment but also effectively safeguards their personal safety during border patrol missions. In the event of an attack, border guards can immediately take cover inside the vehicle and activate the Cat vehicle for rapid evacuation. The Combat Vehicle Development Team lacked the capability for mass-producing weapons. Therefore, upon completing the design of this Highland Border Patrol Cat vehicle, Zhang Jiaxi promptly transmitted the specifications to the Rising Military Factory located in the distant northwest. Through continuous expansion, the Rising Military Factory's production scale has long met the standards of China's few large-scale military factories. Beyond the Kaisan and Huatua weapon systems, the factory's current production line expansion is specifically preparing for the upcoming Friendship Export variant of the third-generation main battle tank. As for the 2 third-generation main battle tanks intended for domestic use, their production was being handled by other military factories. Upon receiving the data transmitted by Zhang Jiaxi, Li Xianghua immediately commenced research. The production difficulty of the Highland Patrol Cat vehicle was not high. With the production lines now expanded to meet third-generation main battle tank standards, manufacturing this vehicle was more than sufficient. To get these vehicles into the hands of border guards sooner, Zhang Jiaxi deliberately omitted the initial production plan for the Highland Patrol Cat cars from his official report. Although submitting a production plan could secure additional funding beyond the existing research allocation, given the nation's current economic capacity even after several lucrative deals secured under Zhang Jiaxi's influence this year, rapidly dispersing such a sum at year's end remained challenging. Therefore, Zhang Jiaxi directly allocated funds from the budget assigned to him by the Ministry of National Defense. He ordered the Rising Military Factory to produce them at the fastest possible speed. Once manufactured, they were to be immediately delivered to the Tibet military region. Time continued to pass, blanketing the entire capital in heavy snow. Even the 2 research teams, who had been immersed in their work throughout this period, began to feel restless. With the spring festival approaching, it seemed only right that they should take a few days off to spend quality time with their families. Upon reflection, the longer-serving members hadn't spent quality time with their families for nearly half a year, while the shorter-serving ones hadn't seen them for at least a month or 2. Though their families understood their work in military manufacturing and recognized that their busyness signaled the nation's growing strength, even with this clear understanding and unwavering support, prolonged separation inevitably took its toll. To claim their loved ones were completely unaffected would be impossible. Noticing the restlessness in everyone's hearts, Zhang Jiaxi issued a direct order: both teams would take leave early. Everyone was to return home and rest properly. It was time for him to go home too. Chapter 61, Farewell, AI Qianjin. As one cat car after another rolled off the assembly line at the Rising Military Factory, completing the final step before shipment functional testing, Zhang Jiaxi had already boarded the train home. However, Zhang Jiaxi didn't head straight home. Instead, he made a detour to Tianjin. It had been over half a year since Zhang Jiaxi and Ai Qianjin had last seen each other in the capital back in April. As two individuals sharing a profoundly aligned understanding of the nation's military strategy, the prolonged separation had left them both deeply missing each other. Stepping out of the station, Zhang Jiaxi immediately spotted Ai Qianjin waiting at the entrance. "Brother Ai." Zhang Jiaxi walked straight over to Ai Qianjin with his travel bag in hand. Ai Qianjin slapped him on the shoulder, then hooked his arm around Zhang Jiaxi's shoulder as they walked out of the station. "Jiaxi, it's been ages." Even though it's only been a little over half a year, so much has happened that it feels like a lifetime has passed. That's just your perspective. In just over half a year, you've developed 4 weapons: Mountain Breaker, Huatua, Sentinel, and White Poplar. You also designed the export variant of the 3rd generation main battle tank. If it weren't for the nation wanting to use this tank deal to expand its international arms trade market, your contributions might still be under wraps. I'd never have known you pulled off such monumental feats. I didn't expect the news to spread so fast. Even Brother Ai like you knows about it. What? Am I some old fogey out of touch with current events? Granted, the organization hasn't disclosed much about you, just a name and alma mater, with everything else still classified. But given our relationship, how could I not guess it was you? After Camel Country signed a contract with Flower Country for 3rd generation main battle tanks, Flower Country announced to the world that it had successfully developed its own 3rd generation main battle tank, with performance parameters far surpassing the 3 existing tanks currently in service globally. However, this news failed to capture the world's attention at the time. Or rather, nations took notice, only to dismiss it as fake news the very next moment. What kind of military capability does China possess now? If forced into direct military confrontation, they would acknowledge China as a nation with formidable ground forces wielding significant influence in East Asia. Yet when asked to evaluate China's weaponry, they acknowledge that aside from a handful of cutting-edge systems like the Heaven-Earth Eternal or the Intercontinental Express, most other arms, regardless of branch, lag far behind global standards at this juncture. Thus, upon receiving this news, these nations, especially Russia and the US, instinctively dismissed it as Chinese bragging. No one understood the immense difficulty of developing a 3rd generation main battle tank better than they did. The sheer manpower and resources required were far beyond what China could currently afford. After brief deliberation, they reached a conclusion. This was a manifestation of China's loss of international competitive spirit. It must be that after their reforms, China's elite class had been exposed to ideas from around the world and witnessed the advanced standards elsewhere. This shift in mindset had caused them to doubt their nation's current development trajectory. To rebuild their confidence, they were attempting to fabricate illusory achievements, much like another country not far from China. A nation bold enough to establish itself on the grand military base of the United States, South Korea. Yet these nations refrained from direct confrontation, knowing mere verbal sparring couldn't expose China's exaggerations or fabrications. Only on the battlefield could the world witness what a true 3rd generation main battle tank truly is, the ultimate way to unmask China's pretense. Here, the leaders of these nations couldn't help but sneer at the flower nation's folly. If you claim to have a 3rd generation main battle tank only to flex domestically, others might find it hard to expose you. But you chose to export it. Once your tanks cross borders, they inevitably face off against foreign tanks. When confronted with brutal combat records, how will you justify the grandiose claims you've made? You can't possibly claim that the 3rd generation main battle tank developed by your country isn't an internationally recognized 3rd generation main battle tank, but rather one defined solely by your own country, can you? After marveling at Zhang Jiaxi's accomplishments, Ai Qianjin couldn't help but give him a second look. Years ago at an academic conference, both men found themselves drawn to each other's ideas, quickly becoming confidants who shared everything. Ai Qianjin had always recognized Zhang Jiaxi's exceptional talent. Professionally, since their first meeting, Zhang had consistently been the top academic performer at Harbin Institute of Technology. Ideologically, many of Zhang Jiaxi's perspectives offered even Ai Qianjin, a philosopher specializing in military thought and international affairs, moments of profound enlightenment. Yet, no matter how highly he had rated Zhang Jiaxi's abilities, he never imagined Zhang could be this exceptional, or rather, this monstrously gifted. In less than a year, one man accomplished what a team of elite specialists, each a rare gem in their respective fields, could never achieve in a lifetime. Jiaxi, having a weapons developer like you in our country fills me with growing confidence in our nation's future. Before Zhang Jiaxi could respond, Ai Qianjin pressed on. Jiaxi, do you know about our first test launch of the DF-5 intercontinental ballistic missile back in 1980? Of course. That was the most significant maritime operation since Zhang He's voyages, with profound implications for our nation's naval power. Precisely. That successful test marked a comprehensive enhancement of our nation's strategic nuclear counterstrike capabilities. It enabled us to conduct defensive nuclear counterstrikes against enemies anywhere in the world, effectively countering potential adversaries' nuclear blackmail and deterrence tactics. Moreover, our ability to independently execute such a complex military operation on this scale demonstrated to the world China's technological prowess and comprehensive national strength.
While our ships may lag behind those of the US and Russia in terms of appearance, only a handful of naval powers could undertake fleet operations of this magnitude and sophistication. The rapid emergence of China's naval force compelled these nations to reassess our capabilities. But, Zhaoxi, do you realize? Even in executing such an inspiring feat, we still had to endure immense humiliation. Zheng Chaoshi wore a look of curiosity. In 1980, he hadn't yet traveled through time, and his predecessor had been entirely focused on studies, paying little attention to external news. What Zheng Chaoshi understood through his predecessor's memories differed little from his own recollections from his previous life. Could there be some lesser-known details here? Brother AI, what kind of humiliation? Chapter 62, Clash of Ideas. The two reached a pavilion. Stepping inside, they brushed snowflakes off the bench before sitting down. AI Qianjin spoke with a weighty tone. We were testing the Intercontinental Express, but we were deeply concerned that the Bear and the Big Beauty would interfere and obstruct us. So we consistently promoted it externally as a carrier rocket, carefully concealing the Intercontinental Express tests. We dared not announce it until everything was settled. We deployed numerous destroyers and supply ships, sending thousands of officers, soldiers, and scientists deep into the ocean, all to recover the database. Judging by the outcome, this operation allowed our nation to demonstrate both our ICBM capabilities and our naval mobilization capacity. We successfully shattered the nuclear monopoly and blackmail tactics of hegemonic powers like the Bear and the Pretty One, proving to the world that our nation possesses independent nuclear self-defense and counter-strike capabilities. This should have been earth-shattering news, yet our nation was forced to conduct it covertly due to various constraints. Is this not a humiliation? Zheng Zhaoxi quickly grasped AI Qianjin's meaning, his mind simultaneously recalling scenes from his previous life: China's second test launch of the intercontinental missile. That test launch had been justified with a single statement. This was a routine military exercise conducted to test weapon performance at the operational level, achieving its intended objectives. Even before the launch, China had thoughtfully notified certain nations in advance. Reflecting on these two launches, Zheng Zhaoxi gained deeper insight into AI Qianjin's words. Indeed, dignity rests only upon the edge of the sword. Truth lies only within the range of the cannon. This truth remained timeless, applicable to any era. The two continued their conversation, eager to catch up on half a year's worth of unspoken words. Only when hunger gnawed at their stomachs did they realize how time had slipped away. They found a restaurant specializing in Tianjin cuisine. AI Qianjin reserved a private room, ordered several local specialties, and sat down with Zheng Zhaoxi to continue their conversation. Zhaoxi, where were we? We were talking about how the current world's two poles are bound to decline, and the flower family is destined to rise. Exactly. The trajectory of the Bear Nation proves they've taken the wrong path. Their increasingly decadent performance in recent years demonstrates their system is nearing the point where it can no longer balance the interests of their internal ruling class. Family clans, regional factions, industry lobbies, vast power holding strata have begun betraying their own socialist ideals. They've become mere tools for different factions profit-seeking, gradually abandoning their duty as representatives of the people. The flower family is also reforming, but its 5,000-year history has taught us how to avoid mistakes during such processes. If the Bear cannot alter its current trajectory, it will inevitably fail. Such failure would prove only the Bear's inadequacy, not socialism's. Remember, the US once resembled socialism more than Russia did during a certain period. Brother AI, I understand that. You're referring to the Roosevelt era, right? AI Qianjin nodded. Zheng Zhaoxi fell deep in thought. As a time traveler, he had witnessed China's rise firsthand. This experience had never shaken his conviction in China's ascent, leading him to rarely contemplate the implications of China's rise and the simultaneous decline of the world's two superpowers. But after AI Qianjin spoke, countless thoughts surged through Zheng Zhaoxi's mind. Back then, after the Great Depression in the United States, Hoover had fallen from power amid widespread condemnation. As soon as Roosevelt took office, he immediately enacted a New Deal policy. A measure that nearly set the entire nation ablaze. It was the implementation of a planned economy, the state intervening in the market. It's important to understand that a planned economy is an economic system exclusive to socialist countries, whereas capitalism is all about the free market, demanding that governments refrain from interfering in economic activities and allow them to develop freely. Beyond establishing planned economy policies that determine production scales, price levels, and market allocations for enterprises, what else did Roosevelt do? He provided economic subsidies to farmers who reduced cultivation and output, raising and stabilizing agricultural product prices. He implemented workfare programs, undertaking large-scale infrastructure projects funded by the state to recruit unemployed individuals for labor, thereby simultaneously addressing infrastructure needs and unemployment. Roosevelt even nationalized some major corporations in the United States at the time. Although the goal was to improve government oversight, this action closely resembled the practices of socialist countries. Beyond this, the Social Security system in the United States was gradually refined during Roosevelt's presidency, including provisions for pensions and insurance for retired workers.
Viewed through the eyes of Zheng Jiaxi, the time traveler, these measures, while not identical to those of the Soviet Union at the time, bear striking resemblance to those of China in his previous life. Perhaps stating it directly might not resonate clearly with everyone, so let me rephrase it with different terms. Macroeconomic regulation, abolition of agricultural taxes, farmer subsidies, large-scale infrastructure projects, state-owned enterprises, rural insurance, universal pension schemes. It's worth noting that back then, many in the United States directly denounced Roosevelt's Social Security Act as plagiarized from the Communist Manifesto. Countless voices railed against Roosevelt for fleecing the wealthy, accusing him of embracing socialism and betraying capitalism. Ha! Do these accusations sound familiar? Even before Zheng Jiaxi's time travel, all capitalist nations' social welfare programs, unemployment benefits, minimum wage standards, and other measures protecting workers' interests were shaped by Roosevelt's New Deal. A defining feature of capitalism is maintaining high unemployment to freely exploit the employed workforce. Yet under Roosevelt's leadership, the United States did precisely the opposite. Assuming office amid military defeat and crisis, Roosevelt, the only American president to serve more than 2 terms, utilized socialist methods to lead the nation out of its worst unemployment crisis and triumph over formidable enemies in World War II. Today, it's hard for anyone to associate the United States with destitution. Yet when Roosevelt took office, that was precisely the nation's condition. He had witnessed hell, and then he ushered in America's true golden age. That era saw China, Russia, and America each rise to their most brilliant leaders, perhaps a convergence of destiny. Roosevelt dedicated his entire term to solving the nation's unemployment crisis, turning the tide of disaster and saving America. His personal prestige reached its zenith domestically. So much so that in his first re-election campaign, he won 46 out of 48 states. As his presidency continued, both houses of Congress gradually became his followers. Domestically, the political arena was filled with Roosevelt's protégés and former associates. On the international stage, he led the Allied forces to defeat the enemy. But as this frail old man approached the end of World War II, he looked around and saw only one enemy remaining: unemployment. To ensure his successor could maintain economic stability and control the resurgent unemployment after the war, he dedicated his final days to delivering a decisive blow against unemployment. That was the Full Employment Act, which contained this declaration. All citizens of the United States are born with the inherent right to employment. The United States government has the obligation to ensure every person has a job. If private enterprises fail to provide employment, the government must directly create jobs. Chapter 63, We Create Destiny. Zheng Jiaxi picked up the cup before him and took a sip of water. We are fortunate that Roosevelt's deathbed struggle failed. Otherwise, we would have faced an immensely powerful adversary, a nation built upon peak productivity, seamlessly transitioning towards socialism. AI Qianji nodded. Exactly. According to prevailing theories, only when capitalism reaches its extreme, and the irreconcilable conflict between the proletariat and the capitalist class escalates to its limit, will the proletariat launch an armed revolution to utterly destroy the capitalist class and establish socialism or communism. President Roosevelt, though he is our nation's adversary, must be acknowledged as a formidable leader. Through sheer authority, he nearly accomplished a transformation that would have required years of nationwide bloodshed, instead achieving it through legislative reform. The door to the private room opened as a waiter entered carrying several dishes, placing them one by one on the table. Zheng Jiaxi picked up the bowl in front of Ai Qianjin and served him a portion of rice. Yet we equally lament that Roosevelt's successors betrayed his vision. This may well cost us a comrade worthy of emulation on our journey towards socialism. Ai Qianjin rotated the dining table, sliding a dish toward Zheng Jiaxi. Jiaxi, try this stir-fried squid. It's a traditional Tianjin specialty, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with a sweet and sour flavor. Zheng Jiaxi picked up a piece and savored it carefully. It was indeed delicious. Seeing the look of enjoyment on Zheng Jiaxi's face, Ai Qianjin nodded and continued, when the great beautiful country changed the Full Employment Act, which guaranteed work for everyone, to the Employment Act, which merely aims to promote employment, a single word difference led to a world of difference. America's golden age was doomed to end, and its fate was sealed, plunging into an abyss of unemployment and economic collapse. Meanwhile, our nation would rise to catch up, surpassing both Russia and America. Watching the confident expression on Ai Qianjin's face, Zheng Jiaxi couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. They had never witnessed the rise of the flower nation in their previous lives, yet they cherished this country deeply. With their knowledge, they sought a path for it to reach the pinnacle of the world. Their resolve was unshakable. No matter how many obstacles lay ahead, they were confident they could overcome them all. As these thoughts swirled, Zheng Jiaxi suddenly recalled a topic that had been wildly popular in his previous life: the deindustrialization of the great beautiful country. In his previous life, many had deemed America's deindustrialization a misguided move, a self-inflicted wound. They saw it as the American elite, having witnessed the immense profit potential of finance, shifting low value-added industries to other nations to advance economic globalization. But the reality was quite the opposite. The great beautiful nation's deindustrialization was an unavoidable choice in its development process.
During the 1970s and early 1980s, the global landscape favored the Soviet Union, while the Western liberal bloc led by the United States was at a disadvantage. To stabilize their domestic working classes, developed nations in this bloc had no choice but to force capitalists to concede to the lower classes, with tax rates peaking at a staggering 90%. Such exorbitant tax rates proved unsustainable even for the wealthiest capitalists, who desperately sought a way to reverse this trend. Then President Ronald Reagan of the United States devised a solution: industrial relocation. This move achieved 4 objectives at once. First, it eliminated the domestic working class at its root. Once industries relocated, domestic businesses collapsed, leading to mass layoffs. When workers lost their jobs, they severed ties with unions and other labor organizations, fundamentally weakening and dismantling the forces resisting capitalists. Second, it leveraged the labor advantages of developing nations to boost product profitability and enhance competitiveness. After all, when capital reaches a certain stage, it inevitably devours its own kind. Third, it allows for massive cuts in public spending, thereby lowering tax rates and granting the capitalist conglomerates that supported their rise to power opportunities to expand and strengthen. This ensures their long-term grip on power. Fourth, they use the excess profits generated by capital investment abroad to maintain the basic livelihoods of the lower classes. As long as the majority can still survive, they won't truly rise up in rebellion. Take Margaret Thatcher of the UK, who largely adopted measures similar to Reagan's. British state-owned enterprises collapsed en masse and were sold off to capital by Thatcher. This was because the psychological shadow cast by the bear on the developed nations of the Western liberal camp, led by the United States, was simply too immense at that stage. This fostered extreme hostility toward their own working classes. To prevent communist movements from emerging domestically during economic crises, they found a way to erode the soil for such movements: deindustrialization. Not to mention that pursuing deindustrialization domestically while promoting globalization abroad served multiple purposes. However, the United States' brief history left it without historical precedents to draw upon. Much like the Northern Song dynasty in ancient China, when the ruling class turned its blades against the very class that sustained its power, the outcome was inevitable. Though internal threats were eliminated, the empire was ultimately conquered by foreign enemies. When Zhang Jiaxi finished expressing his views, Ai Qianjin unconsciously paused his eating. Zhang Jiaxi's words struck him deeply. Having little background in economics, he had never considered that the recent economic policy shifts in the United States and other nations carried such profound implications. Observing Ai Qianjin lost in thought, Zhang Jiaxi's internal deliberations continued. The world was unpredictable. Driven by fear of communism, these developed nations within the free world had chosen a path of self-destruction. Yet fate played a cruel joke upon them. As they self-destructed, the bear that had once crushed them collapsed with a thunderous roar. The bear's disintegration led them to a mistaken conclusion that deindustrialization, a choice born of necessity, was the correct path. This delusion even drove them to proclaim slogans like "the end of civilization." Capital, however, is a beast. Once unleashed, the difficulty of reconfinement becomes immeasurably greater than before. Take the United States as an example. In Zhang Jiaxi's previous life, capitalists rose to power through the Kennedy assassination and the Nixon-Watergate scandal. Ultimately, they transformed the nation from a model of small government and big business into one of big business and small government. The most compelling evidence lies in post-Cold War propaganda. After the collapse of the bear, America flooded the airwaves proclaiming the victory as one of systems and ideologies. Not a word was uttered about how the America under Roosevelt, Kennedy, and Nixon, the one closest to socialism, was the true beacon of that era. Because the bear could not be defeated by a big government America, only by a big capital America. After the Kennedy administration resolved the Cuban Missile Crisis and Nixon visited China, successfully courting the socialist bloc's twin pillars, securing strategic advantage over the Soviet Union and confirming that America's Cold War victory was merely a matter of time, capital began cutting off the bridge it had used to cross the river. To ensure this outcome, they would eliminate anyone obstructing this process, even if that person was a sitting president. After pondering this, Zhang Jiaxi declared with unwavering conviction, "Our nation will inevitably rise." This is not a fluke granted by some countries' misguided choices, but a destiny our nation is destined to fulfill. Ai Qianjin seemed to grasp something, nodding as he replied, "Yet this destiny is one we have fought for. 5 millennia of accumulation, generations of struggle at every crossroads, we chose the right path. If China possesses destiny, it is the wisdom and courage passed down from our ancestors, preserved through every generation." Chapter 64, The Tibetan Military Region's Token of Appreciation. Zhang Jiaxi didn't linger long in Jinmen City. That evening, he parted ways with Ai Qianjin. After a makeshift night at a guest house near the train station, Zheng boarded the earliest train the next morning, heading toward his hometown. Gazing at the snow-covered landscape outside the train window, Zheng Qiaoxi reflected that this might be his last carefree spring festival. Currently, his reputation as a designer of multiple weapon systems was still limited. Domestically, only those within relevant systems or with a particular interest knew of his existence, while internationally, he remained virtually unknown. But next year, the friendship tank would be delivered to Camel Country.
After some testing, the bear and the big beauty would surely discover its overwhelming performance, capable of crushing their third-generation main battle tanks. They would be shocked and perplexed, but more than anything, they would seek to uncover the identity of the tank's designer. My true identity couldn't remain concealed for long. It was highly probable that from now on, whenever I ventured out, I'd have to bring Mao Jian and the others along. As Zhang Jiaxi returned home and his family joyfully prepared for the spring festival, transport vehicles arrived at the gates of the Tibetan military region. "Comrade, pull over for inspection." The driver belonging to the Rising Military Factory opened the door and stepped out, accompanied by Zhu Gaji, who had returned to the facility earlier in the year. In the 6 months since parting ways with Zhang Jiaxi, Zhu Gaji had traveled to numerous domestic research institutes and manufacturing enterprises, enabling Zhanghua to establish a complete high-precision machine tool production capability. However, due to limited production capacity, Zhu Gaji leveraged his earlier tireless efforts to finally secure the Rise Military Factory as the first domestic military factory to complete its full upgrade. His return to the Rising Military Factory before the new year was also to bring colleagues from several machine tool production units to inspect the new machine tools in operation and explore potential for further improvements. Upon concluding the inspection, Zhu Gaji learned that Li Shangwei intended to personally transport a batch of weapons to the Tibetan region. After understanding the details, Zhu Gaji immediately intercepted Li Shangwei. His reason was straightforward and one Li Shangwei knew all too well: he was simply too old. Hearing this justification, Li Shangwei nearly flared up with anger. He recalled how, during the military industry competition years ago, Zhu Gaji's father had similarly blocked him from participating. Now, when he wanted to visit the Tibetan region to deliver care packages to the soldiers there, Zhu Gaji was standing in his way again. Yet after his initial fury subsided, Li Shangwei paused, struck by a wave of emotion as he studied Zhu Gaji's weathered face, a face worn from years of relentless travel, crisscrossing the nation. The kid has grown up. He's not that greenhorn anymore. Alright, go then. This old man will warm himself up in the workshop. Chao Shi mentioned it's freezing up in Tibet, pack extra layers. Zhu Gaji stepped before the soldiers, saluted, and presented his credentials. Staff Officer, Section 4, General Staff Department, Ministry of National Defense. Zhu Gaji. Rank, Second Lieutenant. Good day, Second Lieutenant Zhuge. Please present your military orders for entry into the Tibetan Military District. Zhu Gaji pulled another document from his breast pocket, bearing the seal of the General Staff Department of the Ministry of National Defense. This was the military order Zhang Jiaxi had secured from Minister Yang. Its gist was that, considering the harsh working conditions of border garrison soldiers in the Tibetan Military District, the organization had developed new equipment. The order directed the district to distribute it promptly to border troops for use and feedback on improvements. The soldier returned the order to Zhu Gaji and immediately rushed back to the phone booth to call the garrison headquarters. After a brief call, the soldier returned to Zhu Gaji, saluted, and said, "Second Lieutenant Zhuge, please return to the vehicle and wait. Someone will come out to meet you shortly." Shortly thereafter, a jeep pulled up. A man stepped out, made several hand signals toward the convoy of transport vehicles, and the driver responded with a gesture before starting the engine and following the jeep inside. That same day, Zhu Gaji conducted training for several transport teams stationed at the Tibetan Military Region headquarters. After the training concluded, Zhu Gaji led his team back to the Chiju Military Factory. Meanwhile, the transport team soldiers at the Tibetan Military Region headquarters took a brief rest before immediately boarding their vehicles to deliver the pre-assigned Highland Border Patrol cats to their respective outposts. As the transport vehicles departed the base one by one, Jiang Hong, commander of the Tibetan Military Region, finally wrapped up his day's duties and arrived at the transport team's camp. Surveying the specially reserved Cat vehicle in the open area, Jiang Hong circled it, examining it closely. Is this the new weapon developed by Major Zhang? That's correct. The Ministry of Defense's order detailed the weapon's specifications. Major Zhang allocated funds from his research budget for its production, claiming it was to validate the weapon's performance. But I suspect he simply wanted to gift us the equipment. After all, if it's just about testing weapon performance, why produce so many? Jiang Hong nodded. The funding available to the military in Flower Country was extremely limited. If they had to apply to procure this entire batch of equipment, forget about production. It would be a miracle if his old comrades didn't call to give him an earful. Our military region is dirt poor, we've got nothing worthwhile to give him. We'll make a commemorative banner later, hunt a few yaks for jerky. I heard Cordyceps sinensis is highly nourishing, tell the soldiers to dig some up when they have time. Also, isn't there some stone from the Tibetan region that seems quite valuable for collectors? Get some of that for Major Zhang too. And Tibetan sheepskin coats, though we don't have tailors, get a few pieces of processed sheepskin and send those along with everything else to Major Zhang. Understood. Jiang Hong's bodyguard nodded, signaling he'd taken note of the details. Jiang Hong didn't know the prices of these items in later generations, but even if he did, he would still send them to Zhang Jiaxi. Not for any other reason, but because he now understood the purpose of those cat-shaped vehicles. He knew Zhang Jiaxi genuinely cared for the soldiers of their Tibetan region. Jiang Hong turned to the transport squad. Sergeant Liu, you've completed your training. Take me for a couple of test drives. Yes, sir. Sergeant Lu quickly ran to the vehicle and slid into the driver's seat. Zhang Hong opened the passenger door and settled into the front passenger seat. Commander Jiang, should I start? Alright, drive a bit more aggressively. I want to feel the performance. No problem. With that, Zhang Hong started the engine. He slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle's 1.4-liter inline-4 turbocharged water-cooled diesel engine roared to life. Compared to other military vehicles, the compact Cat vehicle shot forward instantly. The Cat car spun a quick circle on the transport unit's grounds before racing toward the perimeter. The rear seat guard swiftly grabbed the radio on his belt. Calling the police battalion. This is Battalion Commander Zhang Igua. Go ahead. Commander Jiang is conducting field trials in the new troop carrier. Immediately assign personnel to escort him. Copy that. The Cat vehicle could reach a top speed of 65 kilometers per hour. As an experienced driver, Sergeant Lu quickly mastered its operation after prior training and a brief adaptation period. As the guard battalion personnel arrived at the camp gate, Zhang Hong's bodyguard had just completed the handover with the sentry. The base gate swung open, and one vehicle after another rolled out of the compound. Chapter 65, Cat cars, the more, the better. The compact Cat car sped across the Tibetan snowfields. While modern family cars costing hundreds of thousands might feature four-wheel drive, this Cat car, priced at just over $10,000, boasted 8 independently driven wheels. Its powerful engine and agile steering system allowed the Cat car to traverse the slushy snow with ease. The drivers of the escort vehicles behind, tasked with protecting Zhang Hong, had to floor their accelerators just to keep pace. This was achieved even as the snowcat weaved constantly, decelerating and accelerating intermittently, while the armored vehicles maintained full speed in a straight line. Inside one of the tanks, the driver gazed at the Cat vehicle hundreds of meters ahead and couldn't help but ask, "Captain, could you tell the driver up front to slow down? We're struggling to keep up." The commander smacked the driver on the head. "What are you talking about? The commander is in that vehicle. You want me to tell the commander to slow down? Are you eyeing my position as commander?" Misunderstanding. I was just worried we'd fall behind. No worries. Old Lou's got experience. See how he's weaving around, yet the overall direction is straight ahead? He's clearly waiting for us. The snowcat sped across the snowy plains. Even on the bumpy, rocky terrain covered in deep snow, it glided as if on level ground. After nearly half an hour of driving, Zhang Hong finally spoke with satisfaction. What a marvelous machine. With this, even our platoon-level combat units can achieve rapid deployment and swift reinforcement capabilities. Sergeant Lu nodded in agreement beside him. Commander, this vehicle is excellent. It's even easier to drive than a jeep. And I heard from Second Lieutenant Zhuge, who delivered it, that it's remarkably affordable. This first batch hasn't achieved economies of scale yet, but each unit only costs around 100,000 yuan. Once production scales up and manufacturing processes are further optimized, the price will drop even more. That cheap? Zhang Hong murmured in astonishment before falling into thought. He immediately ordered Sergeant Lu, turn around. Back to base. Commander, this vehicle can perform a 360-degree turn on the spot. Would you like to try it? Zhang Hong's eyes lit up. A zero-turn radius was a crucial feature. As a military commander who'd fought through fire and brimstone, he instantly grasped its significance. It meant the Cat vehicle could execute turns in minimal space during complex combat operations. Not only would it excel on narrow roads, but during missions, if orders changed suddenly, it could pivot instantly without worrying about terrain. Alright, pull over immediately and show me. Sergeant Lu immediately steered the vehicle to the side, clearing the path for the following guard battalion vehicles. He slammed the gas pedal to a quick stop, shifted into first gear, pressed the clutch, and turned the wheel. The Cat car began its 180-degree turn on the spot. Within seconds, the Cat vehicle completed a 180-degree turn. The Cat car started up again, and the escort vehicles circled around before resuming pursuit. The Cat vehicle had no rearview mirrors, so Zhang Hong simply turned his head to glance back. A single turn had left them hundreds of meters behind, and that was after the Cat had made 2 wide turns. Unable to contain himself, he threw his head back and burst into laughter. The guard, observing Zhang Hong's laughter, couldn't help but ask, "Commander Jiang, what are you laughing at?" I was thinking if every soldier stationed at the border could drive a vehicle like this, and if we ever discovered enemies sneaking into our homeland, imagine how delightful it would be to watch our soldiers toy with them in these cars. The guard remained silent, but Sergeant Lu, who was driving, spoke up first. The commander is absolutely right. With this vehicle's agility and speed, circling around a dozen enemies would be no problem at all. If the enemy dared to fire, this vehicle has bulletproof glass. It could withstand several bursts of fire and still run them all over. After speaking, Sergeant Lu raised his hand and pointed backward. Commander, see that empty space behind the back row? This vehicle has a fixed water heating system. With it, even in the wildest mountains, our soldiers can still eat hot meals and drink hot water. Soon after, Zhang Hong returned to headquarters. The moment he entered his office, he picked up a pen and began jotting down every detail of his experience riding in the Cat vehicle, listing numerous potential applications based on its capabilities. Border patrols, mountainous terrain maneuvers, enemy rear airdrops. Tactical scenarios sprang to mind one after another, flowing onto the paper before him. Jiang Hong praised the Cat vehicle lavishly, ultimately summarizing his thoughts in one sentence. Get me 10,000 of these next year. 8,000 will do if 10,000 isn't possible. The more, the better. Time flew by swiftly. Amidst the joyful mood of the entire nation, the Flower family welcomed the final day of the year of the Tiger New Year's Eve. In Zhang Jiaxi's hometown, it was customary to paste Spring Festival couplets on New Year's Eve. Early that morning, still lying in bed, Zhang Jiaxi heard his mother calling from outside. "Jiaxi, get up! Let's hang the couplets first." Zhang Jiaxi reluctantly climbed out of bed. This wasn't like the days before his return home, when he could lie in bed for 24 hours straight without his mother saying a word. She'd even bring him a pile of melon seeds and candied fruits to his bedside. Even mealtimes were accompanied by her asking, "Jiaxi, do you want to eat in bed or get up?" While getting dressed, Zhang Jiaxi shouted back, "I'm up! I'm up! I'll be right out." He had no choice but to respond. If he didn't, within seconds, his mother would kick open the door, storm in, and yank off his covers. Jumping out of bed while putting on his shoes, Zhang Jiaxi stumbled toward the door. Wrapped in a thick cotton padded jacket, he had barely stepped outside when his hands were thrust into a pile of Spring Festival couplets, Fu characters, and a bowl of paste. Stick them on the main hall, the east room, the front gate, and the courtyard. Once you're done, grab a string of firecrackers from the grain shed, light them outside, then come back for breakfast. Alright, I'm on it. Zhang Jiaxi grabbed the items and dashed out of the courtyard. Passing by the kitchen, he caught the aroma wafting out. Peeking inside, he spotted a steamer basket of buns cooling on the table. He reached in, grabbed one, and shoved it into his mouth. Though the bun had cooled slightly, the filling inside was still piping hot. Zhang Jiaxi took a bite and immediately let out a shriek from the burn. SSSSHHH. The scalding bun rolled around in his mouth as he pushed it with his tongue. Hot breath puffed out of his throat, forming puffs of white vapor in the air. "You little rascal! We haven't even lit the firecrackers yet, and you're already sneaking food?" His mother's angry shout came from behind him, and Zhang Jiaxi hurriedly sped up his escape. Passing the front room, Grandma, who was rolling out dough, poked her head out. "Honey, if the child's hungry, just let him eat." Grandma gave Zhang Jiaxi a gentle pat on the back. "And you too on New Year's Day, if you don't pick a fight with your mom, you just don't feel right, do you?" While Zhang Jiaxi's family celebrated the Spring Festival at a remote border outpost deep in the Tibetan region. A platoon of soldiers kneaded dough, mixed fillings, and prepared to make dumplings. Parked in their courtyard was a brand new vehicle. It was the newly assigned high-altitude patrol vehicle, the Cat car. Chapter 66, A Dangerous Border Patrol Mission. Squad leader, let me take tonight's patrol duty. Ha? Zhang, didn't you always hate patrol duty? Why so eager today? The soldier called Zhang scratched the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "Heh, I used to hate patrol duty because it was so boring. But now we have the Cat vehicle. Patrolling feels like taking a joyride, no wind, no snow. It's way more fun than just hanging around the base. Ha, no need to rush. After the roster is set, it'll be your turn the day after tomorrow, right? Hey, squad leader, please let me go. Today was supposed to be Brother Yang's shift. I heard his wife just gave birth. With New Year's coming up, the unit will definitely organize family calls. Let Brother Yang stay and talk to his wife properly." The squad leader paused his dumpling filling work, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "Alright, I'll swap you with old Yang. I'll tell him later. We'll cook the dumplings we've made tonight and take a box with us on patrol. We've got the cat cart now. If we get hungry, just boil some water, steam it on top, and we'll have hot dumplings in no time." "Got it." With the squad leader's approval, Zhang nodded happily. He washed his hands at the sink before joining the others in rolling out dough to prepare for dumpling making. Meanwhile, at Zhang Jiaxi's home, he rubbed his hands white from the cold after pasting the Spring Festival couplets and walked into the grain shed. He grabbed a string of firecrackers and headed toward the courtyard. Just as he stepped aside, a voice called out from behind him. "Brother, are you going to set off firecrackers? Take me with you." Dear readers, keep in mind that the one-child policy hadn't been implemented yet in this era. Having siblings fits the historical context. Zhang Jiaxi glanced back. It was his younger sister, Zhang Xiaoyun. Without waiting for an answer, Zhang Xiaoyun bounced past him, darted into the kitchen, grabbed a box of matches, and dashed back outside. Zhang Jiaxi followed her out to the main road, opened the firecrackers, and laid them flat on the pavement. Many other villagers had also brought out firecrackers, laying them out on the road to prepare for the display. The moment the firecrackers were laid out, Zhang Xiaoyun came over, shoved the matches into Zhang Jiaxi's hand, then bolted back home as if startled, covering her ears. She hid behind the door, peeking out with just her head visible. Zhang Xiaoxi looked at his sister, speechless. She was clearly terrified of the crackling and popping sounds of firecrackers, yet she was always the most eager to set them off. Shaking his head, Zhang Jiaxi straightened the fuse for the firecrackers, stretching it out as long as possible. He knew it was pointless, but doing so gave him a peculiar sense of security, as if the firecrackers couldn't explode fast enough to catch him before he ran away. Sizzle! The match struck the box, sparks flying as a yellow flame ignited the fuse. It hissed and crackled. Seeing the fuse ignite, Zhang Jiaxi spun around in fear. Zhang Xiaoyun peered out from behind the door, waving frantically at him. Brother, run faster! Crackle pop! The crackling sound of firecrackers exploding echoed behind them. Zhang Jiaxi immediately felt several spent shells hit his clothes or head. Once they reached the back of the gate, Zhang Xiaoyun, who had been covering her ears, pushed aside her fear and hurriedly motioned for Zhang Jiaxi to crouch down. She began clearing the debris from his hair. As Zhang Jiaxi's string of firecrackers reached its final bursts, explosions echoed throughout the village. Jiaxi, Xiaoyun, go wash your hands. Dinner's ready. Watching the spent firecrackers, Zhang Xiaoyun grabbed Zhang Jiaxi's hand and pulled him toward the road. Mom, wait. I'm going with my brother to see if there are any unlit ones. How old are you? You're in college now, yet you still play with firecrackers every day. Seeing her mother about to run out and scold them, Zhang Jiaxi called back. Oh, come on. We only set off firecrackers a few times a year. How is that playing with them every day? Besides, this is our way of being thrifty and managing our household. Zhang Xiaoyun crouched down, examining the charred remains of the firecrackers. She nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. My brother makes a good point. Mom shot them a disapproving glance as she walked back, muttering under her breath, you're both college students and grad students now. I can't win an argument with you. As they crouched picking up firecrackers, Zhang Jiaxi asked curiously, Xiaoyun, why didn't Mom wake you up to help paste the Spring Festival couplets this morning? It was too cold. I wanted to help, but Mom said it was freezing outside and I shouldn't freeze my hands. She told my brother to handle it alone, so I stayed inside reading for a bit. The Spring Festival day passed quickly amid the joyful mood of the entire nation, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Sizzle! Fresh ingredients were tossed into the sizzling oil, sending up a puff of white steam and a crackling sound as the oil sizzled. A delicious aroma wafted from the pot. Xiao Zhang poked his head through the kitchen door. Brother Yang, what are you stir-frying? It smells amazing. Xiao Zhang, the squad leader told me you're taking my shift tonight. You won't make it back for dinner, and a box of dumplings alone won't be enough. I specially added 2 dishes from my hometown for you. Thanks a lot, Brother Yang. Hey, we're brothers, no need for formalities. Besides, if anyone should be thanking anyone, it's me thanking you. Heh, Brother Yang thanking me? That's just you being too polite. Brother Yang's not being polite. See those 2 food containers back there? They're for your dishes. Put them on the right side for me. Got it, got it. After bustling about in the kitchen for a while, it was time for the border patrol duty. Zhang grabbed the dumplings prepared by the squad leader, the 2 boxes of food prepared by old Yang, and other supplies like water prepared by his comrades. He hopped onto the Cat vehicle, waved goodbye to everyone, and set off with a look of excitement on his face. As the jeep pulled out of the outpost, Zhang glanced back over his shoulder. His excited expression instantly vanished, replaced by a look of solemn gravity. Securing today's patrol duty wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, nor was it about taking the Cat out for a joyride. As the squad leader had pointed out, his turn would come in a couple of days according to the rotation schedule. Why rush it? Even if he really wanted to drive, the outpost had 2 Cat cars. One was taken out by comrades for patrol duties, while the other remained parked in the courtyard as a backup and for emergency support. He could have told the squad leader he just wanted to circle the base a couple times. So why did he request to adjust his border patrol schedule? Over the years, the border between Flower Country and the 3 nations has never known complete peace. Soldiers from the 3 nations frequently sneak into Flower Country territory, sometimes even attacking Flower Country border guards outright. Fathers, this is based on real events. Small-scale clashes have occurred. Of course, this particular year in the story seems to be fictional, as it's a novel. Especially during major Chinese holidays like National Day or Spring Festival, soldiers from the 3 countries are particularly eager to infiltrate Chinese territory and stir trouble on such days. Yang's wife had just given birth, and conducting night patrols on a day like today was actually quite dangerous. Xiao Zhan was aware of this. He thought about his several brothers at home. Even if something happened to him, his parents wouldn't have to worry about their future retirement. But if Brother Yang were to be harmed, his wife and child would spend the rest of their lives in sorrow. So Zhang secretly swapped shifts with Brother Yang, feigning eagerness for the duty. After all, if others knew his true intentions, not only might he fail to secure the shift, but Brother Yang himself would never allow his comrade to risk his life for him. Chapter 67, A Sans Border Invasion. As Xiao Zhang drove the Cat car farther from the outpost, the sky grew darker and darker. Eventually, even with the headlights on, he could barely make out the road ahead. Xiao Zhang drove the Cat car cautiously, watching the snowflakes relentlessly pelting the windows. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This Cat car was truly remarkable. Setting aside its other features, its ability to shield against wind and rain was superb. Without it, patrolling the border to this location would have been nearly impossible. Lost in thought, Zhang drove his vehicle right up to the crest of a mountain ridge. Below this hill lay one of the most critical mountain passes in their defense zone and one of the most likely spots for Indian soldiers to sneak through. Parking the Cat vehicle in the optimal position for visibility, Xiao Zhang pulled the handbrake and crawled into the back seat. He opened the observation booth and turned on the water heater, preparing to warm up his dumplings first. Standing in the observation booth, Xiao Zhang grabbed the control lever beside him. This lever controlled several searchlights mounted on the roof, a feature specially designed by Zhang Jiaxi for these border patrol vehicles. The flexible directional searchlights allowed patrol officers to survey the entire surrounding area from the observation booths, even at night. Under Zhang's control, the searchlights slowly adjusted their angles, sweeping the mountain peak and every inch of the pass below with light as bright as day. Xiao Zhang's gaze scrutinized every inch of territory illuminated by the searchlights. This land belonged to the flowering nation, and he would never tolerate any foreign presence encroaching upon it. As the searchlight was about to sweep every corner, a sharp crack echoed through the blizzard. The next instant, a bullet struck the bulletproof glass in front of Zhang. Years of rigorous training had honed Zhang's combat instincts to perfection. Without confirming the enemy's position, his top priority was self-preservation, seizing the moment to gather intelligence on the adversary. The water heater was immediately shut off. Zhang grabbed his lunchbox and leaped lightly to the back row, landing at the driver's seat in the next instant. A mechanism on his left pulled the guard booth position inward. He released the handbrake, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward several meters. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, taking mere seconds. The enemy sniper, still reeling from the shock of his first shot being blocked, hadn't even regained his composure when Zhang had already vanished from his original position. Behind a mountain hollow, a soldier clad in Indian army fatigues fumed in his native tongue. "What kind of car is this? I never hit anything this accurately before, and it actually blocked my shot." A man beside him smacked him on the head. "Who told you to shoot?" "Sir, if I hadn't fired, he would have spotted us." "That's no excuse for firing without orders. Wait for your punishment back at base." The man called Sir wore a look of feigned anger, but inside he was overjoyed. With this soldier having fired without authorization, the blame for being spotted by the enemy troops would no longer fall on him. The soldier, however, clearly wasn't intimidated by the commander's angry expression. Resentment immediately welled up inside him. Seeing the enemy sweep the area with searchlights, the commander, fearful of detection during retreat, had never given the order to withdraw. Now he clearly wanted to shift the blame for their exposure onto the soldier. The thought of the punishment awaiting him back at base sent a shiver down the soldier's spine. He thought to himself, "No way. Going back like this means taking the fall for nothing. I have to do something." As the soldier pondered, Xiao Zhang, having moved some distance away, adjusted the searchlight on the vehicle's roof and drove toward the flank where the gunfire had erupted. Soon, illuminated by the spotlight, Zhang spotted over 10 Indian soldiers hiding behind a mountain hollow. They're just as stubborn as ever. Watching the soldiers, Xiao Zhang grabbed a dumpling from the lunchbox in the passenger seat, stuffed it into his mouth, and muttered through chewing. Meanwhile, one of the Indian soldiers finally came up with a plan. "Sir, now that we've been exposed, we definitely can't complete the mission assigned by our superiors. Why don't we just attack directly and try to seize this vehicle back? It can drive so fast on the snowy mountain slopes, it must be some incredible new weapon from the flowering nation. Bringing it back would be a major achievement." The officer surveyed the cat-shaped vehicle hundreds of meters away, then glanced at their own firepower. He reasoned that with 2 rocket launchers, the enemy wouldn't dare ram them head-on. A few men could engage the vehicle, and once reinforcements arrived, capturing the enemy would be a breeze. But while these Indian soldiers schemed to capture Xiao Zhang was secretly relieved he'd swapped shifts with Brother Yang today. Otherwise, Brother Yang would be facing the enemy now. While the armored vehicle offered some protection, preventing immediate injury, no one could predict the enemy's next move. If the enemy unleashed heavy firepower, even with the cat car's protection, those inside could still be killed at any moment. Even though Zhang understood this risk, seeing the enemy linger after he de-exposed their position, even advancing toward him, he charged forward without hesitation. Zhang adjusted the searchlight on the vehicle's roof, directing its beam straight at the group of Indian soldiers. The blinding glare instantly robbed them of their vision. 3 of the Indian soldiers broke off to call for backup, while the rest advanced toward Zhang in a loose formation. Unable to pinpoint Zhang's position, they could only raise their weapons and fire wildly in the direction of the light. With a dumpling in one hand and the steering wheel in the other, Xiao Zhang could predict the approximate firing trajectories of their guns just by observing their aiming postures. Manipulating the cat car to evade potential attack paths, Xiao Zhang began circling the group. He periodically honked the horn as a warning, occasionally rolling down the window to draw his pistol and fire outward. Of course, adhering to the great nation's principle of diplomacy before force, Zhang's initial shots weren't aimed directly at the Indian soldiers. His primary goal was to pressure them into withdrawing from Chinese territory. However, after firing several shots, Zhang realized these Indian soldiers had no intention of retreating. He immediately grabbed his radio and contacted the base. "Sergeant, Sergeant. Indian soldiers spotted on the southern slope of Najala Hill. 12 confirmed. 9 secured by me. 3 retreated early, likely calling for backup. Judging by their stance, they won't retreat anytime soon. Requesting reinforcements. Zhang's urgent call crackled over the base's intercom, sending shockwaves through the room. The squad leader immediately grabbed the radio and replied, "Xiao Zhang, keep engaging the enemy. Don't risk an attack. We're coming to support you immediately." Roger. Chapter 68. What? Me? Hold back those Indian soldiers? The squad leader put down the radio, but before he could issue orders, old Yang, who had been on the phone with his wife, already charged toward the courtyard with his rifle. "Squad leader, you stay here with the men and notify headquarters. I'm going to support Zhang." "No, Yang, Sanzi, and Ahu, the 3 of you go support Zhang. We have the Cat vehicle now. Grab as many Kaishan individual rocket launchers from the armory as you can, except for the Type 2 models. If Asan dares set foot on our flower-planting family's territory, he won't be walking away unscathed." Roger. Old Yang climbed into the driver's seat of the Cat vehicle, shifted gears with practiced ease, and backed it up to the armory entrance. Sanzi and Ah, who carried 3 crates of rocket launchers to the back seat, double-checked their weapons and ammo, then hurriedly climbed into the Cat. Bang! The doors slammed shut. Old Yang slammed the accelerator, and the Cat roared to life. Its lights pierced the darkness as tires swept away snow and ice, speeding straight out of the base. "Xiao Zhang, what's the situation on your end?" After driving a short distance, Sanzi in the passenger seat grabbed the walkie-talkie and called Zhang. "Third brother, the enemy attempted to penetrate our territory but was slowed down by my snowcat interference. Despite being hindered, they show no signs of retreat. I tried driving the snowcat to drive them off, but they brought rocket launchers, making close-range pursuit impossible. We're still locked in a standoff on the hilltop." "Got it. Stay safe. If necessary, retreat first. Don't take risks. We'll be there soon." As Sanzi put down the radio, Huzi handed him a map from the back seat. "Brother Yang, Brother San, based on Zhang's description, they're currently engaged at point 331. If we follow the standard patrol route to reinforce, we'll only join forces with Zhang, making us 4 against 9. While we'd have a clear numerical advantage, the enemy could still split off a few to escape. My suggestion is to bypass the southeast slope of Najala, approach from the north, pass through point 336, and provide backup." Sanzi took the map and studied it carefully. "Old Yang, Tiger's right. We'll bypass via 336. Old Yang didn't hesitate. Driving on snowy terrain left him little time for deliberation. Seeing his 2 brothers had reached a consensus, he simply replied, "All right," then slammed the accelerator to the floor, pushing the vehicle to its maximum speed. Meanwhile, on Zhang's side, the Indian soldier, already on edge from Zhang's intermittent ramming, wore a look of sheer panic. As a small unit attempting to infiltrate Chinese territory covertly, their ammunition was severely limited. Each time the Chinese armored vehicle charged at them, fear drove them to frantically empty their magazines. Consequently, after just a few charges, Zhang's men were nearly out of bullets. However, their commander remained unaware of this. Watching the tank circling nearby, he felt a tinge of smug satisfaction. He felt certain he had truly tied down this tank. If they could just hold out a little longer until reinforcements arrived, they would capture a Japanese tank, the greatest victory achieved by their Triple Kingdom since Japan's founding. He would become a national hero, celebrated by the entire country. But just as he was about to lose himself in this fantasy, one voice after another rang out beside him. "Sir, I'm running low on ammunition." "Sir, mine are running low too." "Sir, mine are completely gone." The joyful expression on the commander's face froze instantly. Without bullets, if the enemy charged directly, how could they defend themselves? How could they hold them off? "You fools! Don't you know to conserve ammunition? Why didn't you follow my example? I still have plenty left." A commander who had been hiding at the rear, having fired not a single shot, spoke angrily, then distributed all the ammunition and weapons he carried. "Conserve your ammunition. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive." Not far away, Xiao Zhang noticed the sudden drop in the Indian soldiers' firepower and immediately deduced they were running low on ammunition. This was a golden opportunity. Xiao Zhang instantly recognized it as the perfect chance to capture these Indian soldiers alive. The combat will, training, and capability of these Indian soldiers weren't even worthy of tying the shoes of Chinese soldiers. They only dared confront him because he was alone. If even one more soldier had been present, these Indian troops would have likely fled the moment their position was exposed. Now, all he needed to do was exhaust their ammunition. Once that happened, he could simply step in front of them, and these Indian soldiers would likely scramble to surrender. But there was one problem. Based on his earlier observations, they had 2 individual rocket launchers. He had to make them use those up first, otherwise, he wouldn't dare get up close. Though this approach carried some risk, Zhang believed it was worth any danger to prevent these Indian soldiers, who had invaded Chinese territory, from escaping. Xiao Zhang steeled his resolve, stuffed another dumpling into his mouth, then steered the cat car toward the enemy in a zigzag pattern. "Damn bastards, you've made my dumplings cold. Meanwhile, at Zhang Jiaxi's home. On the living room sofa, Zhang Jiaxi and Zhang Xiaoyun were wrapped in thick cotton jackets, covered by a quilt, each resting their head on one of the armrests as they watched the Spring Festival Gala. Mom and Dad, along with Grandpa and Grandma, had all gone to bed. The two young people, each more energetic than the other, were watching intently. Zhang Xiaoyun kept both hands tucked inside her sleeves, her peripheral vision catching sight of the oranges on the coffee table. "Brother, I want an orange." "Granted." "Hey, bro, I want an orange." Saying this, Zhang Xiaoyun gently kicked Zhang Xiaoxi's calf through the thick cotton coat. "Bro, your cutest little sister wants an orange." "You're not my sister, you're my ancestor." "Hee, big bro, you're the best." Zhang Xiaoxi reluctantly left the warm bed and picked up an orange to peel. "This orange peel is so cold." Watching the cat tank suddenly approach from time to time, the officer of the Third Army suddenly felt that this hero of the Third Kingdom was better off not being one. Moreover, he thought to himself, even if he hadn't captured this tank, by penetrating deep into the enemy territory, facing their army without retreating, holding them off until his ammunition ran out, and then leading his men to safety, how could he not be a hero to his country? With this thought, the commander summoned the two men carrying rocket launchers. "You two will bring up the rear. If the enemy charges, attack immediately. You must hold off the enemy soldiers and cover our safe retreat." Without a second glance at the astonished expressions on their faces, he turned and walked away. The two men exchanged glances, their eyes clearly saying, "What? Me? Stop the Japanese soldiers?" Chapter 69. Do you think you can run to New Delhi? Xiao Zhang, who had been darting about, suddenly noticed the Indian soldiers showing signs of retreat. The two soldiers carrying rocket launchers had also broken ranks and moved to the rear. India coveted China's territory so intensely that even after their capital was reduced to New Delhi by Chinese forces, these men still frequently sneaked into Chinese territory. This is not a typo, real place names cannot be used. Therefore, every border guard in the Tibetan region was well versed in Indian weaponry. Take their individual rocket launchers, for instance. Beyond hard metrics like power, range, and rate of fire, their sheer portability couldn't hold a candle to the Kaisan models currently in use by the Chinese forces. If those two had been hiding within the column, Zhang would have hesitated. But now they were exposed, carrying their rocket launchers openly on their backs. This was the perfect moment to strike. With that thought, Zhang slammed the gearshift into position, floored the accelerator, and charged straight toward the two men. Before the two could recover from the shock of being assigned rear guard duty, they saw the enemy vehicle bearing down on them, headlights blazing, roaring like a beast charging straight at them. Terror washed over their faces as they frantically reached for the rocket launchers strapped to their backs, ready to fight back. But panic caused them to fumble repeatedly. As the enemy vehicle closed in, they hadn't even managed to raise the launchers. The next second. Thud. To Zhang's astonished eyes, both men simultaneously tossed their rocket launchers aside, raising their hands high above their heads in surrender. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt before them. Snow and mud whipped up by the tires struck the Indian soldiers' faces like ice, intensifying their terror threefold. Xiao Zhang immediately jumped out of the vehicle. Without so much as a glance at the two men, he walked straight over, picked up the two rocket launchers, and barked in Hindi, "If you don't want to die, stay kneeling there and don't move." He then hopped back into the truck. The jeep drove off, but the two Indian soldiers showed no sign of rising. They remained kneeling in the standard surrender posture. You may question these Indian soldiers' combat capabilities as military personnel, but one thing is undeniable: when it comes to the battlefield skills of surrender and escape, they are undoubtedly top-notch. Surrendering and fleeing. So much so that border guards from the Flower Nation have to learn a few phrases of Indian slang. Just as Zhang had mentioned earlier. Besides that phrase, there were others like "surrender your weapons and you won't be killed," "hands above your head," "drop your weapons immediately," "line up here," "walk that way," "prisoners line up here for rations," "no grabbing," "whoever dares to grab won't get to eat," and so on. The armored vehicle was fast. In less than a minute, Zhang caught up to the fleeing group. As the headlights closed in, the soldiers fired wildly behind them like madmen. But with barely any bullets left, they couldn't even sustain fire for 20 meters. Their guns began clicking and clacking one after another. Knowing they were out of ammunition, Zhang drove the cat car directly in front of them, blocking their path with its blinding lights. The remaining 7 Indian soldiers stood together, staring nervously at the armored vehicle across from them. As their eyes flickered with terror, the cat's door swung open. Zhang stepped out, rifle in his left hand and rocket launcher in his right. "Hands above your heads. Drop your weapons immediately." Several empty rifles and pistols were tossed to the ground as all the Indian soldiers obediently raised their hands above their heads. "Form a line here and march over there." Xiao Zhang pointed to a spot not far away. All the Indian soldiers immediately marched over as ordered, then stood in a perfectly straight line and walked toward the other 2 Indian soldiers. This level of execution and formation discipline was leagues above what they'd seen when these men weren't even prisoners yet. Xiao Zhang tossed all the captured gear into the back seat, started the jeep, and followed the Indian soldiers at a snail's pace. Stuffing another cold dumpling into his mouth, Xiao Zhang muttered, "No more, no more. I'll wait until Brother Yang and the others arrive to reheat them." As the 9 Indian soldiers regrouped, the walkie-talkie in Zhang's vehicle crackled with Yang and the others' voices again. Xiao Zhang. How's your end? We've flanked point 331 and are moving up now. Brother Yang, no need to rush. I've already captured this group of Indian soldiers. Their reinforcements haven't arrived yet. What? You captured them all?
Yep. No idea how these guys even got enlisted. With skills like that, they'd get kicked out of the New Year's war games in our village.
Ha! Good work, kid. Any other time, I tell you not to get cocky, but against these Indian soldiers? You're absolutely right.
Soon the 4 regrouped. Old Yang and the others walked up, each slapping Xiao Zhang on the shoulder.
Nice work. You've really been trained well by your brothers.
Xiao Zhang chuckled twice, then pulled out the food old Yang had prepared for him today from the car.
Brother Hu, put these in your car to heat up. I've got dumplings warming in mine. We'll eat together later. Soon, the dumplings and vegetables were heated through.
The 4 gathered around, eating and discussing their upcoming plan. The 4 of them, or rather, the entire outpost, had only a basic grasp of Hindi. Beyond what Xiao Zhang had mentioned earlier, their vocabulary consisted mainly of a few proper greetings and a handful of insults targeting someone's ancestors.
Unable to interrogate any prisoners, the 4 could only deduce from known information that enemy reinforcements were coming.
But the size of those reinforcements, their arrival time, and direction remained unknown.
After discussion, the 4 reached a consensus.
It was now deep into the night. Indian soldiers lacked the capability to climb the steep slopes, they could only choose the lower mountain pass.
With the enemy's invasion route confirmed, a simple battle plan was quickly devised.
Yang and his 3 companions planned to strip the 9 prisoners of their belts, bind their hands, and abandon them right there. As long as they didn't want to risk their pants slipping off and freezing to death, they wouldn't choose to escape.
After dealing with the Indian reinforcements, they would come back for these prisoners.
After briefing their platoon sergeant at the outpost via walkie-talkie on the situation and the upcoming plan, the 4 men drove 2 Cat-Cats swiftly to the mountain pass. The vehicles parked behind the mountain made a U-turn on the spot and came to a stop with their fronts facing the direction of the enemy's position. All headlights were extinguished. Each man shouldered 2 Kaishan Man portable rockets, crouching on either side of the vehicles.
Their plan: wait for the enemy to enter Zhenghua territory, then launch direct rocket attacks, 2 rockets per man, discard after use. Before the enemy could react, they would climb back into the vehicles while firing their rifles in bursts.
If the enemy counterattacked at that moment, the cat cars, facing the direction of the Zhenghua family, would drive away immediately.
They would then use the remaining rocket launchers on the vehicles to continue engaging the enemy. If the enemy fled?
Well, the 4 of them would probably just exchange glances and let out delighted chuckles.
Cat vehicle. Pull over. Damn it, chase them. I'm driving this thing, you think you can outrun me to Zindeli? Chapter 70, A Sans Bloodline Awakens. I miscalculated. I should have stayed in the car longer. After crouching by the vehicle for over half an hour without spotting any Indian reinforcements, old Yang slapped his knee in regret.
These Indian soldiers are worse trained than our militia. And I was actually thinking of getting here early to stop them from crossing the pass before us. It's been nearly 2.5 hours since we spotted those Indian soldiers sneaking in. If their reinforcements don't show up soon, our own reinforcements will be here first. They made us wait this long. We'll have to hit them hard later to vent our frustration properly. The 4 men shook the snow from their bodies, maintaining their combat stances as they exchanged sporadic remarks. Another 20 minutes passed before faint lights appeared in the distance. The dense blizzard at the pass obscured the lights carried by the Indian soldiers. Old Yang and his men could only make out faint, flickering points of light in the distance, while the Indian soldiers themselves could barely see beyond 100 meters ahead. Sir, that's where our men are fighting the Chinese soldiers up ahead.
Should we send a few men to scout first?
As usual before combat commenced, the commander at the front of the column shook his head dismissively. They're merely Chinese soldiers, he sneered. As a world power, our Indian forces have them cornered despite their armored vehicles.
What's the point of reconnaissance? Keep moving.
Upon spotting distant light points, Brother Yang immediately shouted, "Enemy approaching.
Prepare for combat."
As the light grew clearer and the distance between them closed, the moment the Indian soldiers entered range, old Yang barked the order, "Prepare to fire."
Aye. Ready.
Xiao Zhang, Sanzi, and Huji responded in unison.
The next second. Fire. All 4 simultaneously pulled the triggers on their rocket launchers.
4 rockets, trailing long streams of flame, hurtled toward the Indian soldiers.
The 4 didn't bother to track the rockets' flight paths.
With their rigorous training, they had no doubts about hitting their mark against enemies like the Indians, who were practically holding up lanterns to mark their targets. Dropping the rocket launchers from their shoulders, they immediately grabbed another one from the ground. Shouldering them, they aimed at the targets and pulled the triggers. Amid the explosions of the previous 4 rockets, another 4 rockets streaked through the blizzard, trailing long plumes of flame, simultaneously piercing the snowstorm and landing within the ranks of the Indian soldiers.
Amidst the blaze of fire and the deafening explosions, the agonized screams of Indian soldiers reached the ears of the four men. Though they couldn't understand the exact words, these cries were all too familiar. They had heard these very cries before while watching footage of the Chinese military engaging Indian troops. In those recordings, Indian soldiers would run wildly, discarding their weapons and ammunition as they fled, shouting these very phrases. "Brother Yang, the Indians over there must be yelling something like 'Run. Let's chase them down.' All right. Tiger and Little Zhang, drive behind them to drive them out. Sanzi and I will flank around the side as fast as we can and capture every last one of them." With that, the four men climbed into the jeep, stomped on the gas, and charged toward the Indian soldiers. After 2 consecutive explosions, it was unclear whether the soldiers carrying the lamps had been killed or simply abandoned their undamaged lamps in sheer terror. The area that had been illuminated was now plunged into darkness. But after the four men boarded, both jeeps simultaneously activated every light on the vehicles. The blinding illumination made every fleeing Indian soldier in the pass feel as if a sun had appeared behind them. Old Yang and Sanzi quickly passed the locations of the first 2 rocket attacks. Under the glare of the Cat truck's headlights, they easily estimated that roughly 100 Indian soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. As for the remaining Indian soldiers, though they were desperately fleeing, they were swiftly overtaken by Old Yang and Sanzi. As the jeep charged ahead of the group, Sanzi launched himself from the passenger seat, rocket launcher raised. The next instant, a rocket landed directly before the Indian soldiers. Even though the rocket wasn't aimed directly at the crowd, the violent explosion took out the fastest runners. As for the rest, they were so terrified by the scene that they were already contemplating whether to kneel and surrender. "Hands above your heads. Drop your weapons immediately." In the same manner as Xiao Zhang, Sanzi shouted in a not quite standard but perfectly understandable Indian accent, ensuring every Indian soldier understood. After the command, Sanzi pulled the trigger. A rocket-propelled grenade slammed into the snow behind the Indian formation. The explosion hurled masses of snow and ice into the air, where the intense heat melted them into droplets that splattered onto the Indian soldiers. "Surrender your weapons and you won't be harmed. Surrender your weapons and you won't be harmed." The imperfectly pronounced Indian words echoed from both front and rear, and the soldiers quickly made their choice. Rifles, pistols, machine guns, and rocket launchers were tossed to the ground. Each soldier raised their hands behind their heads and obediently knelt in a row. Old Yang and his 3 men approached calmly, rifles at the ready and rocket launchers slung over their shoulders. The kneeling Indian soldiers stole a glance upward, sensing the palpable killing intent radiating from the 4 men. Terrified, they quickly bowed their heads again. "Brother Yang, we can take these prisoners back, but what about all these weapons? There's too much we can't possibly carry at all. Xiao Zhang, Huzi, keep an eye on these Indian prisoners. Sanzi, come with me. We'll gather all these weapons together and blow them up with 1 rocket." With that, Old Yang and Sanzi began collecting the weapons, walking unhesitatingly into the group of Indian soldiers. The soldiers showed no resistance whatsoever. Noticing Yang and Sanzi approaching, they hunched their shoulders tightly, their expressions pleading, "Don't hit me, I've surrendered." Most of the weapons were piled together. Old Yang shouted at the prisoners in Hindi, "Everyone, line up in 2 rows over here." As the Indian prisoners formed orderly lines, Old Yang called over the other 3 men. "Huzi, Xiao Zhang, you 2 drive up front. Sanzi and I will bring these prisoners to rendezvous point 331 to await reinforcements." The convoy resumed its journey. The jeep crawled through the mountain pass. Xiao Zhang leaned back in the rear seat, rifle at the ready, its barrel poking out the window as he watched the moving prisoners. "Brother Hu, India really is a fascinating country." "What do you mean?" "Their trained troops charge without proper formations, drag their feet during assemblies, and march with sloppy posture. Yet once captured, they can quickly form ranks under our commands and march swiftly under our supervision." "Isn't that remarkable?" Huzi scratched his head. "Now that you mention it, it is quite remarkable. But our company political instructor explained this phenomenon before." "How did he explain it?" "The instructor said it's called bloodline awakening. Just like us Chinese people are naturally gifted at farming, those folks from the 3 kingdoms were ruled by the British for too long. Even their final liberation wasn't the kind of weapon-driven revolution we Chinese experienced. So people over there are just naturally good at being ruled or enslaved." Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement. After all, these Indian prisoners held an overwhelming numerical advantage. If they'd shown even a shred of resistance, they wouldn't have been captured by just the 4 of us. Chapter 71, Shocking News. After Old Yang and the others left, the squad leader immediately contacted the military district. The district responded swiftly within minutes. An armored company had already departed from the nearest garrison. Though he trusted his comrades' abilities, they were only 4 men. The enemy still had a significant chance of bypassing their defenses. Therefore, after contacting the military district, the squad leader ordered the remaining personnel at the outpost to activate all searchlights, conducting a comprehensive scan of the entire surrounding environment. Machine guns and individual rocket launchers, including the Kaisan Type 2, were moved to designated firing positions. All personnel lay prone at their positions with rifles at the ready, rotating shifts to ensure 2 men were always on alert at any given time. Before entering his own position, the squad leader made a final inspection of the outpost's rooms, checking that all gas lines and electrical appliances had been shut off. Passing the communications room, he casually picked up the phone lying uncovered on the desk and pressed it to his ear. "Hello?" It was just a habitual check, but he was surprised to get an immediate response. "Hello? Is this the squad leader? This is old Yang's family member. What's going on? Is something wrong with our old Yang?" The squad leader was about to hang up when an anxious voice cut in. Behind the urgency, he could faintly hear the sounds of the Spring Festival Gala. The military district had arranged for families to call border defense soldiers today, so they wouldn't keep everyone waiting idly. Instead, they gathered everyone together, playing the Spring Festival Gala while letting people take turns making calls. However, when everyone overheard old Yang's family mention enemy intrusion during their call, their hearts leapt into their throats. The military district officer noticed the anxiety in old Yang's family. He knew that hanging up now would only make them more uneasy. So he brought another phone and let the other military families continue their calls. "Sis-in-law, I haven't received any news about old Yang's unit yet, but rest assured no news is good news. Indian soldiers aren't particularly formidable, and old Yang's men are well-trained border guards. Even if they can't repel the enemy, they should be able to protect themselves." Though she knew the squad leader spoke the truth, old Yang's family remained deeply worried. Just as she was about to ask more questions, a shout came from outside the room. "Sergeant! Sergeant! Old Yang's group is calling." The squad leader strode out of the room in 2 strides, taking the walkie-talkie from the soldier. "Old Yang, how's it going? Do you need help over there?" "We need help." Hearing old Yang's words, the squad leader's breath caught in his throat. Help? Could it be that one of his comrades had fallen? Could the remaining men be overwhelmed by the enemy's assault, requiring immediate backup? Though he knew they had no vehicles and rushing to their aid would take too much time, potentially leaving their own position undefended, the squad leader couldn't abandon his comrades to face danger alone. "Old Yang, where are you now? How many men do you have left? If you can't hold out, fight your way back while we rush over to support you." Old Yang on the other end paused, then seemed to realize something. He burst into laughter, leaving the squad leader utterly bewildered. "Old Yang, what are you laughing at?" "Ha!" Old Yang finally managed to stifle his laughter before saying, "Squad leader, you've got it all wrong. None of us were lost, and we defeated the enemy. Our homeland isn't so easily invaded." "Ha! If the enemy was defeated, why do you still need help?" "Squad leader, it's like this." Then, amidst the stunned expressions of the platoon leader and the many family members listening to the intelligence report through the room's phone, old Yang briefly described the entire battle situation. First, Zhang, displaying both intelligence and courage, single-handedly captured the enemy's advance unit despite facing 9 opponents. Then, the 4 men boldly set an ambush, shelling the enemy's reinforcements at the mountain pass, killing over 100 and capturing another 100. Due to manpower shortages, they hadn't had time to assess the injuries of the ambushed enemy soldiers at the pass, making it impossible to provide emergency medical aid to these Indian troops. Furthermore, the sheer number of prisoners made guarding them quite inconvenient. Though the prisoners were currently compliant, there was no guarantee they wouldn't resist later. The military district needed to send reinforcements quickly to take over guarding the prisoners so they could focus on organizing defenses against the next wave of enemy attacks. The sheer volume of information left the squad leader momentarily dazed. He hadn't even processed that old Yang and the others, after capturing so many Indian soldiers, still intended to rescue those who had been shot down. After switching off the walkie-talkie, the squad leader walked into the room in a daze, picked up the phone, and said, "Sis, you heard all that just now, right? Old Yang is fine. Don't worry." The voice on the other end trembled with tears, yet beneath the sobs lay an unmistakable joy. I heard it. Thank you, squad leader." The line hadn't been hung up yet, and the squad leader could hear the voices of many people on the other end. A crowd of other soldiers' family members gathered around old Yang's wife, offering concerned comfort. "Sis, stop crying. Your husband is safe and sound. He even captured so many enemies, that's a huge achievement for our country. This is wonderful news. Sis, this sister-in-law is right. Your husband is safe and has earned a medal. Maybe in a few days, he'll come back to see you wearing a big red flower." With everyone's comforting words, old Yang's wife gradually calmed down, stifled her sobs, and reluctantly hung up the phone. "Ladies, I'm terribly sorry for taking up the phone for so long." "Sis, don't say that. Your husband is fighting enemies on the front lines. Would we really hog your phone?" Back at the outpost, after the squad leader announced old Yang's news to the remaining men, everyone roared with excitement. "Brother Yang and the others are amazing. They're truly worthy of our outpost. Little Zhang is impressive too. I always thought he was too immature as our youngest soldier here, but now I see how shallow I was. From now on, I'll call him Brother Zhang. Squad leader, should we stay here or head over to support them now? If the enemy comes back, it'll be tough for them to fight with all those prisoners around." "Squad leader, I think Away's right. We should head over now to support them and bring some supplies along. After pondering for a moment, the squad leader concluded that holding the outpost was indeed pointless. He immediately ordered everyone to pack up and prepare to move out for support. Leave the heavy weapons behind. Take only light arms. Each man carry 2 rocket launchers. Use the rest of your load capacity for supplies. Away, you don't need to bring the rocket launcher, just grab the radio. Everyone pack up and assemble in the courtyard. I'll report to the military district about Old Yang's situation and our movements. Depart immediately after I come out. Yes, sir. Chapter 72, The New Year. Headquarters of the 2nd Battalion, 337th Regiment, 3rd Brigade, 11th Division, Tibetan Military Region. After the garrison reported the Indian soldiers' incursion into Chinese territory to the military region, the mission was assigned to the nearest infantry battalion. Battalion Commander Zhang Fei sat in the command room awaiting orders. Where are Captain Liu and his men now? Reporting, Captain Zhang. We just confirmed via telegram that they've reached Depression 226. Heavy snow and wind ahead are slowing their progress. Zhang Fei walked to the sand table, studying the location of Depression 226 before shifting his gaze to Hill 331. This won't do. Their pace is too slow. Order Captain Liu's unit to accelerate. If absolutely necessary, detach the fastest vehicle from the convoy. We have too few troops on Hill 331. Even reinforcing it with a single soldier would significantly bolster our strength. Dispatch the message immediately. Yes, sir. In Depression 226, Company Commander Liu opened the hatch on the armored vehicle's roof. Leaning out, he surveyed the blizzard overhead and the convoy trailing behind, his face etched with deep concern. This is no good. We're moving too slowly. At this pace, we'll never make it to Hill 331 in time to provide any meaningful support. Signalman, contact battalion headquarters. We request to split forces for reinforcement. Hold on, Captain. Headquarters has issued new orders. The radio operator began translating the telegram and handed it to Captain Liu. After reading it, his spirits soared. Good. Leaving the armored vehicle, Captain Liu boarded the fastest troop carrier available. He handed command of the company to the political instructor and immediately ordered the vehicle to proceed at maximum speed. Shortly after Captain Liu departed, Zhang Fei received the latest intelligence report from the outpost sergeant. Holding the document, Zhang Fei could scarcely believe it. He read it twice, then turned to the communications officer beside him and asked, "Are you certain there was no translation error?" The communications officer saluted and replied firmly, "Battalion Commander, I've verified the telegram's contents. There's absolutely no translation error." Good. Get back to work. The messenger returned to the radio console. Zhang Fei, still holding the intelligence report, sat down at the sand table in a daze. The chief of staff beside him noticed Zhang Fei's unusual state and asked curiously, "Old Zhang, what's wrong? Is there some intelligence about Hill 331? Meishem, Zhang Fei nodded, handing the intelligence to Chief of Staff Kuai Ximing. I don't even know how to evaluate this. Is it that our border guards are too strong, or are their Indian soldiers too weak? Hundreds of them were killed and captured by just 4 men. If it weren't for the clear details in this report, I'd suspect India sent over a few hundred pigs. Wait, no, if they were pigs, our 4 soldiers wouldn't have achieved such results." Before he could even glance at the intelligence report, Kuai Jiman gasped in astonishment at Zhang Fei's words and immediately focused his eyes on it. When he saw the report clearly stating that border guard Zhang, after reporting the Indian incursion, calmly confronted the enemy and, after a fierce struggle, successfully captured 9 enemy soldiers, followed by the subsequent actions of Old Yang, Sanzi, Huzi, Xiaozhang decisively ambushed and severely crippled the enemy's reinforcements, killing over 100, capturing another 100, and destroying vast quantities of enemy weapons and ammunition, his face betrayed shock no less intense than Zhang Fei's. "Old Kuai, do you think the Indians will keep sending reinforcements?" After a moment's thought, Kuai Jiming shook his head firmly. "No way. Given the nature of these Indian troops, sneaking into our territory for a quick score is the limit of their courage. Nearly 300 men is already the maximum they'd dare commit. If they sent more, we could give them a new capital. They know that too well." I agree with your assessment. Guard, notify the cooks to prepare extra rations. Once ready, have the transport squad deliver them over and bring back those prisoners while they're at it. Yes, sir. The guards saluted and departed. Kuai Jiming walked over to the communications officer. Send a message to Captain Liu and his men. Upon reaching Hill 311, immediately hand over defensive duties to the garrison troops. Have them deploy defenses at the mountain pass fire point. Do not disturb the scene and prevent Indian soldiers from approaching. Zhang Fei approached the communications officer as well. Seeing the previous intelligence transmission complete, he immediately ordered, "Send a message to the military district immediately. Explain the situation clearly to them. Also, have the military district request diplomatic personnel to intervene early. We cannot let those bastards from the Indian side invade our homeland and then turn around and slander us. Time ticked away steadily as the clock hands in the command room spun ceaselessly. Finally, the hour, minute, and second hands converged at the same position. Still sprawled on the sofa, Zheng Jiaxi and Zhang Xiaoyun, who had cycled through oranges, apples, pickled plums, and sunflower seeds, were already half asleep. Only the New Year chimes on TV and Master Gui's singing roused them. This night is unforgettable, this night is unforgettable. No matter how far apart we may be. Zheng Xiaoyun tossed the leftover melon seeds back onto the coffee table, rubbed her eyes, and yawned, "Happy New Year, bro." Zhang Jiaxi was also exhausted. He replied casually, "Happy, happy. You go back to sleep. I'll just crash here for the night." "No way, no way. Sleeping on the couch is so uncomfortable. You go back to bed, bro. I'll make do here. You go back. You go back." Their polite refusal quickly escalated into a full-blown battle. Feet kicked wildly under the covers, targeting each other relentlessly. By the time they were both exhausted from the fight, sleepiness had vanished entirely. Zheng Jiaxi jumped up, yanked the covers off, grabbed Zhang Xiaoyun by the collar, and hoisted her up. "Hurry up, go back to sleep." Zhang Xiaoyun, emboldened, slipped on her shoes and immediately hopped onto Zhang Jiaxi's back. "Giddy up. Little Zheng, carry this princess back to bed." Zhang Jiaxi shook his head helplessly, carried Zhang Xiaoyun to her room, tossed her onto the bed, threw the covers over her, and turned to leave. Passing through the living room, Zhang Jiaxi turned off the TV drama and returned to his own room. Lying on his bed, his gaze drifted through the window to the night sky. Old Yang, we're here." Guided by the light from the Cat vehicle, the squad leader and his group quickly located Old Yang's party after reaching the summit of Hill 331. Hearing the squad leader's shouts, Old Yang and Sanzi hurried over. "Squad leader, how did you get here so fast?" Shortly after departing, the squad leader had contacted Old Yang and his group, arranging to meet at Hill 331. This position allowed continued surveillance of the pass below and facilitated guarding the prisoners. "We may not be elite troops, but we're well-trained light infantry. By abandoning heavy firepower and marching at maximum speed, we still possess this level of capability." As they spoke, the squad leader and his men arrived before the prisoners. Seeing the Indian soldiers obediently crouched in a circle with their hands raised behind their heads, the squad leader let out a few disapproving tisk sounds. With this pathetic state, they actually dared to invade our Chinese homeland? They clearly don't know the meaning of death. Without further attention to the prisoners, the squad leader and his men unloaded the supplies they'd brought. They instructed Old Zhang and the others to replenish their strength first, while the squad leader's group took on the task of supervision. Chapter 73, The sovereignty of our flower-planting homeland shall not be violated. Zheng Jiaxi's parents woke up as usual. Spotting the scattered fruit peels and melon seed shells littering the coffee table area, a surge of anger shot straight to their scalps. They were about to push open the bedroom door for a loving scolding. But after taking just 2 steps, they both remembered their own situation. They grabbed each other's arms and soothed one another. It's the new year. The very first day of the year. No anger, no anger. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, a spokesperson stormed onto the podium at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A barrage of flashes erupted from cameras held by domestic and international media. Facing the reporters, the spokesperson radiated an intimidating chill. Waving his hand, he signaled for the flashes to cease. "Media friends, I apologize for disturbing your rest during our nation's most important holiday. But just moments ago, a heinous incident occurred along our border. Our nation must declare its stance to the world. Our territorial sovereignty shall not be violated." The moment the spokesperson finished speaking, every reporter in the room perked up. Breaking news! Someone dared to challenge Zhonghua's territorial sovereignty again. Who? Russia? Impossible. Even when the bear was at its peak, Flower Nation dared to break ties and fight back, let alone now that the bear is in decline. The Monkey Kingdom? Impossible. During the so-called counterattack on the Monkey Kingdom, half of their territory was reduced to scorched earth, setting their development back by 20 to 30 years. What the Beautiful One failed to achieve on their soil, the Flower family not only accomplished but surpassed. Could it be the frogs? But aren't the French also celebrating the Spring Festival? Noticing the spokesperson had no intention of continuing, a reporter immediately raised their hand to ask a question. The spokesperson glanced over and saw it was a domestic media outlet. He raised his hand and said, "This reporter, please proceed with your question." "Mr. Spokesperson, you just mentioned the internationally recognized fact that the territorial sovereignty of the flower planting family must not be infringed upon. May I ask if any country has violated our territorial sovereignty?" The spokesperson was pleased with this question and responded promptly, "The reporter is correct. Last night, while the people of our nation were celebrating a festive occasion, soldiers from country A invaded our Tibetan territory and opened fire on our troops. After being repelled by our soldiers, they did not retreat but instead advanced further, continuing their assault on our forces. Despite being blocked by our resistance, they called for reinforcements, attempting to escalate the conflict. I hereby issue a stern warning to country A, they must account for this incident to our nation." As soon as the spokesperson finished speaking, the journalists below the podium gasped in unison. "India, you're brave. Not only did you dare invade our territory, but you also fired shots and engaged in direct combat. A white journalist quickly raised his hand. After receiving permission from the spokesperson, he asked, "Mr. Spokesperson, can you provide us with details of the battle?" "I cannot disclose the specific details of the combat operations, but I can share the outcome." At this, all reporters simultaneously grabbed their notebooks and pens, ready to take notes. The incident occurred at Hill 331 within our Tibetan defense zone. Indian soldiers launched 2 successive waves of attacks. According to post-battle statistics, the invading enemy force totaled 352 personnel. Through the heroic combat of our 4 soldiers, the enemy suffered 113 killed and 239 captured. The engagement site is now secured by our reinforcements. We welcome international observers to verify that our forces only opened fire after Indian troops crossed our border line armed. We, the Chinese people, earnestly call upon all nations and major teams worldwide to oppose and condemn the actions of the 3 countries Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Afghanistan which disrespect the territorial sovereignty of other nations and disregard their national security. All reporters were furiously taking notes, but as they wrote, they suddenly felt unfamiliar with the characters on their pages. Finally, after the spokesperson finished, most journalists raised their hands simultaneously to ask questions. The spokesperson casually pointed to a reporter. "The reporter wearing the red scarf, please ask your question." "Mr. Spokesperson, I wish to confirm the figures you just mentioned. Are you certain that 4 Chinese soldiers defeated 352 Indian soldiers, killing 113 of them and capturing the rest?" As the reporter spoke, his gaze deliberately or inadvertently swept toward another reporter nearby. That was an Indian reporter. "My friend, I can assure you these figures are accurate, if not slightly underestimated. Our border troops have recently been equipped with the more powerful Kaisan series of individual rocket launchers. During the firefight, some invading Indian soldiers may have been dismembered beyond recognition, meaning the actual number of casualties could well exceed our recorded figures." No sooner had the spokesperson finished than the Indian reporter, without raising his hand, interjected. "Can this spokesperson take responsibility for his words? As a regional power, our Indian military ranks among the world's strongest. How dare you claim 4 Chinese soldiers defeated over 300 Indian troops? Is this not gross exaggeration?" The spokesperson looked at the Indian reporter, letting out a few cold chuckles before replying, "Fellow journalists, before addressing this Indian reporter's question, I must first thank him for asking. Your words haven't denied the Indian military's invasion of our Chinese territory. It seems, in your eyes, your Indian army is indeed capable of such actions." The Indian reporter froze, realizing he'd been baited. But there was no turning back now. Their Indian soldiers were fearless warriors who had bravely resisted British colonialism. How could a mere 4 Chinese border guards possibly defeat so many Indian soldiers? This must be China deliberately smearing the image of the Indian military. Before he could retort, the spokesperson continued, "As for your doubts about our combat results, you're welcome to visit our Tibet military region. All journalists are invited to accompany us. If we go now, you could share dinner tonight with those Indian prisoners of war." The spokesperson's statement at least implied their damage assessment of the Indian forces was accurate. Yet the reporter remained unconvinced that only 4 Chinese soldiers had been deployed. Persisting, he pressed, "Then may I ask, spokesperson, how many casualties did the Chinese side suffer in this skirmish?" The Indian reporter had barely finished speaking when the spokesperson abruptly shed his previous affable demeanor. His gaze turned sharp as he replied sternly, "Mr. Indian journalist, please demonstrate professionalism in your questioning. This was not an encounter battle. It was a just counterattack by our border guards against those who blatantly disregarded our territorial sovereignty and openly challenged our military might, not the encounter battle you claim. As for casualties, I am pleased to report that not a single one of our 4 border guards was injured, let alone sacrificed. Their unharmed victory over your Indian soldiers is the finest New Year's gift to all our Chinese people. They defended the territorial integrity of our nation and preserved their own lives." After hearing the spokesperson's words, the Indian reporter suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Spokesperson, don't you think it's utterly absurd to claim 4 men defeated over 300 soldiers without a scratch? Has your nation sunk so low in its shameless attempts to smear our Indian military?" Facing the Indian reporter's challenge, the spokesperson's face held only a cold, mocking smile. Mr. Journalist, I suggest you revisit the history between our 2 nations. As early as the 1962 Sino-Indian self-defense counterattack war, our soldiers ran Fulin, Panguishing, and Wang Shijun single-handedly pursued and engaged an entire artillery battalion of yours. Please acknowledge this historical fact. And please recognize the true standing of your Indian military before our Chinese forces." The spokesperson's words rang out with force, causing the Indian reporter's face to turn pale and then crimson in rapid succession. Chapter 74, We Endure Hardship So You May Not. The press conference concluded swiftly. Many journalists sought to witness the Indian soldiers captured by our troops firsthand. Immediately afterward, they contacted relevant personnel at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, hoping the ministry could coordinate flights to transport them there as quickly as possible. After all, timeliness is paramount in news reporting. Zhang Jiaxi and Zhang Xiaoyun slept soundly until 9 or 10 in the morning. When they emerged in thick cotton coats, the evidence of their nighttime activities had already been tidied away. They flopped onto the sofa, clearly intending to sleep some more. Just as they were squinting their eyes and yawning with wide open mouths, 2 steaming hot buns were suddenly stuffed into their mouths. It turned out their mom had noticed them waking up. Thinking they hadn't eaten breakfast, she hurriedly grabbed 2 steaming buns from the stove to tide them over. Zhang Jiaxi and the other instinctively swallowed the buns in their mouths, instantly feeling their energy return just like Zhang Jiaxi's previous life in that Snickers commercial. They were energized. Opening their eyes, they gazed at their mother with dazed expressions and cried out in unison, "Mom!" Mom shuddered at their vacant expressions and shot them a disdainful glance. "How did I end up with 2 pigs for children, sleeping until noon?" Without another glance at them, she turned and walked away. Zhang Xiaoyun wolfed down her bun in record time. Zhang Xiaoxi, who had been eating slowly, noticed Xiaoyun had finished and immediately shoved the rest of his bun into his mouth in one go. Seeing Zhang Jiaxi's bulging cheeks, Zhang Xiaoyun instantly abandoned any thoughts of snatching his buns. Instead, she looked at him pitifully. "Brother, I'm still hungry." "It's fine. I'm full. As long as you're not hungry, that's all that matters." "But your adorable little sister." "Little sister? What little sister? I don't have a little sister." "Oomph." Zhang Xiaoyun snorted coldly and was about to get up to fetch the buns herself. But before she even reached the door, her mom's voice called out from outside. "Don't you dare go out for buns. Lunch is ready soon. If you eat buns now and can't finish your meal, just wait and see if I'll beat you both." Zhang Xiaoyun quickly plopped back onto the sofa, turned on the TV, grabbed 2 oranges from the coffee table, and tossed one into Zhang Jiaxi's lap. Suddenly, I'm not hungry anymore. The TV was on, replaying yesterday's gala. Both Zhang Jiaxi and Zhang Xiaoyun had already seen it and weren't interested, so they picked up the remote and started flipping through channels randomly. Channel after channel flashed before Zhang Jiaxi's eyes when suddenly something familiar caught his attention. "Xiaoyun, rewind to the agriculture and military channel." The TV screen switched over, and Zhang Jiaxi saw that familiar thing again. The Cat-Cat vehicle. And it was the Highland Patrol Cat-Cat vehicle he had modified using the system. Zhang Jiaxi turned his attention back to the report. A reporter was speaking eloquently before the camera. "Viewers, at this joyous moment when all ethnic groups across our nation and overseas compatriots worldwide celebrate the Spring Festival, the Indian military has blatantly disregarded international justice. They have openly dispatched troops into our territory and attacked our soldiers. Facing fierce resistance from 4 of our border guards, the Indian forces were decisively defeated. According to statistics, our border troops killed 113 enemy soldiers and captured 239 prisoners. Fortunately, no casualties were reported among our own forces during this clash. This battle has demonstrated the might of our nation and the strength of our military, showcased the spirit and resolve of our people, and reaffirmed the unwavering determination of all Chinese citizens to defend our territorial integrity and sovereignty. As the instigators of this armed conflict on our territory, the leadership of the 3 countries must bear full responsibility. For their violation of our nation's territorial sovereignty, they must provide a satisfactory explanation to all our people. All prisoners of war have now been properly accommodated by forces from the Tibetan Theater Command. Theater leadership is closely monitoring their living conditions and personally overseeing arrangements. The camera cut to General Jiang Hong, commander of the Tibetan military region, who had just approached the prisoners nearby. Though the footage was somewhat blurry, Zhang Jiaxi could tell Jiang was struggling to suppress a rising smile. The Indians truly are hospitable neighbors, delivering such a grand gift right at the start of the new year. The reporter did not approach Jiang Hong for an interview. The camera quickly returned to the reporter, who was now flanked by 4 soldiers, Zhang, Yang, Sanzi, and Huzi. "Ladies and gentlemen, standing beside me now are the 4 border guards who fought bravely against the invading enemy last night. Let me conduct a brief interview with them. Soldiers, I'd like to start by asking how you discovered enemy forces had entered our territory yesterday. Would any of you care to answer?" The 4 exchanged glances before old Yang patted Xiao Zhang on the shoulder. "Xiao Zhang was on patrol duty yesterday and was the first to engage the enemy. Let him tell the story." "Alright, then please have Soldier Xiao Zhang share his account with the nation." The camera focused on Xiao Zhang, who looked a bit nervous. He took 2 deep breaths before speaking. "Hello, reporter. It happened like this. Yesterday, I was driving our outpost's newly arrived Cat-Cat vehicle, this very one." As he spoke, Zhang patted the Cat-Cat vehicle beside him, his face beaming with pride. "Its full name is the Plateau Border Patrol Cat-Cat vehicle. I heard it was specially designed for us by one of our country's researchers. This vehicle." Noticing Zhang was about to launch into a glowing praise of the equipment, the reporter quickly interrupted. "Soldier Zhang, let's start with last night's incident." "Oh, right," Zhang scratched his head. "Last night I drove to Hill 331, one of our outpost's most critical defense zones. I parked the vehicle and opened the guard booth." As he spoke, Zhang pulled a lever at the rear of the vehicle. Several panels of folded glass unfolded, forming a glass booth at the back of the Cat-Cat vehicle.
I scanned the surroundings with my spotlight while steaming dumplings.
Ha? Steaming dumplings? The reporter felt like he'd heard an unfamiliar term and immediately asked. Xiao Zhang nodded immediately, pointing to a spot inside the booth.
That spot can boil water, so naturally, we can steam dumplings too.
Heating up rice and dishes is no problem either.
Before, when we patrolled the border, we just have some dry rations with hot water at most.
Now it's different. With this vehicle, we can have a hot meal anytime, anywhere. As Zhang spoke, Zhang Jiaxi's grandfather entered the room.
A retired veteran who had fought in the Korean War, he'd only intended to check on his grandchildren. But the moment he entered the living room, the television screen captured his attention.
Jiaxi, are military conditions really this good now? Can border guards in Tibet even eat hot meals during training?
Zhang Jiaxi and Zhang Xiaoyan quickly stood up and helped their grandfather to the sofa. The military's conditions are indeed much better than before, but this is a special case requiring specialized vehicles. Still, times are changing, and in the future, our soldiers will surely be able to enjoy hot meals anytime, anywhere.
Zhang Xiaoyun peeled an orange and offered a segment to Grandpa, who waved it away.
Looking at Zhang Jiaxi, he said, Jiaxi, you said you'd work in military manufacturing after graduation.
Look at this is what you should strive for. Make sure to provide more of these things for the troops in the future. Food is as vital as iron. Without enough to eat, you won't have the strength to fight.
Our generation endured so much hardship precisely so that you, the next generation, wouldn't have to suffer as much.
Chapter 75, Can I sit this close?
Zhang Jiaxi stared at the Cat tank on the TV screen, pondering the top-secret protocols currently imposed on him. With the emergence of the Friendship tank, its chief engineer would inevitably become the first to appear in the global spotlight. No matter how strictly the nation guarded its classified information, with so many people having come into contact with him, his details would inevitably leak out sooner or later.
Whether intentionally or unintentionally.
Therefore, the nation's strategy was to channel rather than block information. They would allow Zhang Jiaxi's identity to emerge naturally in the public eye, letting the entire nation know that Flowerland had produced a figure who might be called legendary. This would boost national confidence while simultaneously drawing the world's gaze onto Zhang Jiaxi. Should anything untoward happen to Zhang Jiaxi at this juncture, the world's suspicion would inevitably fall upon specific nations. Before Flower Country formally enters the arena of international power struggles, no country would dare risk such consequences by targeting Zhang Jiaxi. Not even the most hostile Frog would dare, for its big, handsome daddy behind the scenes would never consent. Secondly, security around Zhang Jiaxi would be significantly reinforced. After the new year, Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan would likely welcome many new colleagues. Thinking this, Zhang Jiaxi pointed directly at the cat-shaped car on the TV and declared, Grandpa, your grandson really doesn't need to study, this thing was designed by me.
Ha?
Before Zhang Jiaxi's grandfather could respond, Zhang Xiaoyun, who had been eating an orange nearby, suddenly turned her head. Her little mouth agape, she stared at Zhang Jiaxi in astonishment. She pulled the orange segment she'd just popped into her mouth back out and asked urgently, Brother, are you serious? Grandpa also shot Zhang Jiaxi a curious look. He knew his grandson, who had been admitted to Harbin Institute of Technology, was academically gifted. He'd bragged about it to his old comrades in arms back home countless times. But he never imagined Zhang Jiaxi could produce a fully developed weapon design right after graduation. As a veteran who had fought on the front lines, he understood all too well the immense challenges of weapon development and production. Otherwise, how could they have fought battle after battle over decades with weapons inferior to their enemies? Hey, you think I'd joke about something like this? Holy crap, bro, you're amazing. You graduated and already have a complete weapon design that's been successfully deployed by the military? That's so cool. Grandpa looked at Zhang Jiaxi with a hint of excitement. Jiaxi, you're not pulling Grandpa's leg, are you? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Why would I tease you? The moment Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking, Grandpa hurriedly stood up, his face flushed with excitement as he walked toward the door. Grandpa, where are you going? Grandpa misses some old comrades in arms. I'm going to have lunch with them. Oh, and dinner will be out too. Tell your grandmother. Grandpa stepped out of the living room, then poked his head back in the next second. Xiaoxi, this stuff isn't classified, is it? Zhang Jiaxi chuckled helplessly. Grandpa, go ahead and brag. My superiors have already approved revealing my identity. Hey, what are you saying? Do I look like someone who'd be that naive? I'm just going to chat with my old comrades about the development of national weapons. The Spring Festival passed quickly. While most people didn't return to work until the 8th day of the new year, Zhang Jiaxi received a notice from the organization on the 3rd day. A meeting required his attendance. Originally, Zhang Jiaxi wasn't on the attendee list. His tenure was still short, and his rank wasn't high enough. However, when the national leadership reviewed the summary reports from various departments, they discovered that Zhang Jiaxi's personal achievements in just over half a year surpassed the collective accomplishments of most major military research and development units in an entire year. They immediately ordered an additional attendee to be added. Thus, 2 days later, on the afternoon of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Jiaxi boarded the train back to the capital.
His family bid him a tearful farewell as he carried large and small bags filled with all kinds of food. On the train, Zhang Jiaxi was informed that upon arrival, he would be met by designated personnel who would temporarily assume his security duties until Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan returned to their posts.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these individuals would eventually join Mao Dian and Zhong Shangjuan as permanent members of Zhang Jiaxi's security detail. Upon returning to the capital and stepping out of the train station, the sparse crowd on the streets gave Zhang Jiaxi a surreal feeling, as if he had stepped into another world. Not long ago when he had left the capital, the streets had been teeming with people, but now they were eerily quiet. But this was no bad thing. It was precisely a testament to the nation's stability and harmony, and an affirmation of the work done by their cohort of military personnel. They supported national defense, and the nation protected its people. The quiet streets of the capital now meant that trillions of citizens across the land were enjoying precious moments of celebration at home. Arriving at his quarters, he found this was the new accommodation provided by the organization after his promotion to lieutenant colonel. It was considerably larger than his previous quarters, though to Zhang Jiaxi the difference was negligible after all. He lived alone, and a bed was all he needed. After a long train ride, Zhang Jiaxi was exhausted. He returned to his quarters, stowed away the steamed buns, dumplings, and braised pork he'd brought, along with the large bag of oranges, dried plums, melon seeds, and peanuts packed by Zhang Xiaoyun. He collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep instantly. He slept soundly until 8 o'clock the next morning, when the sound of knocking on the door finally roused him. "Major Zhang, time to get up. The car to take you to the meeting will be here soon." Zhang Jiaxi scrambled out of bed, suddenly realizing he was no longer at home. Man, switching between vacation mode and work mode is really tough. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and getting dressed, Zhang Jiaxi opened the door a few minutes later to find his guard carrying a tray inside. "Major, here's your breakfast. How long until the car arrives?" "About 10 minutes. Zhang Jiaxi estimated the timing was perfectly sufficient and began eating at a leisurely pace. At 9 o'clock, Zhang Jiaxi rode in a car to a special location, the heart of the Zhenghua government. Entering the conference hall, Zhang Jiaxi found it already filled with people. Though not everyone wore military uniforms, judging solely by those who did, his rank was likely the lowest present. No wonder he'd been added to the meeting at the last minute. Each seat in the hall had a name tag affixed to its backrest. Zhang Jiaxi walked from the back row forward until he found his name in the third row. Zhang Jiaxi approached a staff member present. "Comrade, may I ask how many people named Zhang Jiaxi are present today?" The staff member summoned the supervisor, who glanced at the list. "Comrade, I just checked, there's only one Zhang Jiaxi listed here." Zhang Jiaxi scratched his head. He felt that neither his position nor his military rank warranted such a prominent seat. He had spotted several colonels and officials he recognized seated in the back rows. But since the seating arrangement was already set, Zhang Jiaxi didn't dwell on it and simply took his seat. Chapter 76, Meeting the Real Deal. As the meeting time drew nearer, all seats gradually filled, including the two beside Zhang Jiaxi. Before taking his seat, Zhang Jiaxi observed his neighbors. To his left sat an elderly man named Huang Pengchang, who appeared to be about the same age as his own grandfather. To his right sat a middle-aged man who had taught Zhang Shouren, seemingly a full generation older than himself. What puzzled Zhang Jiaxi, however, was that despite the 3-generation age gap between them, the two seemed to harbor deep animosity. Upon noticing each other, both men let out a cold snort simultaneously and turned their heads away, leaving their backsides facing Zhang Jiaxi. They didn't turn back until the meeting began, when they finally shifted their gaze toward the podium at the front. As the podium lights illuminated the stage, several of the nation's most prominent leaders ascended one by one and took their seats. The elderly man in the center picked up the microphone, pulled it toward him, and began his address. "Comrades, it is a pleasure to meet you all in this new year. Today is only the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, and our nation is still celebrating. I apologize for gathering you here for this meeting and speak on behalf of the entire nation to say, thank you for your hard work." The moment the elder finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. Only after the elder raised his hand repeatedly did the applause gradually subside. Today's agenda is straightforward. We're here to discuss where our most critical focus should lie amid the nation's vigorous economic reforms and development. What areas demand our utmost attention moving forward? Dear readers, everything following this point is entirely fictional. If I could write about national-level matters, that would be truly bizarre. If I had that kind of ability, I'd be taking the civil service exam. Everyone, speak freely. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a buzz of murmurs erupted from the audience. Zhang Jiaxi also wanted to find someone to chat with, but when he looked around, he found the two people beside him had once again turned their heads away, presenting their backs to him. Wouldn't others think he'd offended them? Zhang Jiaxi leaned back in his chair, speechless, and waited for a moment. Then, someone behind him stood up to speak. "Comrades and leaders, I have some thoughts I'd like to share with everyone. Our nation's reform and opening up initiative has now spanned over a decade. Yet to this day, our economic development remains concentrated primarily in coastal regions, failing to exert a strong radiating effect on our vast inland areas.
I propose selecting core cities across different regions nationwide such as Sichuan Chongqing, Central Plains, and Hubei Hunan and connecting them to coastal areas through railways and highways. This would allow these inland hubs to benefit from reform and opening up, with their development in turn driving growth in surrounding areas. Let the strong support the weak, let the prosperous lead the less fortunate, and ultimately achieve common prosperity. Thank you, everyone. After finishing his remarks, the speaker bowed several times to those around him before returning to his seat. The conference hall erupted once more into heated debate. Several minutes later, another individual rose to speak. Comrades, I find the previous speaker's remarks quite reasonable. However, I believe the timing for this approach is not yet ripe. While our reform and opening up has achieved certain successes, we must all recognize that our current economic strength still lags significantly behind the world's leading nations. In the future, the economic struggle will be a war no less intense than the two world wars, only it will be a war without gunpowder. We all know the importance of having elite forces in warfare. So in this economic war, what can serve as our elite forces? Cities with world-leading economies, enterprises with cutting-edge technologies, markets with unparalleled depth, and an economic structure resilient enough to withstand any shock. To achieve this goal, we must cultivate several powerful economic zones or cities. It's impossible to build such cities simultaneously across the entire nation. This defies economic principles and our country's realities. We must concentrate the nation's resources to develop a few spearhead cities like those we've designated now. Even among these, we must select the best of the best. In the early stages of reform, opening up, and economic development, we may only have the capacity to build 2 or 3 such cities. Regarding the matter just mentioned by that comrade, I believe it represents the future direction of development. Perhaps as we build our economic spearhead, we could prioritize developing inland regions to prepare for comprehensive nationwide construction in the future. I am confident in the development of our flower planting family. I believe this opportunity won't last too long, perhaps within 10 or 20 years, after our flower planting family becomes the world's third, second, or even first largest economy. He bowed several times before sitting down, and this time the hall erupted in applause. The audience clearly resonated more with this speaker than the previous one, as his views largely affirmed and supplemented existing policies. After years of effort, there was widespread acceptance of the current reform and opening up policies. The first speaker's content, however, proposed significant changes to existing policies. Without rigorous discussion, the audience naturally wouldn't applaud and endorse it lightly. The discussion continued, with numerous economics experts and professors presenting one argument after another, some supporting, others opposing. The experts and professors of this era were not like those from Zhang Jiaxi's previous life before his time travel. These individuals possessed genuine expertise. Theories, case studies, and data flowed effortlessly from their lips. The meeting lasted over an hour, covering topics from economic development to cultural advancement, then shifting to foreign policy, and finally to infrastructure projects. At this point, Zheng Xiuren, seated to Zhang Jiaxi's right, rose and stated, "Comrades and leaders, to develop our economy, we must build a robust manufacturing sector. Only with a strong manufacturing base can we gain an edge in international trade and truly achieve economic prosperity for our nation. The foundation of manufacturing lies in abundant energy resources. As the vanguard of our reform and opening up, the Pearl River Delta and Yangtze River Delta regions suffer from severe power shortages that severely hamper robust manufacturing. Therefore, I believe the most urgent task now is to prioritize the Three Gorges project. Transmitting electricity from west to east will fuel manufacturing growth in the Yangtze and Pearl River deltas, propelling our nation's economic ascent." No sooner had Zheng Xiaoren finished speaking than Huang Pengcheng, seated to Zhang Jiaxi's left, immediately stood to object. "I disagree. If the Three Gorges project is built, it will become a conspicuous target for hostile nations. Should war break out, the enemy will undoubtedly prioritize attacking the dam. Should the dam be destroyed, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the people downstream along the Yangtze River. Hundreds of millions would lose their homes and lives, and the national economy would suffer a devastating blow." Hearing this, Zhang Jiaxi suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Sure enough, Wang Pengcheng continued, "My proposal remains unchanged. Establish a cascade of hydroelectric stations along the lower reaches of the Yarlung-Sanpa River and throughout the entire Yangtze River basin. This would not only harness hydroelectric power but also allow us to cut off water supplies downstream when necessary, keeping Central Asian and Southeast Asian nations perpetually dependent on us. We could even divert water back into our own territory, creating vast new farmlands for our nation." It's you! That water resources expert who only harms people, not the Republic. Zhang Jiaxi had once quoted this expert on the lecture stage at Capital University. It was something he had mentioned casually in his previous life without understanding the specifics. Little did he expect to encounter the man himself today. Chapter 77, The Dam is Destroyed. I have no heart to explain right or wrong. Huang Pengcheng and Zhang Xiuren engaged in a heated debate, or rather, an argument. They clashed over geography, then shifted to efficiency, then to international implications, and finally to public welfare projects. They traded barbs relentlessly, their heated expressions making Zhang Jiaxi seriously doubt that if he hadn't been seated between them, they might well have come to blows. Hydropower generation was a monumental undertaking, especially a project as vast as the Three Gorges Dam. The time and capital required to complete it were staggering figures. China was currently starting from scratch. Any major project required careful consideration. After all, the nation's foundations were still too fragile. A single misstep could have severe consequences, potentially derailing its very rise to prominence. From technical and specialized perspectives, both sides presented scientifically sound arguments. Neither position was inherently flawed. If left to debate endlessly, the matter would become interminable. The elderly man on stage cleared his throat twice. Huang Pengcheng and Zhang Xiaoren simultaneously halted their debate. Gentlemen, regarding the implementation of the Three Gorges project, the state has decided to conduct further expanded feasibility studies. Relevant departments have been instructed to resubmit the feasibility report. The expert team established by Director Qian's Three Gorges Project Research Leadership Group has already commenced their work. We will not discuss this matter at today's conference. Let us return to the starting point. What should be the core focus of our economic development moving forward? Perhaps their train of thought had been derailed by the earlier dispute. For several minutes no one offered new ideas. During this lull, Zhang Jiaxi's mind raced. On the path to China's rise, two great mentors guided the nation. The bear taught China industrialization, while the big beauty taught China standardization. Both of these mentors undertook massive infrastructure projects during their own nation-building efforts. Particularly the second mentor to the flowering nation, the United States, which in a previous era had guided the flowering nation as it felt its way across the river, a process that lasted decades until it was finally worn down. During the presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt, one of the most pivotal figures in American history, dozens of dams and hydroelectric power stations were constructed along the Tennessee River basin alone. This vast array of dams and power stations not only improved farming conditions throughout the basin but also supplied massive amounts of electricity nationwide. As for whether to build one of the world's largest hydroelectric plants or multiple plants, Zhang Jiaxi could only think, only children make choices. I'm an adult, I want them all. With that thought, Zhang Jiaxi rose and declared, comrades and leaders, regarding the discussion on energy being the foundation of economic development, I have some thoughts to share. The moment Zhang Jiaxi spoke, he instantly captured the attention of the entire conference hall. When their gazes settled on Zhang Jiaxi and his youthful face, astonishment spread across their features. As top experts and professors in their respective fields, they knew full well that those attending this meeting were either leading authorities in their industries or key leaders from certain departments. But Zhang Jiaxi looked far too young to fit either description. Some briefly wondered if Zhang Jiaxi might be the offspring of some leader, but the next moment, they shook their heads. With those elders on stage, no one would arrange for their offspring to gain prestige on a day like today. If they did, it wouldn't be polishing iron, it would be welding iron. Perhaps he was a remarkably talented young man? Amidst the expectant gazes of many, Zhang Jiaxi spoke, energy is the foundation of manufacturing, the lifeblood of the industrial system. Over a century ago, this gave rise to a continuous stream of new technologies and inventions, which were applied across various industrial production sectors, driving further economic growth. The Second Industrial Revolution flourished, ushering humanity into the electrical age. As nations' industrial capabilities continue to grow and people's living standards steadily improve, a country's power generation capacity will essentially symbolize its strength, or rather, its industrial production capacity in the future. Our nation has just embarked on the path of rapid advancement. My recommendation is that more power generation capacity is always better. Therefore, we must construct step-type hydropower stations and commence the Three Gorges project. No sooner had Zhang Jiaxi finished speaking than he felt piercing stares from both sides. Young man, after all I've just said, what did you take away? You're just as prone to grandiose schemes as Zhang Xiaoren. Once the Three Gorges project is completed, it will be a sword of Damocles hanging over the entire Chinese people. Mr. Huang, please calm down. I've heard every word you said. Let me explain. Seeing Huang Pengcheng rise again, his face flushed with anger, Zhang Jiaxi hurriedly supported the elderly man. If his words caused this man old enough to be his grandfather to suffer a fatal stroke, the guilt would be immense. I wonder if any of you have read martial arts novels. In such stories, the appearance of a top-tier master usually follows one of two patterns: either they are utterly flawless, or they are riddled with weaknesses. If we complete the Three Gorges project, the entire world will know that China possesses such a vulnerability, one large enough to cover vast swaths of our homeland. That would be like being riddled with weaknesses. Now tell me, would any nation dare attack our Three Gorges project under such circumstances? Even if we say nothing, this Three Gorges project will be seen by all nations as China's undisputed nuclear bomb project. Should our nation's Three Gorges project be destroyed, this sword will strike not only our people but the entire world. The dam is destroyed. I care not for explanations of right or wrong, heaven and earth shall witness our shared fate. Zhang Jiaxi's voice swelled with passion as he spoke these words, yet the others in the hall froze in stunned silence. Wait, weren't we just discussing national economic development? How did we suddenly jump to the world restarting? Could it be that I'm getting old and missed something earlier? Are we talking about the Third World War instead of the Three Gorges Project? But that doesn't make sense either. How did I, a researcher in geology, climate, literature, international affairs, end up here?
Before anyone could voice their confusion, Zhang Jiaxi raised his finger and began listing the stunning Yellowstone Park, major cities in Russia, Mount Fuji in Japan, key European cities like London and Paris, India's New Delhi, Bangkok. Huang Pengcheng, seated to Zhang Jiaxi's left, suddenly shuddered at his words.
This kid is even more ruthless than me.
I'd only ever considered cutting off the Yarlung Tsangpa River to hold Central Asian nations hostage.
But you?
You're building such a massive project for your own country, then tying the lives of every person on Earth to it.
What? Do the people of these countries drink water from your dam? Or use electricity generated by it?
But you, kid, I like. Huang Pengcheng burst into hearty laughter at this thought, slapping his right hand on Zhang Jiaxi's shoulder.
Good lad, I was being too conservative.
You're absolutely right, the Three Gorges Project must be built, and the bigger the better.
Make it the world's largest water conservancy project.
Never mind the economic benefits, just completing it will massively boost the national confidence of our Chinese people.
Huang Pengcheng sat down with a satisfied smile.
But Zheng Xiuren, seated on Zhang Jiaxi's other side, stared at him with a look of utter bewilderment.
Chapter 78, National Development Doesn't Rely on Social Graces. Huang Pengcheng was thoroughly convinced by Zhang Jiaxi's reasoning.
As the foremost opponent of the Three Gorges Project, even Huang Pengcheng had chosen to lay low. Needless to say, staunch supporters like Zheng Xiuren followed suit. After a brief silence in the hall, murmurs of agreement filled the air, echoing Zhang Jiaxi's words. Yet in the fourth row near the edge of the conference hall, a middle-aged man sat with a dark expression. Dressed in a suit, his attire suggested he was not a military man but rather a high-ranking official from some department. His gaze swept across the entire hall before settling on Zhang Jiaxi. Though his heart brimmed with hostility, his eyes betrayed only a mask of indifference.
Comrade, I understand your strong patriotic feelings, but perhaps you should refrain from such remarks in the future. At this critical juncture when our nation is collaborating with developed countries, aren't you afraid of offending them by speaking this way? Aren't you undermining our bilateral relations? Couldn't this damage our mutual goodwill?
The words were delivered calmly, yet their meaning was venomous. Especially given the current national policy, this statement was tantamount to nailing Zhang Jiaxi to the pillar of opposition to reform and opening up, even of undermining economic development. Zhang Jiaxi turned to see a gaunt-faced middle-aged man staring at him. His eyes were expressionless, yet a hint of cold malice lingered between his brows.
What is your name, comrade? My name is Lu Jiazhu.
So this was the godfather of entrepreneurship.
Comrade Lu, in your view, what kind of attitude would foster good cooperation with those developed nations? Groveling? Smiling obsequiously?
As soon as Zhang Jiaxi's accusatory words left his mouth, Lu Jiazhu's already gaunt and sullen face darkened with malice. Though she phrased it delicately, anyone with eyes could see what she meant. As the party attracting developed nations for trade and investment, shouldn't China be more courteous and friendly in its approach? But Lu Jiazhu kept this thought to herself, knowing Zhang Jiaxi would only mock her more sharply if she voiced it.
Since its founding, the Flower Nation had made many friends and enemies, yet its foreign relations had always been conducted on an equal footing. The Flower Nation had never bowed down before other nations, nor would it ever do so. Generations fought wars against generations precisely so that all Chinese people could walk tall before those nations. For someone to now stoop to groveling before those very nations for petty personal gain is the ultimate disrespect to all our heroic martyrs. Lu Jiazhu studied Zhang Jiaxi intently, noticing the mocking edge in his smile. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The Lu family had deep roots in Zhanghua.
In principle, as someone who had served in the military himself, Lu Jiazhu should have been well aware of Zhang Jiaxi, a man who had made such a significant impact within the military-industrial complex in just half a year. However, Lu Jiazhu had spent most of the previous year abroad, shuttling between several developed nations and engaging closely with foreign officials and corporate executives. She had been utterly disengaged from domestic affairs.
Unaware of Zhang Jiaxi's background, she instinctively dismissed him as a hot-blooded youth.
Though his rebuttal was sharp, she didn't take it seriously, instead adopting the expression of someone who'd seen it all. Young man, this world isn't just about fighting and killing.
It's more about human relationships and social conventions. Many things can't be resolved through violence alone. Insisting on force will only leave you isolated, with no friends or allies.
Zhang Jiaxi scoffed coldly.
What a fine example of human relations. One might think international relations are nothing more than simple business deals. I wonder if Comrade Lu has heard the saying, in international relations, strength is always the foundation for upholding justice. National defense is the true backbone of diplomacy.
Those developed nations trade with you because you have China's backing. They profit from cooperation with China, not your social graces. The reason those developed nations can trade with you on equal terms without coercion or exploitation, allowing you to profit, is because of the Flower Nation's strength. They recognize that cooperation with the Flower Nation occurs under equal conditions. It has nothing to do with your social graces.
Struggle is a constant. One day, these developed nations will bare their claws toward our nation. When that time comes, will you rely on the nation's strength to defend yourself or on your so-called social graces? Social graces are for allies. With enemies, only guns and cannons matter. We're holding back now, but that doesn't mean we won't use them later. Showing our strength now is to make enemies understand, don't push us. We've got plenty of guns and cannons. As for you, you're merely a merchant who rode the nation's ascent to power, leveraged its military might, and exploited its reputation to amass wealth. Does your contribution to this country even match half the benefits you've reaped? To dare discuss state diplomacy here, do you aspire to be Li Hongjiang or Wang Jingwei? I've never seen such brazen audacity. Silence. The entire conference hall fell into a deathly stillness. When Zhang Jiaxi had discussed the Three Gorges project earlier, everyone knew he was bold, but no one had imagined he would be this audacious. Lu Jiaju's face turned ashen. He now harbored thoughts of eliminating Zhang Jiaxi. Why? Because lies don't hurt people, truth is the sharpest blade. In his own mind, he was the trendsetter of his era, a man adept at seizing opportunities and striking decisively. Every achievement he possessed today was earned through his own relentless struggle. Lu Jiaju narrowed his small eyes at Zhang Jiaxi. Today, Zheng's words had torn away his false pride, though he refused to admit it. His overseas travels over the past half-year had exposed him to many things absent in Zhanghuajia. Now, as Zhanghuajia stood at the crossroads of economic reform, seizing this opportunity could very well secure him a place on the world stage. As for this Zhang Jiaxi, some wild monkey who'd popped up out of nowhere speaking to him like this today? Once the meeting ended, all he needed to do was have someone spread these words around. Soon enough, tongues would be wagging, pens would be sharpened to condemn the brat. By then, it would be more than enough to ruin his reputation and destroy his career. But for now, Lu Jiaju could only ponder these thoughts privately. He didn't even know how to refute Zhang Jiaxi's earlier words. Admit it? That would mean admitting his initial words were flawed? Wouldn't that be slapping himself in the face? Deny? To step onto the global stage, to collaborate with more nations and international corporations, to earn greater wealth, he needed many conditions. Among them, leveraging resources from the flower planting family was paramount. If he spoke out today, even the slightest misstep could shatter all his future plans. Lu Jiaju narrowed his eyes and sat down, feigning indifference. You're a smooth-talking kid, but I wonder how much you've actually contributed to China with all that big talk? Lu Jiaju muttered under her breath, unaware of the contempt filling Zhang Jiaxi's eyes. Chapter 79, The Possibility of a Unit Number Being Revoked. Lu Jiaju fell silent, effectively ending the topic. This was the most distinctive feature of the conference. Everyone brainstormed freely, discussing any potential issues that might arise in the nation's construction projects. At the conference, no conclusions were required, only exploring more possible directions. Yet precisely because of this, the meetings often dragged on for hours. Today was no exception. The meeting lasted the entire day, concluding only as dusk began to fall. The meeting covered a wide range of topics. Beyond the initial discussion on economics, they later delved into technological investment, weapons development, and military construction. Stepping out of the conference hall, Zhang Jiaxi mentally calculated that, excluding breaks and a lunch hour, the meeting had lasted 5 or 6 hours. On his way to the parking lot, Zhang Jiaxi suddenly heard a booming voice not far behind him. Son, brother, son. Wait up, old buddy. I need to talk to you. Zhang Jiaxi turned curiously to see an elderly man approaching him. His previously unsteady gait had suddenly transformed into a brisk, almost running pace. Not far behind him, another robust elder seemingly a full size larger than Zhang was striding swiftly to catch up. Get lost, you old geezer. All you know how to do is drag me out drinking, and you can't even hold your liquor. 2 cups and you're done for. Every time I have to walk you home, your wife gives me an earful. Hey, what are you talking about? I've been training my tolerance lately, 2 bottles are no problem. Cut the crap. You call that drinking? You just get wasted and smash the bottles. As they argued, the older man who was closer had already sprinted past Zhang Jiaxi. Seeing the other man closing in, the elderly man surnamed Sun quickly spun around and positioned himself behind Zhang Jiaxi. Young man, cover me for a moment. He positioned himself in front of Zhang Jiaxi. Hey, you old son, how many years has it been? You still think you can block me by finding someone to shield you? With that, the man took a swift stride forward, spread his arms wide to slip around Zhang Jiaxi's body, and yanked the old man behind Zhang Jiaxi away. Then, he simply dragged both of them toward the parking lot. Old who? Old who? Let go of me. In public like this? Don't act like a child. Don't even think about it. If I let go, you'd take off running in a heartbeat. The 2 men stood locked in a standoff, leaving Zhang Jiaxi caught painfully between them. From their appearance alone, Zhang Jiaxi could tell both men had weathered decades of war. So Zhang Jiaxi dared not struggle, afraid his movements might accidentally hurt them. Gentlemen, gentlemen. Given the situation, shouldn't you let me go first? Under the streetlight, the 2 generals exchanged a glance, a wave of awkwardness washing over them. General Hu released one hand, allowing Zhang Jiaxi to slip free from between them. He spoke with a touch of embarrassment. Young man, sorry to make a spectacle of you. It's all this old son's fault. Hey, you have the nerve to blame me? Just as General Hu prepared to shift the blame onto General Sun, the latter immediately retorted, his gaze finally settling on Zhang Jiaoxi. Ah. It's you, Comrade Jiaoxi. What? Zhang Jiaoxi? The moment General Sun uttered Zhang Jiaoxi's name, General Hu let out a startled cry. He even released his grip on General Sun, who he'd barely managed to hold onto. Taking a long stride, he stepped before Zhang Jiaoxi, leaned in for a closer look to confirm he hadn't mistaken him, then said with a sour expression. It really is you. Come here, Zhang Jiaoxi. I've been looking for you since I heard you speak at the assembly today. But you, kid, speak right to my taste. I was thinking of letting you off the hook today, but look who I run into now. Zhang Jiaoxi stared blankly at the fuming General Hu before him, his mind racing. Judging by the man's expression, he must have crossed paths with him before. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't place a single memory of ever interacting with this General Hu. Judging by General Hu's appearance, Zhang Jiaoxi could tell he was old, certainly someone who'd seen decades of battle. Zhang Jiaoxi held deep respect for these veterans who had fought for the nation's survival. Despite General Hu's confrontational manner, he addressed him politely. General Hu, I don't recognize you. When might I have inadvertently offended you? General Hu panted heavily, letting out a cold snort through his nostrils. Of course you don't know me. But I might know you very well. Glancing around, General Hu felt the crowd was growing too dense. He suddenly grabbed Zhang Jiaoxi's shoulder and pulled him away toward the distance. General Sun, who had been grabbed by General Hu, was fretting over his fate that night. But when he looked up, the man was already nearly out of sight. Old Hu! Old Hu! Wait for me! Where are you going? Don't do anything rash. General Hu hadn't acted recklessly. As soon as they reached a deserted spot, he glanced left and right. Once satisfied no one was around, his furious expression instantly turned pleading. Comrade Jiaoxi, was that paper you wrote earlier just to scare people? Will future wars really be like that? Hearing this question, Zhang Jiaoxi's earlier unease instantly subsided. Though he didn't believe anyone here would attack him, General Hu's earlier fierce demeanor had genuinely frightened him. General Hu, I believe the Ministry of Defense held a symposium on Operation Golden Canyon. Weren't those points already covered during that meeting? General Hu scratched his head awkwardly. This meeting did indeed take place, and he'd heard that shortly after the Golden Canyon operation, the Ministry of Defense conducted internal study sessions. Only after formulating the theoretical framework did they begin educating officers like them. Ha, you've said a lot, but I didn't understand a word. Seeing General Hu's awkward yet self-righteous expression, Zhang Jiaoxi shook his head helplessly. General Hu, you wouldn't be angry at your junior just because you couldn't follow the lecture, would you? Of course not. I may not be a scholar like Old Sun, but I wouldn't get angry at a junior over something like this. Just as Zhang Jiaoxi was about to press further, a hint of melancholy flitted across General Hu's face. Sighing, General Hu continued. Comrade Jiaoxi, I'm a soldier. All I know how to do in this life is fight. My mind isn't sharp, and all I've ever learned is warfare. I've commanded many units, rising from a private to where I am now. I've employed every tactic imaginable: tunnel warfare, flanking maneuvers, infantry tank coordination, artillery strikes. In my mind, while these tactics may not secure great glory, they should at least be enough to protect our nation from invasion. But then your thesis appeared, and it left me feeling lost. While much of what the staff officers said went over my head, one thing rang crystal clear: if another North-South Korean war were to erupt now, our chances of victory against the United States would be exceedingly slim. As he spoke, General Hu's eyes grew moist as he looked at Zhang Jiaoxi. He struggled to contain his emotions, but his voice still caught slightly. Comrade Jiaoxi, one of the units under my command today was entrusted to me decades ago by an old company commander who sacrificed his life. For decades, this unit has fought through fire and sword. Even during the North-South Stick War, they ventured deep behind enemy lines, surviving against all odds. Their military achievements are legendary. The glory behind this unit's designation alone is enough to secure their place in the annals of our nation's history. But times have changed. We old-timers can no longer keep pace with the times. Even the legacy passed down to us, we can no longer hold on to. At this point, Zhang Jiaoxi knew General Hu had much more to say, but he could no longer express it. The white-haired old man had already sunk to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Just as Zhang Jiaoxi was about to offer comfort, another elderly voice spoke from behind him. Chapter 80, The General Who Came Calling. Comrade Jiaoxi, Old Hu just wants to ask you if there's any way to save this unit, or rather, more units like it. For the sake of our nation, these units can be disbanded due to military reforms, they can be disbanded due to strategic adjustments, but they absolutely cannot be disbanded because of insufficient combat effectiveness. Otherwise, when we old-timers pass away, we won't be able to face our former comrades. What if my old company commander asks me, hey, little son, what happened to our company? Did it become a heroic unit? How many flags did it win? How could I tell the old commander, hey, old dang, surprise?
Under my leadership, our company was disbanded because our combat effectiveness couldn't keep up with the times.
Surprised? Unexpected? General Sun had approached unnoticed.
After he finished speaking, Zhang Jiaxi stared at the general, somewhat speechless.
You seem to have a bit of a humorous streak in you.
However, General Hu clearly didn't pick up on General Sun's humor, because he started crying even harder.
Zhang Jiaxi didn't respond immediately, his mind rapidly processing the information from both generals' remarks.
Regardless of whether his thesis existed, military reforms in the flower-planting nation were inevitable. With the advent of the information age, the modernization of the armed forces would only accelerate. Multi-layered military structures would gradually become a major obstacle to efficient wartime command. Moreover, the proliferation of high-tech weaponry would render troop numbers no longer the primary determinant of military combat effectiveness. However, the two generals had made it clear they did not wish to obstruct military reform. This was a necessity for national development.
As soldiers, Zhang Jiaxi believed they possessed the resolve to obey orders absolutely.
They wish for these units to have an opportunity to shine in the new era.
Even if they must depart, it should be with honor and dignity, not in the current manner.
Generals, if I understand correctly, the unit you're referring to is likely an airborne force or one primarily tasked with penetration operations, correct? At Zhang Jiaxi's words, General Hu's sobbing abruptly ceased. He scrambled to his feet, approached Zhang Jiaxi by the water's edge, wiped his face with a large hand, and said hopefully, that's right, that's right.
Comrade Jiaxi, have you thought of a solution? You're the author of that thesis. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who could solve this problem.
Whether airborne troops or forces tasked with behind enemy lines operations, they share a common trait: lightweight equipment, high mobility, and elite personnel. 20 or 30 years ago, such forces even armed only with basic rifles, light machine guns, grenades, and demolition charges could inflict significant damage on enemy rear area structures, personnel, and even armored units. Airborne troops, in particular, could render enemy fortifications on high ground and frontline obstacles utterly useless if they timed their entry correctly. This would leave the enemy's mobile reserves and supporting firepower in the rear completely exposed to our fire.
It renders the enemy's painstakingly prepared flanking maneuvers, feints, and surprise attacks utterly ineffective.
However, with the advancement of technology, both construction materials and armor strength have undergone revolutionary changes. When designing the Lynx all-terrain assault vehicle, I anticipated this very issue. I knew this assault vehicle would eventually be pushed to its limits by airborne troops or rear penetration forces. Only this weapon could fully address their limitations, enabling them to carry heavy firepower as light infantry while far surpassing standard soldiers in mobility and endurance. Perhaps the weapon I've recently developed could change this situation.
Really?
Both generals looked at Zhang Jiaxi with equal surprise and anticipation, fearing he might utter a word of denial.
Absolutely.
If you're interested, visit our Army Armored Equipment Research Institute in a few days, formerly the Tank Research Institute, soon to be renamed.
Very well, we certainly will.
Hearing this, the generals were instantly 9/10 convinced. One on each side, they carefully supported Zhang Jiaxi's arms, as if afraid he might stumble. Zhang Jiaxi tried to refuse, but the generals stubbornly persisted, escorting him to the car in this manner. Several days later, as the Spring Festival holiday officially concluded, everyone gradually returned to their posts. Zhang Jiaxi also made his way back to the Army Armored Equipment Research Institute. This sign had just been installed as Zhang Jiaxi drove through the gate. Last year, after Zhang Jiaxi decided to pursue combat vehicle development, the General Armament Department of the Ministry of National Defense received notification to elevate the Combat Vehicle Research Division, originally tasked with refining tank combat systems within the Tank Research Institute, into an independent department. Thus, before the Spring Festival, Zhang Jiaxi received notification that the Tank Research Institute had been renamed the Army Armored Equipment Research Institute, with its two primary RD departments reorganized into the Tank Research Institute and the Combat Vehicle Research Institute. Upon arriving at the institute, Zhang Jiaxi immediately summoned the heads of each subsystem for a meeting. Everyone sequentially reported on the progress of the modular development of the Lynx family. Zhang Jiaxi offered a few brief suggestions and instructed them to prioritize the development plans for several Lynx all-terrain assault vehicles needed in the short term.
With that, the meeting concluded. The Lynx family primarily involved integrating existing technologies, requiring minimal direct involvement from Zhang Jiaxi.
After everyone departed, he began conceptualizing the next phase of development.
China's current weapons technology still lagged significantly behind Russia and the United States.
Even with his contributions, after more than half a year, China had only managed to catch up with those two nations in certain areas of ground forces equipment. For the entire military, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Zhang Jiaxi spread a sheet of paper on the table and wrote several names on it.
Army, Air Force, Navy, Rocket Force.
After a moment's thought, he crossed out Air Force and Rocket Force. Although China's missile development still had considerable room for improvement compared to his previous life, it was already at the forefront of the world in this era. Moreover, the technical complexity of missiles was too high.
Zhang Jiaxi scoured the system. Even if Liu Yaoguang and Lu Qiusua secured more orders, the currently unlocked missile tiers weren't particularly advanced and couldn't significantly enhance China's current capabilities. The Air Force was even less feasible. The stunning fourth-generation fighter jets were already in the skies. Not only did he lack the technology to develop such aircraft now, but even if he did, China lacked the production capacity to manufacture them. Instead of dwelling on this, it was better to focus on acquiring other technologies, securing more funding, or selling more arms. The nation could earn some cash while he earned points, enabling a comprehensive upgrade across all fronts of the nation. Only then would the nation have the capability to produce its own fourth-generation fighter jets sooner. Only then could we defeat that eagle and overcome our fear of the skies. As Zhang Jiaxi prepared to write down the remaining 2 terms, a knock sounded at the door. The guard entered and announced, "Major Zhang, the reception room informs you that 2 generals are here to meet with you." They've already entered. They came knocking so soon? It seems these 2 generals are truly in a hurry. Chapter 81. If the ship's guns are that good, why not? Having worked at the research institute for so long, this was the first time anyone had ever come to visit Zhang Jiaxi. So when the 2 generals entered Zhang Jiaxi's office, the guard came in to pour them tea, appearing quite awkward. The 2 generals sat nervously across from Zhang Jiaxi. Their current demeanor was almost identical to when they were mere privates, summoned for questioning by their platoon leader. Zhang Jiaxi understood perfectly why the generals were so tense. Without hesitation, he pulled a file from the cabinet, a comprehensive summary of all current research projects within the Lynx family. Placing the documents before them, Zhang Jiaxi spoke. "Generals, this is the equipment I mentioned that could transform the awkward situation faced by airborne troops or rear penetration forces." After uttering just that one sentence, Zhang Jiaxi fell silent. Both generals were seasoned veterans who had fought countless battles on the battlefield. Their extensive combat experience allowed them to quickly grasp the immense power of this weapon upon reviewing the documents. "Comrade Jiaxi, is this weapon already in production?" After glancing at just the first few pages, General who held the documents with trembling hands, his face brimming with anticipation as he asked. Even as the words left his lips, his mind was already painting a vivid picture, that unit operating this weapon behind enemy lines, deep within the heart of the foe, maneuvering with unparalleled freedom. The development of the Cat-Cat vehicle. Zhang Jiaxi had barely begun when General Hu interrupted with curiosity. "Cat-Cat vehicle? That's what this weapon is called?" Zhang Jiaxi placed the documents before them. Eagerly, he opened them without noticing the name on the cover. "Its full name is the Lynx All-Terrain Assault Vehicle. We usually just call it the Cat-Cat vehicle." "Ah, with all these guns and cannons, plus that terrifying off-road mobility, it's definitely the king of the forest. I think calling it the Tiger vehicle would be more fitting." Zhang Jiaxi shook his head. "That's not the point at all. We can't let our current technological limitations stifle our imagination. Right now, our tech is limited, so we can only mount small guns and cannons on these vehicles. If we call it the Tiger vehicle now, what will we call them when we eventually mount heavy artillery on them in the future? As weapons developers, we must adopt a forward-looking perspective. We need to leave ample room for future progress and imagination, never shackle ourselves with limitations." Since the 2 generals hadn't yet seen the rest of the document, they didn't know what Zhang Jiaxi meant by small guns and cannons. They simply found his reasoning compelling and nodded expectantly. "Exactly. Exactly. Let's call it the kitty car. But what about that Tiger tank you mentioned earlier? When can we start developing it? Could we get our troops equipped with it first?" Zhang Jiaxi stared speechlessly at the 2 people before him. He'd only mentioned it in passing. What, were they already planning to make it happen? When people grow tired of the old and crave the new, they at least get their hands on the old first. But you lot? The old hasn't even been produced yet, and you're already setting your sights on something newer. As if sensing Zhang Jiaxi's gaze, General Sun spoke first, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Sorry, Comrade Jiaxi. We old-timers are so used to being broke that whenever we hear about something good, we instinctively want to grab a piece for our own team. You go first. As he spoke, General Sun nudged General Hu beside him with his elbow. General Hu immediately caught on, nodding eagerly. Right. Zhang Jiaxi understood these veterans, whose entire careers had been spent under fire suppression, and their deep-seated fear of insufficient firepower. He merely thought to himself that he needed to procure more weapons to properly cure the firepower deficiency phobia of the flower-planting family and ideally transfer that condition to other nations. Picking up the documents, Zhang Jiaxi flipped to the later pages and continued. For the Cat-Cat and Car models, we've adopted the latest modular design. Overall development is nearly complete, with only the weapon systems remaining. In my view, your unit most urgently requires these variants. I've already instructed the R&D team to accelerate their progress. The 2 generals now focused their attention on the items Zhang Jiaxi was pointing to. Cat-Cat vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns. Cat-Cat vehicles equipped with 122mm mortar howitzers and 120mm mortars. The Cat-Cat vehicle equipped with a 107mm self-propelled rocket launcher. As Zhang Jiaxi flipped through the pages, their eyes grew increasingly bright. Even after seeing only the basic models, they recognized the unparalleled advantages this weapon offered for airborne troops or behind enemy lines operations. The several-fold increase in mobility and the dozens-fold increase in transport capacity meant an unquestionable boost for a force deep behind enemy lines. But upon seeing the subsequent pages, they realized their initial assessments had been far too conservative. This wasn't some small-caliber rifle or cannon, it was clearly the main firepower equipment of the modern army. Mounted on a vehicle, the firepower of a single platoon could briefly rival that of a company or even a battalion. Imagine the shock when such a force suddenly materializes behind enemy lines or deep within their heartland, unleashing concentrated firepower on critical targets. Who wouldn't be stunned? As a commander, my first thought would be, is there a gap in my frontline defenses? Did the enemy slip through? After all, who could have imagined that a force infiltrating or airborne behind enemy lines could possess firepower matching or even surpassing that of mainline forces on the front lines? At this thought, both men rubbed their hands together. General Hu exclaimed excitedly, "Comrade Xiaoxi, you're being far too modest. You've got mortar-launched grenades and rockets and you call that small arms and artillery?" Old Hu's right, Comrade Xiaoxi is far too modest. If these count as small arms and artillery, what exactly are the big guns? You can't possibly mount naval guns onto vehicles, can you? Ha, exactly. These things feel reliable to me. How could we possibly move the ship's guns onto a vehicle? Both men were in high spirits thanks to the capabilities demonstrated by the Cat vehicle. At this moment, they were in the mood for banter, a far cry from the tense expressions they'd worn when they first entered the office. But as they laughed, they suddenly sensed something was off. They stopped laughing and turned their gaze toward Zhang Jiaxi. Zhang Jiaxi smiled faintly, closed the documents on the desk to reveal the large characters "Cat car" on the surface, and tapped it lightly with her finger. Ship cannons have long range and immense power. Why not? Chapter 82, Cat car, the greatest hope. Ha! Both generals uttered a simultaneous sound of confusion, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning of what they had just heard. Though not military engineers, they knew at least that naval guns and land guns belonged to entirely different systems. Mounting land guns on ships inevitably resulted in short range and poor accuracy. Conversely, moving naval guns ashore risked a single shot destroying the vehicle and killing the crew before the enemy even suffered casualties. However, Zhang Jiaxi didn't dwell on the matter with them. Before the shock and confusion had fully lifted, he was already leading them toward the workshop. After all, these two generals were likely to become the first major domestic customers for this batch of Cat vehicles. They might even leverage their influence to establish a strong domestic reputation, paving the way for international expansion. For the sake of earning points, Zhang Jiaxi did possess a basic level of customer service awareness. Following Zhang Jiaxi's modular redesign, the War Vehicle Research Institute saw significant improvements in the specialization of each subsystem. Take the simplest example, the tank chassis project team. With over 20 Cat tank models already in the pipeline, only 3 chassis-based designs were now required. Depending on the Cat tank's specific function, minor modifications during production on these 3 chassis could meet all requirements. This standardized development approach drastically reduced the workload of creating multiple variants of similar weapons while allowing for more refined development across all systems. Throughout the journey, developers in every subsystem worked with great enthusiasm. Only upon reaching the finished product area did things feel somewhat quiet. The models currently in production are relatively basic variants. Aside from the high-altitude patrol vehicles destined for Tibet, most are different configurations of troop carriers. Yet this did nothing to dampen the two generals' inner excitement. Having witnessed the development process of the Cat vehicle firsthand, they were even more convinced that this weapon had the potential to transform the fate of that unit. Back in the office, they eagerly addressed Zhang Jiaxi. "Comrade Xiaoxi, when can these catapult vehicles enter full-scale production?" "In a month, the military region will hold an exercise. Based on the information leaked so far, my unit in Old Suns will serve as the defending Red Force, while the attacking Blue Force will receive significant reinforcements." General Sun nodded. "If things go as expected, the Blue side might even deploy those precision-guided weapons you mentioned in your thesis. While our country doesn't possess them yet, if the exercise directors say they exist, they exist. At a single command, our entire Red side's heavy firepower could be crippled. Recently, Old Hu, several comrades, and I have been contemplating effective countermeasures not only to defeat the Blue Force but also to prepare for potential future adversaries. But with such an absolute gap in weaponry and equipment, all we can envision is tactical victories. Yet our opponents this time aren't foreign adversaries unfamiliar with us, they're comrades who've studied these tactics for years and wield them with instinctive mastery. If our tactics lack any element of surprise, then in the eyes of our opponents, they are nothing more than an open hand and a rotten one at that." General Sun sighed at this point. It was clear these generals had exhausted every possible strategy to confront this battle, yet lacking sufficient means, they had even prepared themselves to charge headlong into the fray. As soldiers of the Flower family, no matter how slim the odds of victory, abandoning the fight was never an option in their minds. To defend their homeland, even on a battlefield where death was certain, they would charge forward without hesitation. They would use their lives, their very flesh and blood, to secure a glimmer of hope for victory for their homeland. Comrade Zhang Jiaxi, this cat vehicle is now our greatest hope for defeating the enemy. Meaning the hopeful gazes of the two men, Zhang Jiaxi mentally calculated, if he intervened, the development process could be largely bypassed. Then, deploying this weapon on the battlefield would only require mass production and training. Meanwhile, at the rising military factory, the newly added production line for the upcoming third-generation main battle tank, the Friendship Export variant, was nearly complete. Using it to manufacture cat tanks would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and output capacity was the least of their concerns. No problem. The first batch of cat tanks will be delivered to you within half a month. I'll have the armory personnel contact you directly. General Sun stepped forward, grasping Zhang Jiaxi's hand with excitement. Excellent. Comrade Jiaxi, I truly don't know how to thank you. Hey, what's there to be grateful for? Comrade Jiaxi, old Sun has several cases of fine wine he's been hoarding for years. I'll snatch them all and give them to you. General Sun's excited hands froze instantly. He kicked out at General Hu, but who deftly dodged the blow. You old fox who? If anyone's giving gifts, it's me. Why should you snatch them? Since the teacher gave us that fine liquor, stop hoarding the stuff in your own house. Zhang Jiaxi hurriedly pulled the two agitated generals apart. Seeing them so worked up, he feared they might faint right there in his office. Generals, we're all striving for the rise of our nation. There's no need for thanks. You two should return and prepare the troop formations in advance. Once the cat cars arrive, commence training immediately. While the cat vehicle isn't difficult to pilot as a new weapon, soldiers still need time to become familiar with it. Moreover, new weapons significantly impact tactical deployment, especially the cat vehicle. Before its advent, rear area penetration tactics primarily involved cutting supply lines and flanking maneuvers. But with the cat vehicle, troops can undertake far more demanding missions such as demolishing critical targets, providing fire support, or even storming key strongholds to execute decapitation strikes. All of this demands even more rigorous training for our current forces. The two generals nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Zhang Jiaxi, they took their leave. They needed to return to their units as quickly as possible to adjust training protocols. As soon as he got into his vehicle, General Hu instructed his guard, Xiao Zhou, after dropping me off at the base, go to my residence. Take those cases of fine wine I've been saving and deliver them to Comrade Jiaxi. Ask his guards for the exact address and send them directly to his home, no need for him to refuse. While General Hu was giving instructions to his guard, General Sun in another vehicle was saying much the same thing to his own guard. Both men felt genuine gratitude toward Zhang Jiaxi. These bottles of wine, which they themselves wouldn't dare drink during festivals, were given away without a second thought. To ensure Zhang Jiaxi accepted their thanks, they even independently chose to have the gifts delivered directly to his home, leaving him no chance to refuse. Chapter 83, Researchers Ready to Strike, Public Intellectuals Step In. Picking up the phone on his desk, Zhang Jiaxi contacted several project leaders, instructing them to come collect the finalized designs for several cat vehicle models. These were to be immediately forwarded to the rising military factory for production commencement. Production quantities would naturally be coordinated between the factory and the military units commanded by the two generals. For the Armored Vehicle Research Institute itself, reducing development efforts on several cat models would not undermine Zhang Jiaxi's original intent of honing their RD capabilities. That evening, when Zhang Jiaxi returned to his quarters, he opened the door to find over a dozen cases of wine arranged in the living room. Approaching them, he recognized the finest vintages of this era, all well-aged. The two generals had certainly splurged this time. Knowing this was the general's expression of gratitude, Zhang Jiaxi wasted no time. He called over two guards to help carry the boxes into the storage room. Indeed, Zhang Jiaxi had no intention of returning the wine. Regardless of whether the generals would accept it back, the mere act of sending it back would make their relationship seem unnecessarily distant. Insisting on returning the gifts might lead the elders to misunderstand him as being aloof. The best approach was to wait for a future opportunity to reciprocate with a gift of his own. For the following period, Zhang Jiaxi maintained a routine that shuttled solely between his dormitory and the Research Institute. He monitored the progress of various projects at the Armored Vehicle Research Institute. Occasionally, when the Tank Research Institute encountered an unsolvable problem, someone would come over with an apologetic look, as if the issue was beyond their capabilities and might even reflect poorly on Professor Zhang. Meanwhile, at the Armored Vehicle Research Institute, seeing the Tank Research Institute personnel constantly seeking out Zhang Jiaxi left everyone feeling anxious. They knew full well that their own research tasks were far less challenging than those at the Tank Research Institute. They dreaded the day Zhang Jiaxi might decide the Tank Research Institute needed him more, abandoning them to return to that department. To the point that, during this period, the heads of those subsystems kept chattering incessantly in Zhang Jiaxi's ear, hinting through their words that they hoped Zhang Jiaxi would assign them some challenging tasks. Even when Zhang Jiaxi walked into the workshop, the RD staff would all fix their eager gazes on him.
Though they said nothing, Zheng Chaoshi could clearly read their unspoken plea in their eyes.
Please, the organization, test me with even more demanding tasks. However, the overall caliber of personnel at the Armored Vehicle Research Institute was lower than that of the Tank Research Institute. At the very least, Zheng Jiaoshi hadn't encountered anyone here with scientific talent reaching the level of Chen Gonghe and his team.
After all, the entire Armored Vehicle Research Institute had originally existed as a subsidiary of the Tank Development Institute, making this situation entirely understandable. After deciding what weapon to develop following the Cat vehicle, Zheng Jiaoshi submitted a report to Director Yang, requesting additional personnel for the Armored Vehicle Research Institute, particularly scientific talent from universities. Over the following period, these talents gradually arrived and quickly familiarized themselves with the institute's working methods through their involvement in the Cat tank project. In Zheng Jiaoshi's vision, the moment Generals Hu and Sun concluded their exercises, the Armored Vehicle Research Institute would immediately launch the new project, with these talents becoming its true backbone. However, upon returning to his office from the workshop and seeing a stack of newly delivered newspapers on his desk, Zheng Jiaoshi fell into deep thought.
The front page headline read in bold letters: Peaceful coexistence, win-win cooperation, and a new era. Who is attempting to use isolationist threats to hinder the rise of the flowering nation?
Flipping to the next newspaper, he opened its front page headline.
In this new era, when guests arrive at our doorstep, should we offer fine wine and delicacies or point guns and cannons?
Zheng Jiaoshi picked up the newspapers and began skimming through them.
Good grief, all the same polished rhetoric.
In his previous life, if such rhetoric appeared online, netizens would simply dismiss it as a waste of the party's money. But in this era, information flow was relatively restricted. People held those who could publish opinions in newspapers in high regard, and some intellectuals even treated these words as gospel. From Zheng Jiaoshi's perspective after his transmigration, this behavior seemed foolish, a classic lack of independent judgment, even failing to grasp basic common sense and logical reasoning. Yet in this era, it was the most typical phenomenon among the masses.
This godfather sure moves fast.
In less than 20 days, he's already teamed up with those public intellectuals to pull off this stunt. Zheng Jiaoshi muttered under his breath, setting the newspaper aside as he mentally assessed the group's intentions.
First, they'd build momentum in the press, pulling everyone's thinking toward their side. This would subtly position his actions and words against Lu Jiazhu at the conference as the public enemy. Once the prevailing sentiments solidified, major academic institutions and economic business associations would convene conferences or forums. Naturally, someone would raise the incident for discussion. After all, the conference tea required confidentiality. With so much time passed, leaks about its proceedings would seem perfectly plausible. Once the discussion commenced, Zheng Jiaoshi would face a one-sided condemnation. Finally, once the criticism campaign concluded, it would be harvest time for those individuals. Among the students and social elites of Zhenghua involved in this affair, a common problem existed. Most were filled with fervent passion, willing to sacrifice themselves at any moment for the sake of Zhenghua. The young people they deceive will come to believe Zheng Jiaoshi poses a significant threat to the nation's progress. They will even risk their entire futures to petition and report him, determined to expel this person they perceive as jeopardizing the nation's destiny. Zheng Jiaoshi understood this wasn't their fault. It was simply that the enemies of this era were too cunning, or rather, their tactics were too novel. They had infiltrated the ranks of the Chinese people themselves, hiding so well that many were deceived. Yet Zheng Jiaoshi felt no fear regarding such matters. At the assembly, when he faced Lu Jiazhu head-on, Zheng Jiaoshi had anticipated today's events. The people of this era lacked experience in dealing with such matters, but for Zheng Jiaoshi, it couldn't be simpler. Compared to previous eras, these remotely cultivated second-rate dogs on the internet were being exposed one by one. Their carefully crafted lies were being torn apart, laid bare for all to see. Currently, the internet hadn't yet become widespread in Zomoagia, so Zheng Jiaoshi couldn't awaken everyone. However, by drawing out the enemy early, as long as he chose to confront them head-on, there was a chance to make the world preliminarily aware of these people's issues. This would allow a group of people to wake up ahead of time. In Zheng Jiaoshi's eyes, they were all good comrades who loved Zhenghua. Even if he could only steer one person back onto the right path, it would be worth it. But the time isn't right yet. Let the bullets fly for a while. Chapter 84, A Disgraceful Disparity in Strength. The 7th day of the 2nd lunar month marked the beginning of the vernal equinox. The earth warmed, and all things revived. At the northern training ground of the capital, a military exercise with vastly unequal forces was about to commence. Zheng Jiaoshi had already entered the training ground before the exercise began, going straight to the room where the directorial team was stationed. As the nation's foremost military engineer who pioneered electronic information warfare and developed numerous new weapon systems, the command group deemed Zheng Jiaoshi's expertise fully qualified to assess tactical strike effectiveness within their ranks. Taking his seat in the command center, Zheng Jiaoshi picked up the basic data sheets for the red and blue forces and began reviewing them. As General Hu and General Sun had explained, they and several other generals had brought their units to serve as the defending force, the red side equipped solely with active duty weaponry. The blue force, however, was a formidable force assembled by the command group. In this exercise, which did not involve air combat, the Blue Force possessed absolute information reconnaissance capabilities, derived from the reconnaissance aircraft configuration outlined in Zhang Jiaxi's thesis. They possessed the capability to completely jam enemy communications, a capability also derived from Zhang Jiaxi's thesis on jamming equipment configurations. They possessed precision-guided firepower, demonstrated by Big Beauty during Operation Golden Canyon. They possessed armored forces vastly superior to the Red Teams, built upon the industrial capabilities of the Bear Nation. Possession of the world's most powerful third-generation main battle tanks, developed by Zhang Jiaxi. Though China's current production numbers barely reach double digits, this did not deter the production team from having Blue Force soldiers drive ordinary tanks while pretending they were Watchtower tanks. Once the main battle commenced, they were ready to start crossing off Red Force personnel and equipment from the list. Attention all units, the exercise is about to commence. Please reconfirm with all participating units. Red Force Equipment Battalion 1, copy that, please respond. Red Force Assault Battalion 1, copy that, please respond. Blue Force Intelligence Reconnaissance Unit, please respond. Blue Tactical Missile Unit, please respond. Confirmations echoed through the command center as the exercise officially commenced. When both Red and Blue Forces received the exercise notification, they were given minimal preparatory information beyond their own troop deployments. This deliberate omission was designed to test both sides on the spot command capabilities. Connecting to Blue Command Center. Directorate, this is Blue Command Center. What are your instructions? Blue Force, the exercise has commenced. The command center will not issue a formal start command. You may independently determine the timing of your offensive. Blue Team copy. The transmission cut off. Deep within a dense forest at the heart of Blue Force's position, Commander Song Xingxi stared intently at the list before him and the makeshift camp of dozens of tents. Holy crap, what the hell is this? High-altitude early warning aircraft, electronic warfare jammers, ground-to-ground tactical missiles, third-generation main battle tanks. If only this stuff were real. I'd slap those Russian bastards right in the face. I've never fought a war with such abundant resources. Song Xingxi passed the list to several other Blue Command generals. After reviewing it, they all wore expressions matching Song's excitement. I hear today's Red Force Command is led by Generals Hu and Sunday. Back in school, both teachers came to lecture us, emphasizing one principle: when rich, focus on firepower coverage; when poor, focus on tactical penetration. Today, we absolutely must put our teachers' principles into practice. Exactly. We're all devoted students of our teachers. We must execute their theories with meticulous precision. This feeling of betraying our teachers is truly exhilarating. After the exercise, I'll definitely debrief this operation thoroughly with the instructors. Great idea. When I become an instructor myself, I'll make this exercise a case study. We'll help our teachers figure out how to win. With smiles still on their faces, the group walked up to the large screen. At that moment, the screen displayed only the deployment of the Blue Forces, while information about the Red Forces remained blank. Notify the Directorate, Blue Force is deploying reconnaissance aircraft. After Blue Force submitted their request, Zhang Jiaxi's director team sprang into action. Numerous screens began displaying the positions and firepower capabilities of Red Force units across the battlefield. If the director team determined that any unit's concealment measures were substandard, that unit's location and firepower data would immediately appear on Blue Force's main screen. Though no official exercise commencement notice had been received, the defending Red side wasted no time. The seasoned generals Hu and Sun quickly deduced that the command center intended for Blue Force to launch a surprise attack. Considering that the enemy's weaponry was based on Zhang Jiaxi's research paper, General Sun immediately issued concealment orders to all units. This was especially crucial for artillery and rocket launchers, which would be the most vital firepower for defense and must be concealed thoroughly. However, while Red forces were still busily enhancing camouflage for these weapons, Song Xingxi and his team had already accessed extensive Red Force intelligence on the large screen. Teacher truly lives up to his reputation. With such tactical deployment, the command post's location is completely undetectable. Our plan to use tactical missiles for precision strikes is now useless. Teacher is so advanced in years, and we can't let him retire early. I feel so guilty. Exactly. Looks like we need to move faster now. We can't delay our teacher's rest. Though their words were filled with concern for their mentor, their hands busily circled and marked critical locations on the screen. Soon, they confirmed their plans with each other and requested another call with the director's team. Director's team, Blue Force requests authorization to strike Red Force targets with ground-to-ground tactical missiles. Target locations are as follows: artillery positions behind Hill 977, Camp 4 and Forest Zone 376. As Blue Force listed each target, the corresponding locations on the director's team's large screen zoomed in, displaying the details before them. Comrade Jiaxi, based on your understanding of this high-tech warfare, how many targets do you estimate Blue Force can achieve with their current operations? Red Force's firepower deployment isn't weak, but just like our country now, they lack counter-reconnaissance capabilities and have no means to jam missile guidance systems. Based on Blue Force's strike plan, all these positions have been completely destroyed.
After Zhang Xiaoxi finished, the others nodded in agreement.
He then ordered the communications officer to notify the Red Force units that they had been eliminated.
They were to remain in place, cease all movement, and secure all weapons to avoid interfering with other Red Force units. Meanwhile, behind a hillside in the Red Force's defensive position.
Captain, why hasn't the director's team signaled the exercise start yet?
You guarded these cannons like precious treasures back at the battalion headquarters. You wouldn't let us fire a single shot, let alone touch them, afraid we'd break them. Today's finally our chance to really enjoy ourselves. The man addressed as battalion commander paid no heed to the soldiers' banter, pacing near the artillery to inspect the adequacy of camouflage measures. Just as he nodded in satisfaction, the communications officer suddenly handed him a receiver. The commander instinctively pressed it to his ear. The surrounding soldiers immediately tensed up at the sight, some even preparing to lift the cover and commence a fierce artillery barrage.
But the battalion commander froze upon hearing the voice in the receiver. Chapter 85, using their own weapon against them.
Based on battlefield conditions, the command center has determined your unit has been eliminated. Immediately sever all communications with higher command, secure all weapons, and have all personnel stand down in place until the exercise concludes. The voice in the earpiece thundered like a bolt from the blue within the battalion tent.
What did you say? Repeat that. I repeat, your unit has been eliminated.
Immediately sever all communication with higher command, secure all weapons, and have all personnel stand by at their current positions until the exercise concludes.
Copy that. The company commander's response was weak and lifeless.
The soldiers around him sensed something was wrong and gathered around.
Commander, what's wrong? Could our command post have been overrun? So what if it was taken? Tell the directors we can still fight without headquarters. We're going to avenge headquarters. Exactly. Exactly. They want us back before we've even fired a shot? I refuse to accept this.
The battalion commander took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and calmly issued his orders.
Attention, everyone. Stand at attention. Two sharp clicks echoed as the once chaotic crowd instantly fell silent, standing at attention. Bugler, sound the assembly call. The loudspeaker's call echoed rapidly across the camp.
Personnel scattered throughout the area immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed outside in unison, forming orderly ranks. All personnel, secure your artillery, disarm, and remain on standby within your positions.
Do not leave without authorization. Dismissed.
Yet not a single person moved after the battalion commander's order. The command was simply too baffling. If the exercise had ended, they would have been ordered to pack up and prepare to leave.
But if it was still ongoing, why weren't they being directed to take up combat positions? Instead, it seemed as though everyone was being withdrawn from the fight. Noticing the confusion, the political instructor approached the battalion commander and asked curiously, "Old Yi, what's going on? Did you receive some message from the director's team?" Battalion Commander Yi nodded solemnly. "We've just been informed that we've been eliminated."
His voice wasn't loud, but the silence on the field meant most people heard him.
"How could that be? Why would we be eliminated?" "Yeah, no enemy forces attacked us. How could we be eliminated? That's not fair."
"Commander, the production team makes mistakes sometimes."
"Should we ask them again?" "Exactly.
We worked so hard to get here, spent ages setting up the artillery positions, and didn't even fire a single shot.
How could we be eliminated out of the blue like this?"
Yi remained silent. Noticing his commander's distress, the political instructor waved the soldiers away before pulling Yi aside to talk privately.
After some discussion, the political instructor realized Yi was lamenting the gap in weaponry and equipment.
After a momentary lapse, Yi recalled the modern warfare training courses the military had organized earlier.
So this was the power of ultra-long-range reconnaissance and precision-guided munitions? Enemy forces could be eliminated before their silhouettes even came into view.
This was merely an exercise.
But if they encountered such an enemy on the battlefield, what could they possibly do? If we can't handle such adversaries, how can we defend our homeland and protect its people?
While Yi, the battalion commander, was deep in thought, General who sat in a deeply concealed command center, his expression grave as he stared at the large screen before him.
Have the losses been tallied?
They are. Nearly 40% of our long-range firepower has been destroyed. And the remaining 60% once activated will likely face another precision strike from the blue forces.
General who sucked in a sharp breath.
His gaze shifted to General Sun, who sat intently studying the map.
I never understood Comrade Choui's thesis before, but now I get it. Our earlier assessments were correct. With weapons like that, victory on the main battlefield is impossible. We must find another way. Old Sun, what's your plan?
There are only two ways to win: defeat the enemy head-on, or locate their command center and wipe them out entirely.
General who nodded.
This was precisely the plan they had devised when they sought out Zhang Xiaoxi earlier.
But possessing the conditions for a pincer maneuver didn't guarantee its success. The enemy were masters of penetration tactics themselves.
When determining the location of their command center, they would almost certainly account for this, making it an extremely difficult target to locate.
Facing such formidable foes, we cannot cling to false hope.
A prolonged stalemate would only mean slow death for us. In my view, we have only one chance to strike: either we make a thunderous breakthrough, or we suffer total annihilation.
Old son, we're all veterans who've fought for decades. We all understand this path. Have you come up with a plan? Just say it. All right.
General Sun gathered the commanders around the sand table. After a series of simulations, orders began flowing to all Red forces. Half the personnel from each unit were immediately placed on standby for night combat, while the rest held their positions, preparing to withstand a potential frontal assault from the Blue forces at any moment. Shortly after the orders were issued, a column of tanks appeared before the Red forces' positions. Intelligence was immediately relayed to the Red command center.
Blue force tanks are advancing. Hold your positions. The positions must remain in Red force hands before nightfall. The tanks drew nearer.
Once within striking distance, the battle erupted.
Through the screen, Zhang Jiaoxi observed Red Force soldiers deploying the newly issued Huatuoman portable anti-tank missiles.
These soldiers were highly trained, and soon, missiles flew one after another from their launchers. Of course, as this was an exercise, the weapons were not loaded with live ammunition.
All firing outcomes were determined by the production team. Zhang Jiaoxi turned his gaze to the blue team's tank formation. Wow, an entire formation of third-generation Sentinel main battle tanks.
The number of Sentinel tanks currently deployed by the Chinese military probably didn't even reach half of what this Blue force had. He picked up a pen and scribbled a line on the paper.
Red force deployed individual anti-tank missiles. Missiles intercepted by tank active protection systems. Attack ineffective. Meanwhile, on the Red team's front lines, soldiers realized their Huatua anti-tank missiles were useless.
Not a single tank in the wave-like assault had been taken out. Captain, something's wrong here.
Didn't they say this Huatuoman portable anti-tank missile could effectively destroy enemy tanks within a 4-kilometer range? Why isn't it working at all?
The company commander scratched his head, equally puzzled. Suspecting a miscalculation by the production team, he grabbed the phone and called headquarters.
After quickly explaining the situation, headquarters promptly provided an answer.
The enemy is operating China's latest third-generation main battle tank, the Sentinel. Your missiles were all intercepted by their active defense system.
Ha!
The company commander only managed to utter a single word of confusion before the line went dead. At that moment, the command center was bustling like ants on a hot pan.
The Blue Army's weaponry was utterly unethical.
Originally, after equipping their forces with Zhang Jiaoxi's Kaisan and Huatua systems, even if their offensive capabilities on the main front were lacking, their defense should have remained solid. Now, however, the Blue Army had pulled out a large number of Zhang Jiaoxi's third-generation main battle tanks, the Sentinel.
Unethical. Utterly unethical.
The Red Army had these weapons legitimately, yet the Blue Army drove around in Type 59 tanks, claiming they were Sentinel tanks, rendering the Red Army's missiles ineffective against them. General Hu and his men gritted their teeth as they huddled together.
Don't let me find out who their commander is.
If I do, I'll make them understand why the flowers are so red.
Chapter 86, Exercise concluded.
News of casualties streamed into the Red Army command post. General Hu and his men watched as order after order was dispatched across the sand table. The Red Army began contracting their defenses on multiple fronts, deliberately abandoning the first line of defense to shift the battlefield from the plains to the hilly terrain.
The complex terrain here, with its steep undulations, was nearly impassable for tanks.
Faced with this situation, the Blue Army had no choice but to abandon their heavy firepower advantage and begin deploying infantry to assault the Red Army's lines. Without the formidable firepower of the sentry tanks, the Blue Army's advantage diminished significantly. The Red Army managed to temporarily stabilize their lines, but this situation would not last long. The Red Army's rear fire points had already suffered severe losses. With the Blue Army's precision-guided missiles in play, any remaining artillery pieces that appeared were likely to be destroyed before completing a single round of fire.
Meanwhile, the Blue Army's artillery advanced rapidly forward.
Once they reached their designated positions, the Red Army would once again feel the full force of their firepower. Deep within the Red Army's rear, a concealed unit waited anxiously.
Brigade Commander, the fighting up front is heating up. When will it be our turn to enter the fray? What's the rush?
Headquarters has issued the order our time comes at nightfall.
Everyone get some rest now.
Also, notify all tank commanders, memorize your nighttime movement routes.
Only then can we locate the enemy command post swiftly and execute the decapitation strike.
Yes, sir. After the Blue Force artillery arrived on the battlefield, the Red Force once again felt the hardships their predecessors had faced decades ago.
Wave after wave of shells slammed into their positions.
Though all were blanks, the simulation team's design still resulted in heavy casualties among the troops. Even though the Red Army had dug extensive fortifications to withstand the shelling, the intense firepower inflicted heavy casualties nonetheless. At the Red Army command post, General Hu and his officers stared at the casualty figures, their brows furrowed so deeply they nearly touched.
The situation is far more dire than we anticipated. Exactly. If tonight's decapitation strike fails, we'll effectively lose all defensive capability. It seems our only hope now rests on this Cat vehicle unit. How much longer until nightfall? 20 minutes. Then notify all remaining artillery units to prepare for bombardment.
Aim all guns at the enemy's frontline positions and unleash shells at maximum speed.
Ignore concealment and disregard their precision strikes.
Once the artillery barrage commences, order all Cat vehicle units to depart immediately. Bypass the main battlefield, traverse the hilly woodlands, and advance at full speed into the Blue Army's rear. Once the artillery barrage ends, all ground forces launch a full-scale assault. Use the cover of night to merge with Blue Force units at maximum speed.
Note, our objective is not to annihilate the Blue Army at the front. We lack numerical superiority. Our goal is to tie them down, preventing them from redeploying forces to eliminate our penetrating units.
Therefore, avoid reckless combat, prioritize entanglement.
Meanwhile, at Blue Command Headquarters, Old Son, our counter-penetration units are deployed.
If the Red Army attempts to push through the hills and forests, they'll crash into a bloody mess.
Ha.
This time, let the teachers see that their students are no longer inferior to them in tactical application.
As dusk fell, the Blue Army began a brief respite after the day's fierce fighting.
Suddenly, white smoke rose simultaneously above the heads of soldiers along one front line. Your unit has been struck by Red Army artillery fire.
You are killed in action.
News of the artillery strike at the front quickly reached the Blue Command Headquarters, prompting Song Xingxi and his team to respond immediately. Reconnaissance aircraft were deployed again, swiftly pinpointing the artillery positions. Precision-guided missiles were immediately launched in retaliation.
The entire process was brief, yet sufficient for the Red Army's artillery units to complete 2 to 3 rounds of bombardment. The sudden, intense artillery barrage caught the Blue Front forces completely off guard, scattering their frontline formations into disarray.
Upon confirming their artillery units had been struck, the Red Army Command Center immediately issued orders. Large numbers of soldiers broke through the lines and charged directly at the Blue Army positions. The artillery bombardment created a temporary gap in the Blue Army's defenses. Seizing this opening, the Red Army poured through, engaging all Blue Army forces in close combat. Though outnumbered overall, the Red Army's surprise attack and superior organization allowed them to fight the enemy to a standstill in the short term. Meanwhile, in the hilly woodlands flanking the battlefield, a one-sided battle was unfolding. 10 minutes earlier, the Blue Army's intercepting force had been waiting here with ease. But 10 minutes later, when they saw a group of Red Army soldiers driving all kinds of vehicles appear before them, everyone's expressions froze.
Wait, what kind of terrain is this? How did your vehicles get up here?
Before they could react, they saw heavy machine guns mounted on some of the vehicles suddenly trained on them. The next second, accompanied by the sound of rat-a-tat-tat, wisps of red smoke drifted from above their heads. When the Blue Army Command finally attempted to contact them 15 minutes later, all intercepting forces had been wiped out, and the Red Army's flanking units had successfully penetrated deep into Blue Army territory.
Song Xingxi and his men, observing the front lines completely bogged down, immediately ordered the jammers activated.
Within seconds, the Red Army Command received a message: due to Blue's jammers, all forces infiltrating their rear had lost contact, and the command could no longer issue orders to the penetration units. After confirming the situation of the penetration force, General Hu and his frontline troops intensified their offensive, determined to tie down as many Blue Army soldiers as possible and create the most favorable combat environment for the penetration force. As per the initial plan, the infiltrating force immediately dispersed into multiple small units upon reaching enemy territory, initiating a thorough search of the Blue Army's rear. Fortunately, the superior performance of the Cat vehicles made this possible. Had they attempted such a maneuver earlier, they would have been exhausted to death before accomplishing it.
At the Blue Army headquarters, Song Xingxi and his staff never imagined the Red Army's penetration force could infiltrate their heartland so effortlessly.
To assess the infiltrators' situation, they immediately contacted multiple key units within their core area to gather intelligence. What they discovered was startling. The Red Army's flanking force moved with unexpected speed, their pace entirely unlike that of troops relying solely on foot. Even in military jeeps, they wouldn't have moved this fast across such terrain, they might even have gotten stuck. Watching vital strongholds and artillery positions fall one after another, Song Xingxi and his men finally realized they had underestimated their teacher and his forces. They immediately decided to gradually abandon the frontline positions, consolidate their forces to protect vital equipment, and simultaneously encircle and eliminate the infiltrating units. The numerically inferior Red Army could still engage the Blue Army in combat, but halting their retreat was entirely beyond their capability. Upon receiving the retreat order, the Blue Army abruptly shifted tactics. They deliberately detached a portion of their forces to tie down the Red Army, while the remainder swiftly withdrew from the battlefield.
The tide turned in an instant.
As fighting on this front finally ceased, the battle behind the Blue Army's lines reached a fever pitch. After countless engagements, the penetration force finally located the Blue Army's command post at great cost.
Meanwhile, Song Xingxi and his men had already determined the infiltrators' proximity to their position. Gathering a contingent of fighters, they organized a tenacious defense within the headquarters camp. Gazing at the command post camp, which was prepared for battle, the infiltration force commander immediately issued an order. Brothers, after heavy losses, we've finally brought all the rocket-propelled Cat vehicles here. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Inside the Blue Army command post, Song Xingxi and his men stared at the sand table with confusion. The infiltration force is already in position. Why haven't they launched the attack yet? Could it be they're too few in number? No way. With their fighting spirit, they'd attack even if only one man remained. They'd never stall. Then what's going on? Just as their confusion deepened, the group received another notification from the director's team. Your unit has been subjected to concentrated enemy fire. All personnel are confirmed killed. Exercise terminated. What? Chapter 87, New Artillery. Sometime after the exercise concluded, the entire Tank Research Institute finally received the challenging task they had long anticipated. Alongside the arrival of numerous new pieces of equipment, technical documentation was distributed to the heads of various subsystems. While these individuals familiarized themselves with the documents, Zheng Jiaxi walked into the workshop to inspect the newly arrived equipment. Just a year prior, it would have been extremely difficult for China to procure all the equipment Zheng Jiaxi had newly acquired. Most of these machines required diplomatic channels to procure from other nations at great expense. But that was no longer necessary. Ever since Zhang Jiaxi entrusted Zhu Gezhi with the blueprints for high-precision machine tools, Zhu Gezhi's relentless efforts had elevated Zhonghua's industrial equipment capabilities beyond recognition. The emergence of this equipment had even triggered unexpected synergistic effects. In the pioneering cities of reform and opening up, a group of formidable light industrial equipment manufacturers had emerged. Utilizing upgraded production machinery, they not only supplied more affordable equipment domestically but also fostered the birth of new enterprises across the country. Returning to his office, Zheng Jiaxi summoned all responsible personnel to the conference room, formally convening a project kickoff meeting. A weapon yet to be named, a mobile coastal defense artillery system. Seated around the conference table, these managers who had already studied the technical documentation for quite some time finally understood the feelings of those researchers at the Tank Institute back then. Currently, the world's most powerful artillery piece was arguably the M107 self-propelled howitzer, boasting a 175mm caliber and a range of 34 kilometers. Yet according to Zhang Jiaxi's specifications, this mobile coastal defense gun could fire standard shells up to 40 kilometers, and with ramjet-assisted extended-range shells, its range could reach an astonishing 70 kilometers. But the most astonishing was the final variant, a missile-firing cannon. This rocket-assisted projectile combined artillery firing principles with rocket propulsion. With a rocket-propelled range exceeding 200 kilometers combined with the shell's inertial guidance range of 40 kilometers, this land-based artillery system reportedly achieves a total range surpassing 240 kilometers. A weapon capable of rapid successive firing could match the range of certain short-range missiles. Was this data plausible? Though everyone harbored doubts, no one voiced them openly. After all, the technical documentation had been presented by Zhang Jiaxi. In Zhang Jiaxi's presence, they had no right to question, especially since the development of this rocket-assisted extended-range shell wasn't even under their Armored Vehicle Research Institute's purview. Zhang Jiaxi intended to assign this task to the Missile Research Institute. This was a case of specialization. The Armored Vehicle Research Institute faced two primary challenges. First, the production process for a 155mm caliber barrel with a .52 caliber length was exponentially more complex than current barrel manufacturing. Even with Zhang Jiaxi's enhanced technical documentation detailing production improvements, extensive experimentation with steel mills would be required to ensure barrel stability. Second, a saying circulated online in Zhang Jiaxi's previous life: firing anti-aircraft guns at ground targets means court-martial. This meant anti-aircraft guns could not be used to fire at infantry at horizontal angles, or the operator would face a court-martial. While this saying lacks legal basis, the tactic of leveling anti-aircraft guns to engage infantry was widely employed throughout World War I, World War II, and even later during the U.S. invasion of Vietnam. However, this saying precisely highlights the devastating power of leveling anti-aircraft guns. Thus, Zhang Jiaxi's weapon, derived from the PCL-181 155mm self-propelled howitzer, naturally inherits this formidable capability. Through a specialized hydraulic mechanism, the barrel can pivot from the vehicle's roof to its side in an instant, extending nearly parallel to the vehicle's own plane, making it a true direct-fire weapon. Like the barrel itself, this hydraulic mechanism far exceeds their current capabilities. If they wish to avoid delaying other subsystem progress, the comrades responsible for this subsystem are in for a real treat. They can work overtime however they please, as the workload will undoubtedly be endless. Leaving the conference room, the leaders of each subsystem gazed at the technical documents in their hands as if they were medals. Developing such a weapon system would undoubtedly earn the entire team a collective first-class merit award. In inland areas, no matter how sturdy the bunker, it would be destroyed with a single shot. To put it poetically, grape wine in a Nyclo cup, you and the bunker fly together drunk on the battlefield, laugh not at me, all left behind is fertilizer. And even if enemy penetration forces charge right up to us, we won't flinch. Level the anti-aircraft gun, even tanks charging head-on won't survive a single shot. Following Zhang Jiaxi's coastal deployment strategy, once enemy vessels enter territorial waters, these mobile coastal defense guns can switch to extended-range rocket shells for direct engagement. You say the enemy could use interceptor missiles to counter? How much does one of my shells cost? How much does your interceptor missile cost to shoot down an anti-ship missile? I deploy 10 mobile coastal defense guns, firing 50 to 60 shells per minute. How many anti-ship missiles can your ship carry? Even if it takes 1,000 shells to sink one of your ships, for the Chinese, that's a huge profit. War, at its core, is still an economic calculation. After everyone had left, Zhang Jiaxi departed the Army Armored Equipment Research Institute carrying technical documents for rocket-assisted artillery shells. 2 vehicles successively exited the institute, heading toward the Ministry of National Defense. Since Zhang Jiaxi's security detail had been reinforced, he now traveled with 2 vehicles. Besides the drivers, one car carried Zhang Jiaxi and 2 bodyguards, while the other carried 3 bodyguards. Upon arriving at the Ministry of National Defense, Zhang Jiaxi promptly sought out Minister Yang to request a joint approval document from the General Staff Department and the General Armament Department. Yang Qingji first picked up the phone and instructed Gan Shiyu to contact the General Armament Department. Only then did he pick up the technical documents Zhang Jiaxi had placed on the desk. He skimmed through them briefly. Years of experience had given this general, who had faced countless dangers on the battlefield, a certain level of understanding of such technologies. Upon reviewing the technical specifications of the rocket-assisted extended-range artillery shell, Yang Qingji's eyes lit up. Jiaxi, can this rocket-assisted extended-range artillery shell be mounted on our current frigates or destroyers? Zhang Jiaxi shook his head without hesitation. When deciding to develop this mobile coastal defense artillery system, Zhang Jiaxi had considered this possibility but quickly abandoned it. China's mainstay destroyers and frigates currently in service had either completed or were undergoing retrofitting with anti-ship missiles and air defense missiles. The superior performance of these missiles far surpassed that of his rocket-assisted extended-range artillery shell. As for using it on naval guns, Zhang Jiaxi deemed it entirely unnecessary. The roles of naval guns and missiles were fundamentally distinct. Forcibly adding new ammunition types would require extensive modifications to ammunition magazines and loading systems, while also failing to integrate effectively into the ship's overall combat architecture. Forcing such integration would only backfire. After hearing Zhang Jiaxi's reasons for rejection, Yang Qingji nodded in agreement. It had merely been a spur-of-the-moment question. Zhang Jiaxi waited only half an hour in Yang Qingji's office before 2 colleagues from the General Armament Department arrived bearing the official seal. A joint approval document was swiftly placed in Zhang Jiaxi's hands. By then, it was lunchtime. Zhang Jiaxi accompanied Yang Qingji for lunch at the Ministry of National Defense before departing directly for their next destination. Chapter 88, Renowned. Over an hour later, Zhang Jiaxi arrived at the Missile Research Institute, located on the opposite side of the capital. The main body of the Missile Research Institute was not in the capital, but in the Gobi Desert in the northwest. Only a few laboratories and some administrative units remained in the capital. However, the development difficulty of this rocket-assisted artillery shell was significantly lower than that of various ballistic missiles. It didn't even reach the level requiring the involvement of those working undercover in the Gobi Desert. As Zhang Jiaxi approached the administrative building of the Missile Research Institute, 2 individuals waited inside an office. The younger of the 2 glanced at his watch and remarked with some impatience, "Director M.O., we've always been the ones reaching out to other units for manpower and resources. Now, before we even approach them, they've come knocking on our door." "Chen Guan, you shouldn't put it that way. We're all brothers within the military-industrial system. Helping each other out is only natural. Don't talk as if one unit is subordinate to another." MO's words clearly fell on deaf ears. Chen Guan remained indignant. "But it depends on which unit it is. I've never even heard of this Armored Vehicle Research Institute before. Their technology might not even match ours at the Launch Vehicle Research Center. What gives them the right to ask us to do their work?" With that, he stormed off to the side and downed the tea on the table in one gulp. "This is just leadership meddling." Before he could finish, Director M.O. abruptly cut him off angrily. "Su Chengwen. The organization made this decision for sound reasons. Without understanding the full picture, refrain from making wild assumptions. This is not the conduct expected of a military equipment researcher." Su Chengwen realized he'd spoken rashly in his frustration. He lowered his head and quietly admitted his mistake. Director, I know I was wrong." Ring ring ring. Dean Mo shot Su Chengwen a stern look before picking up the phone. "Yes, that's correct. Have them come up." After hanging up, Director Mo turned to Su Chengwen and added a final reminder. "They'll be here any minute. Watch your words. These are all units dedicated to the military affairs of our nation. Though our roles differ, none is superior or inferior. Understand?"
Su Chengguan, who had just been reprimanded, naturally agreed wholeheartedly. A few minutes later, the office door opened.
Zhang Jiaxi walked straight in, briefcase in hand.
Mao Dian stood outside with 2 guards.
"Good morning, Director M.O."
Zhang Jiaxi greeted him. Director M.O. immediately rose from his desk, preparing to shake hands. But just as he reached Zhang Jiaxi, he froze. He stared at Zhang Jiaxi's face, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, yet unable to place him. It wasn't until Zhang Jiaxi reached out and grasped his hand that it clicked.
"Comrade, why do I feel like I've seen you before?"
Zhang Jiaxi paused in surprise. "I hired someone to do work for me. Why was this person trying to strike up a conversation before I could?"
After studying MO's features, Zhang Jiaxi was certain he'd never encountered him before. "Director M.O., my name is Zhang Jiaxi. I'm from the Armored Vehicle Research Institute of the Army Armored Equipment Research Academy." Director M.O. didn't hear a word of Zhang Jiaxi's subsequent introduction.
His mind kept replaying the words Jiaxi, Jiaxi over and over. Only when Zhang Jiaxi looked at him curiously and uttered a puzzled did Director M.O. suddenly snap out of his trance.
Only then did Director M.O. snap back to reality. "It's you!
The young man who spoke at the conference earlier this year." Recognizing Zhang Jiaxi, Director M.O. beamed with delight and pulled him over to sit on the sofa.
"Chengguan, quickly pour Comrade Jiaxi a cup of tea." Seeing Zhang Jiaxi's slightly bewildered expression, Director M.O. hastily explained.
It turned out that after that meeting, many people had become intensely curious about Zhang Jiaxi, the man who had earned General Zhang's unwavering support. After all, General Zhang's reputation for ironclad impartiality was well established here. He hadn't pulled strings for anyone, not even his own relatives, let alone his sons or grandsons. If you don't have the ability, then stay put at the grassroots level. Having fought countless battles over the years, General Zhang understood the principle that an incompetent commander exhausts his entire army better than anyone. With Zhang Jiaxi's background not deliberately concealed, those curious individuals gradually uncovered his identity through days of inquiry.
As their understanding of Zhang Jiaxi's background and achievements deepened, their astonishment grew exponentially. Projects like Kaisan, Huatua, Shouang, Baiyang, and EO weapons systems that carried significant weight throughout the entire military-industrial complex last year were all completed by a single person. And that person was merely a recent master's graduate. Upon learning of Zhang Jiaxi's accomplishments, they understood why General Zhang had been so staunchly supportive of him. If they were in his position, they would have done the same. This might be a rare gem our military-industrial system can't afford to lose. Who are you to question him so casually? After Dean Mo finished explaining, Zhang Jiaxi grew more familiar with him.
As for Su Chengguan, seated in the far corner of the office, he was utterly stunned. This Zhang Jiaxi is incredibly talented. Having just returned from the Gobi Desert, he hadn't even known that China had successfully developed its third-generation main battle tank. Though he worked in the missile development system, he was well aware of the formidable capabilities of third-generation main battle tanks. In his view, the difficulty of developing this tank was no less than that of most of their missiles. Especially given China's current circumstances, where funding for all weapons development units except their Missile Research Institute had been severely cut. If the atmosphere hadn't been so tense, Su Chengguan would have slapped himself. How could I dare claim this was just blind orders from the organization? Would the director actually spread this around? If it got out, would I ever get another chance to lead research projects? The two men conversing amiably on the sofa failed to notice Su Chengguan's unease. After a round of pleasantries, Zhang Jiaxi directly produced the technical documentation for the rocket-assisted artillery shell. Dean Mo gestured for Zhang Jiaxi to have some tea and wait a moment before picking up the documents to study them carefully. Rocket-assisted artillery shells are projectiles equipped with rocket engines at their tails to extend their range. Their basic structure includes a warhead, rocket engine, stabilizing device, and propellant. After firing, it initially travels through the barrel like a conventional shell. Once it reaches a certain distance from the muzzle, the rocket motor ignites, providing thrust to extend its range. To achieve rudimentary guidance, this shell incorporates a rudder and an image recognition system at its apex. After the rocket motor ignites, the rudder automatically deploys. Upon reaching the target area, the image recognition system activates. If no viable targets are detected at the initial location, the rudder redirects the projectile toward the largest target within range. What ingenuity! Though lacking the precision guidance of anti-ship missiles, its flexibility far surpasses rocket-propelled grenades. With this image recognition system, it effectively fills the gap for lower-tier weapons below the expensive anti-ship missile tier. Setting aside the technical documents, Dean Mo stared at Zhang Jiaxi with astonishment.
Chapter 89, 6? 60? 600?
Zhang Jiaxi didn't respond much to Director Mo's words, as he had merely stated the obvious facts on paper without touching upon the missile's true essence.
Still, this did not diminish Dean Mo.
As a manager within the institutional system, his ability to comprehend such technical documentation was commendable at the very least. He was knowledgeable enough to avoid situations where amateurs directed experts. After a few words concluded their two-day meeting, Director Mo called over Su Chengguan and introduced him to Zhang Jiaxi.
This is Su Qingwen, a member of our RD team. Zhang Jiaxi extended his right hand in a friendly greeting. Hello. Su Qingwen promptly extended both hands to grasp Zhang Jiaxi's right hand, saying excitedly, hello, Comrade Jiaxi. Just call me Xiao Su. Comrade Jiaxi, our Missile Research Institute in the capital consists mainly of personnel from several scientific laboratories. We lack the capacity to systematically complete a missile development project. Comrade Su Qingwen here has just returned from the Gobi Desert, where he participated in the development of several missile models. He will be responsible for your assignment this time. Zhang Jiaxi glanced at Su Qingwen, finding him strikingly similar to Chen Gongma. But judging people by appearances wasn't Zhang Jiaxi's style. He handed the technical documents to Su Qingwen. Comrade Qingwen, review these documents and share your insights. As soon as Su Qingwen took the documents, the excitement on his face vanished instantly. He sat down at his original position and calmly flipped through the technical materials. 5 minutes later, Su Qingwen closed the documents. After a moment's thought, he remarked, a failed missile. A revolutionary artillery shell. Hearing Su Qingwen's assessment, Zhang Jiaxi asked with interest, how so? As if entering his professional domain, Su Qingwen now appeared more composed to Zhang Jiaxi. As a rocket-propelled weapon, if we consider this as a missile, its accuracy falls far short of missile standards, barely surpassing rocket artillery designed for area fire coverage. And to make it fit through a gun barrel, its diameter is limited. According to these technical specs, the modified rocket motor has only one advantage: its compact size. All other performance metrics fall far below comparable engines of the same range. This might even make it the slowest missile in the world. At this point, Su Qingwen reopened the technical documentation, flipped to a specific page, and performed a quick calculation on several figures. I take back what I said earlier. It is indeed the world's slowest missile. Both its mid-course and terminal velocities fall far below the performance benchmarks of current mainstream small missiles. This could very well be the world's most interceptable attack missile. As Su Qingwen spoke, Zhang Jiaxi's expression showed no displeasure but rather a hint of admiration. Meanwhile, Director Mo beside him looked anxious. Zhang Jiaxi, having achieved great merit for their military-industrial system last year, held significant weight in the presence of several generals. Wasn't Su Qingwen's criticism of Zhang Jiaxi's design just asking for trouble? Thinking this, Director Mo prepared to interrupt Su Qingwen. But before he could speak, Zhang Jiaxi, who had already noticed him, raised his hand to stop Director Mo. Director Mo, please don't interrupt Comrade Qingwen. Let him continue. Unfazed by the tension between Zhang Jiaxi and Director Mo, Su Qingwen pressed on, but if we approach this from the perspective of artillery shells, this would be the most powerful shell in the world. Its range would surpass most rocket projectiles. After mid-course acceleration from the rocket booster, its terminal velocity would be several times that of any conventional artillery shell. Its rudder and image recognition system give it tremendous deterrent power against slow-moving naval vessels. True, this missile is easily intercepted, but that doesn't diminish its deterrent value because its most outstanding feature is its affordability. One such missile costs only slightly more than a rocket projectile. Moreover, this document emphasizes the barrel specifications, indicating the launcher is designed to accommodate other projectiles as well. A single weapon system serving 2 or more combat roles not only keeps the missile affordable but also saves the cost of an additional launcher vehicle. I'm not deeply familiar with army artillery, but a cannon firing 6 rounds per minute should be feasible. At this point, Su Qingwen paused, looking at Zhang Jiaxi and saying, Comrade Jiaxi, if I'm not mistaken, this missile was designed for specific scenarios, right? Zhang Jiaxi nodded. As expected of someone who's been to the Gobi Desert, your technical expertise, vision, and sensitivity to weapon application are exceptional. This missile was indeed designed for coastal defense. Our nation's current main battleships have limited anti-ship capabilities and are few in number. If an enemy invades from the sea, relying on our current fleet to resist them would be extremely difficult. But whether it's enhancing the anti-ship capabilities of our warships or increasing their numbers, the financial costs are enormous, far beyond what our nation can currently bear. Self-propelled artillery is different. Although we've added a missile configuration for defending against enemy ships, this artillery can still serve with ground forces. Moreover, it boasts greater firepower than our current main artillery systems. It's perfectly suited for mass production as the next-generation weapon for both coastal defense and ground forces. Even if we mass-produce 100 units at once, the cost is negligible. Compared to naval vessels, it's a drop in the bucket. 6 shells per minute are merely an annoying nuisance to a fleet. 60 shells per minute might warrant their slight attention. But 600 shells per minute? Even an aircraft carrier fleet would find that quite a challenge to handle. Throughout Zhang Jiaxi's speech, Su Qingwen watched him with admiration. As soon as Zhang finished, he praised him enthusiastically. Comrade Jiaxi, your flexibility in weapon design truly broadens our horizons. Though most of our efforts in the Gobi Desert focus on strategic weapons like ICBMs, we also frequently engage with other types of medium and short-range missiles. We've long considered ways to improve our nation's currently lagging maritime defense capabilities, but constrained by our limited economic resources, we've always been like a skilled cook without ingredients. But meeting Comrade Joshi today has shown me that there's no such thing as a skilled cook without ingredients. We've simply lacked ingenuity. Seeing the relatively pleasant atmosphere of their conversation, Director Mo silently breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he also realized his understanding of this weapon was merely superficial. Zheng Chaoshi simply hadn't called him out on it. Thankfully, Su Qingwen had returned, otherwise, he would have brought shame upon the Missile Research Institute. Chapter 90, Deterrence. In the Missile Research Institute's conference room, Zheng Chaoshi watched Su Qingwen calmly assign tasks to each department head and silently nodded in approval. After the meeting concluded, Zheng Chaoshi departed the Missile Research Institute accompanied by Director Mo and Su Qingwen. Having observed Su Qingwen closely, Zheng Chaoshi now entrusted the missile's development entirely to him with complete confidence. Moving forward, regular progress updates would suffice, with artillery compatibility tests scheduled at appropriate intervals. The next day, Zheng Chaoshi called Gan Shiyu in advance. Learning that Minister Yang would be away for a meeting that morning, he headed first to the Army Armored Equipment Research Institute. After touring the entire Armored Vehicle Research Institute, he observed that development tasks for all subsystems were proceeding methodically. Although the institute had no prior experience with such high-difficulty projects, their work on the Cat vehicle had honed a mature research workflow. Analyzing the technical documentation Zheng Chaoshi provided, they further subdivided tasks across subsystems. Items requiring collaboration with sister units such as materials and propellants were already assigned according to the project schedule. Within each subsystem, teams had clearly defined their research priorities. Challenges were promptly reported, and when problems proved unsolvable independently, teams could collaborate across subsystems to find solutions. Should even this learning from others to improve oneself approach prove ineffective, Zheng Chaoshi would step in. When necessary, he would offer the Tank Research Institute personnel targeted guidance, the fastest path to their advancement. Perhaps because the Armored Vehicle Research Institute was originally positioned as a subsidiary to tank development, its personnel's scientific research capabilities were indeed slightly lower than those at the Tank Research Institute. At the very least, Zheng Chaoshi had yet to discover anyone here whose talent matched that of Chen Gonghe and his team. After lunch, Zheng Chaoshi took the live fire weapons testing and exercise application and headed to the Ministry of National Defense by car. Having arranged the meeting in advance, he proceeded directly to Minister Yang's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Yang Qingji lifted his head briefly from his documents. Recognizing Zheng Chaoshi, he immediately returned to his paperwork. Arriving so early? Didn't you rest during lunch? My driver's at the wheel. Sitting in the car counts as resting. Zheng Chaoshi sat down on the sofa and casually replied, glancing toward the door. He noticed the secretary hadn't come in to serve tea. Yang Qingji noticed Zheng Chaoshi's glance and said, I've sent all the secretaries out. If you want tea, pour yourself a cup. Zheng Chaoshi nodded. Having visited Yang Qingji's office numerous times, he knew full well where the good tea leaves were kept, having seen secretaries or even Director Yang personally pour him tea on many occasions. He walked over, familiar with the routine, took out the tea leaves, and brewed himself a cup. A moment later, after finishing the documents he was handling, Yang Qingji walked over and sat down beside Zheng Chaoshi. He picked up the documents Zheng had placed on the coffee table and began reading them. Chaoshi, let me see what business you have with me today. The documents weren't extensive, and Yang Qingji finished reading them quickly. Setting the papers aside, he looked at Zheng Chaoshi with a puzzled expression. Chaoshi, you want to conduct live fire sea trials for this mobile coastal defense gun in the southern waters of our country? That's correct. Zheng Chaoshi nodded calmly and firmly. Yang Qingji furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then rose and paced back and forth across the room several times. This matter demanded his utmost caution. The situation in the southern waters of Zhenghua was too complex, with multiple powers entrenched there. The interests of Zhenghua, the United States, Russia, and numerous smaller nations were intricately intertwined within those waters. While China wasn't afraid of trouble, its top priority now was economic development. To secure more opportunities for growth, ensuring the safety of its surrounding maritime borders was paramount. To preserve this peace and ensure the safety of merchant vessels, China would even make concessions on less critical issues. Even if this drew criticism and raised doubts among the Chinese people, the greater good took precedence. A little criticism? These old hands would shoulder it. Yet Zheng Chaoshi made it crystal clear in his proposal, this weapon hinges on one word: deterrence. Even its accuracy, barely superior to rocket-propelled grenades, serves as a form of deterrence. And with this shell's precision, if I fire one with a few hundred meters margin of error, even if I intended it to splash in the water, I could still warn you it might land right on your head. When a shell is fired, even the shooter can't predict its exact impact point. Tell me, does that scare you? To achieve deterrence, as Zheng Chaoshi stated in his proposal, this weapon must never be hidden away. It must be displayed openly and proudly before all adversaries and in significant numbers. Let them witness its power and understand that China possesses ample reserves of such weapons, fully capable of serving as conventional warfare armaments. Even after this exercise, as long as this weapon remains part of our coastal defense arsenal, it must be periodically deployed. This is to prevent certain nations from forgetting the deterrent power emanating from China. Seeing Yang Qingji remain silent, Zhang Xiaoxi assumed he opposed the proposal and prepared to speak. But Yang stepped before Zhang and said solemnly, "Xiaoxi, you are a warrior of unwavering resolve. You possess not only research capabilities surpassing any individual, but also strategic vision far exceeding the ordinary, coupled with a fighting spirit that rivals any. Your application articulates it well. We may choose to overlook minor issues with certain nations to pursue development. This isn't weakness, but a declaration to the world that our nation cherishes peace. While we possess the military might to resolve any conflict, we will restrain our strength for global harmony and universal peace. We stand ready to sit down with anyone for peaceful negotiations. With billions of people worldwide, as long as our nation maintains peace, a vast majority will live in peaceful environments. Our active development of national defense capabilities is not for invading any country, nor for stirring trouble anywhere. It is to let everyone know we possess the strength to compel anyone to negotiate with us." After speaking, Yang Qingji picked up the application from the coffee table. "Xiaoxi, I approve this application. As soon as General Zhang returns from his trip, I will report it to him immediately. Once we receive approval from higher authorities, you can proceed with preparations for the live fire weapon testing exercise." With Minister Yang's endorsement, Zhang Xiaoxi knew the live fire test drills were a sure thing. "Minister Yang, our current strength is still limited. This live fire exercise is meant to deter nations like the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. But weapons technology evolves, and our capabilities will only grow stronger. One day, our weapons will clearly demonstrate to every nation on earth that no one can stand before China and speak to us from a position of strength. We, the flower-planting family, cherish peace and are willing to engage in friendly negotiations with every nation. However, should any country refuse to talk with us, then we must regretfully state that we also possess a fair bit of knowledge about military force." Chapter 91, Call Me By My Full Name When You're Out and About. The rising military factory had been exceptionally busy lately. Production of the Friendship Export Model main battle tank hadn't even officially commenced when, shortly after the exercises, they received a flood of orders for cat cars. Simultaneously, to validate more combat capabilities of the Cat vehicles, through Zhang Xiaoxi's coordination, the rising military factory operated at full capacity in less than half a month. The first batch of Cat vehicles swiftly rolled out of the factory warehouse and boarded trucks bound for foreign lands. Halfway through developing the mobile coastal defense guns, the first batch of Cat cars arrived in the Republic of Gra. With the Catapula tribe generously handling all arrangements, the shipment was transported to their territory disguised as empty vehicles carrying minerals. The moment the transport convoy entered the Catapula territory, it was intercepted by tribal warriors who had been waiting for some time. All personnel were temporarily evacuated from the convoy and only allowed to return after the tribal warriors had completed unloading the cargo. Although everyone knew this shipment was highly problematic, Lu Yaoguang adhered to one principle: keep the actual details of any arms shipment known to as few people as possible. After Zhang Xiaoxi informed Lu Yaoguang that his plan might have loopholes, he once again delayed the offensive against the southeastern region of Bowen province. This did not mean sending no one out, as the carefully selected warriors had already departed the tribe 2 days prior to receiving Zhang Xiaoxi's response. Lu Yaoguang and Chief Shaliang meticulously screened the records of all influential figures across the entire tribe, including those from other tribes in the southwest of Bowen province that had been assimilated, and finally identified several satisfactory targets. On the very day their selection was confirmed, these individuals were swiftly installed as the Catapula tribe's chief logistics officers for the offensive against the southeastern region of Bowen province. These individuals did not disappoint Lu Yaoguang and Chief Shaliang. Within days of assuming their roles, they discovered the tribe's oversight was remarkably lax. They realized that by joining forces, they could quietly and voraciously devour the wealth belonging to the Catapula tribe. After coordinating their efforts, they embarked on their path to enrichment. Upon reaching their designated locations, the dispatched tribal warriors did not immediately attack. Instead, following orders from Lu Yaoguang and Chief Shaliang, they began constructing fortifications, adopting a stance that clearly signaled their intent to engage in a protracted standoff. Faced with Catapula warriors who appeared to be waiting for reinforcements, tribes across the southeastern region of Bowen province grew increasingly tense. Recently, Savan's Gra Liberation Alliance had secured substantial funding in vast quantities of arms and ammunition. Savan used this wealth to recruit large numbers of able-bodied men from these tribes. Consequently, when confronted with the current situation, the chieftains suddenly realized they could not quickly muster enough young men to arm them into elite tribal forces. The attackers did not advance, spending their days fortifying their positions. The defenders did not act, watching the attackers build their defenses day after day. It was precisely this coincidence that plunged the border region between the Catapula tribe and the southeastern part of Bwama province into an eerie period of peace. Until one day, the dispatched warriors noticed that the logistics supplies being transported seemed to be dwindling, while weapons and ammunition were sparingly used thus far. But soon, they realized their own food supplies were running low too. As untrained warriors, their military discipline was little better than that of common thugs. When they realized the remaining food was barely enough to sustain them back to their tribe, they simply turned around and headed home, leaving behind extensive fortifications at the border between the Katapala tribe and the southeastern region of Bwama province. They didn't even consider whether the enemy might take advantage of their retreat and attack them from behind. But, to be fair, Africa is a remarkable continent. It wasn't until a full day after the Katapala warriors departed that the tribes in the southeastern region of Bwama province even realized they were gone. Upon realizing this, the Bovan tribe did not consider pursuit. Their immediate reaction was that the Katapala tribe was playing tricks. They must have feigned retreat, secretly setting up an ambush behind them, just waiting for them to pursue. With this seamless coordination, the Katapala warriors returned safely to their tribe. Fueled by their accusations, Lu Yaoguang and Xiaoliang swiftly dealt with several newly appointed officials and once again submitted a fervently worded report to the GRA Republic government. Due to internal mismanagement and severe corruption among logistics personnel who were illegally reselling military supplies, the first contingent of Katapala warriors dispatched to the southeastern region of Bovan province failed to establish proper defensive positions along the front lines as planned. The massive loss of supplies also severely depleted the Katapala tribe's newly gathered resources. To expedite the offensive against the southeastern region of Bovan province, the Katapala tribe requested additional support from the GRA Republic government. President Lornell glanced at the intelligence report sent back by the Katapala tribe, letting out a cold snort. Salves, it seems our assessment was correct. The Katapala tribe are nothing but opportunists. A large tribe occupying the entire southwest of Bovan province, yet unable to muster the strength to wage war over a few greedy parasites? It's laughable. Precisely. Previously, we might have excused their reluctance due to heavy losses in unifying the Southwest. But now it's clear, Mr. President, the Katapala tribe can only be a temporary ally. You're right. But their current attitude isn't bad. They won't openly defy our orders yet. Send them another batch of supplies. According to them, their weapons and ammunition haven't been depleted much. Send them some grain, cloth, and medicine. Understood, Mr. President. Several days later, the Katapala tribe's elite warriors had mastered the basic operation of the Cat-Cat vehicles, though they didn't call them that locally. Cat-Cat vehicles was the domestic designation. When operating abroad, they had a different set of names. The heavy machine gun variant was called the Rhino Assault Vehicle. The heavy artillery version was called the Lion Assault Vehicle. The rocket launcher version was called the Eagle Assault Vehicle. As these warriors joyfully took the cat cars out for their first runs, supplies from the Growl Republic government arrived at the Katapala tribe. Lu Yaoguang and Xiaoliang surveyed the supplies from their office, their eyes flashing with a sharp, poised intensity. Military strategist, can we deploy that previous group again now? Lu Yaoguang nodded. It's time. Chapter 92, Old Chinese Medicine Works Wonders. While the Katapala tribe's warriors continued training in Cat-Cat vehicle operation, the Bufeso nation's army, having prepared their own Cat-Cat vehicles, immediately began formulating a counterattack plan. After suffering defeats on the southern front, the nations of Dujago and Belening had become utterly timid. Every available troop they could muster was stationed along the Bufeso border. Yet to them, the nearby Bufeso defense line was a minefield. They dared not cross it by even an inch. Even if that position appeared completely deserted. Their sole hope now rested on Lacna's forces on the northern front suppressing Bufeso's troops. They harbored no illusions of a decisive victory. Their objective was simply to exhaust Bufeso's resources, leaving them no strength to demand retribution. Boafaso, town of Lien. This town lay closest to the northern front, now serving as the military command center. In a conference room, after President Thomas and Luciosua briefed everyone on the deployment of new equipment and its battlefield applications, they observed the contemplative expressions and declared, "Comrades, the time for our counteroffensive has come. Any suggestions for the counterattack operation may be raised now." A young commander quickly responded, "Mr. President, Mr. Advisor, there's an old Chinese saying, if you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will make them grow again. As the strongest Western puppet in our region, if we fail to deliver a decisive blow to Rachna this time, those Western powers will inevitably fund them again and again to wage endless wars in pursuit of their interests in our homeland. We do not fear war, but our people should not be forced onto the battlefield time and again to sacrifice their precious lives for the ambitions of these nations. Therefore, my proposal is this: the counteroffensive must be as large in scale and as ruthless in execution as possible." Glancing at Luciosua, he continued, "The recent counteroffensive against the Vietnamese monkeys by the flowering nation serves as the perfect example. Destroy every piece of infrastructure they can damage, fill every iron ore mine with landmines, and demolish every road. Any position we cannot occupy must be rendered unusable to them as well." As soon as he finished, another man rose to speak. "I agree with Morse's assessment. I'd add that in counteroffensive operations, the paramount objective is to eliminate as many enemy combatants as possible. Lacna's army isn't a people's army, it's the army of feudal lords and capitalists. If we can eliminate as many of them as possible in this war, the sheer force of our deterrence will make it infinitely harder for Lacna to muster such a large force again in the future. Therefore, before launching our counteroffensive, we must deploy extensive reconnaissance units and conduct espionage operations. We must gather intelligence on the road conditions within Lacuna from Valenbert to Duxia to Mulugu, covering these key towns. This ensures that after our frontline forces break their defenses, our mobile units can swiftly follow up and pursue relentlessly. Lu Chiosua and Thomas both nodded silently. Earlier that year, a shipment of arms from Zhonghua had arrived in Bufeso, accompanied by a contingent of military officers. Originally, these officers were only supposed to provide post-delivery support, instructing the Burafeso military on weapon operation. However, moved by Burafeso's warm hospitality, they voluntarily offered military training in their personal capacity. Coincidentally, a random list of after-sales specialists pulled from the Ministry of Defense covered every tactical discipline, troop deployment method, and countermeasure against potential threats that Burkina Faso might encounter. Though the training period was brief, all participating commanders gained significant improvement, at the very least qualifying as competent officers. Noticing lingering hesitation, Lu Chiosua inquired, "Does anyone else have additional comments?" After a few seconds, one person stood up to speak. "Mr. President, Mr. Advisor, the greatest threat from Rachna's forces remains their substantial armored units and air power. To achieve the objectives outlined earlier, we must eliminate or severely cripple these two pillars of their military capability, at the very least, render them incapable of organized combat. However, I have not devised a method to accomplish these two operational objectives. Equipped with the Kaisan system individual rocket launchers and the Huatua individual anti-tank missiles, their tank and armored forces dare not attack us in organized formations. This leaves us no opportunity to annihilate them. Under these circumstances, if we pursue them during their retreat, these tank and armored units will fragment into small detachments capable of posing a significant threat to our infantry and newly formed assault vehicle units." After he finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. Over 10 minutes passed, yet no one could devise a countermeasure. Still, Lu Chiosua's face bore a look of satisfaction. It had been incredibly difficult. Heaven only knew the immense pressure he had endured since becoming Bufeso's development advisor. The entire Bufeso system resembled a leaky wooden barrel. Political authority was chaotic, riddled with overlapping responsibilities and gaps in governance. The legal system was a tangled mess. Though the country professed to follow communism, it had failed to establish a complete or even flawed national legal framework. Flipping through the legal texts of Bufeso at the time, Lu Chiosua could even find provisions reminiscent of feudal dynasties or slave societies. Official selection was equally chaotic, with positions in many regions becoming hereditary, allowing incompetent individuals to seize numerous posts. Military development was arguably the only commendable area. At least here, most people were united under the banner of communism championed by Thomas. However, beyond ideological indoctrination, there was little significant improvement in military organization, soldier training, or officer development. Lu Chiosua led his initial team into Bufeso, collaborating deeply with all government departments and requesting additional personnel from China still entering as employees of engineering firms. During this period, cooperation between China and Bufeso could be described as arms trade, but it absolutely could not be construction assistance. At least, that was the official narrative. With the influx of specialized technical personnel from China, Bufeso's development in education, politics, healthcare, industry, and the military finally began to gain traction. Today, Lu Chiosua finally witnessed a group of qualified soldiers. They now strategize combat objectives, formulate operational plans, and assess operational challenges, no longer relying solely on brute courage. Warfare is no longer a rigid, repetitive cycle of two armies facing off, artillery barrages, and infantry charges following the shelling. Truly, they live up to the reputation of the old Chinese physician. Chapter 93, The Old Chinese Medicine Practitioners Stand In. Dismissed. You may continue discussing this matter after the meeting. If anyone comes up with a solution, feel free to come see me. After speaking, Lu Chiosua turned to President Thomas and nodded in his direction. President Thomas rose with understanding. Dismissed. Yes, sir. All the generals rose simultaneously and shouted in unison. Once everyone had left the conference room, President Thomas turned to Lu Chiosua with curiosity. Mr. Lu, have you already formulated a battle plan? Indeed. Lu Chiosua nodded. When the two arrived at the office prepared for President Thomas, it was an unassuming residential building. If one had to find a distinguishing feature, it would be the exceptionally lush trees surrounding the property. Flying overhead in an airplane, one might not even notice the house was there. After stationing soldiers to guard the perimeter, Lu Chiosua finally revealed his strategy. Enemy rear penetration to pressure the enemy's leadership. Enemy rear penetration is a highly technical tactic, one that only the Chinese have mastered to perfection in this world. The rear penetration tactic stands as one of the most crucial strategies in modern warfare, often employed in conjunction with flanking maneuvers. It involves penetrating the enemy's depth or rear through gaps or weak points in their deployment, serving as a vital offensive maneuver. Its tactical objectives include seizing key points deep within enemy territory, disrupting and isolating enemy formations, and creating favorable conditions for encircling and annihilating enemy forces. Implementing rear penetration operations is often characterized by arduous missions, facing threats from multiple directions, advancing while engaging the enemy, and conducting independent combat. This necessitates meticulous planning and preparation, including detailed reconnaissance of enemy defensive gaps, weak points, troop deployments in the rear, terrain, and road networks, as well as the development of multiple combat scenarios. For present-day Burkina Faso, meeting these conditions is already highly challenging, let alone finding commanders capable of executing such tactics. Therefore, Liu Qiusua's idea was to deploy the Chinese commanders still stationed within Burkina Faso. On battlefields elsewhere, Liu Qiusua would never dare such a move. After all, no matter how brilliant a commander may be, without well-trained soldiers, any tactic deployed risks severe distortion. But in Africa, Liu Qiusua had no such concerns. Previously, the quality of Bufeso's soldiers was on par with that of Lacna, though the former possessed stronger combat will due to their communist upbringing. After undergoing training methods from China, however, the quality of Bufeso's soldiers had improved dramatically. After all, starting from a low baseline meant enormous room for growth. While this improvement might only barely match the level of a newly trained private when compared to Chinese soldiers on the African continent, these soldiers are undoubtedly elite-level warriors. Given this vast disparity in combat capabilities between the two sides, even if their own troops did not meet the conventional standards for executing rear-area penetration tactics, Liu Qiusua believed that under the leadership of the Flower Nation's commanders, the operation was entirely feasible. President Thomas nodded in agreement with Liu Qiusua's assessment. They promptly summoned several Japanese commanders, instructing them to select elite soldiers from the Burkina forces. These troops would be led on a covert infiltration into Rakna territory to conduct reconnaissance on critical targets, roads, bridges, power distribution facilities, military strongholds, and civilian gathering points. The objective was to ensure the rear penetration force could operate unimpeded within Rakna. The reconnaissance proceeded smoothly. While army units conducted overt road surveys, Lacna's inadequate counter-reconnaissance capabilities offered no chance of detecting the Bufeso soldiers gathering more sensitive intelligence in the shadows. Days later, the rear penetration force completed thorough preparations, distributing weapons, ammunition, food, medicine, gasoline, and maps among different teams. Late one night, these soldiers boarded assault vehicles. Under cover of darkness, they bypassed all Lacna military defenses and slipped effortlessly into Lacna territory. The difficulty was scarcely greater than previous solo infiltrations without heavy weaponry. 3 days were allotted for all rear penetration units to reach their designated positions. During this period, Bufeso's frontline forces conducted frequent maneuvers, feigning preparations for a major assault on Lacna's troops. Under this cover, the rear penetration units operated by night, moving silently into Lacna's territory and positioning themselves near key locations. Hope Algernon had once been an ordinary farmer in Bufeso. 5 years prior, however, his family's last plot of land was seized by the town's landlord, Sosi Ward, after they failed to pay sufficient taxes. He couldn't understand why his land, which hadn't paid enough taxes to the state, had to be seized by a landlord he'd never even met. But when the landlord's thugs arrived with officials at his door, he had no right to question it. After losing their land, his entire family became slaves to Sosi Ward. Only he refused to be enslaved, escaping secretly one night. He ran relentlessly, daring not to pause, for he knew that stopping would mean not only losing his freedom forever, but possibly his life as well. Running non-stop, he collapsed on the road without knowing how far he'd gone. When he awoke, he found himself in a military camp. To secure food, Hope Algernon chose to remain at this camp. He later learned it was the Duguet Brigade, and the man who had rescued him was their commander, Thomas Isidore, now president of Bufeso. As part of President Thomas's most elite military unit, he fought alongside him in the struggle to seize power in Bufeso. Together, they defeated the counter-revolutionary forces attempting to reverse the nation's progress, shattering the chains of oppression imposed by the country's landlords and capitalists upon the entire Bufasian people. Now he was poised to win another war for President Thomas, a battle that would secure Bufeso's true foothold on the African continent. He cautiously infiltrated a camp, one of Lacna's most critical tank and armored vehicle bases. Recent movements along the Burifaso front had alarmed Lacna's leadership, who feared a sudden incursion by Burifaso forces. Consequently, tanks previously dispersed across the region had been concentrated here. They believed that while Bufeso's anti-tank weapons were indeed formidable, they required mountainous terrain to truly unleash their full potential. However, once the Bufeso forces entered Rakna's territory, facing the flat, open terrain, Rakna's pride, its armored tank forces would, with the support of its air force, show those country bumpkins crawling out of Bufeso's mountain gullies what true brutality meant. Surveying the tanks lined up in orderly rows, Hope Algernon picked up his walkie-talkie and called the Chinese commander in charge of the unit. "Sir, the tanks at this Lacna military camp have been assembled. Their position is southwest of the camp, 300 meters west of the reference point, then 220 meters north. Requesting test firing for calibration. Chapter 94, A One-Sided Battle. Copy that." Move to a secure position immediately. Upon receiving the reply from his flower family instructor, Hope Algernon swiftly moved to a secure location. Several minutes later, he reached an earthen embankment outside the tank armored unit camp. This location featured dense shrubbery, providing ample cover for Hope Algernon. Moreover, the terrain was slightly elevated above the entire camp. Should rockets strike the camp, he could accurately assess their impact points. Teacher, I've completed the move. Upon receiving Hope Algernon's report, the resolute-faced commander turned his gaze toward the dense forest behind him. All Eagle assault vehicles, move into firing positions. Target acquired. Eagle Strike Vehicle 1, prepare to fire. Having undergone training from the Flower family, these soldiers now bore traces of their discipline. At the very least, once a combat order was issued, each squad member executed their duties flawlessly. Stop the vehicle, raise the gun mount, load the ammunition, adjust the angle. Eagle Strike Vehicle 1 ready to fire. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, rocket projectiles soared skyward, their long trails of flame piercing the pitch-black night. Unprepared, the Rachna tank and armored forces found their camp struck the majority landing directly within their tank formations. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted from the Rachna tank and armored units camp, followed by towering flames that illuminated the sky. Hope Algernon, positioned at a safe distance, peered out to assess the attack. Teacher, the firing effect is excellent. Target this point and continue advancing your fire. Good. Stay concealed and stay safe. As Hope Algernon retreated back into cover, the Rachna tank armored units camp erupted into chaos. Several officers, their uniforms disheveled, rushed out of their tents. What's going on? What happened? Where was the explosion? Has Bufeso already breached our lines? Are the front lines useless? How did the Bufeso forces just march right in? Guards! Guards! Get me a vehicle immediately. I must return to the capital, GAN, and report directly to the president. The senior officers in charge were either frantically demanding information or casting suspicion on their own troops at the Rachna front. Some were even preparing to flee. But before they could finish speaking, the sky filled once more with the whistling sound of incoming rockets. One after another, the rockets landed, advancing steadily from the rear of the tank formation. Tank after tank, armored vehicle after armored vehicle was blown to smithereens under the barrage. Fragments from the destroyed tanks and armored vehicles scattered across the entire camp. The soldiers who had been roused by the first explosions and emerged from their tents awaiting orders were struck by the flying debris, killed instantly. The horrific scene instantly ignited terror in everyone's hearts. They looked up to see strings of rockets still streaking toward the camp. The incessant explosions ringing in their ears and the agonized screams of dying comrades jolted the remaining soldiers awake. They fled the camp like headless flies, scrambling toward the exits. Hope Algernon watched from afar. In the relentless flashes of explosions, even the hillside beneath him seemed to glow brighter. That light was like the presence of President Thomas. Just as it had once illuminated his life when he needed it most, now that light would illuminate the future of all the people of Bufeso. Hope Algernon watched intently. After a long moment, using the light from the explosions, he saw numerous soldiers rushing out of the camp. Sir, the Rachna tank armored corps has broken out of the camp. Some are heading southeast, others heading due south. Setting down the radio, the resolute commander of the Flower family forces immediately issued orders. All Rhino assault vehicles, stand by. Simon, take your men to pursue the enemy fleeing southeast. Quinton, you take your men to pursue those heading due south. Remember, I don't need prisoners. Yes, sir. The roar of engines pierced the night as several assault vehicles emerged from the dense forest, racing at breakneck speed toward the Rachna tank armored brigade's camp. Covering the distance of over 10 kilometers across relatively flat terrain, the Rhino assault vehicles could travel at near maximum speed. Within mere minutes, Simon's convoy had caught up with the enemy fleeing southwest. Not a word. Simon had nothing to say to these enemies who dared invade his country. Gripping the heavy machine gun's handles tightly, Simon aimed the barrel at the fleeing crowd. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets spewed relentlessly from the machine gun's barrel. The muzzle flash illuminated Simon's face, reflecting his cheerful grin. You bastards, run faster. Let's see if you can outrun my bullets. At Simon's side, another soldier fed ammunition belts from the assault vehicle's ammo rack into the heavy machine gun. The frontline soldier providing cover, wielding a rifle from the Flowering Nation, scanned the fleeing soldiers. If anyone attempted to pick up a weapon and resist, the 5.56mm bullets in his rifle would find their mark first. Meanwhile, in another direction, Quinton and his team were carrying out a one-sided slaughter of the fleeing soldiers. If one were to survey the entire nation of Rachna, at numerous locations vital to the country like its heart, rockets and heavy artillery shells rained down upon these points, explosions reverberating across the nation. Bursts of fire blossomed like wildflowers, blooming in one location after another. Then, Rhino assault vehicles plunged into these vital centers like sharp blades. As night faded and sunlight once more bathed Rachna's land, wisps of smoke drifted upward, slowly dissipating. In Jian, the capital of Rachna, President Valentine had just risen from bed, attended by his maids. Before he could savor his breakfast worth more than 10 ordinary Jian families' annual income, several officers burst into his quarters, breathless with urgency. President Valentine's expression turned cold. He detested being disturbed during his meal preparations, a habit particularly common among officials from Great Beauty and Gaulish Rooster. Yet he dared not reprimand those foreign officials, so anyone from his own nation who dared such an intrusion would face his severe punishment. Just as President Valentine was about to issue punishment, the officer's words stunned him. "Mr. President, it's bad news. We've just received reports that several armored tank battalion camps in Valenburg and Dusha have come under attack from unknown forces. The enemy firepower is intense, and casualties are heavy at both locations. Additionally, our airfield in Brussy has been attacked. The enemy's firepower is intense. According to evacuating defenders, they were subjected to continuous rocket and heavy artillery barrages before large numbers of enemy fighters breached their lines and drove them out completely." Chapter 95, For Rachna, Let the People Suffer. Quickly! Quickly! Notify all generals and high-ranking officials in the capital to convene immediately. Before the reports were even finished, President Valentine had already lost half his mind. Seeing they intended to continue, President Valentine immediately grabbed food from the table and hurled it at them. "Enough talk! Didn't you hear me order you to summon others? Get out!" The officers hurriedly exited the room. President Valentine stared at the food on the table, now with a corner torn off by his own hand, and waved to the maid beside him. "Clear everything away. Make a fresh batch." "Yes, sir." Half an hour later, after President Valentine had finished his breakfast, numerous high-ranking officials and generals of Rachna arrived at the estate in the heart of Ga City. Entering the conference room, he observed the panicked expressions on everyone's faces. President Valentine took his seat and waited until his secretary slid the microphone toward him before speaking. "It seems you've all heard the news. General Van Branden, have you compiled the final results?" Van Branden was the chief of the Rachna Defense Department and the second in command of the Rachna military, second only to Van Valentine. The portly Van Branden rose, picked up a sheet of paper, and read from it. "Mr. President, en route here, I had the Defense Department compile intelligence from all sources. Based on the final consolidated report, our armored units in Valenburg, Dusha, Malugu, Limata, Diliga, and Paloj have suffered devastating blows. While collective losses remain unquantified, we can consider these forces effectively annihilated. Critical supply depots in Ishashi, Samoya, Watu, Nacheng, and Bupe have also been targeted, with virtually all stored materials destroyed. Regarding the airport in Brussy, our aircraft sustained minimal damage before our guards were driven out. It appears the Republic of Bufeso was unwilling to destroy these valuable aircraft. Regarding our frontline forces, the Bufeso army has maintained its recent pattern of frequent troop movements but has yet to launch an offensive against us." After Van Branden finished speaking, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Though most present were incompetent officials, they at least possessed a basic understanding of Rachna. According to General Van Branden, the enemy had penetrated nearly one-third of Rachna's territory. After infiltrating, they had silently approached key military strongholds and launched coordinated attacks at nearly identical times. What kind of tactic was this? Before the main battle had even commenced, their heartland was already on the verge of collapse? A man in a suit stood up and asked. "General Van Branden, our forces are still stationed at the front lines. How did the enemy manage to bypass us and infiltrate our country? This isn't just one or two small guerrilla units, these are armies equipped with heavy firepower." This man was none other than Rachna's finance minister. As soon as he finished speaking, every pair of eyes in the conference room turned to Van Branden. "Voigt, what are you implying? Are you suggesting I colluded with Bufeso to let their heavy weapon units slip through the front lines?" "General Van Branden, that is not my implication. I merely seek to understand how this situation arose. Voigt, put away your petty suspicions. My soldiers are loyal to Rachna. They would never betray their country. I strongly suspect this is the work of Doga. Seeing our prolonged stalemate against Bufeso, they must have feared we'd eventually seek peace. To avoid retribution from Bufeso afterward, they preemptively surrendered to them, allowing their heavy firepower units to cross our border and infiltrate Rachna." General Van Branden shot a fierce glare at Voigt before continuing. "I proposed attacking Bufeso with our most concentrated firepower from the start. But you bunch of cowards kept whining about how our armored units would suffer heavy losses during the offensive, giving Bufeso a chance to counterattack our homeland. Deep down, you were just worried about your northern farmlands getting attacked by Bufeso troops. You wanted us to stay put defending your northern borders so you could keep harvesting your crops in peace." "Slander. This is slander, Van Branden. I, Voigt, have served my country wholeheartedly, and you dare to slander me here. I must settle this with you today." With that, Voigt began rolling up his sleeves. Van Branden showed no sign of backing down either, adjusting his trousers and tightening his belt in preparation for a showdown between real men. President Van Lenden, seated at the head of the table, watched their actions and slammed his fist on the table in anger. I summoned you here to solve problems, not to pass the buck. Van Branden, I need you to present a plan to deal with this unit.
Van Branden paused briefly before speaking.
Mr. President, this unit bypassed vast territories to infiltrate our heartland.
While they can inflict heavy casualties, such a maneuver completely severs their supply lines. In other words, they lack the capacity for sustained combat. Based on my calculations, they should have withdrawn by now. Until we re-establish these vulnerable targets, we needn't worry about them sneaking in again.
President Van Lending nodded. Are you saying I needn't worry about them suddenly storming Jian and laying siege to our city?
Yes. And we have a large contingent of elite troops in Jian, along with a formidable air force. Even if they reach the city walls, their ultimate fate will be complete annihilation at our hands.
Hearing this response, President Valentine breathed a sigh of relief.
As a ruler who had built his power by selling out national interests and exploiting the people, President Valentine cared not a whit about the lives of those soldiers or whether the land was seized by Bufeso. In his view, as long as he obediently followed the orders of the Big Beauty and the Gallic Rooster, his rule would remain unshakable.
If Bufeso truly seized large swathes of his territory, the nation suffering the greatest loss would be the one backing him.
After all, he was merely a soup eater, they were the ones feasting on the meat. When the time came, those nations would naturally intervene, and the lost territories would inevitably return to his grasp. Thus, in President Valentine's mind, whether the front lines or the rear were devastated mattered little as long as his life remained unthreatened. After all, he hadn't yet savored enough of this splendid life. If forced into exile abroad, the wealth he had accumulated might not suffice for his extravagant lifestyle. At this thought, President Valentine suddenly realized he needed to find ways to amass more money.
Van Branden, our forces suffered heavy losses in this attack.
We must swiftly replenish our depleted ranks and enhance our defenses against such ambushes. You formulate a plan, spend whatever it takes. As soon as President Van Lending finished speaking, he saw Voigt about to respond and raised his hand to interrupt.
Voigt, I know our finances aren't robust. We'll contact the high officials of Big Beauty and Gaulish Rooster to resolve this.
For the sake of Ragna's security, we can apply for loans from them.
With all our mineral resources and land, we can easily use them as collateral.
His gaze swept across the room as he delivered a final, weighty statement that made everyone's eyes widen.
For Ragna, our people will have to endure a little more hardship. Chapter 96, Never Coming Back. The sudden shift in the war between Bufeso and Ragna caught everyone off guard, yet Ragna's response proved equally formidable.
Following that meeting, Ragna plunged into a frenzied arms procurement drive so intense that they even forgot they still had vast numbers of soldiers on the front lines.
After Bufeso's forces infiltrated deep into Ragna's heartland, Ragna's frontline troops found themselves completely isolated.
They lacked the powerful fire support from the rear, the decisive armored tank forces as their trump card, and the air power to suppress the Bufeso army. Thus, once the Bonifacio infiltrators were brought back by the Chinese officers, Bonifacio forces immediately launched an aggressive push forward along the front lines. Requests for reinforcements poured into the capital like snowflakes, but neither the president nor the generals paid much attention to the frontline situation. They merely issued a terse hold-the-line order before plunging headlong into the fervor of military procurement. Which department, which individuals, and which companies would be responsible for procuring what? These were matters of national importance that demanded thorough discussion. Bufeso's intelligence apparatus was still in its infancy. By the time they gained insight into Ragna's internal situation, a full week had passed. Once the intelligence was verified, both Lu Chiosua and Thomas knew this was a rare opportunity. Before the spoils were divided internally, Ragna would not divert its attention from the front lines. Thus, Bufeso immediately mobilized its forces and launched a formal counteroffensive against Ragna. The main force of Bufeso formally crossed the border into Ragna's territory. At the same time, the Yueho fleet once again sailed into the waters of the flower planting family. Upon its entry, the vessel was swiftly detected by the Flower Nation's warships. Under the captain's command, the warship immediately charged toward the Vietnamese vessel. You have entered our territorial waters. Depart immediately. Final warning, you have entered our territorial waters. Depart immediately. Ignoring the warnings from the Flower Nation warship, the Monkey Nation vessel continued its rapid transit through Flower Nation waters. Although the Flowering Nation had annihilated vast numbers of Monkey Army troops during the Monkey Army counteroffensive and carried out scorched earth destruction across large swaths of northern Monkey territory, international circumstances prevented the Flowering Nation from occupying Monkey territory. Consequently, shortly after the Flowering Nation declared victory in the Monkey Army counteroffensive, the Monkey authorities shamelessly proclaimed their own victory in the war. The majority of the Vietnamese populace harbored profoundly complex feelings toward China. This is the innate sentiment of a secondary civilization toward its primary civilization. Too far away, they feared being deprived of sunlight and nutrients; too close, they dreaded being utterly consumed by the blinding radiance. After the Vietnamese authorities relentlessly proclaimed their victory over China, their long-standing inferiority complex compelled them to believe it even if it was a self-deceptive belief. This psychology manifested militarily as stubborn defiance.
Once bolstered by Russian support, that defiance swelled into arrogance.
In their eyes, since Flower Nation was once Russia's junior partner and they are now Russia's junior partner, their status suddenly seems equivalent to Flower Nation's.
Of course, this was impossible. China and Russia have always maintained a relationship of both mentor and friend, an equal partnership regardless of the era. Thus, when Captain Yuho saw China's warships issue warnings but take no further action, an uncontrollable smug grin spread across his face. It was as if he were declaring to himself, "See? The Flower family isn't our match. Even if I ram my ship right into their faces, they wouldn't dare do anything." But barely had that expression appeared when the Flower family warship issued another warning. Final warning, our coastal defense guns are conducting live fire exercises. We assume no responsibility for collateral damage. After issuing 3 warnings in succession, without waiting for the Yuho warship to respond, the Flower family warship had already altered course and sailed away.
Coastal defense guns? How far can that thing even shoot? Your country is over 200 kilometers from the nearest island here. What kind of bull is this? Ignoring the warnings, the Vietnamese warship pressed deeper into Chinese waters, steadily approaching a small island belonging to China in this maritime area. Colonel Zhang, the coordinates of the Vietnamese warship have been confirmed. We're ready to engage at any moment. Zhang Zhaoxi nodded. Some time passed after the last exercise concluded. Thanks to the efforts of General Hu and others, coupled with the bruised and battered testimonials from Song Xingxi and his team, the modernization of the penetration and airborne forces finally shifted course. Recognizing the outstanding performance of the Cat vehicles in actual combat, higher command swiftly promoted Zhang Zhaoxi 1 rank. Coastal defense guns 1 through 5, prepare to fire. Use experimental rounds. 6-round rapid fire. The experimental shells were specially manufactured for this test. Their launch characteristics were identical to those of actual artillery-launched missiles, including identical guidance and image recognition capabilities. Only the warhead at the front end had been slightly modified. The propellant charge was reduced, significantly diminishing the explosive force upon impact with the target. The current Chinese government was not inclined to overly provoke the bear. Showing strength was meant to ensure others listened carefully to its words. Peaceful development was the only hard truth. The mobile coastal defense guns performed flawlessly. In under 30 seconds, they completed barrel elevation, target acquisition, and shell loading. As the signalman waved his flag, flames erupted from each barrel, propelling shells into the distance. As the shells faded from sight, the soldiers operating the mobile coastal defense guns trained to act swiftly already had the second shell loaded and ready to fire. As the breech automatically ejected the spent shell, another round was loaded and fired almost instantly. The projectile's inertial range ended swiftly. Flames erupted from its base as the rocket booster ignited. The guidance module at the warhead swiftly adjusted the projectile's trajectory toward the designated target. Soon, the first 5 shells reached the airspace above that stretch of sea. Due to shell accuracy issues, these projectiles originally spaced no more than 10 meters apart during launch had spread to a maximum separation of 300 meters by the time they reached the target area. The image recognition system activated automatically in advance at high altitude. On the boundless sea, a slowly moving warship resembled a drop of ink on a blank sheet of paper. Though small, it stood out starkly. The missiles turned in unison, tracking the warship pursuing the Yuho. The warship's captain gazed out at the azure sea, recalling the Chinese warship that had departed not long ago, and a surge of pride welled up within him. He was the commander who had forced the flower-planting family warship to retreat head-on. Upon his return, he would surely become a nationally celebrated hero against the flower-planting family. He could already envision his glorious future. But the next second, a thunderous explosion erupted from the deck, sending the entire warship reeling violently. "What's happening?" The officer's face turned deathly pale as he shouted from the cabin toward the deck. But the Yuho soldiers on deck had no time to answer him. Following the explosion, one cannonball after another landed near the warship. Though none struck the ship itself, each shell sent up huge plumes of spray, like the beard of the King of Hell, splashing onto the vessel's hull. Snapping out of his initial panic, the officer frantically gave orders. "Quickly! Quickly! Quickly! Turn! Turn! Get out of the Zhenghua family's waters! Damn it! Who told me this mission in the flower-planting family's waters would be easy and pleasant, with big rewards to boot? Next time anyone sends me here, I'll fight them to the death." Chapter 97, Living Under a False Identity. 3 days later. Protest. We protest. Bloody hell, they actually attacked our military vessel while it was sailing normally. This is blatant provocation, an undisguised act of terrorism. The international community must stand with us, the Vietnamese, and condemn them. They owe us a proper explanation. The Vietnamese representative unleashed a barrage of accusations against China at the international conference, all centered on China's recent live fire exercises in that maritime zone. Although their warship retreated under the captain's command after the first hit, subsequent Chinese artillery shells seemed to gain eyes, relentlessly pursuing and attacking them. Even though the hit rate was somewhat low, less than 40%, the sheer volume proved overwhelming.
Even with a 40% hit rate, dozens of shells meant over a dozen struck their warship. What class of warship could withstand being relentlessly pursued by dozens of shells? Even without warheads, the propellant charges in the shells ignited upon impact, causing small explosions along the hull. This was Zhang Jiaxi's design choice to destroy the shells themselves, preventing the enemy from salvaging them for reverse engineering. This design directly caused Yu Ho's warship to lose all propulsion less than 2 kilometers out, leaving it adrift in the Chinese waters. Even now, that ship remains stranded in the Flower family's waters. It wasn't that the Yu Ho didn't want to send a tugboat to rescue it. The main issue was that the warships deployed by the Flowering Nation alongside that vessel kept a watchful eye, while the coastal artillery, whose exact location remained unknown, made them dare not cross the line. Ultimately, they could only raise this matter at an international conference. After the Vietnamese representative finished speaking, all the delegates in the conference hall turned their gaze toward the Japanese delegation's seats. A middle-aged man with a few strands of white hair stood up. Regarding the Vietnamese representative's statement, our nation has only one response. It is utter nonsense. That sea area has been the territory of our nation since ancient times, a fact we have emphasized countless times in the international community. On that day, our nation was conducting test firings of new weaponry in those waters. Faced with the Vietnamese monkey's unreasonable incursion and provocation, our naval officers repeatedly issued warnings. Yet the Vietnamese monkey vessels ignored them entirely. Our nation's weaponry technology is outdated. Firing projectiles from over 200 kilometers away makes precision difficult to achieve. Any damage inflicted on the Vietnamese warship during the test was purely accidental, yet Vietnam brought this upon itself. Faced with the Chinese representative's rebuttal, the Vietnamese representative's face turned purple with anger. He knew full well he couldn't win an argument with China on this matter, but he didn't care. As long as Vietnam acted this way, his backer would be pleased. Representative of the Flowering Nation, you're twisting the facts. If you truly caused accidental damage to our vessel, why did you refuse to allow our tugboat to enter your waters for rescue when our ship lost propulsion? Oh, so the representative of the Yu Ho faction knows it's our waters. If you know that, why question why we wouldn't permit your vessels to enter? We Flower Nation strongly suspect your monkey kingdom gained advanced knowledge of our test plans and deliberately invaded our territorial waters to spy on our intelligence. Until we complete our investigation, they will absolutely not be permitted to leave. This is kidnapping. Murder. Our Vietnamese warship carries minimal supplies. If you delay our investigation any longer, our crew will starve to death. The Flower Nation representative waved his hand, not to signal this is none of my concern, but to convey calm down. Then, one representative from the Flowering Nation rose and handed a piece of paper to the Monkey Nation delegate. Our nation, Zhanghua, holds life in the highest regard. Even to our enemies, we grant the chance to survive. Naturally, maritime supply transport is arduous. We can provide living supplies, but you, the Yu Ho Nation, must bear all associated costs. Here is the list. The Vietnamese representative glanced at the list and his eyes widened in shock. What did he see? A coffee cup priced at 1,000 big beautiful coins? 9 goats for 6 million big beautiful coins? A toilet seat costing 10,000 big beautiful coins? Were Yu Ho soldiers made of gold? Everything costs so much. The Vietnamese monkey representative's hand holding the paper trembled violently as he stared at the Chinese representative in utter disbelief. You're extorting us. This is robbery. Even Satan himself wouldn't charge this much for these items. Observing the Vietnamese representative's indignant expression, the Vietnamese representative smiled faintly, straightened up, and leaned back in his chair. You could try bringing supplies in yourselves, but our coastal artillery will still conduct unscheduled test firings. This time we didn't install warheads, but next time might be different. Oh, and since our technology isn't perfected yet, our shells have significant inaccuracy. Deviations of several hundred meters from the target are normal. If the Vietnamese representative doubts this, feel free to send someone to observe our entire test firing process. See for yourself whether we're aiming at your warship or just testing the impact points near it. Seeing that look on the Flower Nation representative's face, that look that says, I love watching you want to take me down but can't, Representative Yu Ho knew he wasn't just losing the public opinion battle, he was about to suffer a major loss in tangible interests too. He had to rescue those dozens of officers and soldiers aboard the warship. After all, the whole world was watching. If he let them fend for themselves, there was no doubt about it, his military would be finished. But that astronomical bill. They're going to bleed for it, and for how long? Who knows? News of the international conference swiftly reached the homeland, immediately dominating the front pages of major newspapers. In General Zhang's office, several hearty laughs echoed. Those Yu Ho bastards. This lesson should teach them a lasting lesson. General Zhang set down the newspaper and turned his gaze toward Zhang Jiaxi. He never imagined that this young man, whom he had once merely regarded as promising and given an opportunity to hone his skills, would deliver such immense, unexpected rewards. Jiaxi, according to repeated high-level analyses, even if our Flower Nation and the Bear Nation reconcile, the Bear Nation will likely disintegrate within 5 years. Moreover, the bear nation will certainly not renew friendly ties with us. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, myriad creatures thrive. To seize the immense opportunities arising from the bear's sudden collapse, our flowering nation plans to establish a secret department. Our goal is to swiftly inherit the bear's legacy before anyone else reacts. The bear's glory may fade, but its lands still harbor countless idealists. Should they wish to follow that red star, let them journey eastward, cross the Dnieper, traverse the Urals, and reach the edge of the Siberian plains. Here, the spark of revolution shall burn eternally, growing ever brighter. Zhao Shi, can I entrust this mission to you even if it requires you to live under a new identity? Zheng Chaoshi saluted solemnly. Forging swords for the nation, living in obscurity, this is the glory of our generation. The end.